The setting is Manhattan, New York, USA, under an ominous red sky. A defense mission to prevent demotion is about to begin. In the heart of the city, the apocalypse monster, Behemoth, is summoned to the horror of the crowd. Dark energy explodes as the colossal monster fully materializes. Two members of the defense team scream in terror at the horrifying sight. Another one of their teammates whispers with a tense expression, "It's here." Everyone recognizes Behemoth and understands that they must defeat it before the world is destroyed. The monster lets out a savage roar, baring its sharp fangs. The commander shouts, ordering everyone to hold their formation, and warning that if they fail here, the entire world will come to an end as Behemoth raises its claws, preparing to attack. The narration explains that BattleNet began in 2010, and the change when Space League opened in 2022. A battle for survival against extraterrestrial beings has erupted, and humanity, Earth's representative, has continuously failed. It is now 2023, and only 10 nations remain on Earth, pushing the planet to the brink of destruction. Back in the present, Behemoth gathers a colossal energy sphere before its mouth. It unleashes a destructive energy beam, incinerating those in its path. The deadly beam sweeps across the battlefield. Suddenly, a man in casual clothes hovers in the air, directly above the monster's head. He looks down with cold, resolute eyes. A blinding light suddenly erupts from below. A maximum energy attack strikes Behemoth directly, completely overwhelming the monster. The black-haired man unleashes a destructive attack with dark energy. His immense power strikes Behemoth directly, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave from the attack easily blows away other nearby players. The warrior with slicked-back hair could only silently stare at the scene before him. Knocked to the ground, he exclaims in shock, "No way." Standing on Behemoth's corpse, a notification appears, confirming the mission in America is complete. As the dark energy dissipates, people wonder if that was the power of the martial saint. The person is identified as Xiong Jihan, the world's 7th-ranked player. Jihan listens to a distant voice proclaiming America's victory. The voice asserts that this historic moment will be remembered by all citizens and their master. The speaker is Baron Williams, Guild Master of American First and the world's 1st-ranked player. A blonde priestess with wings of light flies down, calling out Jihan's name despite others trying to stop her. Baron calmly tells his aide to let her go, believing she can handle herself. From above, Baron observes and acknowledges the terrifying power emanating from the battlefield. The residual dark energy from Behemoth's corpse is so potent that it makes other players vomit. The priestess anxiously rushes to Jihan, asking about his condition. She is horrified when she sees his left arm, and her identity is revealed as Sophia, the guild's 3rd-ranked member. Sophia immediately uses regeneration magic to heal Jihan's wound. She explains that Behemoth's evil energy will make the healing very painful and encourages. Jihan grits his teeth, enduring the pain, and finally breathes a sigh of relief. Xiong Jihan is surprised by an unexpected development. From above, the aide frantically reports to Baron Williams, who remains calmly with his arms crossed. A colossal reward chest glows brightly, appearing where the monster was defeated. Xiong Jihan asks everyone to step back, astonishing Sophia. Other players are blocked by an invisible force, unable to approach the reward. A warrior grumbles in frustration, while the person next to him suggests they have no other choice in this perilous situation. They can only rely on those considered humanity's sole hope. Baron Williams descends, boldly declaring that he will begin distributing rewards to the members of American First. The entire crowd cheers in unison, while Xiong Jihan and Sophia silently observe. Baron only calls the priestess and 2 others by name, then declares it finished, leaving Sophia stunned. She immediately steps forward to question, asserting that Jihan was the one who defeated the monster. Baron Williams points at her condescendingly, coldly asking why he should do so. He bluntly declares the reason is that Xiong Jihan is not American. Baron continues to disparage, stating that even with naturalization, Jihan is not a true American. To him, Jihan is just a useful dog, and Xiong Jihan quietly listens to every word. Sophia tries to retort, but Xiong Jihan stops her, saying that everything is fine. He turns his back and walks away, telling her to go because he doesn't care. Xiong Jihan tells himself that Baron was right. He is just a refugee who lost his homeland. He recalls the moment he received an SSS rank skill, the Nameless Divine Art, and thanks to it, he climbed to the 7th position in the world rankings. Xiong Jihan recalled that despite his utmost dedication, he was never recognized as an American and had to endure all sorts of discrimination. But what tormented him even more was the guilt of being the sole survivor amidst the ruins. He silently accepted the harsh reality. Pushing aside the pain, he decided to focus on healing and await the mission results. The system announced the end of the game and began to reveal the results of the Bronze League demotion mission. The defense mission, with the condition that more than half of the players survive, was successfully completed by the US team. China was also the second nation to overcome the challenge. However, numerous other nations like Russia and Japan all received notifications of failure. The two players were stunned to realize that only 2 out of 10 nations succeeded. A cold announcement echoed, "Humanity has lost." The system continued to announce that the losing players would have to face the orc race in the final, decisive battle. The remaining players couldn't help but be terrified upon hearing the name of the formidable opponent. Sophia immediately pleaded with Baron Williams, emphasizing that they needed Xiong Jihan to fight against the orcs, as their previous victory was thanks to him. Baron coldly refused, deciding that they would go without Jihan. Immediately after, the system began to summon representative players from each planet for the upcoming battle. Baron Williams led the group of representatives, alongside a Chinese female warrior and a swordmaster with hair covering his eyes. He confidently faced the enemy and greeted them, "Long time no see." On the opposite side, a gigantic orc commander roared, calling them filthy pigs. Sophia worriedly wondered if their lineup of just 4 people and a high-ranked Chinese player would be strong enough to fight. Provoked, Baron Williams roared, declaring that he could handle everything himself. He flew into the air, challenging the filthy orcs to advance. Baron Williams proudly proclaimed himself the representative of all humanity. With a sky-shattering roar, he unleashed his full power. Immediately, the gigantic orc commander charged with a brutal attack. The other representatives of humanity could only watch in horror. Those watching the battle on screen were also struck silent with fear. The scene suddenly shifted to Xiong Jihan, who stood amidst the ruins with a lost arm. Suddenly, a small, dark object fell from the sky to the ground right in front of him. Xiong Jihan startled awake in a room, confused about what was happening. He hastily pulled open the window curtains, letting the daylight flood in. Outside was a modern city, with text confirming it was Korea in 2020. Memories of a peaceful time flooded back, when a boy introduced himself as Sword King Yoon Se-jin. Everyone around was still happily chatting about video games. Xiong Jihan was stunned to realize that he had truly returned to the past. He immediately called up his status window to check. The status window showed level 2, precisely the moment humanity first joined the league. Xiong Jihan smirked confidently. He realized this was a golden opportunity if he could leverage his knowledge from his previous life. Clenching his fist, Xiong Jihan resolved to change the future. Looking at the family photo, Xiong Jihan told himself that this time he had to change everything to protect everyone. He believed that things would be different, because he had seen the outcome of this game, and now, he had returned. He remembered 2020, when Korea was still a stable powerhouse. At that time, they had one of the strongest players, the man ranked 3rd in the world. That person was a swordmaster with terrifying power, easily sweeping away enemies with his dual-wielding sword technique. He was none other than Sword King Yoon Se-jin. Yoon Se-jin was once the pride and national treasure, helping Korea maintain a high rank in the East Asian tournament. But then, he himself spoke out at a press conference, initiating the downfall. There, Yoon Se-jin announced that he would change his name to Ryuhei and naturalize as a Japanese citizen in July 2020. That was the event that shook the history of Korean BattleNet, and Xiong Jihan had returned precisely on that fateful day. Sitting on the sofa, Xiong Jihan still felt angry, remembering the face of the traitor who had plunged Korea into chaos. The TV news reiterated the Sword King's shocking message and concerns about the nation's ranking. Xiong Jihan recalled the subsequent series of consecutive failures, which caused Korea's ranking to plummet uncontrollably, as if falling into an abyss. He watched TV experts try to reassure the public, with false hopes that they would maintain their 20th position. He turned off the TV, frustrated that those meaningless moral victories had ruined them, while no talent capable of replacing Yoon Se-jin had emerged. Xiong Jihan knew that with more time, things might have been different, but BattleNet was incredibly ruthless. He recalled the beginning, when BattleNet was just a game, but 2 years later, it had become a battle for survival. A battle where if you die in the game, you will also die in real life. When weaker nations were invaded by monsters, unilateral massacres began to unfold. After Yoon Se-jin left, Korea quickly fell in rank, and eventually reached the brink of destruction. The survivors all regretted, wishing the Sword King had stayed. Then everything would have been different. The Sword King, Yoon Se-jin, was a player of such great influence, and to Xiong Jihan, he was also his brother-in-law. He angrily punched and shattered the glass of the photo frame. Looking at his shattered reflection, he still couldn't understand why his sister loved such a man, and he wondered if things would have been different if she were still alive. His thoughts turned to the association building, a symbol of player power. He secretly thought it was fortunate he had returned at the right time, but his current stats were too pathetic. That made sense, because at this point in the past, he was just an alcoholic and a gambler. He blamed himself for being so foolish. He hadn't realized the incredible potential of his F-rank talent, Wanderer's Eye. Everyone became a player at 18, but only a select few were granted talents. And he, who possessed an F-rank talent, had completely wasted it on betting on matches. Only now did he know its true value would only be revealed after awakening. Still, he couldn't help but feel annoyed looking at his status window, wondering how he had reached level 2 with these stats. He suddenly remembered something. He remembered drinking an experience potion. A memory of an old colleague resurfaced, one who had mocked some drunk idiot for accidentally drinking a potion and leveling up. Xiong Jihan was confused by that memory. He was astonished to see he had 100,000 achievement points. He wondered why he had achievement points despite not having done anything before joining the tournament. Assuming something had changed upon returning to the past, he decided to check his inventory. Xiong Jihan was stunned by what he found. In the inventory was a mysterious EX rank card. It was an achievement point exchange ticket, a privilege for the last survivor who chose to start over. He realized this was a special item exclusively for him. Without hesitation, he used the EX rank ticket. A notification appeared stating that the achievement shop had been added to the system, making him smirk. The level 1 shop sold items like shop upgrades, status window expansion, and additional job slots. He thought these items weren't useful right now and needed something he could use immediately. So, Xiong Jihan decided to try upgrading the shop. The shop was upgraded to level 2, adding an inventory expansion item. Still not satisfied, he decided to upgrade once more. This time, the shop reached level 3 and gained a subtitle slot item, but it still wasn't what he needed. After 2 upgrades, he only had 50,000 points left. Xiong Jihan calculated that if he upgraded the achievement shop to level 4 for 40,000 points, he would only have 10,000 points remaining. He faced 2 choices: buy the unlocked items, or risk upgrading the shop once more. Without hesitation, Xiong Jihan decided he had to go as far as possible and proceeded with the upgrade. Immediately, a new item was added that stunned him: emergency restoration. He realized this was an item capable of restoring a damaged item. Xiong Jihan sighed, feeling overwhelmed by his luck. He smirked, admitting that these unexpected successes were precisely why he couldn't stop gambling. Afterward, Xiong Jihan went to another room and placed his finger on the scanner. The system recognized him as family and granted access. He entered player Yoon Sai-jin's multi-purpose room, pondering the 2 words, family, in his heart. Sitting in the gaming chair, Xiong Jihan thought that the machine still recognized him, even though Yoon Sai-jin had abandoned them. Thanks to this, he opened his inventory directly within the BattleNet connector. He revealed that he could now easily obtain the first key, which was Dongfang Shua's broken pen. Xiong Jihan decided to immediately use the emergency restoration item. The system began the restoration process for Dongfang Shua's broken pen. The pen emitted a brilliant light as it was being restored to its original form. With the restoration complete notification, Xiong Jihan looked at the result with satisfaction. He declared all preparations complete, as an image of Dongfang Shuo appeared with the pen. Xiong Jihan held Dongfang Shuo's SS rank pen in his hand, an item capable of forging a connection with the martial god. Just then, the system announced that the BattleNet tournament tutorial was about to begin. With only 10 seconds left until he was summoned, Xiong Jihan hastily opened his status window. Without wasting a second, he used Dongfang Shuo's pen to write directly on the stats window. He recalled that it was this method that allowed him to climb to rank 7 inches his previous life and be called the Martial Saint. He was creating a unique stat called Martial Power by combining strength, agility, and stamina. Thanks to the pen that everyone overlooked, thinking it was broken, the 2 characters he wrote would be the beginning of his awakening. The strength, agility, and stamina stats on the system window began to merge. The merging process happened in a flash. As the countdown hit 0, Xiong Jihan officially entered the BattleNet tournament with a tutorial mission of survival. The mission required surviving against monsters and 100 other players in the Roman Colosseum until only 50 remained. Immediately, he was teleported into the arena. Xiong Jihan was astonished to find himself standing in the middle of a vast Roman Colosseum. He suddenly realized something and hastily rechecked his status, worried about his martial power. A notification appeared, confirming that the stats had successfully merged, making him sigh in relief. His new status window now clearly displayed his martial power stat at 5. Thanks to acquiring the unique stat, he received an achievement and 10,000 bonus points. He smiled, silently welcoming the return of his familiar power. He knew this was just the beginning, but that much martial power was more than enough to conquer the Bronze League. The system also announced that since he wasn't using a connection device, he would have to endure the pain directly. This only brought back old memories for Xiong Jihan, of a world where people used money to alleviate pain. Xiong Jihan recalled connection devices that helped reduce pain in games, like Yoon Se-jin's machine, which could reduce it by up to 99%. Standing in the middle of the arena, he silently thought he would take advantage of this later. Suddenly, a system window announcing an achievement activation appeared, catching his attention. Immediately after, another notification appeared. A limited-time mission had been added. Xiong Jihan was surprised because the mission required achieving first place in the tutorial to receive 1,000 achievement points, something unprecedented. He smirked, confident that with martial power, this would be as easy as flipping a hand. Just as the game began, Xiong Jihan hadn't even moved when someone rushed him from behind. Another player swung his sword, shouting, "Die, rookie!" However, the attacker was stunned when his blow was blocked. Xiong Jihan had effortlessly stopped the blade with 2 fingers. He calmly thought, as expected, the most interesting thing about playing games was ganking noobs. He thanked the attacker for giving him the first kill. The narration explained the emergence of guilds, organizations that fostered and managed players. When BattleNet exploded globally, nations began investing in player training. Thanks to strong investment, South Korea established many guilds, large and small, and trained powerful players from the start. Here, the Gangnam Bronze League was the debut stage for each guild's promising talents. The game was about to begin, and the arena gathered players with all sorts of equipment. A young player sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the level of the Gangnam tournament. That person was Do Hyuk-gu, who tried to reassure himself that he was the luckiest and would do well. Do Hyuk-gu was a member of the Twin Star Guild, a renowned guild managed by Twin Star Corporation and possessing many promising talents. From an ordinary youth, he joined Twin Star after acquiring an A-rank agility talent. With this rare talent, Do Hyuk-gu was confident that he could make it into the top 50 of the tournament. He scanned the arena, looking for his first opponent. After glancing over the formidable-looking opponents, he decided it was time to choose. Do Hyuk-gu decided not to confront those strong individuals at this moment. He sneaked away, telling himself that survival was the most important thing, and he shouldn't pick a fight with those he shouldn't mess with. Standing among players fully equipped from major guilds, he wondered if this was truly the Bronze League. Suddenly, Do Hyuk-gu's gaze stopped at an unusual-looking figure. He saw Xiong Jihan and wondered if he had been mistakenly summoned to the Gangnam tournament looking like that. Dressed only in sweatpants and a tank top, Do Hyuk-gu was certain that Xiong Jihan was a rookie who had been mistakenly summoned. Realizing that, he immediately gripped the hilt of his sword. To Do Hyuk-gu, Xiong Jihan was nothing more than a free kill. He smirked triumphantly, silently thanking his luck for bringing such easy prey. A system notification appeared, stating that the game would soon begin and requiring everyone to survive. Immediately, Do Hyuk-gu lunged forward at high speed. He swung his sword down, shouting, "Die, rookie!" But then, Do Hyuk-gu froze with a look of extreme astonishment. Xiong Jihan had stopped his blade with just 2 fingers, leaving Do Hyuk-gu dumbfounded. He panicked in disbelief that his sword had been stopped, even though it had been accelerated by his A-rank talent. After blocking the sword, Xiong Jihan merely flicked his finger. A light flick sent Do Hyuk-gu sprawling onto the ground. Xiong Jihan calmly remarked, "You're quite confident. With times talent, you managed to get into Gangnam?" Do Hyuk-gu furiously yelled, "What? You dare call my agile talent that talent? Do you think an A-rank talent is trash?" "I'm not denying it," Xiong Jihan replied nonchalantly, further infuriating Do Hyuk-gu. With his pride wounded, Do Hyuk-gu thought, "This bastard dares to mock me. Don't get cocky just because you blocked me once." He stood up, took a stance, and declared, "If that's the case, I'll let you taste my fastest attack." Do Hyuk-gu roared, his body bursting with blue energy. Xiong Jihan calmly observed, thinking, "Hez, going all out." To be fair, his previous speed wasn't bad either. As Do Hyuk-gu lunged like lightning, Xiong Jihan admitted, "At the very least, I'm certain this guy is faster than me." Xiong Jihan tilted his body, gracefully dodging his opponent's sharp sword strike. Do Hyuk-gu frantically swung his sword, but all he cut was air. Amidst the flurry of swords, Xiong Jihan moved gracefully, evading every attack. He thought, "Just as I expected, this body is too slow. It's not easy to get used to dropping straight to level 2. It's not that he's fast, it's that I'm too slow," Xiong Jihan analyzed. "This definitely won't be easy." But then a confident smile appeared on his lips. "If it were my past self, but now, after countless battles, this attack trajectory is too simple and straightforward." Xiong Jihan easily weaved through the sword strikes. He saw through his opponent preparing for the next strike, telling himself, "I can clearly see his movements." Do Hyuk-gu let out a desperate cry, putting all his strength into his final slash. But Xiong Jihan only needed a light step to be out of attack range, his gaze completely calm. Xiong Jihan delivered a punch to Do Hyuk-gu's stomach, sending his opponent's sword flying into the air. Do Hyuk-gu stared in astonishment at his numb hand, not understanding what had just happened. His eyes widened in extreme fear and confusion. With astonishing speed, Xiong Jihan simultaneously kicked Do Hyuk-gu away and snatched the falling sword. He gripped the snatched sword tightly, his eyes flashing with powerful light. In a flash, Xiong Jihan was behind Do Hyuk-gu and stabbed him through. "No way!" Do Hyuk-gu screamed in pain and despair. Xiong Jihan coldly watched Do Hyuk-gu's body begin to disintegrate into data particles. Before disappearing completely, Do Hyuk-gu roared a vow to win next time. Still thinking about next time while dying, Xiong Jihan mused. What a wonderful world. A system notification appeared, confirming he had his first kill and received 100 achievement points. The sword in his hand also vanished, and he secretly regretted that players' weapons disappeared with warm-ups over, time to speed up, he told himself. To get first place, I need at least 5 more kills. His sharp gaze swept across the arena, searching for his next target. He noticed that no players were paying attention to the monster zone. The system explained that in BattleNet, defeating 10 monsters counted as 1 kill. Therefore, most players avoided them, especially the filthy Urks who always traveled in pack. Only fools would engage them. Suddenly, a new quest appeared. Eliminate the entire Urk group for a reward of 500 achievement points. Xiong Jihan calculated that this reward was 5 times his first kill, making him reconsider. There was no reason not to do this. He confidently thought, after all, monsters are still just monsters. Compared to real Urks, these guys are nothing. Then, he decided, let's have some fun. An Urk cried out in alarm. What? The entire pack roared as they saw an unarmed human charging, shouting, kill him. 2 Urks in the front row raised their axes, ready to cleave the approaching enemy. Xiong Jihan merely smiled confidently, not slowing down at all. He gracefully shifted his body, dodging a descending axe blade. He thought, an axe, huh, then reached out and grabbed the weapon's shaft mid-air. With astonishing strength, he stopped the attack and disarmed the 2 Urks. It should be thrown like this, he thought as he spun to gain momentum. The Urk pack could only stare in stunned disbelief at the human's incredible action. Xiong Jihan slid across the ground, weaving through the enemy rank. He swung the axe he had just seized, delivering a powerful slash. Consecutive slashes flashed in the blink of an eye. A series of Urk heads flew into the air. Amidst that scene, Xiong Jihan stood firm, leaving the remaining Urks speechless. An Urk stammered in fear. Kukuruk? The entire monster pack now surrounded Xiong Jihan in hesitation and horror. A system notification appeared, showing that 5 out of 30 Urks had been eliminated. The pack of Urks roared in anger, shouting, kill him, in unison before charging towards Xiong Jihan. Xiong Jihan plunged into the midst of the monsters with terrifying speed. He swung the stolen axe, easily cleaving an Urk in half. Another one brought its axe down, but he blocked it effortlessly. The Urk was stunned after its attack was nullified. Creating after-images, Xiong Jihan continued to slaughter the monster. An Urk screamed, human, kill him. While Xiong Jihan's eyes flashed with a cold light, he snatched the wooden club from another Urk. Immediately after, he easily broke the club with his bare hands. Xiong Jihan stood surrounded by the corpses of the defeated Urks. An Urk stared in astonishment at its broken weapon, speechless. Xiong Jihan scoffed. How pathetic. Who told you to scream while sneak attacking? Another Urk roared and swung its club to attack. The wooden club shattered upon impact. All that remained in Xiong Jihan's hand was a broken piece of wood. He threw the axe to the ground as another Urk charged from behind. He blocked the attack with one hand and sneered, use better weapons. These things are too weak. The Urks shrieked. The human's weapon is broken. Your weapon is broken too. Now kill. Kill! They charged in unison, but Xiong Jihan merely sighed. Seriously, you guys never change. Xiong Jihan inwardly called the Urks idiots. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. The shockwave sent the entire charging pack of Urks flying. After landing, Xiong Jihan dashed forward. He quickly picked up the dropped weapons of his enemies. With 2 weapons in hand, he unleashed a sweeping slash that cleared everything. The Urks were terrified as they watched their comrades vanish in the blink of an eye. They couldn't even see his movement. Amidst the chaos, an Urk swung a punch in vain. A gleaming sword strike cleaved another Urk in 2. The survivors froze in horror at the gruesome sight. An Urk stammered, realizing Xiong Jihan was not human. It screamed in despair that he was a monster. The system announced that Xiong Jihan had completed the quest and received 500 achievement points, and his level had also increased. He was surprised to level up in the middle of a battle, which was unusual. Xiong Jihan considered this a good thing, and decided to raise his stats immediately. He pondered. If he could only choose one, it had to be martial power, the unique stat displayed on his Tier 2 status window. The system explained that martial power was a special stat combining strength, agility, and stamina. Even with the same value, this superior stat was at least twice as powerful as other stats. Xiong Jihan thought to himself, martial power was special to him for another important reason. The system explained that when martial power reached 30, the path to the SSS rank Nameless Divine Arts would open. He was determined to acquire that ultimate skill as soon as possible. However, this stat originally had a fatal flaw. Normally, martial power couldn't be increased simply by allocating points, but Xiong Jihan was astonished to realize the opposite. He was surprised to see his martial power stat had automatically increased to 6. He recalled that to increase this stat, one had to endure countless battles and arduous training, while allocating points only raised the limit. Realizing he could break the rules, Xiong Jihan smirked, thinking to himself that if things continued like this, it would be amazing. Suddenly, a brilliant energy arrow shot towards him from another direction. Xiong Jihan flinched, his eyes reflecting the deadly streak of light approaching. He swiftly dodged, the arrow narrowly missing him. He squinted towards the attacker, wondering if it was an arrow. A ponytail-haired player, standing next to a fully armored knight, sneered. He dodged it. Lucky bastard. The knight urged his comrade to finish it quickly, and the archer agreed that whoever landed the killing blow would get the kill. Xiong Jihan realized they had teamed up, something that occasionally happened in survival arenas. Although the game rules were one-on-one, there was no regulation prohibiting participants from cooperating, and both advanced. He recognized the emblem on their shoulders, identifying them as members of the Turtle Guild, one of Korea's top 10 guilds. Facing the combination of a melee warrior and a ranged archer, Xiong Jihan took a defensive stance, understanding their synergy. A system notification appeared, stating that only 60 survivors remained and the tutorial was nearing its end. Xiong Jihan was slightly surprised by the number of players who had been eliminated. Xiong Jihan realized that, given the current situation, he could survive simply by avoiding conflict. However, since his opponent had deliberately targeted him, he guessed he must have looked like an easy mark. Meanwhile, 2 members of the Turtle Guild were discussing. The knight offered to spare the female archer if she bought him a meal, but she refused. Xiong Jihan decided to check the rankings. He noticed he had a total of 4 kills. That number was just enough to put him at the top of the leaderboard. He smirked, realizing this was a good opportunity to solidify his rank. The female archer drew her bow, mocking Xiong Jihan about their age difference. She was surprised by his reaction and immediately fired an energy arrow. Xiong Jihan decided to test the power of his 6 martial power points, stopping the arrow with his bare hand. A system notification appeared, stating that only 58 survivors remained, and Xiong Jihan had sent the female archer flying. The knight screamed in horror, unable to believe Xiong Jihan would lay a hand on a woman. Without a word, Xiong Jihan charged, attacking with a kick that forced the knight to raise his shield. He continued to swing his sword down, making the knight cry out in pain. Xiong Jihan paused for a moment, realizing something. The knight smirked, boasting that the Turtle Guild's exclusive B-grade armor was incredibly sturdy. He continued to scoff that Xiong Jihan's shoddy weapon wouldn't be able to pierce it. Immediately, Xiong Jihan unleashed a flurry of consecutive attacks on the same spot on his armor. The knight cursed as cracks began to appear in his armor. He frantically realized that Xiong Jihan was continuously targeting the same spot. Xiong Jihan stood amidst the shattered armor, mocking the defeated. With a smug smile, he declared they should stay there a little longer. Elsewhere, the screams of eliminated players echoed from computer screens. Lee Haeyeon, manager of the Twin Star Guild, remarked that the situation was surprising and also fortunate. Her bodyguard, Im Ga-young, confusedly asked what she meant. Lee Haeyeon explained that it was fortunate that person didn't appear right next to Im Ga-young. She pointed to the rankings, where Im Ga-young was second only to Xiong Jihan, and said she could have been eliminated. Lee Haeyeon advised that if she encountered that person, Im Ga-young should stay far away from him. But then she quickly changed her mind, confidently ordering her bodyguard to crush Xiong Jihan. Im Ga-young intended to follow the initial advice, but Lee Haeyeon decisively turned it into an order. Fight to gather information. Im Ga-young accepted the order and turned to leave. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she accepted the new mission. She began analyzing her opponent, Xiong Jihan, via the monitoring screen. Looking at Xiong Jihan's image in the arena, Im Ga-young had a vague feeling she had met him before. A flashback introduced Im Ga-young, of the Twin Star Guild and her power. She was a promising talent with an S-rank aptitude whom the guild had heavily promoted. Im Ga-young lived up to expectations, consistently securing the top spot in the tournament. However, Xiong Jihan's sudden appearance unexpectedly broke that streak of achievements. In the Turtle Guild's observation room, a scout team member shouted in astonishment that an unequipped level 2 player was at the top. He couldn't believe Xiong Jihan had achieved 6 kills wearing only ragged clothes, an almost impossible feat. The observers remained stunned, wondering about Xiong Jihan's true identity. After the match, he was teleported to a luxurious apartment atop a skyscraper. Sitting in the spacious living room, Xiong Jihan received a system notification. He had achieved first place in the tutorial, earning a 50% experience bonus and gaining 3 levels, from level 3 to level 6. However, the system also announced that GP points were not awarded in the tutorial. he decided to invest all 3 newly acquired stat points into martial power. Afterward, he turned his attention to the title he had earned. The Tutorial Conqueror Bronze Grade title appeared, granting +1 to all stats and a 20% experience bonus while in the Bronze League. As Jihan considered that all his stats had increased by 1 point, the updated status window appeared, showing his martial power had reached 10, making him confident that the Bronze League would be a piece of cake. He smiled, thinking that if he continued to power up as he was, reaching the Silver League at level 25 wouldn't be far off. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He remembered he hadn't yet chosen his class, which could be done from level 5. Choosing a class was a crucial moment for players without a clear direction. There were 4 basic choices: warrior, archer, mage, and support. Jihan recalled choosing warrior in his previous life. He thought choosing warrior again would make progress easier, but then he hesitated. Jihan remembered his unique advantage from regressing, the achievement shop, where he could buy an additional class slot for only 10,000 points. He smirked, realizing he didn't have to choose warrior right away anymore. Feeling fortunate, he reached out towards the selection panel and made a decisive choice. His choice was revealed through the image of a grotesque horde of zombies, with glowing red eyes, growling. Amidst savage growls, a system notification appeared. Welcome to the Gangnam Area, Bronze League. This mission is to defend a massive city wall against an endless army of zombies. The main objective is to protect the energy crystal at the top of the tower. At the same time, they must survive the zombie attack. Guarding the crystal was Gyeong, the 3-year-old warrior from the Twin Star Guild. She thought to herself that, even though this was just a game, the sight was still truly disgusting, looking at the rotting monsters with their bloodshot eyes. Just then, other players began to be teleported to the watchtower. A mage and an archer appeared right next to Gyeong. The 2 newcomers calmly realized this was a defense mission. Gyeong quietly assessed the people who would be undertaking this mission with her. She recognized that the archer was from LK and had B-grade equipment. As for the mage, although he was a free player, he possessed very good equipment. She concluded that this lineup wasn't bad at all. However, she knew the most important thing in this map was the support role. She mused. Defense was a war of attrition, and the assistance of a supporter was paramount. Suddenly, she was astonished to sense another player appearing. A familiar figure gradually emerged from the teleportation light. Gyeong and the other 2 were stunned to realize it was Xiong Jihan. 20 minutes earlier, the system displayed a notification to select the support class, along with a warning about incompatibility. Ignoring it, Xiong Jihan decisively confirmed his choice. He thought to himself that he had his own reasons for choosing the support class first, despite the system's warning. The status window appeared, confirming Xiong Jihan had completed class acquisition, reaching level 6 with 116,000 achievement points. The reason was that the support class unlocked the divine power stat, a crucial element for obtaining a new, unique stat. However, this stat was extremely difficult to upgrade. It could not be increased through normal training, like other stats. Aside from investing potential points, there was almost no other way. But Jihan couldn't waste those precious points. He smiled confidently, for he knew another method, a sure method. It was a method very few people knew, and he gripped his weapon tightly. Back in the present, Gyeong asked again, stunned, unable to believe that Jihan was a support player. The purple-haired mage burst into maniacal laughter, complaining about having to participate in the tutorial season. He pointed at Jihan, scoffing at his clothes and equipment, then yelled that he didn't buy expensive gear to carry deadweight. Xiong Jihan merely listened silently to the insult. The silver-haired archer tried to restrain the agitated mage, but he was pushed away. The mage declared he would no longer participate in this mission. Gyeong thought to herself how noisy he was, believing the mission would become difficult because she had to team up with a troublemaker. Suddenly, she was so astonished that she gasped. Xiong Jihan had unexpectedly appeared behind him and grabbed the collar of the mage, who was screaming to be let go. To the mage's astonishment, Jihan calmly replied, "As you wish." The mage lay sprawled on the ground, speechless. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" as he realized he had been thrown straight into the middle of the battlefield. Amidst the screams, the mage fell directly into the encirclement of the zombie monster. Xiong Jihan coldly asked back, "What do you mean what?" Then he declared, "Stop acting, it'll be fine without you." A desperate voice echoed from below. "Wait." The mage hastily crawled back, kowtowed before Jihan, and promised to try his best. He screamed in fear, "You've killed me enough already, haven't you?" And his name was revealed to be Kim Gyu-hyuk. The reason for this sudden change in attitude was that in bronze-tier defense matches, each player was granted 3 lives. After being thrown down by Xiong Jihan, Kim Gyu-hyuk immediately revived after his first death. Jihan indifferently realized, "Oh right, you can revive here, can't you?" While Kim Gyu-hyuk lost his second life and had only 1 remaining. If he died one more time, he would be ranked last, and Jihan merely casually asked why he suddenly wanted to try hard. Kim Gyu-hyuk desperately thought about having to avoid the last place at all costs, otherwise his level would be reduced due to penalty. Worse still, the skill he had spent a lot of money to acquire would also disappear, prompting Jihan to comment on his rapidly changing attitude. Jihan challenged him to try using the skill again, but Kim Gyu-hyuk only frantically shot weak fireballs to keep his distance. "You're quite good with fire," Jihan calmly remarked after easily deflecting the attack. Hearing this, Kim Gyu-hyuk snapped out of it and stammered, "Yes, it's fire." He quickly began to promote himself, arguing that fire mages were the most useful in maps like this. "That's me," Kim Gyu-hyuk confidently declared. "Furthermore, I'm already level 15. Im Gaiyong intervened, arguing that Xiong Jihan shouldn't waste a valuable fighting force. She suddenly realized she had seen Xiong Jihan somewhere before. Im Gaiyong recalled the mage's name was Kim Gyu-hyuk, who once belonged to one of the top 10 guilds. However, after 4 failed attempts to reach silver rank, he had become someone who constantly picked fights with others. She concluded that he was just trash. Xiong Jihan coldly replied to Kim Gyu-hyuk's plea. "But I have one condition," Kim Gyu-hyuk arrogantly pointed, demanding that Xiong Jihan apologize for throwing him away before he would join. The silver-haired archer cheered happily, believing they were about to gain a powerful ally. But deep down, Kim Gyu-hyuk was secretly cursing Xiong Jihan. He gritted his teeth, vowing to get revenge next time. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan lunged and grabbed Kim Gyu-hyuk by the collar, startling him. With a sneer, Xiong Jihan asked, "Hey, you want me to apologize?" Kim Gyu-hyuk was bewildered by Jihan's sudden action. As he was lifted, he cried out in panic, "Wait!" Xiong Jihan swung Kim Gyu-hyuk over his head, saying, "Hey, people will think that I'm the one picking a fight." Kim Gyu-hyuk screamed in despair as he was thrown straight down from the city wall. A system notification appeared, announcing that the mage Kim Gyu-hyuk had died. Xiong Jihan turned to a stunned Im Gaiyong and ordered, "Go." He walked away, leaving a warning. "Next time, behave yourself." The silver-haired archer was stunned, unable to believe that Xiong Jihan had actually killed someone. Meanwhile, below the city wall, the zombies continued to growl and climb relentlessly. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Fire," and a giant fireball was shot out. Another player admired the fire mage's power, while others on the wall also felt relieved. The silver-haired archer acknowledged the necessity of a mage, while Im Gaiyong turned to ask Xiong Jihan about the next plan. Ignoring the question, the silver-haired archer angrily criticized Xiong Jihan, claiming his pride would affect everyone. Ignoring the shouting, Xiong Jihan calmly opened his status window and received a limited quest, to rank first in 10 towers. He realized this was a chain quest. The quest required him to single-handedly defeat 1,000 zombies, to receive 3,000 achievement points. Xiong Jihan pondered, thinking that hunting 1,000 zombies alone was impossible due to the time limit. However, he admitted the reward was too great to ignore. Im Gaiyong quietly observed Xiong Jihan deep in thought. She had been silently evaluating him before, and now felt extremely annoyed. Im Gaiyong thought to herself, choosing a support class with such stats was a waste. Even casual players wouldn't do that. She concluded that he was not someone Twin Star should recruit. Losing patience, the silver-haired archer yelled, challenging Xiong Jihan to fight by himself if he kept that attitude. Xiong Jihan turned back, asking in surprise, "Huh? I can actually do that?" To his teammates' astonishment, he realized this was his chance to complete the solo zombie quest. Im Gaiyong stepped forward, declaring she would take the front line, and asking Xiong Jihan to stay behind. However, Xiong Jihan placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's fine." The silver-haired archer scoffed, asking Im Gaiyong to protect him, which confused Xiong Jihan. Suddenly, a grotesque blood-red hand clung to the edge of the city wall. A disgusting creature emerged, identified as a blood zombie. Im Gaiyong warned that its body was made of liquid, so physical attacks would be ineffective. She emphasized that they needed an opposing power to deal with it, while Xiong Jihan calmly faced the charging monster. Suddenly, a surge of white-blue holy energy erupted from Xiong Jihan, completely vaporizing the blood zombie. The silver-haired archer and Im Gaiyong were speechless at the unbelievable sight. Im Gaiyong was utterly astonished, unable to utter a word. The remaining sparks were identified as white holy fire. She wondered if this was divine power, while Xiong Jihan's eyes flashed with a blue light. Immediately after, a horde of regular zombies roared and swarmed towards them. Xiong Jihan swung his staff, enveloped in holy energy, creating streaks of light that swept away the enemies. His attack easily pierced and destroyed a zombie's head. Another blood zombie appeared, screaming and reaching out to attack. Xiong Jihan unleashed a powerful vertical strike, splitting the monster in half with a massive column of energy. He gripped his weapon, thinking to himself that he wasn't sure if he could do it, but then he decided to give it a try, looking at the quest objective to defeat 1,000 zombies. With a resolute expression, Xiong Jihan charged into the midst of the undead horde. He moved at blinding speed, continuously taking down zombies and increasing his kill count for the quest. His energy slashes swept through, easily severing the heads of the monster. Xiong Jihan moved like a storm, continuously swinging his staff to eliminate zombies, causing the counter to skyrocket. Amidst the howling monsters, his staff radiated deadly energy, raising the kill count to 26. He suddenly realized that these blood zombies were immune to normal physical attack. He decided to release a small amount of divine power into his weapon whenever he saw them, and then, he unleashed a single blow that swept them all away at once. Witnessing the scene, the silver-haired archer exclaimed in surprise that this support player was no ordinary person. He excitedly admitted that Xiong Jihan was a true expert despite his difficult personality, while Im Gayong remained stunned. Im Gayong silently analyzed, astonished by his perfect control over divine power. But what was more important and caught her attention was a detail about him. From the very beginning, he had always aimed for the zombies' heads with absolute precision. A severed zombie head rolled on the ground, right next to his shoe. When the number of eliminated zombies reached 210, a system notification appeared, stating that a condition had been met. A blue aura enveloped Xiong Jihan as he fully comprehended the faith of the other world, increasing his divine power to 7. He smirked, knowing there was another method to increase this power. Excellent, he muttered to himself with satisfaction. He looked at the glowing staff and confirmed that his plan had succeeded. The narration explained divine artifacts, sacred items once believed to hold secrets but gradually lost their value after 10 years. Many people were not even aware of their existence. However, in another scene, Sophia, the saintess of American First, revealed that she had increased her divine power using an otherworld divine artifact. A black-haired person training with her asked in confusion, "What?" At the American branch of the American First Guild, Sophia explained that divine power could be increased using otherworld divine artifacts, but only during the tutorial. She confidently asserted that this was how she became the saintess. Sophia revealed that simply holding a divine artifact and praying for a long time could grant divine power, although the conditions might vary. Her teammate couldn't believe that such an easy method was unknown to anyone. Sophia replied that it was because these items were extremely rare and hard to find. The man deduced that this allowed her to monopolize all the divine artifacts for herself. However, Sophia denied it, saying that wasn't entirely true. She revealed that another player was also continuously acquiring otherworld divine artifacts. The scene shifted to Xiong Jihan's flashback, as he stood in awe in the penthouse of the Sword Palace. He was stunned to realize that everything before him was an otherworld divine artifact. However, items like the Holy Grail, the cross, and the necklace had all been deactivated, their divine power depleted. Jihan stood amidst the pile of treasures that had lost their power. Filled with doubt, he deduced the identity of the player who had collected them, who was also another saintess he knew. That person was his older sister, Song Jia, seen in a family photo with Yoon Se-jin and their child. Jihan recalled that his sister, along with Yoon Se-jin, was once the best support player and a hero of Korea. He pushed away the painful memory, considering the story of his sister's death to be a distant past. Among the otherworld divine artifacts his sister left behind, he found a seemingly simple weapon, the steel staff. According to the description, this was an E-rank divine artifact used by priests to strengthen faith by hitting heretics on the head. And now, Jihan was using that very staff to smash the skulls of zombies. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that his staff was still sturdy enough, perfect for smashing. Meanwhile, Im Gayong was astonished by his physique, and especially his incredible control. A cheerful blonde archer excitedly pointed towards a collapsed tower, announcing that it had a very high rank. The archer suggested they should join the attack, just as a growling zombie charged forward. Without hesitation, Im Gayong plunged into the fight, unleashing a whirlwind of swordplay that swept away the zombies. Xiong Jihan turned to look, drawn by her fighting style. He realized he had seen this sword art somewhere before, a familiar feeling washing over him. He remembered it was the Plum Blossom sword art, and the user was Im Gayong. Jihan recalled that she was once famous as the Provisional Sword King but met an unfortunate end. In his memory, she had died at the hands of Yoon Se-jin, or rather, Ryu Hei. Jihan thought to himself that, somehow, he had once again saved the Plum Blossom sword art. Im Gayong turned to him, calling him support, with an inquiring look. She offered to cooperate with him, believing that by fighting together, they could achieve a higher rank. Instead of replying, Xiong Jihan coldly summoned his status window. The scoreboard appeared. He was in 5th place with 398 kills, and he realized there was still a long way to go. With not much time left, Jihan knew he had to act quickly. While the archer was happy to have both the Plum Blossom sword art user and Jihan on the team, He thought she was strong enough to handle herself. "All right," Xiong Jihan said, agreeing to their offer. He said, "Let's see," then channeled power into his legs, cracking the ground. Leaving the defense to the two of them, Jihan launched himself from the city wall, leaving his two new teammates in astonishment. From mid-air, Xiong Jihan plunged straight down into the sea of zombies below. With a determined expression, he channeled blue energy into the metal staff. He roared in his mind, determined to sweep everything away, then unleashed a colossal pillar of light that annihilated the monsters. The archer from the LK Guild could only gape in astonishment at that terrifying power. In another moment, Jihan was pleased when the system announced he was the last survivor. The notification board confirmed he had completed the mission and secured first place at the 10 towers, just as expected. Back in the present, the system updated that he had single-handedly eliminated 560 zombies, making him wonder if he had overdone it. Immediately after, a notification appeared, declaring the match over as Jihan stood on the teleportation circle. He returned to the city wall, where the cheerful blonde archer ran up to greet him, profusely thanking him. While his teammate was still praising him, Jihan secretly thought he needed to get even stronger for next time. He continued walking, silently contemplating future missions despite the archer's praises. The blonde archer suggested they team up next time, but Jihan had already walked past, leaving Im Gayong alone. Im Gayong stood frozen, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Looking down at the scorched ground, she wondered how a low-level support player could possess such power, suspecting it was a game bug. She hardened her expression, deciding to log out first. Meanwhile, the system announced that an allied player had logged out, and the figure of the LK Guild archer faded away. Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling his name, Xiong Jihan. It was Im Gayong. She looked straight at him, and asked about the plum blossom sword. Jihan feigned surprise, asking if she knew him, while secretly thinking this encounter shouldn't be happening. But Im Gayong wouldn't be sidetracked. She was determined to talk to him. In Im Gayong's mind, with the potential and achievements he had shown, Xiong Jihan was exactly who her guild needed. She questioned him, not believing his reason for not remembering his own phone number. Confused by Jihan's attitude, Im Gayong secretly thought she had just been flat-out rejected. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan had left, walking and scratching his head in thought. He told himself that he had used a US phone number for too long, and genuinely didn't remember his Korean number. He realized he also couldn't go ask others what his own phone number was. Dismissing the matter, he continued walking. Seeing a guild recruitment sign, Jihan realized he had attracted too much attention. He briefly thought he should have asked for Im Gayong's number, but then dismissed it as he had no intention of joining any guild yet. Instead, Jihan decided to check something more important at the moment, by opening his status window. That was the post-match reward. He noticed he had gained 2 levels and earned 1,500 GP. Jihan felt quite satisfied, especially since his divine power stat had increased. However, when checking the shop, he found he didn't have enough money to buy any divine artifacts with 1,500 GP. He secretly thought that even though prices in 2020 were relatively cheaper, they were still too expensive. Jihan decided to go home and rummage through his sister's inventory. The elevator door in the building closed. He stood before the apartment door and entered the passcode. Jihan slowly opened the door and looked inside. He froze with a bewildered expression. Xiong Jihan's eyes widened in extreme astonishment. He was stunned to see a pair of women's shoes by the door, wondering what was happening. The bag of snacks in his hand fell to the ground as he realized an unbelievable truth. Trembling, he wondered if what was impossible in his previous life was now coming true. His greatest regret began to resurface in his mind. It was the fact that he had failed to protect that girl. The young girl was surprised to see him awake, and even out at this hour. She asked about his hangover, but Jihan remained speechless. A memory flooded back, of him sinking into despair, and the girl trying to comfort him. In the past, he had once acknowledged her strength. "Saya, you are truly strong." The little girl confidently replied that she was indeed very strong. She even promised that from now on, she would protect him, thanking him for protecting her. Her smiling image shattered like a piece of glass, begging her uncle to trust her. But the most painful memory emerged. He held her corpse in his arms and screamed in despair. Torn by the memories, he heard her voice in the present, wondering why he wasn't answering. She smiled gently, urging him to go wash his hands quickly. Deep down, Jihan choked up, realizing how much he had truly missed her. Finally, he uttered her name in shock. Say-ah. Her full name was Yoon Se-ah. She was his 8-year-old niece, the daughter of his sister and Yoon Se-jin. Xiong Jihan asked his niece about a group activity she was participating in. Yoon Se-ah gave a forced smile, briefly recalling her mother holding her as a child. Jihan reminisced about how he had cared for Se-ah since she was little, while her father, Yoon Se-jin, was a hero lauded by the entire nation. For Jihan, who had lost his family early on, Se-ah was his only relative, and more important than anyone else. He suppressed his anger thinking of Yoon Se-jin, and asked Se-ah if her father had contacted. She hesitated, her gaze fixed on the family photo. Se-ah began to recount that her father had called and said he had fallen for someone else. In a flashback, Se-ah had screamed in despair over the phone, but Yoon Se-jin coldly confirmed he would abandon her. He explained that abandoning his daughter was a condition for the other woman to accept his love. Hearing this, Jihan's fury erupted as he silently cursed that terrible man. He looked at the photo with contempt, muttering that Yoon Se-jin had always been that kind of person. Jihan thought furiously about the man who had abandoned both his daughter and his country for a woman. He was heartbroken thinking of the innocent Se-ah who had to endure everything, and an aura of intense anger emanated from him. Se-ah suddenly spoke up, pointing at the now cracked family photo and asking if her uncle had done it, startling Jihan. He quickly apologized, awkwardly explaining that he couldn't control his anger. Jihan secretly thought he might have gone a bit too far, as that was Se-ah's father after all. But then Se-ah asked an unexpected question. "Why did you break it before me?" She smiled brightly, clenched her fists, and declared that she wanted to do it too. Jihan was completely stunned by his niece's unexpected reaction. Xiong Jihan thought to himself, "Oh, right, Se-ah is this kind of child." He recalled that whether her mother passed away or her father Yoon Se-jin betrayed and left, his niece always kept a bright smile and worried about him more than herself. But, Jihan resolved, don't be like that anymore from now on. He gently raised his hand and began to pat his niece's head. "Se-ah, you've really grown up," Jihan said with a smile. He emotionally added, "You even know how to take care of your uncle," surprising her. Jihan reassured her, "It's okay, because from now on, I'll protect you." He told himself that he shouldn't overdo it. His eyes closed for a moment, solidifying his silent vow. Se obediently replied, "Yes, thank you, uncle." She suddenly called out, "Oh, uncle," and Jihan replied, "You smell like sweat," Se-ah teased, making Jihan yelp in surprise and drop his bag. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Divergent Guild in Gangnam, Seoul. Inside the building, Im Ga-young was trying to suppress her laughter. Lee Hae-yeon stood beside her, encouraging, "Go ahead and laugh out loud, miss." But Ga-young only mumbled an apology. Finally, Lee Hae-yeon couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into hearty laughter. "I'm sorry, Ga-young, really." Wiping away tears, she said, "That man is so funny. The almighty Im Ga-young asked for his number, and he refused?" Ga-young calmly explained, "I'm not as beautiful as you, miss. I look like a man." Lee Hae-yeon was completely stunned by her bodyguard's self-assessment. Lee Hae-yeon secretly thought that Im Ga-young's insecurity about her appearance was truly an issue. Meanwhile, two other staff members discussed Ga-young's popularity. One wanted to ask her out but was stopped by his friend, who feared being cut in half. Lee Hae-yeon gently reprimanded Im Ga-young for saying such things, which made the bodyguard a little flustered. Both entered the guild's waiting room. Lee Hae-yeon sat down, sighing in relief, while Im Ga-young asked about the plan to recruit Xiong Jihan. Hae-yeon complained about pressure from her superiors, but Ga-young asserted that Jihan was a talent they absolutely had to acquire. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out, catching Hae-yeon's attention. Her phone displayed a notification. Xiong Jihan was starting a live broadcast. Hae-yeon was astonished, not understanding why he was live streaming so suddenly, while Im Ga-young teased her for still watching such betting channel. Caught off guard, Hae-yeon quickly corrected herself, saying it was a tactical analysis session, which surprised Ga-young. Ga-young suddenly pointed at the screen, stammering about what she had just seen. On the screen, Xiong Jihan was checking the broadcast with his niece, Se-ah, which Lee Hae-yeon immediately recognized. Im Ga-young was still wondering, but Lee Hae-yeon was already completely engrossed in Xiong Jihan's live stream. The broadcast title appeared, "I am the Sword King's brother-in-law." Im Ga-young read aloud in astonishment. The scene showed Xiong Jihan and Yoon Se-ah standing on the rooftop of the Sword Palace, where the twin sword monument was located. Xiong Jihan told his niece to step back a little. Then he stood alone, began to gather his strength, and a stream of blue energy gathered around his body. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the stone floor to crack. The energy from the stomp traveled directly down to the colossal twin sword monument below, making it glow brilliantly. Lee Hae-yeon and Im Ga-young were speechless, horrified to realize that Xiong Jihan was attacking South Korea's national symbol. The Twin Swords monument began to crack at its base. Xiong Jihan stood tall as the iconic structure swayed. He unleashed an energy-filled punch towards the statue. A terrifying explosion occurred, completely destroying the Twin Swords monument. The livestream viewership surged to over 1,287,836 people, and he received an achievement completion notification. Xiong Jihan felt relieved after shedding the burden. Amidst the rubble, he announced that he would begin discussing Sword King Yoon Se-jin's naturalization. The narration explained BattleTube, BattleNet's live streaming system. This platform monopolized the global market share, attracting countless players. Through BattleTube, players could receive achievements and rewards from views or dislikes. As the Sword King's brother-in-law, this was a golden opportunity for Xiong Jihan to collect rewards. He received notifications for completing the quests, gather viewers, and receive 10,000 dislikes. Jihan secretly thought that Yoon Se-jin's existence was finally useful. He noticed the angry comments coming from the Sword King fan club. Jihan recalled that these very fanatics had driven his niece, Se-ah, to her death. In a flashback, the fans turned their resentment into hatred, targeting Se-ah and demanding her death. The painful memory of Se-ah's death resurfaced, making Jihan clench his teeth in fury. He decided to redirect their anger and resentment. "I will become their target," Xiong Jihan declared, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Hearing her uncle's declaration, Ito Ryuhei will not return, Yoon Se-ah was completely stunned. While Xiong Jihan's livestream attracted public attention, he and Yoon Se-ah stood before the camera. Jihan announced that he would reveal an unedited recording of Ryuhei's call with his daughter after he changed his nationality. The recording began with Yoon Se-ah's desperate voice from the past, asking her father why he left. Amidst the astonished crowd, Yoon Se-jin's voice echoed from the large screen, admitting he did it for a woman he loved. He coldly confirmed to his daughter that he would indeed abandon her. The reason given was that it was the condition the woman set for accepting his love. As the recording ended, a heated debate erupted online, but Jihan remained calm. He turned to look at Yoon Se-ah, who was ready to execute the next part of the plan. Yoon Se-ah stepped forward, introducing herself as the daughter of Sword King Yoon Se-jin. She admitted the situation was truly shocking, but she had something important to say. She revealed that her father intended to hand over the Sword Palace to her, but she would not accept it. With a resolute expression, Yoon Se-ah declared that she could not accept inheritance from someone who had abandoned his family and homeland. Instead, she made a shocking decision: to donate the entire Sword Palace building to the nation. As Yoon Se-ah expressed hope that this contribution would benefit Korean players, Jihan quietly observed. He ended the broadcast with a mysterious smile, promising to explain the details later. A flashback revealed a conversation from 30 minutes earlier, when Yoon Se-ah, stunned, asked about the donation plan. She checked if her uncle was drunk. Unable to believe what she had just heard, she questioned why they had to give away all their assets. But Jihan affirmed that he was completely sober. Jihan secretly thought that he wasn't even sure if he could convince his niece. He knew that giving up such a massive asset was an unreasonable request, but in the end, she placed her full trust in him. Xiong Jihan recalled the tragic past, when Yoon Se-jin's betrayal had enraged the public and forced the government to confiscate his asset. Ultimately, unable to endure the harassment from her father's fan club, Yoon Se-ah had taken her own life. Therefore, in this timeline, he explained to his niece that they needed to act to ensure her safety and regain public favor. Jihan was aware that in Se-ah's eyes, he was just an unemployed, drunken uncle, and couldn't reveal that he was from the future. Yoon Se-ah listened in silence, carefully considering her uncle's proposal. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around a surprised Jihan and decisively agreed. When Jihan asked again for confirmation, Se-ah retorted that he was the one who had changed his attitude, as the proposal itself was very unreasonable. She continued that he wasn't the type of person to make a plan without careful consideration. Most importantly, she smiled and said it had been a long time since she had seen her uncle look so confident. Xiong Jihan was stunned, completely taken aback by his niece's trust. He smiled gently, secretly thinking that she was truly very much like her mother. Back in the present, Jihan proudly looked at his niece and secretly praised her extraordinary nature. He glanced at the malicious comments online, where the Sword King's fans accused him of deceiving Se-ah and being a spy. With sharp eyes, Jihan decided to ignore the insults, realizing that they would divert attacks away from Se-ah, and he needed to attack more aggressively. Before the camera, he called out Yoon Se-jin's name directly. Jihan began to speak, surprising Se-ah, saying that he thought things were better this way. Yoon Se-ah realized in a panic that her uncle was deviating from the script as he directly exposed her father's lies. "Your time is over," Jihan declared, causing the live chat channel to explode with ridicule and outrage. He questioned whether the real reason Se-jin fled to Japan was because he lacked the confidence to survive in Korea. At the Twin Star Guild office, Lee Haeyeon and Im Gae-young were speechless as they watched the shocking broadcast. After the press conference, Xiong Jihan sent a final message to Yoon Se-jin: "See you soon. I'll crush you." His declaration immediately caused a storm online, with countless mixed reactions from all over the world. The entire player community was abuzz, eagerly anticipating the ultimate showdown between the representatives of Korea and Japan. Back home, as Jihan was changing, Yoon-sea anxiously asked if her uncle really needed to go that far. She mentioned that both Korea and Japan were in an uproar, but Jihan calmly told her not to worry. Seo hesitantly said that she felt her uncle's aura seemed to have changed. Jihan smiled, thinking to himself, how could I be the same after dying once and returning to the past? As they chatted, Jihan admitted that he used to be an unemployed alcoholic, which confused Seo. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling Seo. Jihan showed little surprise, while Seo panicked, fearing it was an intruder seeking revenge. He confidently reassured his niece that there was no such possibility. Jihan thought to himself, it was time to make some money. The scene shifted to Tokyo, Japan. In a luxurious room, Yoon Se-jin was watching the news about his brother-in-law's provocation. A voice spoke up, asking if he was bothered by Jihan speaking out on behalf of the Korean people. The woman with him, Shizuru, woke up and said she didn't feel sleepy. She expressed concern for Se-jin, but he replied that she no longer needed to call him by that name. As Se-jin was about to declare he would change his name to Ito Ryuhei, Shizuru unexpectedly interrupted him. No, you are mistaken. She embraced him from behind, asserting that his true self was Korea's #1 sword king, Yoon Se-jin. Shizuru gently lifted Se-jin's face, firmly stating that this truth would never change as a pink energy enveloped them. Xiong Jihan opened the door to welcome a guest, while Yoon-sea watched curiously from behind. The politely dressed guest stepped in, remarking that Jihan seemed to have known and was waiting for him. Jihan replied that since the matter had become too big, he guessed the government would definitely send someone. The man introduced himself as Park Yoon-sik, head of the BattleNet management office. Jihan invited him inside, secretly thinking that the management office had stopped visiting since Se-jin left. Park Yoon-sik turned to greet Yoon-sea, and Jihan recalled that he was the one who had looked after the two of them the most. Yoon-sea politely bowed to the department. With a knowing smile, Jihan secretly thought that the chessboard had been set for him to take everything he needed. After they sat down, Park Yoon-sik remarked that although the broadcast was a bit violent, he still enjoyed it very much. He explained that thanks to it, the government had concluded that the Sword King could not be brought back, but they couldn't make this public yet. As Park Yoon-sik began to mention the upcoming Korea-Japan war, Jihan interrupted, asking him to get straight to the point. Jihan guessed that the purpose of this visit was for the government to reclaim the Sword Palace, an official acknowledgement that the Sword King would not return. Park Yoon-sik secretly admitted that Jihan's analysis was completely accurate. He was astonished by Jihan's change, recalling that in the past, he was just an unemployed man, drowning in alcohol and gambling. Park Yoon-sik confirmed that Jihan's words were correct and began to present the government's proposal. He proposed placing the Sword Palace under trust management, a term that confused Seo, but Jihan immediately understood. Jihan asked again to confirm that if the Sword King returned, ownership would be restored, and Park Yoon-sik agreed. He presented a contract and said that both Jihan and Seo could continue to live in the Sword Palace. Park Yoon-sik presented the contract, stating that the terms would be mutually beneficial, and Jihan realized the government was being very cautious. Jihan secretly thought that since he had intended to hand over the palace anyway, getting additional benefits was too good to be true. Park Yoon-sik said he fully understood the government's position, but there was one favor he wanted to ask before signing the contract. Xiong Jihan smiled knowingly upon hearing that, while Yoon-sea stood behind him, looking confused. Suddenly, a notification appeared, announcing that streamer Golden Light had started a live broadcast. Golden Light greeted from a vast Roman Colosseum, where hundreds of other players were gathered. He introduced himself as the deep-sea expert streamer who always shines. Golden Light's gloved hand gripped the hilt of his gleaming golden sword. He confidently declared that streamer Golden Light's live broadcast had officially begun. Immediately, Golden Light cheered with joy upon receiving 100 GP in donations from a viewer. While he ostentatiously thanked them, two other players in the background looked on with disgusted expression. An armored swordsman cursed through gritted teeth, while his teammate was so frustrated he almost cried upon recognizing the streamer. Golden Light was introduced as a popular streamer with a handsome face and vibrant energy. But behind that smile was an extremely malicious troll. Once a gold-ranked player, he had deliberately dropped to bronze rank to create deep-sea exploration content. A genuine troll who cast the game aside just to seek amusement. Even at bronze rank, his stats and equipment were still gold tier, and he laughed maniacally when he found living people in the deep sea. He enjoyed slaughtering and bullying weaker bronze-ranked players, then feigning innocence. Golden Light rested his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment. Then he swung his sword, declaring an end to the chit-chat and beginning his search for the first victim. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted a familiar face in the crowd. His gaze fixed on Xiong Jihan, who stood alone with a mace, and he secretly thought that this was excellent material for his stream. Xiong Jihan heard someone call his name. a gold-armored streamer named Golden Light suddenly approached, asking for an interview and listing a series of Jihan's nicknames. Jihan secretly thought this streamer was noisy, but then realized there were still many achievements on BattleTube yet to be conquered. He decided he would also start a broadcast to increase his own viewership. While Golden Light was performing for the camera, he bitterly admitted that he was being completely ignored by Xiong Jihan. Golden Light's cheerfulness vanished when his audience informed him that Xiong Jihan had also just started a live broadcast. Golden Light panicked, realizing his actions were nothing short of advertising for his rival. He was determined to quickly turn Jihan into content for his channel before being overshadowed. Immediately, a viewer quest appeared, offering a 2,000 GP reward to kill Xiong Jihan and make him rank last. Golden Light was astonished by the $2,000 reward and realized it came from the Sword King's fan club. He was stunned to see the reward continuously increasing, not expecting such intense hatred for Jihan. A series of bounty increase notifications appeared non-stop. Golden Light broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. The bounty for the quest had skyrocketed to 31978 GP. Golden Light was both shocked and greedy, seeing the number had surpassed 30000 and could reach 50000 GP. Just then, a system notification rang out, announcing that all players had been summoned and the game had begun. The bounty for the quest to kill Xiong Jihan finalized at 42713 GP. Golden Light collapsed to the ground, screaming in despair because the game had started too early. He buried his face in his hands, regretting that he was just a little short of reaching 50000. However, a message from a viewer promising an additional 100,000 GP made Golden Light clench his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. Golden Light, in his thoughts, was smug about having fully utilized the value of his item. He provoked Xiong Jihan, telling him to despair. Calling himself Golden Light, he declared that he would end Jihan's match right here. A notification window appeared, explaining the charge skill he was using to rush forward at high speed. Golden Light roared, vowing to send Jihan to the afterlife. However, Jihan simply swung his wooden club lightly, blocking the lightning-fast attack. Golden Light froze. The tip of his sword shattered after the impact. Jihan calmly complimented his opponent's sword for being quite sturdy, while the information panel revealed his weapon was merely a D-rank cooking club. He was a little surprised that the club didn't break despite being swung with full force. Jihan politely asked Golden Light if he should return the favor with a slash. Immediately after, Jihan charged forward, swinging his club with a brilliant blue energy surge. Golden Light only managed a desperate scream before being struck by the attack. Viewers on Jihan's channel erupted in debate, unable to believe a bronze-rank player could use sword aura and divine power. While the system announced he had secured his first kill, Jihan stood there, his other hand already holding a kitchen knife, another D-rank cooking item. He muttered something, then looked at the knife in his hand. Jihan thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had cooked. In a dark space, Golden Light's voice echoed, recounting his fall into death and his rebirth from the shadows. He was resurrected in a brilliant halo, declaring his rebirth to the astonishment of the audience. The item, Cross of Resurrection, with its ability to revive the user once, was displayed. Golden Light stood up confidently, but the viewers scoffed, deeming the resurrection meaningless because Jihan was no longer in the last position. Immediately after resurrecting, Golden Light became arrogant again, promising to take Xiong Jihan's head. In response to the provocation, Xiong Jihan remained silent, with a completely emotionless expression. Instantly, Jihan delivered a finishing blow to Golden Light for the second time, making him scream in astonishment. Jihan pondered the weakness of the resurrection item Golden Light had just used. He realized the arena was noisier than usual today, because new spectators had appeared. Those spectators were the elves, sitting in the stands observing the match. Jihan looked at them with hatred, remembering that they had largely contributed to humanity's demise. Nevertheless, he decided to put that grudge aside to deal with the immediate threats. Meanwhile, other players in the arena began to keep a safe distance from Jihan. A sense of fear enveloped them, and all the players simultaneously turned and fled. A player shouted, warning that Jihan would not hesitate to kill even gold-rank players. Jihan was displeased, as everyone fleeing reduced his hunting efficiency. He looked at his D-rank weapon set, wondering if there were any conditions to activate its power. Suddenly, a system window appeared, catching Jihan's attention. His surprise quickly turned into an intrigued smirk. A goblin extermination quest suddenly appeared, presenting him with a new horde of targets. Jihan lunged into the attack, making a goblin scream for help in desperation. He swung his club down with terrifying force, preparing to crush the monster's head. The kitchen knife in his hand was already stained with blood after the lightning-fast attacks. Jihan moved among the goblin horde, easily slaughtering them with skillful weapon strike. The system announced that Xiong Jihan had correctly used the relic, causing his two-step cooking weapon set to react. He realized the proper procedure for using them was to smash the head, then cut the heart, as they were a set of equipment. Xiong Jihan secretly felt lucky to have discovered this before the game ended, but he also regretted that it was too late. Otherwise, he could have eliminated a few more goblins. He quickly brushed aside his regret and focused on the present. Suddenly, a gigantic goblin champion appeared, signaling that the battle was not yet over. Ignoring the lengthy description of the monster, Xiong Jihan charged to attack it and the remaining goblin. He coldly faced the boss, completely unfazed by its size. To him, it was just a big goblin. The goblin extermination quest was completed, and he received 500 achievement points. At the same time, he also gained 1 divine power point. Information about the D-rank cooking weapon set appeared, explaining their true power when equipped simultaneously. However, immediately after, the system announced that the weapon set had been downgraded from D rank to E rank. Xiong Jihan assessed that while he could still gain divine power once more, hunting with them would now be too slow. He glanced into the distance and thought he knew what to do. His next targets were the other players, those who had fled far away. He told himself that this was troublesome, but there was no other way. Xiong Jihan rolled up his sleeves, deciding that if they wouldn't come to him, he would actively seek them out. A surge of blue electrical energy enveloped Xiong Jihan, and his eyes turned sharp and cold, to the astonishment of the stream viewers. The scene shifted to Yeoksam, Gangnam, Seoul, where a viewer commented that Xiong Jihan didn't know how to attract an audience. While a viewer scoffed, a blonde streamer yelled in a fit of rage. Sitting in front of his computer setup, the streamer angrily complained to his audience that Xiong Jihan was unusually strong. He pointed out that Xiong Jihan's estimated average stats were already 35. Slumped over his desk, the streamer concluded that Xiong Jihan must have cheated because the stat limit for bronze rank was only 25. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, startling the streamer. On screen, the notification that Xiong Jihan got the first kill appeared, and the streamer wondered where that sound came from. The streamer's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized something. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Xiong Jihan single-handedly slaughtering an entire group of players. The system announced that Xiong Jihan had gotten his second kill in a row. With cold eyes, Xiong Jihan held his weapon while the chat box exploded with astonished comments. He swept across the battlefield at breakneck speed, continuously taking down opponents and achieving a penta-kill streak. In a panic, a surviving archer and a mage began to argue with each other. Another player yelled, calling Xiong Jihan a hacker, but he remained completely indifferent. The archer desperately fired an energy arrow towards Xiong Jihan. Xiong Jihan easily deflected the arrow with his wooden club. He continued to swing his club, generating a powerful gust of wind. Another sword attack was also simply blocked by Xiong Jihan. He looked down at his opponents with cold, emotionless eyes. Witnessing that unshakable power, the archer and mage could only laugh in despair. Xiong Jihan stood in the middle of the arena after getting 2 more kills, while viewers tried to decipher a slang term in the chat. The chat exploded as viewers realized Xiong Jihan had 10 kills, comparing him to the traitor Jin. A system notification appeared. 2-step cooking kit reacted, granting him 1 divine power point. However, the cost was that the kit's rank was downgraded from E to F. Completing the hidden quest, Xiong Jihan received 5,000 achievement points along with divine power, obtaining everything he desired. Even so, he still felt it wasn't enough and needed an even more resounding victory. Suddenly, a notification bell rang, startling him. It was an epic quest. Find and provoke the Shadow Queen among the audience. He was stunned that such a grand quest appeared in the Bronze League, but then quickly focused on the reward. The reward was 5,000 achievement points and the attention of the constellation Shadow Queen. Constellations were explained as absolute entities, godlike beings in the BattleNet world. Xiong Jihan realized this was a chance for sponsorship, something only diamond-ranked players could dream of. He resolved to complete this quest, because if he gained the attention of one constellation, others would also keep an eye on him. But a difficult question arose in his mind. Standing in the middle of the vast arena, he wondered if he could find her, because somewhere among the elves in the audience was the Shadow Queen. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan's record of 10 kills in the Colosseum began to attract attention. News of his achievement, the first person to do so since Jin, spread rapidly across online communities. As a result, his channel gained 1,000 subscribers and 4,217 concurrent viewers. Even those who hated the Sword King's faction turned to support Xiong Jihan. Consequently, all public outrage was now directed at Golden Light. In his room, a blonde streamer decided to change from now on. He excitedly declared that he would board the Xiong Jihan train and had become a fervent fan. With burning determination, he swore to make Jihan the brightest star on BattleTube even though Jihan secretly thought the guy was weird. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment building at night, Yoon-sea, Jihan's niece, woke up with a start after watching the match, astonished and wondering what she had just witnessed. She asked her uncle, who was calmly drinking water, when he had become so strong. Sea chided Jihan for being too cruel to the other players, but he merely replied that the competitive world was inherently harsh. She continued to wonder why Jihan had blocked the donation function, and he casually replied that he had simply forgotten to set it up. Hearing this, Sea suggested her uncle should, while he was at it, increase the minimum donation amount. Jihan then proposed a fee of 10000 GP, making Sea scream in horror because that amount was equivalent to 10 million won. Jihan absently ignored his niece's panic, his mind preoccupied with a more important matter. He secretly thought about the epic quest he had just received, to find and provoke the Shadow Queen. Recalling the enormous audience in the Colosseum, he realized finding her would be incredibly difficult. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking if he wanted help. Yoon-sea noticed her uncle's troubled expression and resolutely offered her help. Seeing his niece's sincerity, Jihan smiled, secretly thinking how much she resembled his deceased sister. He decided to accept the offer and said, "Well then, let's see how good my niece is." Jihan explained the quest to find the Shadow Queen among the audience, a quest that Sea herself found strange. Without hesitation, Sea happily accepted, promising to re-watch the replays to help her uncle search. As Jihan walked back to his room, he felt a little guilty for asking his niece for a favor. Jihan thought to himself, searching for constellations was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, he still felt proud and grateful for his niece's enthusiastic help. Returning to his room, he decided it was time to deal with pending matters. The system screen appeared, showing that he still had an empty class slot. He recalled using 10,000 achievement points to purchase this additional class slot. The system offered 3 basic choices: warrior, archer, and mage. With a confident smile, Jihan thought to himself about the class he was about to choose. Without hesitation, his finger pressed directly on the word mage. Immediately, a confirmation message appeared, and purple magic power began to surge around him. Jihan felt a new source of power, completely different from the divine power he had known. He decided to test it immediately, while also recalling the reason for this choice. It was for a unique stat that could only be obtained by possessing both the supporter and mage classes. He focused his mind, preparing for the next step. Straining with all his might, Jihan unleashed his full magic power with a single goal: to achieve force. He recalled a day in the past when Baron Williams was drunk and complaining to him. Baron complained that if Jihan had naturalized in America sooner, he would have treated him better. Jihan knew that whenever he was drunk, the guild leader would reveal his true thoughts. And that day, Baron had spoken of something unusual. He mumbled about the day he himself had obtained force. When Jihan asked if it was a skill, Baron seemed surprised that he had never heard of it. In the flashback, Xiong Jihan was stunned when Baron Williams revealed that force was a stat obtained by perfectly combining divine power and magic power. Baron smirked, saying it wasn't easy, and only he, the sole player with 2 classes, could attempt it. He proudly boasted that possessing 2 status windows, an SSS rank gift, allowed him to monopolize this power. Jihan asked if that was the only requirement, and Baron confirmed, only needing divine power to be level 10 or higher. With a smug look, Baron asserted that even if the whole world knew this secret, it would be useless, because only he had 2 classes. Jihan admitted that although Baron was arrogant, his words at the time were true, an overwhelming power that dominated space. Back in the present, Jihan gritted his teeth with determination, because now, everything was different. He braced himself, enduring extreme pain as chaotic energy enveloped his body. Jihan told himself that he knew and met all the necessary requirements to create force. He was determined to acquire this power, which had propelled Baron to world number 1, to prepare for the future. He tried to endure, concentrating divine power into his hands. At the same time, he guided the flow of magic power from his heart to his hands to combine the 2 sources of power. Jihan strained with all his might to concentrate, not allowing a single bit of energy to leak out. For a moment, he flashed a crazy smile, as if he had succeeded. But immediately after, the energy mass lost control and exploded, throwing him backward. His body slammed hard against the room door. He collapsed to the floor, exhausted and in pain. The door behind him shattered. Jihan realized with disappointment that he had failed, that merely using power was not enough. He gasped, wondering if more magic power was needed, as just one attempt had drained all his energy. Looking at his hands, he began to doubt his method. He couldn't hold the power in his hands forever. Xiong Jihan suddenly had an idea, wondering if there was another way besides holding the power in his hands indefinitely. He abruptly stood up, determined to try a new method. He closed his eyes, beginning to visualize a bold hypothesis. He hadn't been able to hold that chaotic power in his hands. But what if he placed that energy source within his own body? His plan was to combine divine power from the upper dantian, magic power from the middle dantian, and use the power from the lower dantian to stabilize them. He compressed the energy mass, believing he could create a perfect, leak-proof form, but the process quickly spiraled out of control. He fell silent in horror as he felt the terrible backlash. Attempting to merge the three dantians, his body was torn apart by a surge of fiery red energy, making him scream in pain. A danger warning appeared, stating that the player had exceeded their endurance limit and their life was in danger. In the next room, Yunsea was startled by a strange noise. She anxiously looked towards the source of the sound, silently calling her uncle's name. Merging the three dantians was an ultimate technique, requiring absolute balance. Xiong Jihan had unconsciously used his strength to try and fuse divine power and magic power. However, the conditions for performing this technique were extremely harsh, requiring the perfect use of 3 different types of energy. Furthermore, stats had to reach at least 100, and Jihan, who was far from meeting the standard, was enduring body-shattering pain. A violent energy explosion erupted, threatening to take his life. Yunsea frantically realized the sound was coming from her uncle's room. She rushed over, knocked on the door, and shouted in fear, "Uncle, are you okay?" Standing before the room door, she desperately called her uncle's name once more. Yunsea opened the room door and asked in shock, "Uncle?" Xiong Jihan thought to himself that the situation was absurd. Seo questioned why he could recover instantly after screaming from a headache, while Jihan simply said it was the truth. Jihan tried to joke about the mystery of the human body, but Seo yelled, demanding him to be serious. She immediately regretted raising her voice and apologized awkwardly. With tear-filled eyes, Seo confessed that she was truly scared, worried that something bad would happen to him too. Jihan realized he had been too thoughtless and should have considered his niece's feelings more. Seo asked again to make sure her uncle was truly okay. Jihan firmly replied that he was perfectly fine. He sincerely apologized for making her worry. Seo wiped away her last tears, her heart now at ease. She suddenly changed her demeanor, playfully punched Jihan's chest, and said it was a relief he was okay. Then, Seo cheerfully declared she would go back to find the Dark Elf Queen and left, leaving Jihan a little bewildered. Watching his niece's retreating figure, Jihan told himself that he absolutely couldn't show his weak side again. A system notification appeared, confirming that the fusion of the 3 dantian had failed due to his lack of experience and level. Jihan sat alone, silently looking at the basin of ice water. However, he secretly thought it was a blessing in disguise. With a smug smile, Jihan wrung out the towel and drew out a stream of red energy, declaring that he had obtained the power he wanted. He realized that despite failing to fuse the 3 dantian, the combination of divine power and demonic power had created the unique stat form. Jihan placed the towel on his forehead and looked at the status window, suddenly confused because the number for the force stat was a bit strange. Xiong Jihan was surprised to see his force stat starting at 12. The system announced that strength and force were interacting, sharing values with each other, which astonished him even more. He decided to experiment, allocating points to the strength stat. Immediately, strength increased to 14, and the force stat also automatically increased to 14. Jihan realized this was a cheating advantage, an absolutely superior ability. He smiled, thinking that merely having force was amazing, let alone the benefits of fusing all 3 dantian. However, Jihan decided to put that aside for now, as experimenting at his current level could cost him his life. He told himself he had achieved what he wanted, and decided to try using a mage's skill. Jihan tried to create fire, but a tiny flame flickered and then died out, along with a notification of insufficient mana. He just smiled silently at this minor failure. He thought to himself, "How cute." As night fell and dawn broke over the city, the morning sunlight shone into the room, waking Jihan from his sleep. He was startled to realize it was already morning, while his body was absorbing 10 divine power points. The system notified him that he could no longer absorb divine power from D rank or lower holy items. 2 cheap items, an acupressure stick and a ball, had now become useless. Jihan yawned, disappointed that he had wasted points on these items. He decided to sell the remaining items and stepped out of the room, calling his niece. "Seiya, are you awake?" Jihan walked up the stairs, wondering if she was still asleep. Yunsea turned around with dark circles under her eyes, asking in surprise, "Oh, uncle, you're awake?" Jihan worriedly asked about her haggard face, while Seiya awkwardly chuckled, saying she was just highly focused. Yunsea excitedly showed Xiong Jihan that she had found something interesting. It was a channel specializing in fan cams of other races, using a scope ability to film. Jihan secretly felt dismayed that such a great ability was being used for secretly filming. Seiya told her uncle to watch a video, revealing it was a replay of his own match. In the video, a streamer was commenting on elves, praising their flawless beauty. Finding the streamer's voice terrible, Seiya decided to mute the video. The video continued to show two elf nobles, and the streamer speculated about the title, Queen of Darkness, for the Dark Elf. Jihan praised Seiya's deduction, but she thought it was too early to conclude and wanted to investigate further. Jihan secretly thought that finding the constellation he was hunting for certainly wouldn't be that easy. Seiya declared she would start searching through foreign videos, which impressed Jihan, and she even offered to edit them. When asked, Seiya innocently recounted that she knew a bit about video editing because she used to do it for her dad's matches. Hearing the words her dad's, Xiong Jihan froze. He stood up, his face darkening as the name Yoon Se-jin appeared in his mind. Jihan looked at the shattered family photo and silently cursed Yoon Se-jin as a bastard for abandoning his daughter. Flashback to 2 days prior, Park Yoon-sik revealed to Jihan and Seiya that the Sword King's lover was named Ito Shizuru. Both were astonished to learn that she possessed the SSS rank ability, Peerless Beauty. Jihan asked if Yoon Se-jin had been affected by that ability, and Park Yoon-sik confirmed it was the government's hypothesis. Park Yoon-sik warned Xiong Jihan to be careful. He explained that this ability likely went beyond mind control, instead reshaping a person's thoughts. Park Yoon-sik revealed a worrying pattern. Many rising stars from Korea had suddenly naturalized in Japan, raising suspicions about Shizuru's abilities. Xiong Jihan pondered the threat from Ito Shizuru, who could appear at any moment to entice another strong player. However, he couldn't find any information about her, and guessed that the Japanese government was hiding it very well. Recalling manager Park Yoon-sik's warning, Jihan told himself that he also had to be extremely careful. He decided he had to prepare in advance, because if what Mr. Park said was true, then perhaps the Japanese side had already begun to act. An announcement stated that the Japanese self-defense force had landed in Korea. Sometime later, Yoon Se-ah, in formal attire, called her uncle, asking when they would leave. Jihan, now elegantly dressed in a suit, replied that he was almost done and they were running late. He told his niece that it was time to go. Jihan adjusted his attire, thinking to himself that it was time to welcome the guests. Both took the elevator down from the 32nd floor. Jihan noticed his niece flinch and asked if she was nervous. Seiya admitted she was nervous because this was her first public appearance since her father's incident. Jihan advised her to be confident and brave like last time, because they hadn't done anything wrong. Encouraged by her uncle, Seiya nodded in agreement. The elevator doors opened, announcing their arrival at the lobby floor. As he stepped out, Jihan thought to himself that most people already knew what they wanted to hear when they saw a grand lobby full of people. A man in a suit approached to greet Xiong Jihan. The man confirmed that everything Jihan requested was ready, and Jihan thanked him, entrusting everything until the end of the event. The man was introduced as Department Head Park Yoon-sik. He admitted to Xiong Jihan that he was initially very surprised by his proposal. In a flashback, Park Yoon-sik pondered that request. He never expected it to be an auction of the Sword King's collection. Looking at the prepared event hall, he said that he now understood the situation. He correctly guessed the purpose was to lure the Japanese side here. Jihan confirmed it, and said that he had deliberately chosen the auction items for this purpose. He explained that what they truly wanted was Yoon Se-jin's battle connector and the data within it. Jihan asserted that Japan would definitely try to seize it. In a luxurious car, Yoon Se-jin sat with a Japanese official. Jihan predicted that depending on the situation, Se-jin himself might even intervene to force the public to face the truth. Park Yoon-sik thought to himself about Xiong Jihan with admiration. He was astonished that Jihan seemed to be able to see the future, while Jihan instructed him to ask reporters to keep an eye on the Neo Self-Defense Forces table. Suddenly, a group of people caused a commotion at the entrance, claiming to be Yoon Se-ah's family. Yoon Se-ah turned around, stunned to realize they were her aunt and uncles. The aunt yelled, questioning Se-ah why she was selling her father's valuable items. They turned to accuse Xiong Jihan of being a swindler who had forced Se-ah to do this. Yoon Se-ah retorted firmly, saying that they were the real swindlers who had been driven away for exploiting her father's reputation. She looked them straight in the eye and declared that they had underestimated her. Se-ah exposed their intention to seize her father's money, leaving all three speechless. Yoon Se-ah boldly declared, "Everything my father left behind is mine, no one has the right to interfere." She turned away with Xiong Jihan, demanding that the unauthorized individuals be removed, much to the relatives' astonishment. Left behind, they screamed in desperation, demanding that both stop and get out, as this was no place for outsiders. Jihan praised his niece's assertiveness, and Se-ah proudly replied that of course she knew how to stand up for herself. Just then, Park Yoon-sik appeared and announced that he had been waiting for them there. He led them both into the vast auction hall, where the event was about to begin and the crowd had already recognized. Reporters immediately stirred, shouting that Xiong Jihan had arrived, and urging each other to take photos. Amidst the camera flashes, Jihan was surrounded by questions about the purpose of the auction and the reason for allowing other nations to participate. Yoon Se-ah also became a target, questioned about whether she was under external pressure. Both walked on together, ignoring provocative questions about abandoning the Sword King or selling assets for money. When a reporter asked about his recent performance on BattleNet, Jihan's hand began to emit a red energy flow. He silently channeled his power, a faint arc of energy forming around his fingers. Suddenly, a reporter's camera lens shattered, causing the person to exclaim in astonishment. A series of other cameras and electronic devices also simultaneously malfunctioned, causing chaos among the press. Jihan stepped onto the podium, asking everyone to maintain order and reminding them that this was an auction, not a press conference. With a dignified demeanor, he declared the auction officially open. He introduced the first item, Yoon Se-jin's BattleNet connector device, capable of reducing pain sensation by 99%. Not only that, it also came with analytical data compiled by Se-jin himself, as well as data on top East Asian players. The audience began to murmur, recognizing the strategic value of this data, especially with the Korea-Japan match approaching. Jihan smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself that with these items, they wouldn't be able to ignore them. Xiong Jihan stated that advanced player analysis data is not something easily obtained. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, surprising Xiong Jihan. A cold bodyguard stood in the crowd, her sharp gaze fixed forward. An elderly man introduced himself as Takeda Kazuo, the recruitment director of Japan's new self-defense force. Takeda Kazuo smiled smugly, asking if he could make an offer right away. He stunned the entire room by offering to buy all the items for 5 billion yen. Not only that, Takeda also requested a private meeting with Xiong Jihan and Yoon Se-ah, making Jihan realize his intention. Xiong Jihan decisively refused the request. He declared that if Takeda had anything to say, he could say it right here. Jihan looked Takeda straight in the eye, saying that this was not the appropriate time for private meetings, and Japan should understand this best. Takeda feigned fear, asking Jihan not to be so cold to a guest like him, but then his smile turned sinister as he began to issue veiled threats. Suddenly, Takeda's bodyguard closed in, pressing a katana to Xiong Jihan's neck. Takeda introduced his bodyguard as Shadow, her eyes flashing with a menacing golden light. He remarked that although Shadow couldn't compare to the Sword King, she was still a formidable player. Jihan remained completely calm before the blade, listening to Takeda's thinly veiled threats. Blue energy flashed in Jihan's eyes as he wondered if this was a replica of Yoon Se-jin. Everything happened in a flash. Shadow had appeared before Xiong Jihan. The mysterious bodyguard drew her sword in an unexpected moment, and Xiong Jihan, with glowing eyes, was also ready to retaliate. Immediately, Xiong Jihan delivered a lightning-fast strike, incapacitating Shadow. The female bodyguard staggered, completely losing her balance from the sudden attack. Her face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Shadow gritted her teeth, resentful at being defeated so easily. Xiong Jihan coldly asked his kneeling opponent, "Do you intend to continue?" He placed a hand on her shoulder and warned that the auction was being live-streamed to the entire world. On the livestream screen, viewers actively commented on the female bodyguard's reckless action. Takeda Kazuo hastily intervened, chuckling and claiming it was just a misunderstanding. He bowed his head in apology for his bodyguard, saying she had gone too far. But then, Takeda changed his demeanor, stating that one thing needed to be clarified first. He reiterated the offer for a private meeting, but this time aimed it directly at someone else. Takeda declared that the answer must come from Yoon Se-ah, stunning her. He reasoned that since Se-ah was the heir, she was the true beneficiary of the auction. Takeda stepped past Xiong Jihan, continuing his cunning remark. He directly enticed Yoon Se-ah, suggesting she could inquire about the situation of her estranged father. This insidious offer made Yoon Se-ah waver and feel confused. Takeda smugly said that he had many things to tell her. Xiong Jihan calmly looked at his niece and asked, "So, what is your answer?" Takeda chuckled inwardly, confident that no girl would refuse such an offer. But Yoon Se-ah emphatically refused, shattering Takeda's smug expression into astonishment. Takeda Kazuo frantically pleaded, unable to believe someone would give up 50 million US dollars. Yoon Se-ah replied that his offer was too suspicious, and she didn't need to learn about her father through a deal. She smiled and added that she was still a minor, and would fully follow the decision of her uncle, her guardian. In the auction hall, the guests breathed a sigh of relief, but remained concerned that the Japanese side hadn't given up. They feared that the new self-defense force might continue to use money to entice. Takeda Kazuo feigned resignation, saying that if she had refused, he would have to concede defeat. However, he unexpectedly announced that he would still buy the items for 50 million, stunning everyone. Xiong Jihan immediately realized Takeda was a scoundrel, He had tried to trick them by unilaterally adding a meeting clause. Takeda admitted that from the beginning, he had received orders to pay exactly 50 million. He revealed that the order came from the Sword King himself, then held out an envelope. Yunsea froze when Takeda said it was a letter from the Sword King addressed to her. She was stunned to realize that the auction had truly ended. On the envelope, she read her father's Japanese name, Ito Ryuhei. A Japanese member scoffed at the poverty of Korean players, making an angry audience member grit their teeth. Xiong Jihan glared at Takeda, recalling his identity as the recruitment director of the new self-defense force. He recalled that in the old timeline, Takeda was so infamous he was called Japan's Calamity and banned from entering the US by the American government. Takeda turned to Xiong Jihan with a cunning smile, urging him to sign the contract immediately. Xiong Jihan secretly thought he had to be extremely careful with this person, as he might be connected to a player with the beauty aptitude. He felt the atmosphere was terrible. The auction ended too quickly, as if it had been pre-arranged. The other guests also began to murmur, feeling insulted for being invited merely as background for a play. While the stream viewers were still discussing the swift conclusion of the auction, Xiong Jihan secretly thought he needed a turning point for Yunsea. Suddenly, Takeda Kazuo approached, expressing regret upon hearing that Xiong Jihan intended to donate the sword bat. Immediately after, Yunsea stood on the podium and began reading a letter to all the guests. The letter was from her father, Ito Ryuhei, declaring it to be her final inheritance and that their father-daughter relationship ended there. The entire hall buzzed as they heard the final words, telling her not to expect anything else. Yunsea forced a smile, confirming it was indeed her father's handwriting. Xiong Jihan watched silently, his expression turning serious. He suddenly realized that the power of peerless beauty, which could rewrite minds, was real. In a flashback, Jihan recalled that even though he disliked Yoon Se-jin, he had once been a wonderful father. Back in reality, Yunsea trembled, but her eyes were firm, asking Takeda to convey that she had received the inheritance. She boldly declared that she would happily sever ties with her father, drawing the attention of both Takeda and Jihan. Looking at the letter, she suddenly changed her mind, saying that tearing it up would bother the cleaning staff. Xiong Jihan immediately reassured her. Don't worry, he continued. Let me clean it up. And then a surge of dark red energy swirled from his hand. Jihan shouted fire, and the letter was completely incinerated in a fireball. The crowd of guests gasped in astonishment, shouting, "Fire?" Takeda Kazuo was stunned, wondering how a support-type player could use magic, in addition to divine power and combat ability. He looked at Xiong Jihan, who stood amidst the embers, with a new thought. Takeda's face contorted with greed. He was determined to acquire this man. Immediately, Takeda dashed away at blinding speed, leaving those around him no time to react. Right after the display of power, a crowd of guild representatives immediately surrounded Xiong Jihan, vying to offer attractive invitations. Amidst the encirclement, Xiong Jihan politely raised his hand, trying to calm the agitated crowd and saying that he felt a bit bothered. He explained that he was still confused, so discussing things at this moment was a bit inconvenient. Suddenly, Yunsea called her uncle, causing Xiong Jihan to turn around and tell her to go ahead so he could handle everything. Yunsea looked flustered, stammering that it wasn't what she meant. Suddenly, she clutched her head, feeling a wave of pain wash over her. The pain seemed unbearable as she squeezed her eyes shut. Yunsea staggered and then collapsed to the floor, to everyone's astonishment. Xiong Jihan turned back, his eyes wide with horror at the scene that had just unfolded. He frantically shouted his niece's name as she lay motionless on the ground. He rushed over, cradled Yunsea in his arms, and desperately tried to rouse her. With an expression of extreme worry, Xiong Jihan reassured Yunsea that he would take her to the hospital immediately. Yunsea weakly clutched her uncle's shirt and whispered. She suddenly opened her eyes, lucidly telling a stunned Xiong Jihan that she was just acting. Yunsea mischievously winked, explaining that she did it to help him escape the troublesome crowd. The recruiters were stopped, muttering in disappointment that their opportunity had been ruined. Yunsea proudly asked her uncle if she had done well. Xiong Jihan smiled, secretly thinking that his niece was truly like his late sister, Xiong Jia. He turned back, announcing to the crowd that the event had to end because his niece was unwell. Xiong Jihan helped Yunsea, asking if she could walk, and she replied that she just wanted to go home and rest. As Xiong Jihan and Yunsea were about to leave, Takeda Kazuo and his bodyguards blocked their way. Takeda politely extended a formal invitation and handed his business card to Xiong Jihan. Suddenly, the business card was violently snatched from Takeda's hand by an invisible force. To his astonishment, Xiong Jihan coldly said, "Don't make me laugh," as the business card shattered into pieces. With a hand radiating red energy, Xiong Jihan affirmed that was his answer. Takeda stood frozen while the online viewers mocked his failure. However, Takeda's disappointed expression quickly transformed into a look of extreme excitement, realizing that Xiong Jihan's power was genuine. In his eyes, an unknown power that could tear apart real-world objects made Xiong Jihan incredibly valuable. Takeda became even more determined to recruit this rising star at all costs. Escaping the crowd, Yunsea happily high-fived Xiong Jihan, celebrating their successful act. Xiong Jihan praised his niece's acting skills, and she confidently replied that she had never been bad at anything. He then teased her by mentioning her cooking skills. Their conversation was interrupted by an unread message notification appearing before Xiong Jihan. It was a 10,000 GP donation from Take Chan, who was Takeda, accompanied by a sappy message. Both felt disgusted, and Xiong Jihan decided to block this troublesome person. Suddenly, a strange woman appeared and greeted them. She approached and prepared to introduce herself, under the surprised gaze of Xiong Jihan and Yoon Se-ah. The woman revealed herself to be Lee Haeyeon, Director of PR, Department 3 of Twin Star Guild. Lee Haeyeon smiled, explaining that she had come because she truly wanted to meet them in person. Lee Haeyeon explained that she had deep connections with the Korean BattleNet Management Office and had leveraged her relationships. Hearing this, Xiong Jihan secretly thought about her brazen attitude and confident way of speaking. He was certain he had met this woman before, as she suggested they get to the main point. When Lee Haeyeon mentioned the name Battle Bet Match Predictor, Xiong Jihan was immediately stunned. She smiled, claiming to be a longtime fan of his, while an image of a masked woman appeared behind her. Xiong Jihan realized with astonishment that she was definitely that person. Standing beside them, Yoon Se-ah wondered what was happening and why her uncle was so shocked. She shyly speculated that Xiong Jihan might be dazed because Lee Haeyeon was too beautiful. To test her, Xiong Jihan recited a quote, "When the world is full of possibilities, it's hard to ignore them." A young assistant accompanying Lee Haeyeon explained that it was a quote from Dostoevsky, a gambling-addicted novelist, surprising both of them. Xiong Jihan looked directly at Lee Haeyeon and asked if she liked that quote. The assistant immediately stepped forward to shield Lee Haeyeon, telling Xiong Jihan to back off. He angrily questioned who Xiong Jihan was and how he knew her motto. In his anger, the assistant shouted that only a few people knew she was a heavy gambling addict, startling Lee Haeyeon. Xiong Jihan smirked, no longer having any doubts. He recalled that she was the manager of the American First Guild, whose alias was Zero. In the past, she was an alcoholic and a gambling addict, but became the leader of the reserve team with only the nurturing talent. This S-rank talent had the ability to accelerate the growth of experience, stats, and even the talents of the targeted player. The best wielder of the nurturing talent was none other than her, Zero. Lee Haeyeon's assistant loudly asked if she frequented casinos, making her flustered and silently tell him to shut up. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan smiled, secretly thinking that the Twin Star Guild was indeed doing very well to have both Plum Blossom Sword and Zero. He explained that he only said it because it was the most memorable message from a fan, and apologized if he had surprised her. The assistant turned to tease Lee Haeyeon, asking if she also commented often while watching streams, making her whisper for him to shut up. Lee Haeyeon cleared her throat, admitting that being considered a gambling addict was not pleasant at all. Xiong Jihan merely scoffed in response. "Considered an addict? You are one," which made Yoon Se-ah think in astonishment that her uncle must really like this woman. However, Lee Haeyeon quickly regained her professionalism, remarking that such a relaxed start wasn't bad and she had a feeling they would meet often. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out her phone, making Yoon Se-ah even more certain that this woman also liked her uncle. Lee Haeyeon looked directly at Jihan and declared, "The Twin Star Guild wants you," then proposed a private meeting. Yoon Se-ah was overjoyed, clutching her cheeks and wondering if this was how she was about to get a new aunt. Lee Haeyeon secretly felt smug, thinking her recent performance was quite charming. She told herself it was a balance between personal and professional matters, and reminded her assistant Ga-young to observe carefully. While Ga-young stood there with a puzzled expression, Lee Haeyeon continued her internal monologue, confident in her ability to handle men. She concluded her self-taught lesson by thinking this was an example from an experienced teacher. However, Xiong Jihan merely replied indifferently, "I'm sorry, but I haven't found my number yet." That absurd refusal left both Lee Haeyeon and her assistant speechless with astonishment. Jihan even turned to ask Yoon Se-ah what his number was, making the girl also dumbfounded and wonder what ridiculous excuse this was. Yoon Se-ah's eyes widened as a thought flashed through her mind. She concluded that her uncle was playing hard to get, but a text box appeared, asserting that this was not the truth. Yoon Se-ah, believing her uncle had a plan, pretended to feel dizzy to create an opportunity for Xiong Jihan then used his niece's unwellness as an excuse to bid farewell to Lee Haeyeon and her assistant. Caught off guard, Lee Haeyeon could only stammer a reply while extending her business card. As the other two left, Yoon Se-ah smiled contentedly, believing she no longer needed to worry about her uncle's love life. Lee Haeyeon turned back and sternly called her assistant's name, Gayong. She ordered Gayong to go ahead and laugh if he wanted, and he couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Looking out at the city, Lee Haeyeon irritably admitted that her assistant was truly annoying. On the way back, Yoon Se-ah unexpectedly asked Xiong Jihan a question he hadn't anticipated. She remarked that she never thought her uncle would dress like a father, and Jihan explained it was because his body had grown larger. Jihan adjusted his attire and said there was nothing wrong with dressing well, to which Yoon Se-ah happily agreed. However, she then turned to criticize Jihan's earlier refusal as very bad. To Jihan's bewilderment, Yoon Se-ah shook her head, disparaging his remark as too outdated. She continued to analyze that the "you're the first one to reject me" tactic was too old, leaving Jihan completely bewildered. Yoon Se-ah concluded that pretending to be aloof was fine, but fabricating an excuse about not knowing one's phone number was terrible. After hearing his niece boast about her quick wit, Jihan was silent for a moment before asserting that he genuinely didn't know his own number. Yoon Se-ah was stunned, her face shifting from confident to utterly astonished. She stammered a question, and Xiong Jihan calmly confirmed it once more. Still disbelieving, she asked again, "Really?" and received the same answer. Finally, Yoon Se-ah anxiously asked if her uncle had become forgetful, but Jihan denied it. A system notification welcomed players to the Gangnam area of the Bronze League, assigning the task of defending the crystal from zombie attack. Xiong Jihan appeared in the mission area, letting out a tired sigh. He secretly thought he was exhausted after having to appease Se-ah. In a flashback, Yoon Se-ah sobbed, blaming herself for ruining her uncle's relationship. Jihan was confused, wondering if his niece mistakenly thought he liked Lee Haeyeon, a true gambler. More importantly, he didn't expect to meet Zero again under these circumstances. He recalled the past, when Zero angrily screamed after losing another bet. The flashback revealed that since both had lost their homelands, they quickly became close, and often drank and gambled together on holidays. Jihan calmly reiterated that he had predicted Diego Massid would win, while Zero furiously asked how that was possible. Zero complained about Massid's SSS rank God of Football talent, calling it too unfair, but still vowed to win next time. Jihan advised her to give up gambling, but Zero brushed him off. She justified it by saying this world had too many unmissable possibilities, making Jihan exasperated because she always said that whenever she lost. When Jihan asked about the wound on her face, Zero asserted that she would never remove her mask, as it was the price for her pact with the devil. Jihan mused that they had many things in common besides both being naturalized citizens. Zero suddenly called Jihan's name. She painfully asked why he hadn't become strong sooner, saying that if he had been that strong back in Korea, her friends wouldn't have died so tragically, a thought stemming from guilt. But then Zero immediately blamed herself, thinking she was the terrible one, sinking into self-hatred. The flashback ended with the two clinking glasses, bound by torment and self-hatred for failing to protect their loved one. After a moment of contemplation in the flashback, Xiong Jihan returned to reality. He silently admitted to himself that that past had indeed happened. Suddenly, a flurry of viewer comments appeared, wondering about his elegant suit. To everyone's surprise, a colossal greatsword materialized in his hand. An info panel appeared, introducing the new weapon, the Urk Priest's execution sword, a C-rank relic. Xiong Jihan thought to himself, now he understood why it was so cheap. It was too heavy for an ordinary person. However, he still effortlessly lifted the colossal sword. With a gentle swing, he generated a powerful surge of energy, demonstrating his superior strength. Viewers immediately erupted, continuously demanding he reveal his status window. They continued to chatter excitedly, confused by his strange class and skill set. Xiong Jihan realized his channel already had 12,000 subscribers, and requests like these were inevitable. He pondered, feeling it was too early but also unable to ignore his audience. The BattleTube achievement panel confirmed he had completed the first subscriber milestone. He wondered if he should address this issue head-on. Xiong Jihan turned around, officially greeting and introducing himself to all viewers. He announced that he would reveal his status window, to the crowd's excitement, but he set a condition: when his channel reached 200,000 subscribers. Noticing everyone's disappointment, he decided to add another clause to his promise. He declared that from now on, if he couldn't maintain rank 1, he would reveal his stats immediately. The audience in the chat channel eagerly awaited a troublemaker to appear and stir up the match. Suddenly, 3 orbs of light flashed, signaling the start of a team match. Xiong Jihan tightened his grip on the sword hilt, preparing for the next challenge. Immediately after, 3 colossal pillars of light descended upon the arena, summoning his new teammate. Xiong Jihan turned around, his face showing extreme astonishment. He was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Ironically, his teammates were none other than Golden Light, Kim Gyu-hyuk, and a stranger, the notorious trio of trolls. Golden Light immediately put on a ridiculous act, declaring this encounter to be destined. In stark contrast, Kim Gyu-hyuk was dumbfounded upon recognizing his reluctant teammate. Jihan silently noted Golden Light, and the one whose name he couldn't recall, then looked at the last person he had never met. That person, Diego Massid, was casually juggling a glowing soccer ball to the excitement of the viewers. Jihan immediately recognized him as Diego Massid, Argentina's top player in the old timeline. He noticed Diego's physique was much thinner and less impressive now compared to his memory. Suddenly, an unusual feeling flashed through Xiong Jihan's mind. He began to analyze the team composition. He was support, Golden Light was warrior, and the other person was mage. That meant Diego Massid, the one playing with the ball, was assigned the role of archer. Jihan was utterly confused. He was certain that before his regression, Diego was a mage with the god of football talent. Meanwhile, Kim Gyu-hyuk seethed with resentment at being on the same team as his enemy. He turned away, silently cursing Xiong Jihan for making him lose a valuable skill. Kim Gyu-hyuk was stunned as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What? A hidden quest unexpectedly appeared, requiring him to destroy the crystal and prevent Xiong Jihan from taking first place to receive a 50,000 GP reward. The match began with a thunderous explosion, causing a stream viewer to exclaim in surprise. Atop the tower, Diego Massid leaped and kicked a glowing ball, prompting viewers to comment on his unique fighting style. Dubbed the god of football, Diego Massid used his ball to knock other players off the city walls. He turned to Xiong Jihan, declared himself an archer, and demanded a power buff. Xiong Jihan calmly explained that in a team match, everyone must stick to their roles, secretly thinking of using a buff skill. Deciding to test it, he channeled his divine power and activated the power boost skill. A stream of blue energy enveloped all 4 team members, surprising everyone. Golden Light cheered joyfully, excited that Jihan was truly a support player, while stream viewers expressed doubt. Kim Gyu-hyuk secretly wondered why that madman would buff him, then flinched when Xiong Jihan called his name. Jihan coldly asked if he intended to play properly this time, making Kim Gyu-hyuk nervously stammer his agreement. While Golden Light innocently asked about their relationship, Kim Gyu-hyuk could only swallow his anger, fearing he would be thrown again if he didn't obey. Good, Xiong Jihan said, curtly and decisively stepped forward. He declared he would leave the top of the tower to them, then unexpectedly jumped off the wall, plummeting downwards. The 3 remaining teammates stood atop the tower, stunned by Jihan's unpredictable action. Diego Massid uttered in confusion, "Hez crazy," and was met with Kim Gyu-hyuk's grumpy retort. "Isn't it obvious, you football addict?" Kim Gyu-hyuk gnashed his teeth in resentment, wondering if he was Jihan's subordinate to be ordered around like that. However, after some thought, he concluded that it was best to ignore Xiong Jihan. Meanwhile, Kim Gyu-hyuk received a hidden quest requiring him to stop Xiong Jihan, and he secretly thought, "Let's see how long you can do as you please." Below the tower, Xiong Jihan faced an army of zombies rushing down. The hideous monsters with glowing red eyes roared savagely. Xiong Jihan calmly stood up, a flame igniting in his palm. He secretly thought about how his magic power had increased upon becoming force, and decided to combine it with divine power, creating a brilliant blue-yellow energy orb. Confident that the zombies were mere paper puppets, he unleashed a massive blue energy vortex. The zombies screamed in despair as they were incinerated by the blue flame. Xiong Jihan charged into the fray, using his sword and overwhelming power to wipe out the remaining enemies. The last vestiges of the zombie horde completely vanished in the blue flame. From above, Diego Massid and Golden Light were stunned by the sight, and Golden Light immediately shouted to his audience. Amidst the desolate battlefield, Xiong Jihan stood alone, while stream viewers' comments were filled with astonishment. He glanced around with a resolute expression, unconcerned by the chaos he had caused. Suddenly, a muscular, blood-red blood zombie lunged towards him. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth wide and let out a piercing roar. Xiong Jihan's sword passed through the monster's liquid body, without causing any damage. Just as expected, he smirked, seemingly having anticipated this. Facing 2 monsters, he secretly thought that the effort to gain this power was entirely worth it. He unleashed the true value of spatial control force, creating a red absolute domain. Inside the energy sphere, all enemy movements were completely restricted and controlled. Inside the blazing red domain, a giant blood zombie led the zombie army forward. Xiong Jihan faced them calmly, for he was already too familiar with this invisible power. In the past, he had been a training partner for Baron Williams, who possessed pure force. Jihan had faced that terrifying power countless times. It was thanks to those training matches that he understood how force operated. Returning to the present, he easily crushed the blood zombie's head. Now, Xiong Jihan was an absolute entity, capable of simultaneously using divine power, magic power, force, and martial power. An explosive attack, and his magical blue flame engulfed all the bronze-tier zombies. The notification board displayed the number 124 zombies destroyed. He was confident that this time, he could achieve the 1,000 kill goal that he couldn't before. The chain quest required him to single-handedly eliminate 1,000 zombies to receive 3,000 achievement points. Xiong Jihan muttered, a little faster. He darted like a blue streak, slaughtering the remaining monsters. His eyes blazed as he pushed his speed to the limit. Witnessing the scene on screen, Diego Macid exclaimed in astonishment, and Golden Light fully agreed. Golden Light was curious about Jihan's status window, while viewers in the chat were also extremely excited. A viewer noticed Kim Gyu-hyuk's unusual silence. Kim Gyu-hyuk's face was shrouded in shadow, revealing only a chillingly sinister smile. Golden Light cheerfully turned and called out, "Hey, number 1 troll, everyone's asking you to show yourself." Golden Light and Diego Macid were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Golden Light screamed in horror as Kim Gyu-hyuk suddenly prepared a fireball aimed at the quest crystal. With eyes shrouded in shadow, Kim Gyu-hyuk flashed a sinister smile. He yelled curses at Xiong Jihan from afar. Over the livestream, Kim Gyu-hyuk continued to insult, falsely accusing Jihan of seducing his own niece. Stream viewers were stunned when he even called out Yoon Se-ah's name. He frantically questioned what Jihan had done to make Se-ah so obedient. At the insults, a purple lightning bolt flashed in Xiong Jihan's eyes. Kim Gyu-hyuk's actions were the result of a 55,000 GP quest offered by the Sword King's fan club. The reward of $55,000 gave him the courage to confront Xiong Jihan. Amidst a battlefield full of zombies, Xiong Jihan stood calmly. He had foreseen this. Xiong Jihan analyzed that Kim Gyu-hyuk's change in attitude was due to either increased confidence or someone pulling his strings. He realized this annoying guy's plan was to curse him and then flee. Accusations of Xiong Jihan seducing his niece echoed in his mind. He could ignore the insults directed at himself, but malicious questions about his relationship with Se-ah were a different matter. His rage flared, and Xiong Jihan gritted his teeth. "How dare you insult Se-ah?" He recalled the moment after his regression, when he met his niece again, and memories of his past life flooded back. Memories of Se-ah's final moments resurfaced, a nightmare Xiong Jihan could never forget. In the old timeline, he had helplessly held his severely wounded niece after the terrorist attack, desperately begging her to open her eyes. But Se-ah's body was already cold. He had lost her, and he could do nothing but scream in utter agony. Returning to reality, Xiong Jihan swore to himself amidst a blazing blue aura. He would not let that tragedy repeat. He would protect Se-ah at all costs, and anyone who dared to touch her would pay the price. He recalled the moment he realized something after merging his 3 dantians to obtain martial power. Now, he could use the nameless divine arts. Even though his martial power had not yet reached 30, he could only simulate it for a brief moment, but he had definitely felt it. The sensation when the power of the 3 dantians merged into one, a feeling similar to when he used the nameless divine art. Xiong Jihan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He faced the charging zombies, beginning to channel power from his feet. Electric light began to gather around his shoes. A burst of blue lightning erupted, sweeping away the surrounding monsters. Merged with the lightning, he unleashed a footwork technique that pierced the sky. That was Lightning Thunder Step, a skill that instantly wiped out an entire legion of zombies. Cheered on by the Sword King's fans, Kim Gyu-hyuk smiled smugly, feeling better after cursing Xiong Jihan. Suddenly, he screamed in terror as someone blocked his path. Kim Gyu-hyuk's fireball struck Golden Light, making the streamer cry out in pain. Kim Gyu-hyuk angrily warned Golden Light not to interfere, threatening to burn him first. Despite the flames, Golden Light seized the opportunity to urge viewers to subscribe to his channel to ensure his and Xiong Jihan's safety. Ignoring the distraction, Kim Gyu-hyuk decided to end things. He began to channel his power, focusing magic into a gigantic fireball. With a wicked smile, Kim Gyu-hyuk said goodbye. He unleashed a torrent of extreme firepower towards the crystal. However, a soccer ball unexpectedly appeared, blocking the entire attack. The ball easily extinguished the flames, leaving viewers in the chat channel in disbelief. Kim Gyu-hyuk turned around, utterly stunned by the sudden intervention. A man in a soccer uniform appeared, recognized by the audience as Diego Macid. Kim Gyu-hyuk angrily questioned him, but Diego coldly replied that he did not tolerate those who disrupted the match. Diego pointed and sternly reprimanded Kim Gyu-hyuk for insulting the team's carry and his family. Kim Gyu-hyuk trembled with rage at the accusation. Just as he was about to retort, Xiong Jihan suddenly appeared behind him, his body enveloped in lightning. Golden Light immediately seized the opportunity, excitedly announcing that thanks to everyone's attention, Xiong Jihan had descended. Kim Gyu-hyuk faced Xiong Jihan in horror, who was staring at him amidst blue lightning bolts. Xiong Jihan, his face shrouded in shadow, calmly replied. He unleashed a surge of dark energy, his eyes glowing red, and said, It seems you have a lot to say. Kim Gyu-hyuk froze, his face contorted in extreme terror. He frantically wondered, what is this? How can this be? What should I do? Deciding to risk it, he tried to curse Xiong Jihan but was cut off mid-sentence. Xiong Jihan coldly commanded, "Shut up." He used his power to choke Kim Gyu-hyuk and said that he had changed his mind about killing him instantly. Xiong Jihan declared, "I cannot grant you an easy death." He explained that the pain would be filtered through the connector. "If I kill you, the only consequence will be a reduction in your level," Xiong Jihan said, as dark energy tightened its grip on Kim Gyu-hyuk. He read his opponent's thoughts. "That's what you're thinking, isn't it?" Xiong Jihan grabbed Kim Gyu-hyuk, threatening, "From now on, I will show you a whole new world." Kim Gyu-hyuk could only let out a cry of surprise as Jihan's hand landed on his shoulder. He still smugly thought to himself that Jihan was foolish for not killing him, as he had lost all his skills and had nothing left to lose. Kim Gyu-hyuk triumphantly believed he had at least managed to provoke Jihan. But then a strange sensation overwhelmed him, interrupting his thoughts in confusion. Kim Gyu-hyuk collapsed, screaming miserably in extreme agony. Amidst the screams of, "My body," Xiong Jihan merely observed coldly. He indifferently asked, "Why are you struggling already? We haven't even started." Kim Gyu-hyuk screamed in extreme pain, begging for his life. His desperate screams echoed throughout the gloomy fortress. Witnessing the scene, Golden Light and Diego Macid had to acknowledge Xiong Jihan's cruelty. Golden Light noticed something unusual, finding Kim Gyu-hyuk's pain illogical for a user of a connection device. It turned out Xiong Jihan was continuously healing Kim Gyu-hyuk with one hand. Golden Light exclaimed in surprise, realizing this was a side effect. He explained to the viewers that it was actually a type of system bug. If a target suffering continuous damage is continuously healed, the system will overload and ignore 100% of external damage. Meanwhile, Kim Gyu-hyuk continued to scream in torment. Golden Light shivered in fear, wondering what technique Xiong Jihan was using that caused such real pain. Xiong Jihan coldly thought about his technique, a martial art that caused a muscle and bone distribution fault, crushing bones and tearing muscles from within. It was a secret martial art technique, transmitting energy into the body and destroying it from within. Kim Gyu-hyuk panicked, not understanding why his high-end connection device, which blocked 95% of pain, was useless. He felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart and countless needles were piercing his entire body. Unable to bear it any longer, Kim Gyu-hyuk screamed, begging Xiong Jihan to kill him. Xiong Jihan responded to the plea with a decisive sword strike, severing his opponent's head. He looked down coldly, while a viewer commented on his words. "That's why I killed him." The system announced that player Kim Gyu-hyuk had died in battle, his body dissolving into data. Xiong Jihan stood in the middle of the battlefield, wondering where Kim Gyu-hyuk would revive. Suddenly, Golden Light flinched in alarm, telling himself that from now on he had to be more careful when teasing Xiong Jihan. Kim Gyu-hyuk let out one last pathetic scream in extreme agony. He desperately begged Xiong Jihan for his life, admitting his mistake. Immediately after, Kim Gyu-hyuk collapsed, and the system announced his death. His body dissolved into blue data particles before Xiong Jihan's eyes. Xiong Jihan told himself that the man had died because he couldn't endure it, and next time he needed to be more careful in controlling his power. Unexpectedly, a notification appeared, stating that Kim Gyu-hyuk had been revived, which even surprised him. As soon as he revived, he frantically backed away, screaming at Xiong Jihan not to come closer. Xiong Jihan coldly replied that if one couldn't bear the consequences, they shouldn't have done it in the first place. Suddenly, a donation notification of 10,000 GP from CAH0822 appeared, surprising him. Elsewhere, his niece, Se-ah, was yelling at the screen, telling her uncle to stop because she was fine. Sitting on the sofa, Se-ah worried that if he kept going, all her subscribers would leave. She urgently asked him to stop and focus on the game. Xiong Jihan was a little confused, thinking that Se-ah was calmer than he expected. However, he quickly dismissed his hesitation, thinking that it wasn't enough yet. He wondered if he should stop here, as he needed to set a sufficiently deterrent example. Xiong Jihan decided that he had to set an example for others. Kim Gyu-hyuk, no longer wanting to live, now begged to die. Xiong Jihan ignored the plea and asked for one more thing he needed to confirm. Who was the mastermind? Grabbed by the collar with Jihan's glowing red eyes close to his face, Kim Gyu-hyuk fearfully revealed that the mastermind was Sword King Clan 898 with a 50,000 GP bounty. He admitted he was a crazy bastard, and once again begged to be finished off. Kim Gyu-hyuk confessed that he had been blinded by the Sword King Clan's money. Xiong Jihan deduced that with a 50,000 GP bounty, his enemy must be an organization, not an individual. He clenched his fist, deciding to end everything. Xiong Jihan told Kim Gyu-hyuk that he should be grateful to Se-ah for intervening. Thinking he was spared, Kim Gyu-hyuk joyfully shouted, but just as he uttered his thanks to Seo, Xiong Jihan delivered a finishing kick. The system announced that Kim Gyu-hyuk had been eliminated, and Golden Light commented that a troublemaker had just learned his lesson. After dusting off his hands, Xiong Jihan told himself it was time to go back to hunting zombies. He quickly eliminated the undead, thinking to himself that if he hadn't been interrupted, the mission would have been done long ago. With only about 80 left, he confidently opened his status window. But he suddenly paused at a strange notification. The system reported that the mission to eliminate the source of the zombies had been completed. Xiong Jihan was confused, wondering how that could have happened. He looked up at the fortress wall and noticed something unusual. The corpses of the remaining zombies were sparking with yellow and blue lightning. He suddenly realized it was an aftershock from his footwork heavenly thunder steps. The lightning that erupted when he jumped onto the fortress wall had eliminated all the nearby zombies. More precisely, it was because he hadn't controlled his power, causing it to spread and create an explosion. He was a little embarrassed, admitting that the incident happened because he hadn't used the nameless divine arts, only the 3 energy. Xiong Jihan stood in the middle of the courtyard, determined that he needed more time to train. A player in golden armor eagerly asked Xiong Jihan if he could accompany him, but Jihan ignored him, turning to call Diego Massid. He thanked Massid for his adjustments, and the two shook hands while Massid humbly replied. Jihan politely suggested arranging a meeting so he could repay him later. Just as he was about to speak of an important matter, his expression suddenly changed. The ground began to shake violently, an unusual tremor startling everyone. The blonde player shouted about an explosion, while Massid yelled, urging Jihan to look into the distance. Xiong Jihan held his breath, his face hardening at the sudden situation. From the cracked ground, a massive mass of earth and rock began to emerge. Jihan's eyes widened in horror as he realized what was appearing. He uttered in shock in his thoughts as its form gradually became clear. It was a giant stone hand, with a grotesque mouth in its palm. The mouth opened wide, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The other players froze, terrified by the monster's bizarre size and shape. Along with the hand, an army of zombies also rose from the ground. The stone hand suddenly clenched into a fist, stunning Jihan. He gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure emanating from it. The surrounding zombies began to be crushed by an invisible force. Jihan glared at the monster, his eyes blazing with anger as he realized its intention. He disgustedly realized that bastard was chewing the corpses it had just crushed. The giant stone hand crushed the corpses under its weight. The mouth in its palm began to voraciously chew what it had just caught. When the mouth opened, inside were fragments of crushed zombie corpses. A viscous, disgusting mass of liquid was spewed out from it. The liquid fell to the ground, forming a large puddle. From the puddle of slimy flesh, a new creature with glowing red eyes began to form. The blonde player cried out in panic, wondering why such a high-level monster appeared on a bronze-tier map. Xiong Jihan calmly analyzed, realizing this was a monster created by recombining bodies. He identified them as flesh golems, and agreed that they shouldn't be here. Xiong Jihan suddenly came up with a hypothesis, wondering if this appearance was due to a chain quest. He looked at the quest window, and wondered about the condition without the aid of crystals. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, catching Xiong Jihan's attention. The system announced that he had completed the defense map, and a subquest was being unlocked. The subquest required stopping the newly appeared flesh golem. Another group of players was also stunned, unable to believe that a bronze-tier map would have a subquest. The system further revealed, calling the giant hand Haisho Black Hand, and stating that the golems were created by. The flesh golem army began to move, advancing directly towards the tower. A hint from the system indicated they could use the crystal to compensate for power. The blonde player desperately turned to Xiong Jihan, claiming this quest was impossible even for gold-tier players. Xiong Jihan closed his eyes in thought, concluding that this quest was not given to be completed. Xiong Jihan thought, there's no way this quest could be so simple. He realized the rewards were too generous, including 10,000 achievement points and even crystal shards. Jihan concluded that only epic-tier quests or higher had such rare bonus rewards. Meanwhile, Golden Light tried to boost the team's morale, claiming this was just a side game. The player in golden armor planted his greatsword into the ground and suggested Jihan receive the blessing first. Xiong Jihan calmly refused, saying it wasn't necessary. Beneath his feet, lightning bolts began to flash as he gathered his strength. Standing before the giant flesh golem, Jihan exuded an overwhelming aura. The system explained that this monster had extremely abundant vitality and could only be defeated by destroying its core. Furthermore, the flesh golem was a gold-tier monster, a tough challenge even for players ranked higher than bronze. Xiong Jihan turned and asked his two teammates to step back. Diego Massid and Golden Light could only stare blankly at his request. Immediately, Jihan shot off like a bolt of lightning, flying straight into the air. The other two stood stunned, The ground beneath their feet cracked from Jihan's leap. Golden Light could only utter a sound of astonishment. In the sky, Jihan charged towards the two flesh golems with twin swords in hand. He prepared to unleash the most basic technique of Wuming Shen Gong, Tian Di Ren, He Yi, heaven, earth, human unity. This martial art was created based on heaven, earth, and humanity. Heaven is the sky, earth is the ground, and human is humanity, the foundation of all things. Xiong Jihan gripped his sword hilt tightly, preparing to unleash a blow with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Xiong Jihan unleashed the ultimate skill of the nameless divine arts, Mount Tai crushing the peak. Golden Light and Diego Macid were utterly stunned by the sight. Diego's hands trembled, and the soccer ball in his grasp shook violently. Standing atop the colossal sword, Xiong Jihan descended with a destructive surge of energy. He secretly thought the skill's name sounded truly beautiful. Though it was essentially just 3 slashes, it completely annihilated the flesh golem, and the system announced that player Xiong Jihan had eliminated the target. The subquest at the 4th tower was completed, causing the chat channel to explode over Xiong Jihan's sword usage. Golden Light felt an indescribably complex surge of emotion. It was a mixture of fear, despair, anticipation, and longing when looking at Xiong Jihan. All those emotions intertwined and finally merged into one, absolute admiration. Golden Light collapsed to the ground, panting beside Diego Macid, who was still in a daze. He told himself this was the first time in his life he had felt this way. Initially, he had only thought Jihan was a good subject for broadcast, but now, that thought had completely changed. Golden Light was convinced that this man would become a top player, and as a streamer, he wanted to record every moment. No, he had to record Jihan's image at all costs. Golden Light wanted to capture the moment Xiong Jihan became a legend. Approaching Jihan, Golden Light declared he would dedicate both his body and soul to him, then shouted praises. At that very moment, Xiong Jihan maintained a calm expression. The bond between Xiong Jihan and Diego had begun. The other players could only stare in awe at the terrifying power they had just witnessed. A flesh golem roared in despair, cursing this damned game. Immediately, it was crushed into pieces by a destructive attack. The system announced that the subquest at the 3rd tower had failed for the monster. The quest ended, and Xiong Jihan was declared the sole completer, receiving triple rewards. He smirked to himself, pleased with the game's generous rewards. However, Jihan knew there was still one more important matter to address. He turned to Diego Macid, who had just thanked him for the rewards, and offered to give him information about his ability. Diego looked confused, not understanding what abilities Jihan was referring to. Jihan created a small flame and offered a mysterious hint, mage, then suggested they discuss it further over a meal. Diego secretly thought that an archer changing to a mage class was ridiculous and not worth bothering with, but recalling the incredible power Xiong Jihan had just displayed, Diego couldn't help but feel his curiosity peak. He began to seriously consider the possibility of another class that truly suited him. Finally, Diego agreed and offered to treat Jihan to a lavish meal. Golden Light unexpectedly interrupted, begging to go with Jihan. Jihan flatly refused, explaining that this was a form of payment for Diego, and he didn't need anything related to broadcast. Golden Light desperately offered to become a partner, or even an editor for his channel. Jihan coldly replied that he didn't need one. He decisively repeated his refusal once more as his body began to glow, preparing to depart. "You've worked hard," Jihan said his final words and then vanished, leaving Golden Light screaming in frustration. Left behind, Golden Light burst into sobs while the viewers commented on his failure. The scene shifted to a skyscraper under the night moon. In his room, Xiong Jihan received a quest completion notification and a reward of 10,000 achievement points along with a crystal shard. He was pleased to note that the generous rewards were commensurate with the quest's difficulty. Jihan secretly thought that possessing the force stat was indeed the right decision. However, he felt the crystal shard looked more ordinary than he had imagined. The system explained that this was a B-grade item, granting a one-time divine blessing that was only effective in Bronze and Silver League. The divine blessing was the support class's strongest buff, increasing all stats by 50% and being indispensable in high-tier leagues. Jihan felt a slight regret that this powerful item was limited in its uses and league tiers. He shifted his attention to the next reward, receiving an additional 50% experience and GP for ranking first in the defense map. Immediately, the system announced that he had gained 3 levels and received 6,000 GP. Looking at his level 13 status window with 17 martial power and force points, Jihan couldn't help but be astonished by his growth rate. Suddenly, the horse-slaying blade of the Urk monk on the bed began to react, and the system announced that Jihan had comprehended the faith of the outer world. His divine power increased by 2 points and was integrated into his force stat, causing a blue energy current to envelop his hand. However, an unexpected notification appeared, The weapon's rank had been downgraded from C to E, leaving Jihan bewildered. He realized his stats hadn't increased, and wondered if the conversion rate between divine power and force was 1-to-1. A red warning appeared, stating that the horse-slaying blade could not withstand the remaining power, and began to crack. Immediately after, the sword exploded into countless fragments in a blinding flash of light, to Jihan's horror. He was pushed back by the energy surge, and realized the power of the three powers core contained within the sword was erupting. The energy exploded violently, a fragment embedding itself in Jihan's chest, as he wondered if the sword had failed to withstand the pressure from the Mount Tai crushing the peak skill. Xiong Jihan realized that running away now was too dangerous, and decided to absorb the chaotic energy back into his body. With resolute eyes, he focused his entire will on controlling the power. However, a massive energy explosion still erupted from the top of a skyscraper, lighting up the entire night sky. From afar, a mysterious observer silently witnessed the aftermath of the explosion. That person lamented that this situation put them in a difficult position, as their plan had been disrupted. The observer was revealed to be Takeda Kazuo, a member of Sword King Clan 898, who calmly admitted the plan had failed while eating fried chicken. In a flashback, Kim Gyu-hyuk was reviewing an unexpected quest sent from the Sword King clan. He was utterly astonished when he read the quest's objective. From his control room, Takeda revealed that he had sent that quest himself, intending to help someone with a similar goal. Takeda's plan had two objectives: for his pawn to exact revenge, and for him to verify Xiong Jihan's status window. Takeda mocked the arrogant individuals fighting amongst themselves, noting that it made them easier to provoke. He mused that while he could attack Xiong Jihan, things seemed too easy. Takeda secretly told himself that Xiong Jihan should be warier of his fellow Koreans than of a Japanese man like him. The outcome of the scheme was revealed. Xiong Jihan stood firm after defeating Kim Gyu-hyuk. Takeda had once envisioned the wizard eagerly attacking Xiong Jihan. He had intensely hoped that Xiong Jihan would be defeated and feel utterly helpless. Back in the present, Takeda calmly accepted defeat and decided to temporarily stop impersonating the Sword King clan. He looked at the quest failed notification screen and disparaged the hired individual as a useless player. Takeda was annoyed that the wizard didn't even know how to properly sabotage the game, wishing he had destroyed the crystal immediately. Finally, he revealed his biggest regret. If the plan had succeeded, Xiong Jihan's status window would have been exposed. Takeda Kazuo cursed under his breath in anger. His plan had completely derailed because of that bastard. He angrily punched his hand, fearing that if things continued like this, he would lose Xiong Jihan to someone else. In a fit of rage, Takeda slammed his fist onto the fried chicken box. The situation for the Japanese Self-Defense Force recruitment team leader was now awkward. The narration explained that he possessed keen intuition for recruiting talent, and had immediately realized he had to acquire Xiong Jihan. However, Takeda's superiors demanded concrete evidence to prove his intuition. The evidence they needed was the status window, which displayed all data regarding Xiong Jihan's power. Takeda decided he couldn't waste any more time with amateur attack. He muttered to himself, his eyes sharp, that Xiong Jihan should wait a little longer. He would find a way to confirm Jihan's status window, and once the company gave permission, he would acquire Jihan through a special method, just as he had done with the Sword King. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan was astonished to see a system notification appear, stating that his divine power had increased and been integrated into his force stat. He quickly realized that every 3 points of divine power would be converted into 1 point of force. As a result, both his force and his linked martial force increased, reaching 18. Jihan deduced that the remaining divine power from the horse-slaying saber had been absorbed after its destruction, and he accepted this trade-off. But then he was stunned when the system announced that from now on, he could only absorb divine power from relics of A rank or higher. "This is too much," Jihan grumbled, feeling that this requirement was akin to telling him to keep dreaming. Just then, Se-ah opened the room door and called out loudly, "Uncle!" She joyfully held up her phone, showing off that her bank account now had 50 billion won. But Se-ah's smile faded when she saw her uncle's torn clothes and injuries. Facing his niece's worried expression, Xiong Jihan calmly explained, "Oh, my weapon just suddenly exploded." Xiong Jihan tried to smile reassuringly despite his injuries, but the pain was still evident. Seeing this, Se-ah angrily grabbed her uncle's hand, scolding him for being as childish as ever, and urging him to wash his wounds so she could treat them. Xiong Jihan was stunned by his niece's fierce reaction. After being tended to, he sat in a restaurant and thought to himself that this was his first proper meal since regressing. He realized that eating out occasionally wasn't bad, but ultimately he still preferred Korean food the most. Se-ah complained that he should have ordered something more expensive, but Xiong Jihan brushed it off, saying they would eat together every day anyway. He was surprised when Se-ah replied that they might not even have a single meal together. At the cafe, Se-ah suddenly announced that she would be returning to school, leaving Xiong Jihan silent. She explained that, as the student council president, she couldn't take a break. Then Se-ah mentioned the upcoming day when she would receive her blessing at the Hall of Talents. Hearing that, Xiong Jihan suddenly remembered something important. He hastily took out his phone to check. The screen displayed a reminder for Se-ah's 18th birthday on August 22nd. In a flashback, Se-ah had always looked forward to this day, hoping for a blessing from the Academy's Hall of Talents. She had prayed that she would receive a good talent to improve her circumstances. But that hope was shattered immediately when the talent she received was only F rank. That was the decisive moment that destroyed the spirit of Se-ah, who had endured resiliently until then. Memories of Se-ah's past despair flooded Xiong Jihan's mind. He told himself he couldn't reveal the truth directly, as it would disappoint her. He could only slowly extinguish her hope. Se-ah asked if he would leave tomorrow, and Xiong Jihan confirmed that Monday was the perfect time. Se protested, "I'm not a child, I'll be fine," but Xiong Jihan insisted, "I've decided, just listen to me." The girl looked unimpressed and asked, "What? Why are you suddenly acting like that?" Se-ah turned away, and bluntly said that attitude didn't suit him at all. Xiong Jihan's eyes gleamed with determination. Finally, Se-ah smiled and accepted. At the restaurant, Xiong Jihan burst out laughing, making Se-ah wonder. She declared she would take the bus by herself. Under the moonlight, his voice echoed, telling her to just follow along while he was still being nice. The next day, at their apartment building, both uncle and niece, in their new outfits, were stunned by the sight before them. Xiong Jihan was bewildered, wondering what had happened in the empty parking lot. He thought to himself, "Where have all the supercars and sports cars gone?" He clutched his head, realizing all the cars had been sold. Se-ah also said she couldn't find any keys. Se-ah sighed, telling her uncle she would take the bus then. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan pointed into the distance. "There's a car over there," making Se-ah exclaim in surprise. She realized it was her mother's car, and Xiong Jihan suggested it was left behind, because it wasn't valuable. He tried the door handle, and was surprised to find it unlocked. Xiong Jihan got in, and found the key still in the ignition, while Se-ah skeptically asked if they were really going to use this car. The old car started with a puff of black smoke. Xiong Jihan asked his niece, "What's wrong?" A little embarrassed, but she quickly denied it. Se-ah explained that she was just a little worried, making Xiong Jihan curious about what she was worried about. A large, aggressive man ordered, "Get that car out of here, you bastard." Sitting in the car, Se-ah anxiously asked about the situation, while the man outside continued to yell. They both arrived at BattleNet Academy in Gangnam, Seoul. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that he had anticipated the cheap car would attract attention, but he didn't expect someone to dare cause trouble so brazenly. A security guard came to inquire, but the man had already blocked Jihan's car and insulted him for daring to park such a shabby vehicle there. Jihan stepped out of the car and questioned him. The man immediately cursed him, calling him a beggar who stole a parking spot. Jihan calmly replied, telling the man to watch his words and stating that he was the guardian of a student here. The security guard and another man standing nearby were stunned, realizing Jihan was Bronze Killer. People around them started taking out their phones to film, discussing his appearance and the Sword King's daughter. News of Xiong Jihan driving an old car and confronting the Rolls-Royce owner at the academy quickly spread online. Meanwhile, at the Rational Guild building in Gangnam, Lee Ha-yeon suddenly called Lim Ga-young to follow her, leaving the bodyguard, who was playing a game, bewildered. Lee Ha-yeon held up her phone, showing an article about Xiong Jihan, and declared they would go to BattleNet Academy immediately. Lim Ga-young asked about the suddenness, and Lee Ha-yeon replied mysteriously while applying makeup. She angrily stood up, asserting that she would pursue Jihan and was on her way to meet him. With determined eyes, Lee Ha-yeon silently challenged, "Just you wait, Xiong Jihan." Back at the parking lot, the man continued to insult Jihan, while he remained silent with a cold expression. The man raised his fist, threatening and demanding Jihan bow. Xiong Jihan's eyes flashed with a murderous red glow. Immediately, he grabbed the man's head and slammed it down hard, a violent impact echoing. Se-ah cried out in panic, calling for her uncle. A security guard and the man accompanying the troublemaker were stunned, not understanding why Xiong Jihan remained unfazed. They realized the big man's fist had been strangely stopped right before Xiong Jihan's nose. The thug was terrified to find his entire body suddenly unable to move. He could only manage a curse word in pain and helplessness. Immediately after, Xiong Jihan easily slammed the man's head to the ground. He looked down coldly and commented on the rudeness of the defeated man. While Jihan was teaching the man a lesson, Se-ah rushed over to intervene, fearing they would attract too much attention. Just then, a voice called out, "Yoon Se-ah," making both uncle and niece turn around. From a luxurious car, a female student recognized Seiya and happily exclaimed. She was introduced as the vice president of the student council, Kim Hee-soo. Jihan thought to himself that she must be his niece's friend, while Seiya happily greeted her long unseen friend. Kim Hee-soo stepped out of the car, mocking the man lying flat on the ground as he tried to make excuses about slipping. The man quickly apologized, while Hee-soo turned to Seiya, asking with surprise about the old car she was driving. Xiong Jihan calmly responded to the young girl's curiosity. Seiya explained that her father had sold all the cars, causing Hee-soo to immediately scold her friend for not telling her. Hee-soo firmly stated that this situation couldn't continue. She tightly held Seiya's hand and offered to drive her friend home after school. Hee-soo argued that driving the old car would attract even more attention and affirmed she would speak to her father on Seiya's behalf. Seiya still hesitated, feeling apologetic, while Xiong Jihan quietly observed from behind. He pondered the conversation between the two young girls. Xiong Jihan wondered if Seiya had ever had such a close friend before, feeling something was off. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-yeon and Lim Ga-young had just arrived at the BattleNet Academy, and Ha-yeon frantically asked what was happening. She desperately looked at the empty parking lot, shouting, not understanding why Xiong Jihan had disappeared so quickly. A security guard announced that Xiong Jihan had already driven off, making Lim Ga-young sigh as she reminded her boss. Lee Ha-yeon nervously bit her nails, fearing that foreign scouts would be quicker than her. Lim Ga-young immediately took her hand and firmly said, "Stop." The bodyguard reminded her that Ha-yeon herself had asked her to stop her whenever she had this bad habit. Lee Ha-yeon awkwardly replied, while Lim Ga-young secretly thought she was almost fooled by her. Lim Ga-young asked about the next plan, and Lee Ha-yeon asserted that they had no other choice. She then opened a virtual screen, accessing Xiong Jihan's BattleTube channel, which was live streaming. With a confident look, Lee Ha-yeon declared that she would pursue him in real time and see who would be the winner. At the same time, in an arena, Xiong Jihan was flying in the air, delivering a powerful punch. His punch directly collided with a warrior's shield, creating a terrifying shockwave. The warrior screamed in terror as he was completely overwhelmed by Xiong Jihan's power. His shield shattered into pieces, and his body was flung into the air. Xiong Jihan activated the nameless divine arts, energy converged, and his eyes glowed brightly. He unleashed the footwork heavenly thunder steps, moving like a flash of lightning among the warriors. In the blink of an eye, all enemies were defeated, with only Xiong Jihan standing in the middle of the battlefield. He remarked that things weren't bad, as by focusing his senses, he could adapt faster. Xiong Jihan clenched his fist, telling himself that he needed to push a little harder. Two players observing from afar couldn't believe their eyes. One laughed loudly upon realizing it was Xiong Jihan. It was Xiong Jihan, who had defeated a gold-ranked flesh golem with just one slash. Therefore, for players in the Bronze League, having to face him was an unexpected event. His power swept through the arena, like an irresistible natural disaster. The system announced that the match had ended. Xiong Jihan reappeared on the rooftop, securing first place to the applause of the viewers. He received a notification about his 5 consecutive wins, which granted a 200% increase in experience and points, and allowed him to level up twice. Upon reaching level 15, he unlocked a new game map called Dungeon. Xiong Jihan suddenly remembered that he would indeed unlock this feature at level 15. This was a new game mode. Unlike those that only required combat, players had to overcome many traps, mazes, and puzzles. However, there was a limit to playing alone, as BattleNet encouraged cooperation, and playing in a group was essential in dungeon mode. But Xiong Jihan had another concern. He thought to himself that too many people were targeting him. He worried that if his teammates decided to play dirty, he would get hurt, and considered temporarily joining a guild. But he quickly dismissed the thought, as they would surely bother him even if he left. He decided to endure the annoyance, as he was about to reach silver rank anyway. Once he did that, he would establish his own guild. The scene suddenly shifted to 2 eggs frying in a pan. In the kitchen, Xiong Jihan was frying eggs and asked his niece Seiya to set the table. He announced that breakfast was ready, with 2 hearty portions laid out. The uncle and niece sat together at the table and began their meal. Seiya was incredibly amazed by her uncle's cooking skills, but Jihan humbly said he only grilled the available ingredients. He promised to cook a more elaborate meal next time, secretly thinking about his days of cooking for himself in America, which delighted Seiya. Jihan asked if Seiya would get a ride to school with her friend Hee-soo, like yesterday. The girl hesitated, then replied no, making Jihan surprised and asked why. Seiya confessed that yesterday's ride made her feel so heavy and uncomfortable that she thought she was going to die. In a flashback, her friend Hee-soo had shown pity and asked about her family matters, making Seiya extremely uncomfortable. Back in the present, Jihan remarked that the action was terrible, and Seiya completely agreed. Jihan said there was actually another reason. Seiya smiled brightly, saying that her mother's car was still the best, providing a much warmer and more comfortable feeling. Xiong Jihan quietly listened to his niece's confidence. He smiled gently and agreed with her feelings. Afterward, Jihan drove Seiya to the grand entrance of the BattleNet Academy. A crowd of scouts and reporters was already waiting, cheering as they recognized Xiong Jihan arriving. Inside the car, Jihan recognized the crowd, while Seiya irritably called them stalkers, not reporters. Their car was stopped by security at the gate because it was a private area and required an access card. Jihan sighed, thinking they needed to change cars soon, just as Seiya unexpectedly called out to him, seeing something ahead. In the parking lot, Lee Ha-yeon and Lim Ga-young were waiting, and Ha-yeon had spotted the newcomers. Lee Ha-yeon calmly realized, "Ah, he's here." She was talking about Xiong Jihan, who had just stepped out of the car and felt the heavy atmosphere. Lee Ha-yeon greeted him, saying she had arrived early to wait, while Seiya secretly thought this woman was truly obsessive. When Ha-yeon chided Jihan for not contacting her, Seiya innocently cheered on her uncle and then left. Lee Ha-yeon stepped forward, getting straight to the point. She suggested he spare some time for her, just as the crowd of scouts noticed Xiong Jihan's presence. The two moved to an outdoor cafe on the academy grounds, under curious gazes. The other scouts were furious that the woman had once again gotten ahead of them, lamenting that they hadn't even had a chance to offer a gold-tier contract. Jihan worried about them being too conspicuous, but Ha-yeon casually replied that she was used to such stares. Jihan remarked that she looked more relaxed than usual, and Ha-yeon explained that it was probably because this was her old school. She said she couldn't get used to his reaction, prompting Jihan to apologize for not contacting her. He explained he was too busy, but Ha-yeon smiled it off, saying that, in a way, it was quite refreshing. She said this was the first time, and Jihan understood that he was the first person she had to pursue. Therefore, Lee Ha-yeon declared that she had prepared a suitable answer, and Lim Ga-young immediately presented a folder of documents. It was a platinum-tier contract placed on the table in front of Jihan. The other scouts were horrified, unable to believe she would offer a platinum contract to a bronze-tier player. Xiong Jihan himself was surprised, secretly thinking he hadn't expected her to prepare so thoroughly. He looked directly at her, intending to boldly give his answer. But Lee Ha-yeon cut him off, leaning across the table and saying that this contract was obtained thanks to me. She smiled meaningfully and confessed, "That's my affection for you, Mr. Jihan." Lim Ga-young secretly felt smug, thinking about the elaborate plan they had devised. She pictured the other recruiters leaving dejectedly, all just to secure this desperate meeting with Xiong Jihan. Suddenly, a flash of realization sparked in Jihan's eyes. He realized this scent was identical to that of the streamer Zero, causing Lee Ha-yeon to confusedly ask, "What?" While Lee Ha-yeon was flustered by his composure, Jihan was already certain she was Zero. She felt her pride wounded, while Jihan wondered if her talent was still the same as before. Lee Ha-yeon suddenly realized she didn't have his phone number, and knew it wouldn't be easy to get it. Lim Ga-young then stepped forward, using the contract as an excuse to ask for Jihan's contact information. Jihan saw through their intentions and asked directly, "Do you want my number?" He turned the tables with a surprising offer. "How about we make a bet?" To Lee Ha-yeon's astonishment, Jihan smiled, confirming his intention. He announced that he had just reached level 15 and would be entering a dungeon, stunning both girls. Lee Ha-yeon couldn't believe he had reached that level in less than a month. She asked about the conditions, and Jihan declared he would connect to BattleNet immediately. He made a wager. If he didn't rank first, he would sign a contract with Reason Guild and give his phone number. Lee Ha-yeon worried as he intended to enter the dungeon alone without a guild or party. As Jihan turned and walked away, she admitted his offer was truly unusual. He turned back with a confident smile, saying that if he won, he needed to confirm one thing. Jihan stated his demand. "Show me your status window," to check her nurturing talent. Lee Ha-yeon looked flustered, asking again if it absolutely had to be her status window. She explained that the nurturing talent was like an experience-boosting buff, so letting others see it was very embarrassing, and Xiong Jihan confirmed his request. Xiong Jihan secretly thought, based on Lee Ha-yeon's reaction, he was sure she possessed that talent, but still wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. Finally, Lee Ha-yeon agreed with a warning. "All right, but don't regret it later." Xiong Jihan connected to BattleNet on the spot and said they didn't need to move anywhere. He asked them both to wait while his BattleTube livestream began. In the virtual space, Xiong Jihan confidently declared that the match wouldn't last long. The system announced the selected game mode was Dungeon. This dungeon was named Conqueror's Tomb. This was a high-difficulty dungeon, the resting place of a legendary conqueror. Inside the tomb, besides a large number of monsters, there were countless traps and complex labyrinths. However, there was another reason why the difficulty of this dungeon skyrocketed. That was because to clear it, all team members had to survive until the very end. Xiong Jihan clearly knew the importance of having good teammates. The system announced that player Xiong Jihan had entered the dungeon. When all players had been summoned, Xiong Jihan observed his new teammate. He recognized them as a well-equipped group of 3, while they were utterly astonished to see Xiong Jihan as their companion. The group's warrior respectfully greeted him, and Xiong Jihan replied amicably, secretly assessing them as good enough. Viewers in the chat quickly recognized them as members of the Black Eagle Guild, and were surprised to see that Xiong Jihan had reached level 15. Boosted by confidence, the Black Eagle Guild members decided they would aim for the #1 spot with Xiong Jihan. Black Eagle Guild members suggested they go first, but Xiong Jihan dismissed it and declared he would lead. He confidently asserted that he was strong enough to take the vanguard position. Given his assertiveness, the Black Eagle Guild members quickly agreed and trustingly followed him. Xiong Jihan secretly breathed a sigh of relief that he didn't encounter any saboteurs this time, especially since the dungeon clear conditions were very strict. With a determined expression, he declared that the conquest had officially begun. The team entered the first basement floor of the Conqueror's Tomb, a grand hall filled with shattered warrior statues. Suddenly, the Black Eagle Guild members cried out in panic as they saw the statues begin to move. The Terracotta Army, the Royal Tomb Guards, had awakened and charged forward in unison. A teammate turned to Xiong Jihan, asking about the battle formation, and suggesting they use magic to clear the way. Xiong Jihan coldly replied that it wasn't necessary. He simply ordered them to follow right behind him. The Terracotta Army swung their weapons, attacking fiercely. Xiong Jihan gracefully dodged an incoming sword strike. Immediately after, he landed a punch directly on the statue's chest, shattering it to pieces. The power from his punch made the enemy explode into fragments. He charged into the midst of the army, continuously striking and destroying one statue after another. The Black Eagle Guild members stared in stunned silence at the scene, one of them stammering, "What are you doing?" Xiong Jihan glanced back, casually asking why they weren't keeping up with him. A notification panel explained the dungeon structure, with 10 different paths for 10 teams, and Xiong Jihan's team, thanks to his power, was leading at an incredible pace. On the third basement floor of the Conqueror's Tomb, Xiong Jihan continued his rampage. The Black Eagle Guild members ran behind him, exclaiming in astonishment as they witnessed his power firsthand. They couldn't believe Jihan could shatter the tough terracotta soldiers as easily as sand sculpture. Meanwhile, Jihan secretly thought that this dungeon was not as difficult as he had imagined. Suddenly, a 10,000 GP donation notification popped up, catching his attention. He realized that the person behind this generous donation was Takeda, wondering what the guy was plotting now. Ignoring the message, Jihan continued to smash the guard statues with his bare hand. He casually walked past a headless statue, completely unaffected by the recruitment attempt. Looking directly at the viewers, Jihan declared that he would never go to Japan and promptly blocked Takeda's user. His teammates looked back at the path they had cleared, unable to believe they had swept through the third floor so quickly thanks to Jihan carrying the team. A team member knelt down to examine the fragments, wondering in amazement how Jihan could destroy something so hard with his bare hands. Feeling guilty, one of the Black Eagle Guild members apologized for letting Jihan do all the work. Jihan replied that he was just grateful they weren't intentionally sabotaging the game, which relieved the group and made them trust him even more. He fell silent for a moment, recalling a past bad experience. The entire team advanced to the fourth basement floor, facing a straight corridor. Jihan smiled meaningfully at his teammates' astonished faces, remarking that the situation was quite amusing. He pointed out that the walls and floor looked deceptively normal. Jihan explained that this very appearance was a warning of countless traps awaiting them ahead. He asked if the team could speed up even more, and they immediately agreed, albeit with some apprehension. Xiong Jihan once again declared he would take the lead, ready to guide the team through the death corridor. Xiong Jihan announced he would go first, leaving the rear to the bewildered Black Eagle Guild member. However, the sword-wielding warrior secretly thought, urging Jihan to go ahead quickly so he could make his move. The archer also drew an arrow towards Jihan, secretly thinking about the moment he would leave. That was when the 1 million GP reward from the Sword King clan, 787 quest, would be his. A quest requiring the Black Eagle Guild members to commit suicide had been created. The mastermind was Takeda, whom Xiong Jihan had just blocked, and he believed Jihan had made a mistake. Takeda told himself that he didn't want to resort to money, but it was the only way left. With a smug smile, he wondered what Xiong Jihan would do now that he had bribed so many people. Back in the dungeon, Xiong Jihan knew well that his companions had been bribed not to act overtly. He suddenly turned to face the group, asking if they understood what that meant. Immediately after, he shot forward, declaring that the moment they fled would also be the moment they failed. In the office, Takeda burst into triumphant laughter, believing his plan had succeeded. His laughter echoed, but another voice interjected, asserting that there would be no exception. Nam Gungsu smiled mysteriously, saying that was only true unless someone had already warned Jihan. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan was still rushing through the corridor at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a trap mechanism activated, firing countless arrows from both walls. Xiong Jihan calmly faced the danger, thinking to himself, "Here it comes." A rain of sharp arrows flew forward, engulfing the entire corridor where he and his teammates were running. A Black Eagle Guild member shouted for Xiong Jihan to dodge, pretending to prepare to use a skill to destroy the arrow rain. Xiong Jihan calmly replied that he was fine while still rushing forward. He activated his spatial domination power, Absolute Zone. A blazing red energy field spread out, blocking all incoming arrows. A barrage of arrows halted and hung strangely suspended in midair. The teammate was stunned, unable to believe what he had just seen as the arrows stopped right in front of him. He turned to the others, stammering to ask if they had seen the sight. However, the Black Eagle Guild's archer merely smirked triumphantly. Suddenly, the first teammate screamed in panic again, pointing at the other two. Xiong Jihan coldly realized their plan. They intended to commit suicide. The teammate desperately acted, urging Jihan to stop them. While the tanker held his sword to his neck, Xiong Jihan gathered his strength, preparing to unleash the footwork of the nameless divine arts. The archer was startled, not expecting Xiong Jihan to react so quickly. With footwork heavenly thunder steps, Xiong Jihan transformed into a streak of lightning, rushing forward at terrifying speed. He delivered a thunderous punch to the archer's face, making him scream in pain. Almost simultaneously, he blocked the tanker's greatsword with his bare hand. The tanker screamed as his arm was easily broken. Xiong Jihan immediately spun around, swinging his arm towards the last member of the Black Eagle Guild. He delivered a decisive blow to the traitor's stomach, making him writhe in extreme pain. The last member of the Black Eagle Guild ran over, pretending to be concerned and asking Xiong Jihan if he was all right. Meanwhile, the two incapacitated individuals angrily cursed at each other, revealing that both had received suicide missions. Xiong Jihan calmly explained that all three of them had received the same mission. The last guild member was stunned when Jihan said that the game would end for whoever committed suicide first. He bowed his head, apologizing on behalf of his teammates for their shameful action. Jihan replied that there was no need to apologize, while silently channeling power into his hand. He suddenly delivered a blow to the chest of the hypocritical traitor. Jihan coldly stated that he knew he was just like the others. Exposed, the guild member screamed in panic, admitting that they were all instructed to commit suicide. He couldn't understand how Jihan had discovered his plot even though he hadn't made any suspicious moves. It turned out that the person who warned Jihan was a streamer nicknamed BJ Golden Light through a 10,000 GP donation. That person was Nam Gungsu, who proudly declared himself Jihan's capable assistant. He explained that, as an avid fan, he had been watching Xiong Jihan's live broadcast. The viewership included the members of Jihan's current party. And it was then that Nam Gungsu coincidentally witnessed a shocking event. He saw Sword King Clan 898 post a bounty mission worth 1 million GP, requiring players to commit suicide. Immediately, Nam Gungsu hastily sent a warning message to Xiong Jihan. He told himself that the 10,000 won donation for justice was absolutely not wasted. As a loyal editor, Nam Gungsu wondered if Jihan had noticed anything strange. Xiong Jihan clenched his hand, which was radiating red energy. He pinned a Black Eagle member to the ground, questioning whether, despite their grudge against him, 1 million per life wasn't too much. Jihan deduced that the price should be lower than that, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. He picked up a sword and stated his conclusion. Holding the enemy's weapon, Jihan stood thoughtfully in the dungeon. He surmised that the mastermind must belong to a reputable guild, or a specific power pulling the strings, not merely the Sword King's fan club. Jihan broke into a sweat, realizing they were so obsessed they were willing to pay 1 million just to see his status window. Elsewhere, Takeda Kazuo watched the broadcast, nervously cursing under his breath as Jihan guessed his intention. Jihan declared that since his opponents were so despicable, he would change his promise. He decided to raise the subscriber goal from 200,000 to 1 million, but still kept his promise to win first. How wonderful, Jihan thought to himself with a satisfied expression. He admitted he had started to worry because the number of subscribers was nearing the 200,000 mark. Thanks to this, I'm profiting again, he thought as a rope appeared, dreaming of reaching 1 million followers. The system window displayed information about the F-rank item binding rope. Jihan used the rope to tightly bind the 3 Black Eagle Guild members, satisfied that it was very sturdy. Shall we go? He asked casually while dragging the 3 terrified traitors. Amidst the prisoners' desperate screams, a stone warrior statue at the end of the corridor began to awaken. Xiong Jihan remained silent as one of the captives exclaimed in astonishment at the sight before them. An echoing voice warned not to disturb his sleep. It was the Emperor's voice, as the eyes of a colossal stone warrior statue began to glow. On the 6th basement floor, an entire army of stone statues awakened, repeatedly chanting that the Emperor is eternal. Dragged across the ground, a Black Eagle Guild member silently cursed his ironic situation. He couldn't believe this humiliation, while Xiong Jihan calmly walked amidst the viewers' comments. The warrior gnashed his teeth in hatred, wondering how a bronze-ranked player could possess such terrifying power. 10 minutes ago, he himself had loudly cursed Xiong Jihan. In the flashback, all 3 Black Eagle Guild members threatened Xiong Jihan, demanding he release them. Their threat of involving the entire guild was cut short by a flash of movement from Xiong Jihan. He coldly asked, "Really?" Just as he struck the pressure points of all 3 simultaneously, the warrior panicked as he realized his body no longer obeyed his commands. All 3 collapsed, their entire bodies paralyzed and devoid of strength. Xiong Jihan calmly hoisted one of them onto his shoulder, making the captive unable to believe the harsh reality. He horrifyingly realized that Xiong Jihan had used a high-level martial arts master's pressure point technique, while Jihan merely thought the old move was still effective. The other teammates were also stunned, not understanding how a support could do this. The warrior realized he would be dragged along if he didn't do something. A malicious thought flashed through his mind as he recalled Xiong Jihan was very sensitive about his niece. He gathered all his strength to break the paralysis, determined to use the most venomous words to provoke his opponent. With his mouth sealed by Xiong Jihan's energy, the Black Eagle Guild member could only stammer in helplessness. "Just follow quietly, all right?" Xiong Jihan asked with a smile, his hand gripping the rope tightly. Dragged across the stone floor, the Black Eagle Guild member groaned in extreme pain. Xiong Jihan occasionally healed them, making one of the group feel comfortable while the others screamed for silence. He glanced at the system screen, muttering to himself that he had reached the 6th floor. After clearing this 6th basement floor, he would face the dungeon's final boss. Xiong Jihan stopped before a ruined stone gate, sensing a presence within. He paused, his gaze sharpening as he realized what awaited him. Before him was the 6th basement floor, a vast space plunged in darkness, sparkling with countless glowing eyes. He squinted, remarking that it was too dark to see everything clearly. However, he determined that they were all the native army of this dungeon. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan's eyes widened in surprise as he sensed a change. Around him, the entire terracotta army began to stir and stand up. With glowing eyes, the terracotta warriors simultaneously charged towards him. The 3 Black Eagle Guild members turned pale as they witnessed the horrifying sight. Without hesitation, Xiong Jihan swung all 3 of them up as living shields, blocking a sword strike. Their desperate screams echoed as they were used as weapons. He continued to use them like a human flail, sweeping horizontally and smashing the charging statue. Amidst the chaotic battle, Xiong Jihan used his sword to parry another attack, his gaze still coldly focused. With lightning-fast sword strikes, Xiong Jihan easily cut down the terracotta army. The statues shattered into pieces under his overwhelming power. Amidst the rubble, the livestream viewers couldn't help but be astonished by Xiong Jihan's performance. Suddenly, in the deep darkness of the mausoleum, a colossal statue began to awaken. Its eyes glowed brightly, and Xiong Jihan immediately sensed a menacing presence. A system notification appeared, stating that the entire royal mausoleum was beginning to shake. The bound Black Eagle Guild members screamed in terror at the sudden change. Meanwhile, ghostly voices echoed everywhere, warning not to disturb the Huangdi's sleep. An entire colossal terracotta army, with glowing eyes, had awakened, surrounding Xiong Jihan. He realized from their eyes that they were all in a state of frenzy. A sudden limited quest appeared, requiring him to eliminate all the guards to receive 1,000 achievement points. Xiong Jihan merely smiled, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he encountered a challenge like this since the defense map. He raised his hand, activating an energy shield that enveloped himself and the 3 Black Eagle Guild members. A guard slashed fiercely at the shield right in front of the archer, making him scream in fear. The archer angrily questioned why Xiong Jihan would put up a shield just to take hits like that. Xiong Jihan thought to himself, thanks to the force stat, his shield had become much sturdier. With eyes glowing red, he coldly declared that he no longer needed to go easy on protecting them. He unleashed his energy, activating the Lingyu Joedui skill, enhanced by force. Looking at his hand, Xiong Jihan admitted to himself that this ability truly felt like cheating. Inside the Lingyu Joedui, all actions of the terracotta army were slowed down. With just a clench of Xiong Jihan's fist, all enemies were completely neutralized. Their stone bodies began to crack under the invisible pressure. Xiong Jihan declared this was the space he dominated. He thought to himself that it was a pity Baron had previously only used this amazing ability to enhance mana. Deciding to stop fooling around, Xiong Jihan gripped his sword tightly. He prepared to end the battle quickly. A blue stream of energy erupted from the sword's tip. It swept through the entire room, completely destroying the terracotta army. Amidst the debris, a system notification appeared, confirming he had completed the quest. A voice echoed, revealing that the royal tomb could only be cleared if all party members were alive. The Golden Conqueror appeared, welcoming the plunderers and promising to grant them what they desired. The condition to clear the final stage was to show respect to the king. More specifically, it was the worship of all players. Xiong Jihan suddenly realized what he had to do. He and his bound teammates advanced into the 7th basement floor, the final stage. The silver circles of light on the ground were the designated areas for the ritual. Without hesitation, Xiong Jihan forcefully threw the other 3 to the ground, compelling them to prostrate themselves. Xiong Jihan raised his hand, and a red stream of energy began to swirl around. He used invisible power to forcefully throw the 3 Black Eagle Guild members to the ground. While the viewers were still in doubt, Xiong Jihan closed his eyes and concentrated. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils glowing red, and declared it was enough. A Black Eagle Guild member screamed in horror as his body moved on its own, according to Jihan's will. Xiong Jihan merely smiled faintly, completely confident in his plan. A status window appeared, showing his force stat at 18. Thanks to this stat, his absolute zone skill was enhanced, powerful enough to control an entire army. The Golden Conqueror, the final guardian, commanded, "Now, begin," he declared as Xiong Jihan and his teammates took their positions within the ritual circle. Even from a considerable distance, a Black Eagle Guild member was forced to raise his hand. Standing in the center, Xiong Jihan easily controlled the other 3, making them prostrate themselves. Then, he himself knelt, his hand resting on his sword. In a prostrate posture, Xiong Jihan believed this was a perfect victory. The conqueror approved with satisfaction. "Well done. Intruders, you may return." The system announced that Xiong Jihan had completed the 7th basement floor. The return portal opened before the group. A Black Eagle Guild member secretly thought that even though they lost money, they at least secured first place. However, Xiong Jihan remained still, causing his teammates great confusion. Xiong Jihan let out an incredulous laugh at the system window. A hidden quest appeared, requiring him to show sincere respect to the Conqueror statue to receive 5,000 achievement points and the Conqueror's arrow. He looked up at the colossal golden statue at the end of the Grand Hall, secretly thinking that 5,000 points was already a generous reward. The item Conqueror's Arrow was a massive golden weapon held by the statue. Jihan remarked that the giant arrow looked like a spear, and wondered if the system would truly grant it as a reward. He smirked as he pondered the meaning of sincere respect. Meanwhile, a Black Eagle Guild member was annoyed that Jihan just stood there, worried that the second-place team would catch up. Suddenly, his teammate screamed as he was attacked in a flash. Xiong Jihan coldly delivered a punch that knocked out the Black Eagle Guild member. He turned towards the statue and declared he would show his respect to the king of plunderers. The golden statue's eyes suddenly glowed as if reacting. Jihan grabbed the collar of his bewildered teammate, who didn't understand what was happening. He forcefully threw that player towards the gate like a sacrifice. The statue's glowing eyes watched the entire event. The unfortunate player was absorbed by the statue, and the system announced he was dead. Another Black Eagle Guild member was stunned by the horrifying sight. The live chat exploded with panicked comments, not understanding what was happening. Amidst the viewers' confusion, Xiong Jihan merely looked down silently with glowing red eyes. He stood opposite the golden statue, which was now emitting a blue stream of energy from below. The golden statue spoke, questioning Xiong Jihan. "King of plunderers? Are you referring to me?" Xiong Jihan calmly replied that a conqueror is a king among plunderers, and he would show his sincere respect. He declared that he would not just take the gold, but also seize the truly valuable item. With glowing red eyes, Xiong Jihan pointed towards the statue and continued. He revealed his target was the arrow that the conqueror possessed. That was the conqueror's arrow, the marked reward of the stage. Xiong Jihan explained that knowing its value and showing respect by plundering it was the condition for the hidden quest. He affirmed that it was the only way to fulfill this requirement. The conqueror was silent for a moment, seemingly considering his words. Suddenly, its golden face contorted into a delighted smile. A loud laugh echoed throughout the tomb, showing immense delight. "Magnificent," the conqueror declared. "I'm starting to like you, plunderer." It acknowledged Xiong Jihan as excellent, and at the same time, he summoned his sword. "I am quite impressed," the conqueror said, as Xiong Jihan gripped his sword hilt. It promised to bestow its treasure in return for the sincere respect he had shown. Xiong Jihan simply replied concisely, "Thank you." He took a stance, his blade gleaming, ready to receive the reward. "Then I shall gladly accept it." The conqueror also took a stance, aiming an arrow at him and challenged. "Good, try to take it then." A gigantic fire phoenix appeared behind it as it channeled power into the phoenix arrow. The golden statue of the conqueror roared, challenging everyone to receive its phoenix arrow. Facing the giant, glowing enemy, Xiong Jihan took a stance, ready for battle. The terrifying heat radiating made Xiong Jihan sweat profusely. One of his teammates collapsed and screamed that he couldn't breathe, and was dying. He looked up with an expression of extreme horror. Both Black Eagle Guild members screamed in pain as they were incinerated by invisible flames. Even Xiong Jihan felt his body was on fire. He realized the situation had become extremely dangerous. Seeing his remaining teammate dying, Xiong Jihan knew that if they died, he would be in big trouble. He didn't care about their lives, but the real problem lay elsewhere. The moment they died, the weapons he was borrowing would also disappear. Xiong Jihan understood that he had to resolve this situation before that happened. The heat in the tomb had reached a level that caused the mountains of gold to begin melting. Molten metal flowed out like a river. Unable to endure any longer, the teammate with red glasses collapsed and died. A system notification confirming only 2 people remained. The golden statue mocked, telling them to feel this insane heat with their instincts. Xiong Jihan knew for sure that if that arrow was fired, he would not be able to withstand it. But then, a flash of insight appeared in his mind. A single path to survival emerged. Before the conqueror could fire the arrow, Xiong Jihan decided to aim directly at the arrow itself. Once upon a time, there was a story about the appearance of an immortal, who appeared before a lost soul wandering aimlessly. The immortal pointed forward and said, "I will lead the way, so you just need to keep moving in a single direction." And just as limitless tri-talent guides people, Xiong Jihan found his path. He unleashed a high-speed slash even more refined than before. His sword tip aimed directly at the golden statue of the conqueror, drawing its bow. The very moment the ring of fire was stretched to its maximum, Xiong Jihan's slash shot forward like lightning. The sword collided head-on with the glowing golden bow. The immortal trailblazer technique created a terrifying explosion. The phoenix arrow lost its energy, shattering upon impact with the ground. The statue stared in shock at the broken bow in its hand. With fiery eyes it roared, "You, thief! What is your name?" Xiong Jihan panted, smiled triumphantly, and replied, "Xiong Jihan." The conqueror repeated the name Xiong Jihan, as if to engrave it. It acknowledged, "Truly magnificent. You are a righteous warrior. You have just shown me the brightest example. I bestow upon you the Phoenix Arrow." A colossal weapon in the shape of a glowing golden spear appeared before Xiong Jihan. The golden statue of the conqueror spoke, calling Xiong Jihan a thief. Xiong Jihan merely looked back silently, his expression completely calm. The conqueror expressed a desire to rematch him on a more prestigious battlefield in the future. In response, Xiong Jihan forcefully plunged his sword into the stone floor. He agreed to the offer, while the conqueror's glowing golden form reverted to a knight on horseback. Gripping the Phoenix Arrow tightly, he said that they would surely meet again on countless battlefields of BattleNet. He quickly reached out and grabbed the colossal weapon. Xiong Jihan smiled contentedly, thinking he could customize the arrow to use it as a spear. Meanwhile, his livestream viewers were all confused because they couldn't discern the technique he just used. Even a slow-motion replay didn't help, causing one viewer to exclaim that it was too fast. He smirked and explained that it was a high-speed slash, so it was natural not to see it. It was a technique using a thin sword to concentrate all power into a single point. He looked at his hand, feeling the progress. Xiong Jihan realized his control over the nameless divine arts was getting better and better. He recalled how initially it was very unstable and consumed a lot of energy, but the more he used it, the more stable it became. Just as he was confident in his ability to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, a system notification appeared stating that he had been recognized by the conqueror and was exempt from the 7th floor test. Is it over? Xiong Jihan looked at the notification panel in surprise. His gaze then turned towards the last surviving member of the Black Eagle Guild, while viewers celebrated his solo clear. The remaining teammate looked at his screen with a horrified expression, stammering to ask what was happening. Fear enveloped him as he realized the archer had died without him noticing. Xiong Jihan stood over his last teammate, determined to end this cleanly. He explained that he couldn't let the backstabber claim first place, even as the other person cried and begged. Xiong Jihan's hand gripped the Phoenix Arrow tightly. With glowing eyes, he charged forward, using the new weapon like a spear. Xiong Jihan smiled with satisfaction as the system panel announced his teammate's death, leaving him alone. As soon as the game ended, the recruiters waiting outside were startled to see him appear. Having secured overall first place, Xiong Jihan emerged with the Phoenix Arrow, a colossal weapon that astonished everyone. Li Haiyun and Lim Ga-young looked at him, while others couldn't believe he obtained that item from a bronze-tier dungeon. He turned to the two of them and smugly asked if they had watched the live broadcast. Lim Ga-young admitted she couldn't get used to it, while Li Haiyun reluctantly praised him as amazing. Standing in front of a cafe, Xiong Jihan asked Li Haiyun to show him what she had promised. Li Haiyun hesitated, but he reminded her that she couldn't go back on her word. Overwhelmed by the power emanating from the spear, Li Haiyun fearfully asked him to put it away. She appeared exhausted and helpless in the face of his demand. Xiong Jihan brought up a system window and said he had warned her she might regret it. He secretly thought he had guessed correctly, that she possessed that ability. The system window revealed Lee Ha-yeon's A-rank nurturing talent, making her hastily ask him to keep it a secret. Lim Ga-young watched anxiously as Xiong Jihan and Lee Ha-yeon left. She knew that Lee Ha-yeon hated talking about her talent. Lim Ga-young recalled Lee Ha-yeon once being very upset because she had spent a fortune on a talent she considered trash. In the car, Lim Ga-young heard Lee Ha-yeon complain about being jealous of the Turtle Guild rookie's gift, as she herself had spent a lot of money just to get the nurturing talent. Lee Ha-yeon clicked her tongue in annoyance, wondering why she had to go to that academy. Lim Ga-young secretly thought that Lee Ha-yeon always spoke ill of the academy and her talent, but she never expected her to reveal it in such a place. Facing Xiong Jihan's silence, Lee Ha-yeon blushed in embarrassment, wondering why he wasn't saying anything. When Xiong Jihan smiled, she flinched, thinking he was mocking her. Lee Ha-yeon questioned him irritably, but Xiong Jihan replied that he wasn't laughing at her, he was just happy. She was completely taken aback by his unexpected answer. Xiong Jihan got straight to the point, asking for Lee Ha-yeon's phone number. He explained that he simply wanted her number, despite her having lost the bet. Lee Ha-yeon reminded him that her number was already on the business card she gave him last time. Xiong Jihan casually admitted he had lost it, leaving Lee Ha-yeon stunned. She secretly thought his actions were contradictory, throwing away her business card yet asking for her number. Lee Ha-yeon was suspicious, thinking he was probably only interested in her nurturing talent. Feeling like she was being played with, her pride was hurt, and she gripped her phone tightly in anger. After some internal struggle, she decided to retaliate. Lee Ha-yeon saved her number in his phone under the name Manager Lee Ha-yeon, with a heart emoji. Xiong Jihan took back his phone and was slightly surprised to see the heart icon next to her name. He said nothing more, just turned and invited Lim Ga-young to leave with him. Lee Ha-yeon smugly asked for his thoughts, believing she had flustered him. However, Xiong Jihan merely smirked, completely unaffected by her prank. Lee Ha-yeon froze as Xiong Jihan burst out laughing. Lim Ga-young anxiously called out to her while he said he would contact her later. As Xiong Jihan turned and walked away, Lee Ha-yeon exploded in anger, unable to understand his attitude. She grew even more annoyed when he casually saved her phone number. The scene shifted to BattleNet Academy. Here, someone was astonished watching Xiong Jihan's first live broadcast, with over 14,098 viewers. It turned out to be Se-ah and her classmates, all marveling at her uncle, with Se-ah admitting he was getting stronger. Kim Hee-soo, Se-ah's friend, expressed admiration, surprised that the Conqueror's tomb could be cleared in that way. She pondered for a moment about Xiong Jihan's change. Se-ah then directly asked Kim Hee-soo for her thoughts. Kim Hee-soo recalled that just a month ago, when she visited Se-ah's house, Xiong Jihan looked like an unemployed alcoholic. Another female student excitedly demanded Se-ah introduce her to her uncle, leaving the boyfriend next to her stunned. Se-ah secretly thanked in her heart that her uncle had finally matured. Suddenly, Kim Hee-soo asked Se-ah about an important upcoming day. It was her 18th birthday, the day Se-ah would officially awaken as a player and be able to see her status window. Her friends were also eagerly awaiting the day they could fight together on BattleNet. They started discussing the talent room and bet that Se-ah would receive at least an S rank. After all, her father was an SSS rank player. Her mother was an SS rank saintess. Moreover, there were rumors that her uncle's talent was at least S rank. Se-ah confusedly retorted that DNA has nothing to do with talent. A classmate then teased that statistics showed the opposite, leaving Se-ah to only hope she would receive a good talent on her upcoming birthday. She clenched her hands, admitting that it was precisely because her birthday was approaching that she was so anxious. Kim Hee-soo gently placed her hand on Se-ah's, reassuring her that everything would be fine. Her friend continued to comfort Se-ah not to worry too much about it. Se-ah smiled and thanked Kim Hee-soo, saying she didn't need a gift, but her friend insisted she wait and see. Kim Hee-soo smiled meaningfully and said of course while operating a strange device. Her eyes suddenly turned cold and calculating. In a dark vision, Se-ah lay slumped on the floor while a voice echoed, "Please accept it." Meanwhile, at a dojo in Tokyo, Yoon Se-jin stood amidst his defeated opponents, his entire body emanating a terrifying purple aura. The two observers were astonished, one confirming that the Sword King's power had only just been achieved after the training round. With eyes glowing purple, it was concluded that the Sword King had become stronger. An analyst reviewed the records and confirmed that all his stats were higher than before. Yoon Se-jin looked forward, declaring that he was greatly looking forward to it. He was looking forward to his first stage as Ito Ryuhei in the international match, which was only 2 days away. At the same time in Seoul, an angry shout echoed from the headquarters of the Guild of Reason. "Are you insane?" In an apartment, Yoon Se-ah's mother was yelling into the phone, questioning someone about daring to hand her daughter over to such a person. She stood up, asserting that marriage was her own decision. Her face was full of indignation as she screamed that she didn't want to get married right now. Finally, she decisively hung up the call from her own father. Lim Ga-young worriedly asked Lee Ha-yun if she was okay after seeing her sigh deeply. Lee Ha-yun replied that she was not okay at all. She angrily yelled, and Lim Ga-young calmly admitted that she looked upset. Lee Ha-yun furiously recounted the horrifying blind date where her counterpart was a bald old man. Lim Ga-young empathized that the lives of the rich were not easy either, making Lee Ha-yun feel understood. Lee Ha-yun told her bodyguard to go home and rest, but Lim Ga-young asserted that it was more comfortable. Lim Ga-young was silent for a moment. After a while, she sat down and said that she understood. Lee Ha-yun unexpectedly apologized to Lim Ga-young. She felt guilty that her bodyguard work had taken up all of Lim Ga-young's private time. Lee Ha-yun thought that with her talent and S-rank gift, Lim Ga-young should have been able to live better, but her bodyguard only replied that everything was fine. Lim Ga-young affirmed that she would be a bodyguard until Lee Ha-yun inherited the company, a prospect Lee Ha-yun did not desire at all. Lee Ha-yun boldly declared that she would become independent, earning money to escape her parents' pressure to marry. Lim Ga-young sarcastically remarked that it was a shame her way of earning money was gambling. Lee Ha-yun hastily defended herself, saying that predicting results was a legitimate form of investment. Lim Ga-young retorted, asking if it could be called an investment when nothing was gained in return, leaving Lee Ha-yun speechless. Lee Ha-yun confidently declared that this time she would win big in the match between Korea and Japan. Lim Ga-young commented that it was a safe investment, as all Koreans were betting on Japan winning 3-0. A poll showed that 98% of 492,000 people believed Japan would win overwhelmingly without Yoon Se-jin. Lee Ha-yun asserted that an easy win was still a win, and just then, her phone received a message from Xiong Jihan. Lee Ha-yun was surprised to receive a message from Xiong Jihan late at night. She was confused, not understanding what he had sent her. At another location, in a luxurious restaurant, premium beef slices were being grilled. Diego Maceed marveled at the lavish meal. He gratefully said it was his first time eating Korean beef, but was also concerned it was too expensive, while Xiong Jihan reassured him that he looked much better. When Diego timidly asked for a drink, Jihan happily suggested wine. However, Diego skillfully mixed soju with beer himself. Both clinked glasses, preparing to enjoy the freshly mixed drink. Jihan secretly thought that Diego's mixing ratio was even more precise than his own. He quietly enjoyed the meal. Diego was so moved he was speechless, because the food was so delicious, making Jihan smile contentedly. Jihan suggested they could talk more intimately, and Diego readily agreed. Taking a sip of beer, Jihan unexpectedly confessed that he harbored a bit of resentment. Diego also opened up, saying that if it weren't for BattleNet, he wouldn't have to live like this, falling from a football star to the bottom of society in the blink of an eye. He sadly recounted that because he couldn't earn money, his wife and children had also left him, which secretly surprised Jihan due to this person's Korean-speaking ability. Jihan looked at the man in front of him with understanding eyes, replying that he knew that feeling. Indeed, Diego Maceed was once a global star. He was a renowned football player from Argentina, who had everything in his hands. But ever since BattleNet emerged, people gradually lost interest in sports, and just like that, he lost all his fans as people gradually forgot about football. Xiong Jihan thought to himself, it's truly sad that a world-class player now has to teach football to children in Korea. After complaining enough, Diego Maceed decided to get straight to the point. He asked directly, "So, you want me to become a mage?" Xiong Jihan smiled and replied, "Exactly." He explained that Diego's talent could enhance any equipment shaped like a football. Diego admitted that and said he always carried a ball, but he didn't have the aptitude to be a mage. He confessed that his mana stats were terrible, but Xiong Jihan had a solution. Then, how about you take a look at this item? Xiong Jihan presented a virtual screen. Diego was stunned when he saw the glowing item on the screen. He exclaimed in surprise, "An orb?" It was Arachne's orb, a B-rank outer world relic. The explanation appeared. Because the spider race has 8 legs, this orb was considered a ball, making it the perfect equipment for Diego. Quite interesting, isn't it? Xiong Jihan said. This item will bring your true self back. An illusion of Diego's past life, a powerful mage, appeared as he asked for the orb's price. Upon hearing the price was 500,000 GP, equivalent to 50 million, Diego shouted that it was even more expensive than the down payment for his house. While Diego lamented that he couldn't afford it even in 10 years, Xiong Jihan interrupted. "I haven't gotten to the main point yet. I intend to give it to you," Xiong Jihan declared. "If needed, I can also provide financial support." Completely bewildered, Diego stammered. "What do you mean? Why?" Xiong Jihan revealed his true purpose. "I want to invite you to join my guild," and explained that he would form a guild when he reached silver rank. To Diego's skepticism about money, Xiong Jihan confidently replied, "Of course," and picked up his phone. Xiong Jihan confidently declared to Diego Masid that he was about to earn even more money. Diego's eyes widened in astonishment, thinking Xiong Jihan had lost his mind. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Lee Ha-yeon received a message. She frowned in confusion, wondering what this choice meant. Her phone screen displayed Xiong Jihan's detailed prediction for the Korea-Japan match, with 1 win for Korea and 3 for Japan. Lee Ha-yeon secretly scoffed, not believing that Korea could defeat the Sword King. At the arena, the Korean team led by Lee Jin-wook appeared with determined expressions. Their opponent, Yoon Se-jin, the ace of the Japanese team, merely smirked. With eyes flashing red, Yoon Se-jin welcomed the Korean representative. The commentator's voice echoed, welcoming BattleNet fans worldwide to the arena. The big screen announced that the international match between Korea and Japan had officially begun. Back in the present, Xiong Jihan looked at his betting slip and exclaimed, "This is crazy." He smiled and raised his phone, showing that he had bet on Korea winning the first match. Diego Masid remained skeptical, reminding him that their opponent was the Sword King. He emphasized that the Sword King was an absolute individual who could overwhelm an entire team. Xiong Jihan calmly picked up the remote control, admitting that it was hard to believe. He turned to Diego and suggested that seeing is believing. Xiong Jihan turned on the TV, and the screen showed the Japanese team led by Yoon Se-jin. He said they would watch the results together. The international match had begun, with the Korean and Japanese teams facing each other, ready to fight. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the commentator's voice rang out, announcing that the team that won 3 out of 5 rounds would claim overall victory. Yoon Se-jin, as the ace of the Japanese team, confidently took the lead and ordered his teammates to follow him. However, his 3 teammates just stood silently, looking unconvinced. One of them called out his Japanese name, Ryuhei. The archer flatly declared that they had no intention of following his orders. Yoon Se-jin smirked and asked if it was because he was Korean that they were reacting this way. The archer angrily shouted that there was a much more important reason than that. He explained that the position Yoon Se-jin was standing in originally belonged to their longtime teammate, Seiji. He went on to accuse that it was precisely because of Yoon Se-jin's participation that Seiji had been unfairly eliminated. Finally, he questioned Yoon Se-jin why he could be so confident and demanded that he apologize to Seiji. From the other side of the arena, the Korean team silently observed their opponent's internal strife. Yoon Se-jin merely calmly closed his eyes, seemingly unaffected by the accusations. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a golden aura appeared as he said they had misunderstood. Immediately, a pillar of divine light descended right in front of him. The Japanese team members cried out in panic, "Divine punishment," not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, a support player from the Korean team stared at his hand in astonishment, wondering if he had just attacked them. Lee Jin-wook and his teammates realized that the support skill had hit the Sword King, while the Japanese team was off guard. Yoon Se-jin's body began to be covered by a blue digital glitch effect, indicating that he had been afflicted with a debuff. Recognizing a golden opportunity, Lee Jin-wook declared that this was their chance. He immediately ordered the entire team to charge, aiming straight for the Sword King to finish him off first. Before the Korean team's attack, Yoon Se-jin coldly declared, "Too noisy." Lee Jin-wook and his teammates suddenly froze, astonished by an invisible power. "Wait!" Lee Jin-wook exclaimed, not understanding what was happening. A Japanese team member also turned back in a panic to ask Yoon Se-jin, "What are you doing?" Yoon Se-jin replied to his insubordinate teammate, "Didn't you say you wouldn't follow me?" He turned away, leaving his stunned teammates watching him. "All right. I won't participate in this match anymore," Yoon Se-jin declared as his body began to dissipate. Amidst the silence of the stands, the announcement appeared. First blood goes to the Korean team. Diego Masid was stunned as the commentator shouted that the Sword King Ito Ryuhei had eliminated himself in the first round. The final kill was credited to player Lee Jin-wook, who was predicted to become the MVP. Diego turned to Xiong Jihan, disbelieving. "Did you know this would happen? Why did he leave?" Diego angrily slammed the table, but Xiong Jihan merely replied that it was a business secret. Xiong Jihan calmly said, "Let's focus now," while the battle continued on screen. He thought to himself, everything was unfolding exactly as he knew it would. Even the odds were the same. He looked at his phone, confirming his successful bet. Xiong Jihan recalled, "Even before I regressed, I suspected this match was rigged." In the arena, the Korean team easily overwhelmed the remaining members of the Japanese team. As the Japanese players dissipated, the commentator declared a first-round victory for Korea thanks to Ryuhei's action. Lee Jin-wook, who had defeated the Sword King, was recognized as the MVP. To the astonishment of both teams, the arena floor began to change its structure, preparing for the next round. Yoon Se-jin was roughly grabbed by the collar by a teammate. That teammate furiously yelled, "What the hell did you just do, you bastard?" He continued to question, refusing to accept that a national representative would eliminate himself and ignore his teammates. Yoon Se-jin coldly replied that they were too naive to understand him. He looked up with contempt, calling them unprofessional trash. At that insult, the two remaining Japanese team members were stunned and asked what he had just said. Yoon Se-jin declared he wouldn't participate in their childish game of friendship and threatened to continue eliminating himself if he wasn't acknowledged. He issued an ultimatum, forcing them to choose, win with him or lose miserably again. The teammate holding his collar gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down at the threat. Cornered, he could only remain silent in anger. In the waiting room, that teammate cursed under his breath as the announcement for round 2 began. The Korean team entered the arena to cheers, but Captain Lee Jin-wook still found it puzzling. He wondered why the Sword King had eliminated himself, and a female teammate guessed he might be a spy. Lee Jin-wook's face grew serious as he fell into thought. He dismissed that theory when he saw Yoon Se-jin standing alone in the middle of the arena, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Noticing his opponent's aura was completely different, Lee Jin-wook sensed the danger. He reassured his teammates, telling them not to be nervous. Just as Lee Jin-wook confirmed the enemy was the Sword King, a lightning-fast attack struck. The Korean team's support player was dumbfounded by that unimaginable power. Lee Jin-wook turned back in shock, seeing all his teammates had fallen after just one move. Diego Masad and another spectator were utterly horrified, while Xiong Jihan merely observed silently. Contrary to the surrounding panic, Xiong Jihan maintained a calm expression, as if everything was within his expectation. In the arena, Yoon Se-jin unleashed a surging wave of purple magic from his dual swords. He gripped the hilt of his second sword, a weapon with a sharp and modern design. With just a single slash, Yoon Se-jin wiped out the entire Korean team. After defeating all his opponents, Yoon Se-jin looked down coldly with an emotionless gaze. In the stands, the spectators were still reeling from the display of power they had just witnessed. Diego Masad broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe what he had just seen. Meanwhile, the crowd of spectators erupted in excited cheers. Yoon Se-jin stood alone in the middle of the arena, listening to the crowd chant his Japanese name, Ryuhei. He smirked, telling himself that 2 moves were all he needed. The announcement board appeared, confirming that Sword King Ryuhei had annihilated the Korean team in just 2 blows. Immediately after, the commentator announced that the 4th round had officially begun. The scoreboard updated. Japan had won round 3 and taken a 2-1 lead. The commentator recalled the painful and one-sided defeat of the Korean team in the previous round. Entering the new round, Captain Lee Jin-wook let out a roar and charged straight forward. Yoon Se-jin calmly parried Lee Jin-wook's attack with one hand. Lee Jin-wook shouted, ordering his teammates not to give the opponent a chance to counterattack. The Korean team's support player immediately responded, gathering a golden energy orb in his hand. The skill was unleashed, binding Yoon Se-jin's sword-wielding arm, to the support's delight. Lee Jin-wook cried out, disregarding the danger to himself. He led the entire Korean team into an all-out attack, shouting for his teammates to give it their all. Bound by magical chains, Yoon Se-jin merely tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Lee Jin-wook unleashed a powerful slash with his gigantic blue energy sword. However, his attack was suddenly blocked, making him exclaim in shock, "What?" Lee Jin-wook realized in astonishment that Yoon Se-jin's second sword had flown up on its own to parry the blow. With a crack, Yoon Se-jin used pure physical strength to shatter the chains of light binding him. The Korean team's support player was stunned, unable to believe his skill had been broken so easily. Immediately, Yoon Se-jin closed in on the panicked support player. His red sword raised. He suddenly leaped into the air, dodging other attacks. A Korean team mage frantically shouted, ordering the archer to shoot down Yoon Se-jin. The archer immediately obeyed, firing a volley of arrows at the airborne target. Meanwhile, the Japanese team members also spoke up, reminding them that they were still here. The Japanese archer warned his opponents not to ignore their presence, but then he, too, froze in utter surprise. The Korean team mage looked up, horrified to see Yoon Se-jin hovering in midair. The blue energy sword also floated beside him, exuding a terrifying aura. The mage mumbled, trying to identify the strange skill before his eyes. He realized it was sword manipulation flight, a technique to control a sword for aerial movement. Regaining his confidence, the mage sneered, sarcastically remarking that Yoon Se-jin's posture looked better than standing on a sword. Yoon Se-jin retorted sarcastically that it was a pity his opponent's skills weren't as good as his mouth. The Korean mage responded defiantly, gathering lightning energy in his hands. He roared, determined to show Yoon Se-jin his true power. A massive bolt of lightning was fired straight towards Yoon Se-jin, who stood waiting. Yoon Se-jin realized this was a perfect attack to test his new power. He decided it was time to test his skill. He shouted, preparing to unleash the skill he had just learned. From the mage's perspective, Yoon Se-jin soared into the air, emitting a brilliant golden light. With glowing eyes, Yoon Se-jin descended with a terrifying smile. A gigantic sword of light descended from the sky onto the arena. The terrifying explosion shook the entire arena, shattering the ground into pieces. The audience in the stands was speechless, astonished by the destructive power that had just been displayed. A panoramic view of the arena showed a massive crater where the Korean team had once stood. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, with only a hazy cloud of dust remaining after the attack. Yoon Se-jin stood on the edge of the abyss he had created. The match ended, with Japan winning 3-1 to the cheers of the audience. The commentator tried to reassure the fans after their home team's heavy defeat. Diego Macide watched the match on screen, shouting in astonishment at the result. Diego couldn't believe the precision of the attack, but Xiong Jihan calmly replied that they had seen this in a dream. Still stunned, Diego asked Xiong Jihan how much money he had made, and received a cryptic answer. Xiong Jihan mused that while making money was good, the sight he had just witnessed far exceeded all prediction. His eyes turned sharp as he analyzed the situation. He admitted that Yoon Se-jin was much stronger than he remembered, and with his current power, he couldn't possibly defeat him. Even with the full awakening of the nameless divine arts, it would still be very difficult, because Yoon Se-jin also possessed the SSS rank talent, Extreme Dual Sword. However, a confident smirk appeared on Xiong Jihan's lips. He looked at Yoon Se-jin's image on the TV and asserted that it didn't matter. He silently told his opponent through the screen that no matter how strong he was, he would become even stronger. In a symbolic vision, Xiong Jihan stood amidst a field of broken swords, facing Yoon Se-jin, and declaring that day would not be far off. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-yeon was stunned as she looked at her phone. She shrieked with joy upon seeing she had won her bet, turning 5 million into 185 million. She happily calculated that the money had multiplied 37 times, almost 200 million. Unable to believe her luck, she silently thanked Xiong Jihan. Thanks to him, she had made a massive profit of 180 million. However, the truth was that she ultimately lost 20 million won, because besides betting according to Xiong Jihan's advice, Lee Ha-yeon had been confident that Japan would win 3-0. She had bet an additional 200 million on that outcome, believing it to be a safe investment. Now, she bitterly reflected on her decision, unsure if she had lost 20 million or her entire bright future. A tear rolled down her cheek, and Lee Ha-yeon gritted her teeth, uttering a bitter curse. At a restaurant, Xiong Jihan sat opposite Diego Macide, and decided to get straight to the point. He smiled, summoned Arachne's orb, and asked, "Do you want to sign a contract with me?" Diego bowed his head, confused, admitting that he didn't understand anything, and couldn't believe someone of Jihan's caliber would want to recruit him. Xiong Jihan silently listened to the former soccer star's self-deprecating words. Diego looked up, his eyes full of doubt, asking if he truly deserved this attention. Jihan confidently replied, reminding him that he had accurately predicted the outcome of the Korea-Japan match, and he was just as certain this time. Diego flinched, confused, asking what Jihan meant. Jihan began to reveal his plan. "Diego, you will become the greatest mage there ever was," he declared loudly, as the orb floated before a stunned Diego. He explained that this contract was an investment in Diego's glorious future. "Let's work together, Diego." Xiong Jihan formally extended the invitation. The two words together moved Diego, and he wondered how long it had been since he last heard them. He reminisced about his glorious past, when he was a star everyone needed, and how much he yearned for that feeling. Ever since BattleNet appeared, he had thought he would never experience that feeling again. But now, through his fingers, a new spark of hope shone in his eye. He realized that Xiong Jihan had offered him a new path, a new belief. "I have no reason to refuse," Diego asserted, and the two shook hands, officially sealing the deal. He stood up, shook Jihan's hand, and called out, "Guild Master." With a determined expression, Diego swore he would never forget this favor, and would repay it 1,000, 10,000 times over. Xiong Jihan smiled, satisfied with his new teammate's strong will. Xiong Jihan thought to himself, he was greatly looking forward to it. In an arena, a young swordsman roared and swung his sword to attack. However, his attack was easily blocked right at the hilt of his sword. Lim Ga-young used a single strike to knock away her opponent's sword. With the sword in her hand, she exuded an overwhelming aura amidst the plum blossom. Lim Ga-young quickly overwhelmed her opponent with a high-speed slash. She confidently declared her presence in the arena. The opponent's sword fell and stuck into the ground, marking their defeat. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan was moving at an astonishing speed through the city buildings. He glided effortlessly, leaping from one rooftop to another. He continued to test his agility, easily overcoming all obstacles. Finally, he landed powerfully, creating a small tremor on the rooftop. Jihan realized his body had become lighter and his strength had significantly increased. He smiled with satisfaction at his own progress. He looked down at the city from above, thinking to himself that a place like this, was actually much better. From the rooftop, he observed the bustling crowd below. Xiong Jihan sat quietly on the ledge, lost in thought. He recalled his past in America, when he also climbed to such a high place to clear his mind. Xiong Jihan pondered, finally understanding Yoon Sejin's character in the past. He remembered feeling overwhelmed by the Sword King's immense power. In the previous timeline, he had never actually directly confronted Yoon Sejin. Jihan reminisced about the chaotic time when half the world's nations disappeared, and top players began to gather. Amidst that, Yoon Sejin, the warrior who always held the #1 position, suddenly vanished without a trace. Even now, Jihan still didn't know the reason behind that disappearance. He assessed that the current Yoon Sejin was as strong as he himself was at his peak in his previous life. Therefore, Jihan told himself he couldn't be complacent, and had to become even stronger. He was determined to quickly master the nameless divine arts. After strengthening his resolve, he decided to set off. Jihan shot off the rooftop at an incredible speed. He vanished from the skyscraper in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bald man angrily shouted, demanding everyone get out of his way. He was trying to push through a crowd of reporters at work. The crowd of journalists surrounded a car, shouting Yoon Se-ah's name and demanding an interview. Inside the car, Yoon Se-ah looked panicked, while her friend Kim Hee-soo tried to reassure her. The reporters continuously asked provocative questions about her previous statements regarding the Sword King. Through Yoon Se-ah's eyes, the crowd outside the car window became distorted and terrifying. The chaos reached its peak when the bald man shoved a reporter who was blocking his way. While Kim Hee-soo tried to comfort a panicking Yoon Se-ah, the reporters clamored for an interview. Amidst the unsympathetic remarks, a figure quietly advanced towards them. The crowd of reporters, startled, turned back upon realizing the unexpected presence. Xiong Jihan stood there, directly facing the crowd, blocking the way. He raised his hand. Fiery red energy began to gather as he wondered what the hell they were doing. With a shout of "Get lost!" Xiong Jihan unleashed a surge of power, sending the entire crowd of reporters flying. Everyone fell scattered on the ground, forming a circle around the towering Jihan. A reporter struggled to get up, clutching their back in pain, and yelled at Jihan for daring to lay hands on journalists. When questioned about his image, Jihan coldly replied that he did care. He narrowed his eyes flashing with a terrifying red glow, saying that was precisely why he had gone easy. Two reporters were stunned upon hearing Jihan say he had gone easy because it was their first time. Xiong Jihan turned his back and walked away, leaving a warning that they should be grateful he only did that much. He approached the limousine and opened the door. Hearing the call, Yoon Se-ah, who was cowering in fear, looked up. Xiong Jihan gently extended his hand, telling her it was time to go home. After helping Se-ah out, Jihan thanked the driver for protecting her, who replied humbly. Kim Hee-soo called out anxiously, asking Jihan to take care of her friend. She waved goodbye, still stunned by what had just happened. Xiong Jihan put a protective arm around Yoon Se-ah, steadily leading her away from the chaotic crowd. After Xiong Jihan and Yoon Se-ah left, Kim Hee-soo and her bodyguard stood silently watching. She covered her mouth, trying to suppress a laugh that was about to burst out. Finally, Kim Hee-soo couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into delighted laughter. From a distance, a group of reporters recognized her and whispered about her reaction. Text appeared, revealing Kim Hee-soo's identity as the granddaughter of the CEO of Taiwan Daily. With a sinister smile, she secretly thought about Yoon Se-ah. It's all over for you, isn't it? The memory of Yoon Sejin's cold declaration resurfaced. I have no daughter. It was a live phone interview where he publicly disowned his daughter to bury his past in Japan. In a quiet room, Xiong Jihan realized that was why the crowd had surrounded them, and Yoon Se-ah sadly confirmed it. He gritted his teeth, clutching his phone in a fit of rage, wishing he could give Yoon Sejin a beating. But then, Jihan's anger quickly turned to worry as he thought about Yoon Se-ah's condition. He realized that the interview had completely ruined her mood, as she sat silently with her head bowed. Suddenly, Yoon Se-ah looked up and called out, "Uncle." She looked directly at him and asked, "Do you remember saying you'd grant me a wish?" Xiong Jihan recalled his promise to find the Shadow Queen, and she nodded in confirmation. With a determined look, Yoon Se-ah said she had her wish, surprising Jihan. She raised her phone and declared, "I think I've found her." She held the screen towards him, asserting that she was the Shadow Queen. Xiong Jihan was speechless, completely stunned by what he was seeing. Under the dazzling sunlight, the tip of the golden spear glinted menacingly. Xiong Jihan gripped the spear tightly, his face resolute, while a viewer asked what he was doing. With a smug smile, he declared he was going to break some. He stood alone in the vast arena, calling his target bleachers and challenging them to show themselves. A cloaked figure stood in the shadows, watching from afar. Jihan wanted to verify if that person was truly the Shadow Queen. The scene shifted to the day before, when Yoon Se-ah showed him something on her phone. Xiong Jihan was speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment at the image on the screen. Yoon Se-ah asserted that the person in the picture was indeed the Shadow Queen she suspected. She affirmed this was the most promising candidate, making Xiong Jihan ask why. They both agreed that the elf queens sitting on thrones were too obvious to be a true shadow. Yoon Se-ah explained that this mysterious elf was much closer to the concept of a shadow. She told Jihan to look at the documents she had just sent him. He immediately checked his phone and was shocked by the first piece of evidence: the person's eye color. Yoon Se-ah pointed out the anomaly that not only the iris, but also the whites of that elf's eyes were completely black. Xiong Jihan thoughtfully admitted that was a certainty, but Yoon Se-ah said there were other strange points. She revealed that that elf had always aimed for first place, even before the match began. Furthermore, Yoon Se-ah also noticed that that person always looked strangely towards Xiong Jihan. She said she had carefully reviewed other matches to find more clues, and then another image appeared. Yoon Se-ah continued to point out another beige-haired swordsman in the arena. During Lim Ga-young's match, that mysterious figure also appeared in the background. She concluded that the woman always stared at whoever would come in first, as if knowing the future. Back in the present, Xiong Jihan gazed thoughtfully at his phone, and admitted that this couldn't be a coincidence. He said that the most important thing was in the last video. He pointed at the screen and told Yoon Se-ah to look at the shadow beneath that woman's feet. A close-up showed the shadow rippling strangely. Yoon Se-ah agreed that even though the image wasn't clear, she also found it very strange. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that this hypothesis was well worth investigating. He asked in surprise if Yoon Se-ah had found and organized all this information herself, and she confirmed it. When he worried she was overworking herself for him, Yoon Se-ah cheerfully said that she didn't have anything else to do anyway. Xiong Jihan thanked her and promised to verify this in the next Colosseum, making her smile hopefully. He suddenly said that he should also keep his promise, surprising Yoon Se-ah. Xiong Jihan stood up and asked directly, "What is your wish?" He confidently declared that he would grant whatever she desired. Yoon Se-ah turned her face away in embarrassment for a moment. Then she turned back, smiled gratefully, and said thank you. She began to state her wish. Soon after, in the Colosseum, Xiong Jihan plunged the golden spear into the ground, unleashing a destructive attack. After achieving 10 kills, Xiong Jihan was confident that he would secure first place. Standing on the corpse of the last monster, he shifted his attention to the next target. He intended to break the barrier separating the arena and the stands, as planned. This barrier possessed power equivalent to a diamond rank support player's skill. It was designed to block all attacks, but Jihan could use his Wanderer's Eye to see through it. He just needed to create an opening large enough to observe his target outside. He gripped the golden spear tightly, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. While the viewers were still doubtful, someone believed he could absolutely do it, because the weapon he was holding was the Phoenix Arrow. Although this A1 rank weapon carried risks and couldn't unleash its full power, Jihan remained determined. He believed that just one piercing blow would be enough to penetrate the barrier. He activated his limitless tri-talent skill, determined to clearly see the face of the mysterious elf woman. He charged forward, unleashing the point the way to immortality technique, with a brilliant golden energy. He focused on observing the result of the attack. However, the attack only created a small spark in front of the elf woman, and then died out. Viewers mocked his futile attempt as it had no effect on the target. Xiong Jihan was utterly stunned and enraged by this unbelievable failure. He roared, pouring all his strength into the Phoenix Arrow once more. A stream of light, even stronger than before, shot straight into the barrier with terrifying power. The audience was shocked when Xiong Jihan actually broke through the arena's barrier. With a determined expression, he knew he had to act immediately. A system notification appeared as his eyes glowed blue. The Wanderer's Eye skill had been activated. He looked through the opening, telling himself to check quickly before the barrier regenerated. Focusing on the hooded elf woman, he commanded in his mind, "Reveal yourself." He screamed in his head as he stared directly into her pitch-black eyes. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Xiong Jihan found himself pulled into a dark, undefined space, and wondered where he was. He suddenly flinched as he realized something in the empty void. His eyes widened in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Massive streams of dark energy swept through, leaving him utterly helpless. The scene shifted back to a modern city under the dawn light. Back in his room, Xiong Jihan sighed in relief on his bed. He lay stretched out on his bed, admitting it had been a truly tough day. Placing a hand on his forehead, he confessed that he still couldn't calm down. He knew it was impossible. He recalled the moment he faced that power with only the body of a bronze-rank player. It was a terrifying power, far surpassing even his past self before regression. He smiled, having made a decision. Sitting up on his bed, Xiong Jihan asserted that the power of his new teammate would be a great help. Xiong Jihan opened the achievement shop, considering that he had upgraded it to level 5 with his accumulated rewards. A new feature had been added: add constellation slot. costing 10,000 points. He thought with satisfaction that with this feature, he could select multiple constellations at once. However, he quickly realized a problem. The system notified him that because Earth was still in its tutorial season, the constellation slot would not appear even if purchased. Deeming it unnecessary for now, Xiong Jihan decided to put it aside. Instead, he used his points to purchase Add Title Slot Level 1. Immediately, Xiong Jihan opened his status window. The status window appeared, showing that he had reached level 22, just 3 levels away from the silver promotion round. The only reason he added a title slot at this time was to prepare for the title Successor of the Martial God that he would acquire in the future. He knew that soon, his martial power would reach 30, and as a result, he would receive the nameless divine arts. In the process, he could connect with the martial god and receive that esteemed title. Xiong Jihan recalled that it was the title he had used before dying in his previous life, and was determined to reclaim it at all costs. He secretly thought that day would come soon, and then, he would have to confront that guy. In his mind, an image of Yoon Se-jin standing amidst a stream of destructive red energy appeared. At the same time, in central Gangnam, a bustling area with many prestigious schools, a luxurious penthouse apartment, a symbol of success, with the best view of the Han River. In a luxurious penthouse, a real estate agent proudly introduced it as the best unit he had. He believed that 200 square meters was enough for Xiong Jihan and Yoon Se-ah to live comfortably. However, Se-ah secretly thought the apartment was too small. The agent enthusiastically invited them to see the rooms, and Se-ah reluctantly agreed. Jihan immediately noticed Se-ah's dissatisfaction and considered it a natural reaction. He thought about how she had lived her entire life in the Sword Palace penthouse, and thus wouldn't be happy with an ordinary apartment. Before that, he recalled something more important. That was Se-ah's wish to move out. In a flashback, Se-ah was expressing her wish. She said her wish was to move, to leave the Sword Palace. Jihan understood that because that place was filled with memories of Yoon Se-jin, she wanted to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the agent was still enthusiastically promoting the spacious room and its perfect structure. Se-ah could only awkwardly agree, while Jihan was determined to find her a suitable home immediately. He turned and told the agent that they needed a house with more space. Jihan explained that his niece was about to become a player and needed space for a connection device, and the agent immediately understood and promised to find a suitable place. The agent turned to praise Se-ah, saying she must feel secure having such a strong and handsome uncle, to which Jihan humbly replied. He also said he would continue to support Jihan as a fan, and Jihan politely thanked him. Jihan sincerely said that he was the one who was more grateful. The agent unexpectedly revealed that he had also been a member of the Sword King clan, and had been very worried about Se-ah after leaving. The agent continued to express his concern, saying he had feared Yoon Se-ah would have negative thoughts. He sincerely congratulated her on awakening after so many difficulties. He encouraged her, saying she would surely be rewarded with a wonderful gift. However, Xiong Jihan secretly thought this was a difficult problem. He was concerned that the attention on Yoon Se-ah had skyrocketed after the Korea-Japan battle, especially regarding her awakening. While the agent still smiled kindly, Jihan envisioned a dark future. He knew that as soon as Yoon Se-ah received an F-rank talent, all that attention would turn into poison, with harsh newspaper headlines drowning her. Jihan resolved to prevent that tragedy at all costs, even if it meant restricting others' access to her. He was especially wary of the press. In another office, Kim Hee-soo, the granddaughter of the Taewon Daily News chairman, was cheerfully talking on the phone. She revealed Se-ah's birthday was August 22nd and promised to help arrange an interview at school. After hanging up, a blonde man sitting in the same room mocked her hypocrisy. Kim Hee-soo retorted sharply, but the man said this was his only chance to meet Se-ah. When asked why she hated Se-ah so much, Hee-soo disdainfully said that she wasn't on the same level as her. She smirked, explaining that Se-ah was a perfect subject for an article, which would help her family's business. Hee-soo revealed her true intention was to ruin Se-ah if she received a bad talent, causing the man to call her a wicked bitch. She assigned a task to the blonde man, reminding him that Se-ah's uncle was Xiong Jihan, then asked if he was confident he could defeat Jihan. The blonde man sneered contemptuously, declaring he wouldn't even bother to glance at that bug-level trash. Kim Hee-soo looked at Xiong Jihan's photo on her phone, coldly reminding him to keep his promise. He reassured her not to worry. Once he was done with his task, he would let her deal with Yoon Se-ah as she pleased. 14 hours before Yoon Se-ah's awakening, at BattleNet Academy in Gangnam, Seoul. In the classroom, Yoon Se-ah looked uncomfortable and begged Kim Hee-soo to stop. Hee-soo put on a pleading face, asking if Se-ah could reconsider the interview. Se-ah firmly refused, while Hee-soo still tried to convince her that everything was for her own good. Hee-soo feigned disappointment, subtly reminding Se-ah that she was recently being criticized because of her brother, the Sword King. She suggested that good news would overshadow those criticisms, and boasted that she had asked her grandfather for help. Yoon-seo stood up, politely thanked her for the concern but asserted that she didn't need help at the moment. To escape the conversation, she said she needed to use the restroom, and quickly left. As soon as Seo left, Heesu's friendly facade vanished, replaced by anger at being rejected. But then she calmed down, telling herself that ambushing Seo at the talent hall would suffice. Heesu pondered the upcoming awakening day, wondering what talent Seo would receive. A sinister smile appeared as she secretly wished for a terrible outcome. She hoped it would be an F rank, something that would surely attract public attention. Elsewhere, Yoon-seo sighed, admitting it was hard to hold back. She knew Heesu's true thoughts about her. A friend of Kim Heesu commented on her frequently being with Seo lately. Kim Heesu irritably brushed off her friend's teasing when they said she and Seo looked like best friends. In the restroom, she admitted she was just trying to extract everything she could from Seo before cutting ties. Heesu smugly reiterated that her family owned an entire media conglomerate. She declared the best time to exploit Seo was when the child fell into the abyss. With a venomous smile, Heesu said she hoped Seo would receive an F-rank talent, so she could publish photos of Seo's distraught face in the newspaper. Heesu's male friend seemed incredibly excited by the crazy plan. In another restroom, Seo, who had heard everything, sat silently alone, clenching her fists. She told herself that the shock of learning Heesu's true colors didn't last long. Instead, a sense of anxiety and fear began to consume her mind. The fear of potentially receiving an F-rank talent became obsessive. Seo knew that Heesu wasn't the only one with such thoughts and secretly prayed she wouldn't receive an F-rank talent. She closed her eyes tightly, earnestly pleading for something good to happen. Standing before the awakening altar, Seo whispered her final wish, to receive a good talent. The altar suddenly flared with a brilliant red energy. Seo looked up, surprised by the sudden change. Her eyes shone with anticipation as the light grew brighter. She was completely stunned by the sight unfolding before her. The story returned to 5 hours before Seo's awakening, at 7 p.m. on the 21st of August, 2020. The clock ticked as the time struck 7 o'clock. Standing amidst the sunset, Xiong Jihan looked at his watch and thought to himself, only 5 hours left. A staff member in a gray suit approached and invited him to follow this way. Xiong Jihan asked if Seo was in the talent hall, and a bodyguard confirmed she was being closely guarded. He instructed them to ensure no outsiders, especially the media, could approach her, and was reassured that even academy staff couldn't get near. Another bodyguard wearing sunglasses reported that the government was also closely monitoring the event. Xiong Jihan recalled his conversation with Manager Park yesterday about the Sword King clan's problem. In the flashback, Manager Park confirmed Yoon-seo's awakening ceremony over the phone. He expressed concern about infiltrators at the scene due to recent incident. Therefore, Manager Park suggested increasing security, and the government also agreed to assist in protecting Seo. Returning to the present, Xiong Jihan smiled in relief, thinking he had received help again. He turned back when the staff member announced they had arrived. The staff member pointed to the talent hall and said a chair had been prepared for him to wait. Xiong Jihan thanked them and said he would see them again after midnight. The two escorts left, leaving him sitting alone outside the hall. He sighed, but then a subtle and determined smile appeared on his lips. He told himself not to worry too much. This time, protecting her was enough. With a resolute gaze, he secretly hoped the gift he had prepared would be useful. He opened his palm, revealing a gleaming golden medallion shaped like wings, just as the clock struck 11:55 p.m., only 5 minutes before Seo's awakening. Xiong Jihan subtly smirked when he heard a familiar voice. "Oh, as expected, you're here." He turned around and saw Kim Heesu, Seo's friend, smiling and waving with a man holding a camera. Jihan thought to himself, recognizing the school friend and suspecting the companion was a reporter. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold and scrutinizing. "How did you two get in here?" "This is a restricted area," Jihan questioned, but Heesu just chuckled, replying that the media had significant influence. Hearing her say it was just a small favor, Jihan realized she wasn't even bothering to hide her malicious intention. Kim Heesu smirked, admitting, "Indeed, there's a scheme. I'm here because I have something to do." She fabricated a story about arranging an interview, but Jihan dismissed it and ordered them to leave as soon as Seo received her gift. At Jihan's final warning, the cameraman looked worried, while Heesu merely found it annoying. She stubbornly insisted on the interview, forcing Jihan to warn that he wouldn't hold back if she persisted. Kim Heesu pondered, admitting she couldn't win a direct confrontation with Seo's uncle. Suddenly, another idea struck her, and she smiled slyly. In her mind, she had already drafted a headline. Level 27, support Xiong Jihan, protecting his niece, ambushed by an unknown level 50 warrior. The scenario of Jihan being attacked and Seo collapsing appeared in her malicious imagination. At the same time, Seiya was kneeling before the altar when a system notification rang out, congratulating her on awakening as a player. But then, her heart sank when the notification window displayed the F-rank talent, Late Bloomer. In Hisu's vision, Xiong Jihan was punched straight in the face by her accomplices, just like Seiya's worst fear. Seiya desperately thought her life was over, while Jihan lay slumped on the floor. Xiong Jihan's eyes in that vision flashed with a blue light, filled with utter helplessness and extreme rage. A strange blonde man lunged at Xiong Jihan with a smug smile. He provoked, "Just lie there. Ill-lovingly take care of our Sei." Hearing Seiya's name, Xiong Jihan immediately flared up, growling, "How dare you mention her name?" The stranger feigned surprise. "Oh, you're still fine? You're tougher than you look." His rage erupted, and Xiong Jihan lunged, delivering a devastating punch to his opponent's face. He froze, realizing his attack seemed ineffective, thinking, "Stone skin?" The enemy sneered. The skin where he was punched hardened like stone. "You're knowledgeable. But why aren't you surprised? Are you that confident?" Xiong Jihan asked, his hand glowing with red, claw-shaped energy. From a distance, Kim Hee-soo and her cameraman watched the battle with interest. But then she was astonished, thinking, "Is he actually gaining the upper hand?" The blonde man roared, his entire body enveloped in red lightning. "Do you not know who you are, just because you're flattered as a rising star?" He lunged to attack, yelling, "I told you to answer, you bastard." Xiong Jihan dodged and delivered a powerful uppercut, thinking, "How much do I have to hit you before you open your mouth?" The powerful punch sent the enemy flying into the air, making him cough up blood. Witnessing the scene, Kim Hee-soo and the cameraman gaped in astonishment. The blonde man staggered to his feet, his head spinning. "Ugh, what the hell just happened?" Xiong Jihan coldly looked down at his opponent, his hand radiating red energy. "You act exactly like a bully, just as you look." His eyes glowed a deadly red as he declared, "I'll carve a curse into you so you can never do such things again." He swung his hand, unleashing a surge of dark red energy towards the enemy. Kim Hee-soo froze as the cameraman beside her suddenly collapsed. Xiong Jihan stomped on the attacker's head, while Kim Hee-soo watched, stunned. Kim Hee-soo's face darkened, her eyes filled with resentment. Immediately after, the resentment turned into extreme horror as she screamed. In a memory, Seiya knelt alone in a room after completing her test. She hung her head, unable to hide her disappointment and sadness. "No, don't cry anymore," Seiya told herself, trying to hold back tears. She took a deep breath, wondering if grieving alone could change anything. Thinking of her uncle waiting, Seiya decided she had to get up. She walked towards the door, where a talent notification board appeared. Seiya told herself that, with an F-rank talent, she would only be a trembling, fearful player in the bronze rank. The F-rank late bloomer talent appeared with an overly brief explanation, making her even more disheartened. She felt foolish for having sincerely prayed for such a result. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed from outside, startling Seiya. The memory ended, and as Seiya stepped out, she was stunned by the sight of her uncle standing over the fallen enemy. She anxiously asked what had happened, but Xiong Jihan coldly replied that he deserved it. Xiong Jihan told his niece to look, while Seiya was still in shock. Kim Hee-soo rushed forward, angrily screaming and using her grandfather's family background to threaten Xiong Jihan. "So what?" Xiong Jihan retorted, simultaneously unleashing a surge of energy that cut off a lock of Kim Hee-soo's hair. He coldly asked if she intended to use her family's media power to manipulate public opinion. Kim Hee-soo laughed maniacally, declaring that she wouldn't stop there, but would also fabricate fake news to ruin him. Xiong Jihan silently listened to the threats. Seiya worried, thinking that public opinion was already negative because of the Sword King. So this situation was also good. She looked at her uncle and told him to do his best. Jihan casually suggested to a stunned Kim Hee-soo that they just needed to leave Korea. His hand erupting in flames, he asked if she could bear the cost of her action. Kim Hee-soo snapped back, claiming that without BattleNet and Yoon Se-jin, he was nothing. "Yes, I understand," Jihan replied calmly, raising his hand in a gun shape. Kim Hee-soo's eyes widened in horror as flames suddenly erupted in front of her. Jihan declared that she wasn't the type of person who knew how to reflect on herself. He said he would engrave a lesson into her about the consequences of messing with. A fierce burst of flames engulfed Kim Hee-soo as she froze in terror. A piercing scream echoed from inside the building. Afterwards, a yellow car appeared in the BattleNet Academy parking lot. Inside the car, Seiya anxiously asked her uncle if everything was truly all right. She admitted that while she was happy about getting revenge, she was still very worried, so Jihan asked what she was worried about. When Seiya mentioned the power of Taiwan Daily, Jihan confidently reassured her that nothing would happen. He explained that such a large company couldn't act rashly just because of the chairman's granddaughter. Jihan secretly thought that his current popularity was his shield, while Seiya was astonished by his confidence. He then changed the subject, saying that wasn't what was important right now. Jihan finally asked Se-ah about the talent she had received. After Xiong Jihan's question, Se-ah was silent for a moment. She sadly revealed her talent was Late Bloomer, an F-rank talent. With a desperate expression, Se-ah thought it would be difficult for her to succeed as a player. To reassure his niece, Xiong Jihan summoned his status window and said it was the first time he had shown it to anyone else. Se-ah gasped in surprise as she looked at the information on the window. She was stunned to see that her uncle's talent, Wanderer's Eye, was also only F-rank. Se-ah wondered how he could be so strong, and Xiong Jihan told her to look at the stats above. He explained that divine power and force were unique stats that most people were unaware of. Xiong Jihan asserted that talent rank wasn't everything, and said that Se-ah could also acquire unique stats. With that, he took out a golden monocle adorned with wings. He handed the monocle to Se-ah and said it would show her the path she needed to take. To illustrate, Xiong Jihan began to tell her about Jin Yuhua, the global rank 2 player, before he regressed. He revealed that her talent was also Late Bloomer. Jihan recalled the past, when he watched her matches and couldn't believe his eyes. He painfully thought about how that very F-rank talent had driven another Se-ah to despair and death. The monocle revealed the talent's secret. It could be upgraded after participating in 50 matches, which stunned Se-ah. At home, Se-ah looked through the monocle, unable to believe that a talent could be upgraded. Xiong Jihan smiled, asking if it looked like a truly good talent now. He secretly thought that Hermes monocle had worked as intended, a hidden item he had obtained after repairing a C-grade item. Jihan recalled using emergency restoration to create it a day before Se-ah's birthday. Xiong Jihan explained that, with a 100% growth rate, Se-ah could train twice as effectively as others, astonishing her with this incredible effect. He affirmed that with that effect, she would quickly acquire the rare stats he had mentioned. Se-ah was stunned, a blue light flashing in her eyes. Jihan asked if Se-ah thought she could also aim for a top player position. He was slightly surprised by her question. Really? Tears welling up, Se-ah emotionally asked again if she had truly received a good gift. Jihan gently confirmed, secretly thinking about the great hope she had harbored. He recalled how her father, Yoon Sejin, had abandoned her, and how people had made her a topic of gossip. Jihan understood that Se-ah wanted to overcome difficulties as an independent player, not as the Sword King's abandoned daughter. He also knew she must have been very worried about receiving a useless talent. As Se-ah burst into tears, she was surprised to see a handkerchief offered to her. Jihan comforted her, saying she had done very well, and to cry until she felt relieved. Se-ah resolutely wiped away her tears, saying she would stop crying because she didn't even have time to smile, and Jihan smiled in agreement. Then, she looked at him, and confessed that she had always found him very mysterious. She said he seemed to know everything about the future, and Jihan just smiled back, replying that he was just lucky. Once she had calmed down, Se-ah sighed in relief and said she was starting to feel hungry. Jihan immediately stood up and offered to cook something for her, surprising Se-ah because it was late. He turned back, reminding her of his promise to cook her something even better next time. Hearing Jihan say he had prepared a lot for her birthday party, Se-ah looked up with a radiant expression. She happily agreed, and the scene then shifted to a large building under the night sky. Kim Hee-soo let out a terrifying scream. In the spacious office, she angrily cursed Xiong Jihan for burning off both her hair and eyebrow. A bodyguard unexpectedly entered, startling Kim Hee-soo, who yelled at him for not knocking. The bodyguard apologized, saying he had brought the CCTV footage as requested, then was angrily dismissed by her. Wearing a beanie to cover her bald head, Kim Hee-soo cried while scrolling through her phone, determined to find a way to ruin Xiong Jihan. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on her lips as she thought of the perfect target. Se-ah. She looked at a video of Se-ah on her phone, mocking the girl's inability to hide her emotions. On the screen, Se-ah's face looked extremely distressed and on the verge of tears, an image Kim Hee-soo deemed perfect for the newspaper. Kim Hee-soo continued to gloat, sneering at Se-ah for receiving an F-rank talent and having an easily ruined face. She laughed maniacally and declared that everyone would die, but the story temporarily shifted away from her schemes. Meanwhile, Nam Gung-soo, who had been forgotten, was lost in thought about his unrequited love and broken heart. He sat in front of Xiong Jihan's live stream, saddened by the empty days when his admired one paid him no attention. Nam Gung-soo recalled old enemies and the times he, as Golden Light, had to step in to save Xiong Jihan. Suddenly, he sprang from his chair as if enlightened by a truth. He passionately declared that his destiny was to become Xiong Jihan's manager. Nam Gung-soo desperately pleaded for the great Xiong Jihan to read his message. The scene shifted to Xiong Jihan's battle, where he unleashed a brilliant golden spear of light, cleanly obliterating a blood zombie. Golden energy swirled in his palm, demonstrating terrifying power. Pillars of golden light descended from the sky, sweeping away all enemies around Xiong Jihan. Memories returned to the old dungeon, where his teammates merely sat eating popcorn while he fought alone. Xiong Jihan gathered his strength, accumulating lightning energy beneath his feet. He used the footwork Heavenly Thunder steps from the nameless divine arts to finish off his last opponent. The system announced the match had ended, confirming he had secured first place. He suddenly recalled his former teammates casually discussing popcorn while he was fighting. Back in the present, he received a notification that he had reached level 25 and qualified for the silver promotion match. Thanks to the highest win rate, he received the title Ruler of Bronze and a spot in the global top 100. Making it into the world's top 100 meant his score had reached a top-tier level. Furthermore, the top 100 promotion match had a special rule. It was a battle to the death, where everyone had to fight until only one survivor remained. The match would take place in the form of a survival game, and it wouldn't end until the sole victor was decided. Xiong Jihan looked through the newly announced list of top 100 bronze-tier players. He thought to himself, as expected, that person has also joined the global top 100 this time. A platinum blonde player named Baron Williams, from the American First Guild, appeared on the rankings. Xiong Jihan didn't expect to encounter his old rival again sooner than in his previous life. He admitted that he had never defeated Baron in the past, and this match wouldn't be easy. The decisive factor that helped Xiong Jihan enter the top 100 was the unique stat force. This stat surpassed martial power, which was merely a combination of strength, stamina, and speed. Force was a transcendent power, allowing him to use absolute zone, enhance mana, and control object. In Xiong Jihan's thoughts, Baron Williams' force power erupted at an entirely different level. A comparison chart showed that Baron's force stat, born with an enormous amount of mana, was at least twice as large as Jihan's. Jihan realized his precise control became meaningless against such absolute power. He recalled Baron climbing to first place purely through his raw power. Returning to reality, Xiong Jihan trembled and broke out in a cold sweat, forcing himself up after visualizing the confrontation. He thought to himself that Baron's position wasn't due to luck, as he had been famous for his diamond tier mana even when he was in the bronze tier. With a determined gaze, Jihan concluded that confronting Baron head-on would be suicide. Looking out at the city at night, he resolved to unlock the nameless divine arts. Sitting in his apartment, Xiong Jihan opened a holographic interface to learn about his opponent. Baron Williams' face appeared on the screen, looking much younger than Jihan remembered. Jihan smirked, unable to believe this was the same person. He compared Baron's current image with his older appearance before his regression, and wondered what had changed him so much. Suddenly, his phone rang with the caller ID showing Lee Haiyun. Xiong Jihan picked up in surprise, wondering why she was calling. He answered, guessing she might be calling to thank him. On the other end, Lee Haiyun's voice rang out, calling his name. She awkwardly asked if he could tell her who to choose again. Jihan silently looked at his phone screen after hearing her request. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Divergent Guild, Lee Haiyun flinched when someone called Miss, and she quickly responded. Lim Ga-young arrived to report, saying she was there to escort Lee Haiyun to the next meeting. Lee Haiyun asked for 5 more minutes, making Lim Ga-young wonder if something was wrong. Haiyun confessed that she had asked Xiong Jihan for betting advice again, making Ga-young exclaim, "Aren't you ashamed?" When Ga-young asked what Xiong Jihan had said, Haiyun mentioned the news they had both heard. Haiyun confirmed that Xiong Jihan would participate in the global top 100 tournament, but Ga-young also noted that America's Baron was also attending. Haiyun revealed that Jihan had told her to bet on him winning first place, a confidence that made Ga-young ponder. However, Ga-young remained skeptical, wondering how Jihan could defeat an opponent like Baron, who could fly and attack from the air. Lee Haiyun, seeking agreement, asked again if Ga-young shared the same thought. She hesitated, looking at her phone, thinking that betting on Baron would be the safer choice. Although she admitted to wavering because Jihan had accurately predicted the Korea-Japan match, Haiyun still decided to bet on Baron. Suddenly, Haiyun changed the subject and asked about Ga-young's recent situation. She asked if Ga-young's BattleNet score was good, making her bodyguard silent for a moment. Haiyun remarked that Ga-young seemed to have been training very hard. Lim Ga-young bowed her head, sinking into silence with a troubled expression. She clenched her bandaged hand, seemingly resolved to confess something. At the same time, Xiong Jihan exhaled as he looked at his status window, where both his martial power and force stats were at 29. With a determined gaze, he knew now was the right time. He touched the system screen, declaring that all conditions had been met and his martial power increased by 1 point. A notification appeared, confirming that his martial power stat had reached 30. Immediately, another notification appeared, stating that his Wanderer's Eye skill was reacting, and his eyes began to glow. A notification appeared, stating that the constellation Wandering Martial God had detected Xiong Jihan through his traces. In the dark mental space, Xiong Jihan realized this feeling was exactly like his previous life. The Wandering Martial God looked down, acknowledging him as the successor, and they finally met again. Xiong Jihan recalled receiving much help from this god, and began to inherit the skill nameless divine art. He pondered how this patronage demanded nothing, while his hand glowed with new power. The system announced that he had learned the martial art Limitless Tri-Talent and the footwork Heavenly Thunder Step. Just as Xiong Jihan thought about reaching 30 martial arts strength points, the wandering martial god suddenly frowned. The connection was abruptly severed, and he was stunned to learn that the god was displeased because his 3 dantians had been opened. Xiong Jihan couldn't believe that a divine being would be wary of him for just that reason. A cold notification appeared, declaring the martial arts inheritance cancelled. The wandering martial god retracted his traces, causing a painful surge of energy to rip from Xiong Jihan's head. He clutched his head, trembling as he endured the intense pain. Waking up on the floor, Xiong Jihan was stunned to realize he had returned to reality. He immediately ordered the status window to open. Xiong Jihan silently looked at the screen, recalling that he was once ranked 7th in the world. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that this was a disaster. The status window clearly displayed, "Talent does not exist," confirming that his gift had vanished. Just then, Seah cheerfully appeared, calling her uncle a dropout. Sitting in the car, Seah happily announced her return, and Xiong Jihan replied calmly. As they drove on the highway, he asked if his niece was feeling better. Seah cheerfully confirmed to Xiong Jihan that she was feeling better. After awakening, Seah decided to drop out of school, as it was quite common. Xiong Jihan recalled the reason was that he would personally train his niece, even if it exhausted. He secretly believed that Seah would definitely do well. However, Xiong Jihan thought that the biggest problem right now was himself. He was worried about tomorrow's top 100 match, especially after losing his Wanderer's Eye. To make matters worse, he also didn't fully receive the nameless divine arts. He was frustrated because the skill had been downgraded to S rank and only contained techniques he already knew. Seah noticed her uncle's bad mood and asked if it was because of the promotion match. Xiong Jihan forced a smile and admitted, saying he was more worried about his future afterward. The innocent girl asked if he would win. As always, Se asserted that her uncle always found solutions to every problem. With a confident smile, she declared she wasn't worried because she knew he would ultimately claim victory again. Encouraged, Seah excitedly suggested taking this opportunity to bet on her uncle, but Xiong Jihan immediately stopped her. She pouted, wondering why her uncle got to meet a gambling streamer but she couldn't participate, but he simply replied that children shouldn't gamble. Seah sulkily agreed not to. Suddenly, a surge of energy flashed in Xiong Jihan's eye. He was startled, confused about what had just happened. After taking Seah home, Xiong Jihan sat alone in the deserted park, lost in thought. Xiong Jihan sat alone in the night, quietly pondering. He recalled a strange sensation, an abnormality in his left eye. He was determined to eliminate the strange energy source he had never felt before. Using his abilities, he focused to pinpoint its exact location. He gathered his energy, preparing to completely destroy the foreign object within. Suddenly, an intense pain struck, making him clutch his eye. As the pain subsided, he wondered if his eye had just exploded. A system notification appeared, stating that he had completely removed the remnants of the wandering martial god. He was stunned as he read the next line. Xiong Jihan had completely escaped the constellation's control. He sprang up in confusion, not understanding what freedom meant. The system explained that he could now receive patronage from other constellations, making him realize he had been blocked until now. He trusted the system and bitterly realized that the wandering martial god had always been bothering him. He let out a dry laugh at the harsh truth. Leaning back, he looked up at the night sky to collect his thoughts. He sarcastically thought that he had once believed it was a benevolent entity, but it turned out to be a parasite. Another notification appeared, stating that the wandering martial god was even more wary of him, which confused him. The system continued to report that the constellation had hastily hidden its traces. He wondered why a constellation would act so strangely, even fleeing from a bronze rank player. He accepted that even after regressing, there was still much he didn't know, and now he couldn't use the wandering martial god's power anymore. Seeing this as a new opportunity, he decided to seek support from other constellations. Xiong Jihan grins, realizing it was just in time. He had received a perfect opportunity, an epic quest requiring him to provoke the Shadow Queen. He wondered what he should do tomorrow to gain the Shadow Queen's patronage. As he pondered how to fill the void left by the wandering martial god, an idea suddenly struck him. The top 100 bronze rank promotion match was about to begin in the arena, ablaze with fireworks. Inside, the rules of the game were announced. The battle would last until only one person remained. Standing among his opponents, Xiong Jihan held his weapon, ready to prove who was the strongest. As the enthusiastic spectators cheered, he calmly closed his eyes, focusing on the match. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that he had no intention of dealing with each mediocre foe individually. "All of you," Xiong Jihan declared as all the other players simultaneously charged at him, "come at me." He decided he would end this battle quickly. As his opponents launched coordinated attacks, Xiong Jihan easily used his weapon to neutralize their moves. He blocked another sword strike, while his fearsome reputation was discussed across international channels. He casually swatted away a purple magic orb, just as expected from a legendary undefeated player. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. He channeled energy into his weapon, causing it to be enveloped in a red aura. He parried a female warrior's attack, creating a fierce energy explosion. Immediately after, he spun and delivered a kick, sending a mage flying. "Unbelievable. You dare attack me unarmed," the mage yelled in a fit of rage. His insult was cut short by Xiong Jihan's devastating punch straight to his face. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that Baron was the only opponent he needed to be wary of. He decided he shouldn't waste his stamina needlessly. Suddenly, a powerful sword strike came, forcing Xiong Jihan to raise his weapon to block. He felt the astonishing power behind his opponent's attack. Xiong Jihan was momentarily startled by this unexpected strength. "What?" he gasped, stunned as he recognized the attacker. He was utterly astonished to see it was Lim Ga-young, and wondered why she was here. A memory of a past deathmatch tournament suddenly flooded his mind. It was the BattleNet Northeast Asia Regional Finals. The final opponent was Japan's representative, the Sword King Ito Ryuhei. Faced with his overwhelming power, the other Korean players all fled in fear. The only one who dared to stand against the Sword King, a candidate for Korea's next Sword King, was Lim Ga-young, known as the Plum Blossom Swordsman. But now, in the present, she was attacking him. Xiong Jihan was confused, because according to his memory, Lim Ga-young had never made it into the top 100. Amidst her relentless attacks, he wondered if the future had changed. He immediately used his lightning-fast footwork, his body flashing with lightning to dodge the sword strike. Xiong Jihan glided past the attack and prepared to counter with the Phoenix Arrow. He thought to himself, his power didn't stop there. Lim Ga-young was terrified as the blazing golden spear hurtled straight towards her. Xiong Jihan used the golden spear to block Lim Ga-young's attack, shattering the arena ground. He wondered in astonishment, was Lim Ga-young this strong before? Her pink slashes continuously clashed with Xiong Jihan's weapon in a high-speed duel. He realized that wasn't the case. She had progressed and reached a completely different level since they last met. In his eyes, Lim Ga-young now had no wasted movements. She swung her sword carefully, and even her footwork had become lighter. The two faced each other, Lim Ga-young raising her sword, preparing for her next attack. Her sword fiercely clashed with Xiong Jihan's spear. He secretly wondered what she had done to gain this power. In another scene, Lee Ha-yeon asked about Lim Ga-young's results on BattleNet. Ha-yeon remarked that Ga-young seemed to have tried very hard, then hesitated. Lim Ga-young remained silent, not responding immediately. Finally, she revealed that she had made it into the top 100 bronze rank. Ha-yeon asked again in astonishment, unable to believe she had reached level 25, and Ga-young confirmed it. Ga-young added that she always ranked first, except for her encounter with Xiong Jihan, which made Ha-yeon exclaim with joy for not hearing the news sooner. Afterwards, Ga-young hinted that she wanted to ask Ha-yeon something before officially entering the top 100. She clenched her bandaged hand with determination. Ga-young asked if Ha-yeon could buy her new equipment, because after thousands of training sessions, she had realized something. She explained that her current sword was too heavy, and despite her efforts, it always strained her hand. Ga-young apologetically said that it was a precious gift, so she felt terrible having to make this request. Lee Ha-yeon angrily questioned Lim Ga-young, "Are you crazy? Why are you only telling me now, you idiot?" She snapped that it was that very sword holding Ga-young back, while her bodyguard could only mumble apologies, not wanting to make excuses. Ha-yeon declared she would use her own money to buy her a better weapon, and flinched when Ga-young innocently asked about the money she had just gambled away. After calming down, Ha-yeon asserted that she would take care of everything, and demanded that Ga-young give her all in the promotion match. Lim Ga-young was stunned, realizing that her lady knew everything, including her ambitions. She recalled Ha-yeon's encouragement that with enough determination, she could even defeat Xiong Jihan. Lee Ha-yeon had affirmed that Ga-young was Korea's most promising bronze rank player and believed she could go even further. The goal Ha-yeon set for her echoed in her mind. Make it into the top 100. With a grateful smile, Lim Ga-young promised not to betray her latest trust. But returning to the reality of the battle, she realized that promise was hard to keep. Xiong Jihan easily blocked her attack, making Ga-young bitterly admit she couldn't keep her word. At this moment, with a smudged face and resolute eyes, she knew one truth clearly. She could never defeat Xiong Jihan. Jihan also realized this and silently asked, "But you know you can't defeat me. Then why have you come this far?" he wondered, as he faced her next attack. Ga Young thought that if she had only dealt with weaker opponents and avoided him, she could have survived longer. She knew she couldn't win, but this was the finals of the Northeast Asia tournament. She even thought that perhaps she would never be able to defeat him in her entire life. But if she backed down now, it would all be over, and Xiong Jihan seemed to freeze as he understood that resolve. Lim Ga Young made up her mind. If I can't surpass you, I'll risk my life to chase after you. Xiong Jihan suddenly realized. That's right. You've always been like that. He recalled his previous life, when she was killed by Sword King Yoon Se-jin. Unlike now, having made it into the top 100. He always wondered how his regression would affect her future. With a smile, Xiong Jihan seemed to have found his answer. He stood still, watching Lim Ga Young unleash her final, ultimate technique. He called out her name. Lim Ga Young, you should join me too. Meanwhile, Lim Ga Young unleashed her full power with the Plum Blossom Explosion technique. Xiong Jihan admitted that although he wasn't skilled with a spear, he had a perfect technique for this situation. He unleashed Limitless Tri-Talent, Earth. His energy completely annihilated Lim Ga Young's technique. At the same time, in another match, Clark Jr., America's third-ranked player, recognized his opponent. It was Baron Williams of the America's First Guild. Clark Jr. scoffed, thinking that cowardly support player was the most promising player. Baron Williams yawned dismissively, cutting off his own boasting. He sneered. Why are you ants so talkative? Infuriating his opponent. Baron Williams, America's top-ranked player, radiated red energy and challenged his opponent to attack. With a crazed smile, he declared he would burn everything to prove he was the strongest. Clark Jr.'s team immediately charged, attacking from 3 different directions. However, Baron easily blocked Clark's attack by grabbing his entire face. He slammed Clark to the ground, creating an energy explosion that sent the 2 remaining teammates flying. One of the survivors frantically screamed, ordering his teammates to focus on eliminating Baron first. Baron turned back with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile, mocking their intentions. He called them bugs, and then unleashed a brutal surge of energy, tearing both of them apart. After finishing off his opponents, Baron laughed loudly and declared that the weak must die. However, such an arrogant person was also the one who had begun to pay attention to Xiong Jihan's existence, exactly as he had done before Jihan's regression. Returning to the present, Baron Williams entered the arena and headed straight for Xiong Jihan. Jihan calmly watched as Baron asked if he was that person. Baron pointed, calling him the undefeated man, Xiong Jihan. Xiong Jihan calmly corrected his name to Jihan. Baron burst out laughing, disdainfully saying he didn't know the language of an underdeveloped nation. His eyes flashed with a menacing blue light as he finished his taunt. In response, Xiong Jihan merely smirked confidently. Baron Williams easily blocked Xiong Jihan's attack, deliberately mispronouncing his name to provoke him. He seemed unimpressed, thinking to himself that everything was as expected. As Xiong Jihan charged forward with astonishing speed, Williams sarcastically asked if that was all his power. Without a word, Xiong Jihan activated his footwork Heavenly Thunder steps, dashing like lightning with a spear in hand. He responded to the provocation with a sharp gaze and a single word. Yes. Williams flew into the air, summoning countless red magic circles and commenting on Jihan's level. Xiong Jihan charged through an energy attack from his opponent. Williams lightly dodged the attack, smirked, and said that wasn't all. With a contemptuous look, he began to speak. A worm crawling on the ground, how dare it try to look up at the sky? Forced to his knees by the immense pressure, Xiong Jihan asserted that he would gladly show him. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Williams looked down at the frightened players below, declaring he would grant them a fitting end. For these lowly worms, with a maniacal grin, he roared a single word. Die. A rain of destructive, fiery red energy poured down from the magic circles. Other players in the arena screamed in despair as they were engulfed by the attack. From above, Williams controlled the colossal magical storm. Amidst the chaotic scene, only Xiong Jihan stood firm, raising his head to face the terrifying power. Baron Williams let out a mad laugh, gleefully declaring this a fitting end for the worm. However, he froze when he heard a voice say, "Thank you." Amidst the chaos, Xiong Jihan glided like a ghost, sweeping through the arena in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the stage Williams had created, Jihan easily took down opponent after opponent. The leaderboard updated, and Jihan unexpectedly rose to first place with 20 kills, surpassing even Williams. From above, Williams couldn't believe it, wondering how Jihan could have survived his force, enhanced flames. He squinted, trying to find an explanation for the absurdity unfolding before him. Williams was astonished to realize his destructive flames couldn't touch Jihan. Enveloped in a safe zone, Jihan stood firm amidst the sea of fire, forcing Williams to consider a terrifying hypothesis. With glowing red eyes, Jihan smirked as Williams yelled the question, "You use force too?" Williams roared in fury, refusing to accept the truth because he believed only he possessed this ability. Jihan calmly replied that it only proved Williams wasn't the only one. Jihan suddenly recalled the Williams of his previous life, who had also been astonished upon realizing his power. Memories of being mocked for his poor skills in the past further fueled Jihan's determination. Returning to reality, Williams furiously unleashed a massive surge of energy due to his wounded pride. He screamed, calling Jihan a mere mimicking bug, and launched a dark attack. Feeling deeply insulted, Williams unleashed his full wrath upon the arena. "I'll burn you to ashes," Williams screamed, but Jihan calmly replied that he wouldn't let that happen. Jihan revealed his trump card, a glowing blue crystal, declaring that he hadn't unleashed everything he had prepared yet. Xiong Jihan walked around, contemplating the upcoming promotion map. He wondered what to do, even after choosing the Shadow Queen as his patron constellation. He needed to fill the power vacuum left by the wandering martial god, and then an idea suddenly sparked. He remembered he still had a crystal shard, a one-time divine blessing item. Using the item, Xiong Jihan received a divine blessing and confidently challenged Baron Williams. The system announced that all his stats had increased by 50%, and he roared his declaration of war. The story shifted to the past, revealing that Baron Williams was once a coward. With his timid nature and fear of combat, he was often confronted by others. Everyone believed his talent had been wasted in vain. Possessing 2 status windows and 2 character classes was a huge advantage for dominating BattleNet. But Baron chose the support and mage classes, only wanting to provide backup for his teammates from behind. However, a major change occurred. He had completely transformed after acquiring the Force stat. Thanks to his overwhelming innate magical power, Baron began to crush every opponent in his path. Those who had been defeated by him all said that Baron had 2 trump cards. The first was Fire Wave, a skill that created a tsunami of fire, incinerating everything. Until now, no one had ever survived that technique. Back in the present, Baron Williams wore a smug smile, believing history would repeat itself. But it seemed, this time, things would be different. In midair, Xiong Jihan prepared to unleash his point, the way to immortality technique, with just a single strike, a simple stabbing technique, yet it generated a golden energy stream that pierced through Baron Williams' attack. Williams was stunned, unable to believe such a technique could display so much power. Xiong Jihan confidently explained that Williams' attack, while seemingly astonishing, was completely hollow inside, and he charged forward for a direct assault. He overwhelmed Williams with superior speed, exposing that his opponent only knew how to amplify energy to appear formidable, but couldn't truly control it. Jihan remarked that Williams' skills, though impressive, were not complex at all. He plunged his weapon into the ground and declared that was the true nature of Baron Williams. Williams was sent flying, lying helpless amidst the rubble. He gnashed his teeth in anger, asking why Jihan spoke as if he knew everything about him. Xiong Jihan smiled, replying that Williams reminded him of someone. An image of Williams in the past appeared, a person who always tried to appear strong and confident. Back then, he was a powerful player, admired by others. But Jihan exposed that deep down, Williams always harbored an inferiority complex. Williams was horrified, as Jihan continued to analyze that he hated being underestimated, so he tried to train to make his skills look flashier. Jihan concluded that if his true nature didn't change, all of Williams' efforts would be meaningless. Stung by the truth, Williams stood up and growled that he hated Jihan's arrogant attitude. Xiong Jihan calmly replied, hoping this promotion match would teach Williams an important lesson. Xiong Jihan declared it was time to end the small talk, stomping his foot to channel power. Using footwork heavenly thunder steps, he charged forward at terrifying speed, aiming his spear directly at Baron Williams' neck. Williams fearfully reached out his hand in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Faced with the overwhelming blue lightning, Williams' hand couldn't reach Xiong Jihan. A single attack sent Williams flying across the arena. Xiong Jihan recalled the attack he had just endured. It was the lightning skill. In the past, it was considered Baron Williams' second trump card. Unlike Fire Wave, this skill condensed power to penetrate targets, a perfect technique for someone who only knew how to use brute force. Back in the present, Williams stared in astonishment at Xiong Jihan, who was still standing firm. He couldn't believe that Xiong Jihan was perfectly fine after directly taking that attack. Williams wondered if Jihan had used his spear to block the attack, avoiding fatal injury. He admitted that Xiong Jihan's adaptability was very impressive. But Williams still scoffed that Jihan looked like he had sustained a significant injury. He confidently warned that even if he blocked it once, Xiong Jihan wouldn't survive a second time. Williams' eyes glowed red, signaling that he was about to unleash his full power. He roared that this time he would show Jihan his full power, unleashing a mixed stream of red and blue energy. Faced with Williams' terrifying power, Xiong Jihan merely stood silently, watching from below. Other combatants watched with serious expressions, one wondering if this was Xiong Jihan's limit. Everyone believed he wouldn't be able to defend himself and would surely lose. But Xiong Jihan already knew he would win. The reason was that he noticed the Shadow Queen's gaze fixed on him. He flashed a confident smile. Gripping the phoenix arrow in his hand, he took his stance. He prepared to throw the blazing spear. Just as Baron Williams was about to unleash his attack, he roared lightning. Xiong Jihan also unleashed his own trump card, and the phoenix arrow was launched. Although it could only be thrown 5 times, he didn't hesitate. After all, Baron wasn't his true target. He was aiming for something far greater. The arrow shot straight towards the Shadow Queen, astonishing her. The impact created a terrifying explosion, marking the first time in BattleNet history. The arena's barrier had been destroyed. South Korea's greatest hope, Xiong Jihan, soared past his absolute opponent, Baron. Lee Ha-yeon, who had bet everything on Baron, exclaimed in horror, "What? Why is Xiong Jihan so good?" She couldn't believe he could so absurdly overwhelm Baron. Lee Ha-yeon frantically cried out, not wanting to lose all the money she had just won. She disappointedly exclaimed that Lim Ga-young seemed not to care about her at all. Lim Ga-young calmly replied that she had anticipated it, but still felt disappointed. Ga-young explained that there was nothing to be sad about because she had been eliminated early in the match. She asserted that she wouldn't care unless Ha-yeon could last until the very end. Hearing that, Lee Ha-yeon merely smiled meaningfully. Ha-yeon remarked that Lim Ga-young seemed to be in a good mood. Lim Ga-young admitted that she felt quite at ease. She explained that through her battle with Xiong Jihan, she realized she could still grow further. Lee Ha-yeon promised that she would try to do better from now on. Ha-yeon also promised to support her more, and Lim Ga-young thanked her. Suddenly, Lee Ha-yeon remembered something surprising. She hurriedly checked her phone, shouting about her money, which surprised Lim Ga-young. Both looked at the screen with horrified expressions at what was happening. The scene shifted to the waiting room, where Baron Williams was watching the developments related to Xiong Jihan. Baron Williams gnashed his teeth in anger, realizing that Xiong Jihan's target was not him. An announcement rang out that Xiong Jihan had destroyed the arena's barrier. The phoenix arrow hovered in the air after completing its task. On the arena floor, Xiong Jihan swung his hand to catch the weapon that had just returned. Xiong Jihan swung his hand, catching the phoenix arrow that had just returned. He smirked, his eyes flashing red as he whispered, "Long time no see." He called out Shadow Queen, causing the female elf in the stands to be enveloped in dark energy. Immediately, her shadow sank into the floor and vanished. The dark energy dissipated, leaving behind an astonishing void. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark aura erupted, engulfing the entire arena. Elsewhere, Sea's phone screen suddenly lost signal. The girl frantically called her uncle's name in vain. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan found himself standing in a dark space, sensing a terrifying presence. He felt the cold and heavy air, making it difficult to breathe. He knew the entity had recognized him, but there was still no system notification. An epic quest window appeared, requiring him to provoke the Shadow Queen. Then, Xiong Jihan muttered, tightening his grip on his weapon. He gathered his strength, unleashing Point the Way to Immortality, with a brilliant stream of holy light. Dazzling golden light erupted, tearing through the darkness. The divine energy enveloped the shadowy entity, catching it slightly off guard. But then, Xiong Jihan realized in horror that the Shadow Queen was absorbing his entire attack. He recognized the danger. If she attacks at this level, I won't be able to move. Xiong Jihan's eyes were full of vigilance, ready to face the upcoming counterattack. Xiong Jihan threw a punch at a newly appeared shadow creature. He was astonished to realize his attack was ineffective. His punch merely passed through it without causing any damage. He realized the arena was now swarming with these shadow entities. Another fighter panicked as they were attacked by a shadow creature. Other players were also quickly taken down by the surprise attack. Xiong Jihan tried using the Phoenix Arrow, but realized physical attacks were completely useless. He decided he had to try a different method. He channeled divine power, enveloping his body in a blue holy aura. He was stunned by the result of the attack. The light energy didn't cause direct damage, but it disintegrated a part of the shadow creature's body. Jihan wondered if their weakness was light. However, the creature immediately regenerated and lunged towards him. A shadow warrior swung its sword, preparing to strike down. A spark of electricity flashed in Xiong Jihan's eyes, signaling his next plan. He recalled making a mistake while using footwork heavenly thunder steps, accidentally releasing electrical energy in all directions. Back in reality, Xiong Jihan deliberately recreated that mistake, unleashing a powerful surge of lightning. The electricity from his body shot directly into the charging enemy. The shadow creatures simultaneously froze, surprised by his counterattack. Xiong Jihan confidently noted that the shadow creatures couldn't approach due to the light from his electricity. But immediately after, he suddenly felt something was wrong. A gigantic shadow sword suddenly formed above, threatening to overwhelm him. With a wound on his chest, Jihan looked up and exclaimed in astonishment at this overwhelming power. The battle paused to explain the BattleNet connection device, an essential item for pain reduction in the game. A system notification emphasized that players would feel 100% of the pain, so the connection device was mandatory. Most top players used models capable of reducing pain by over 90% because it helped eliminate the fear of pain, allowing them to fight better, and you could play the game better without fear. However, despite everything, Xiong Jihan did not use a BattleNet connection device. The reason was simple. He knew that BattleNet would soon become reality. Pain reduction from the connection device would become useless once the Space League began. Everyone will have to fight for survival, as in real life. That's why he didn't use the device. Therefore, even when his skin was scorched by the terrifying heat, or when he was electrocuted with millions of volts, Xiong Jihan had to endure unimaginable pain. And now, back in reality, the giant shadow sword descended. His body was on the verge of being cut in half by a 10-meter-long blade. Jihan realized in horror that this was a crazy attack. Two other players were stunned by the unfolding scene, not understanding what was happening. One person realized the strange thing was that the giant shadow entity seemed to be targeting only Xiong Jihan. Xiong Jihan braced himself against the terrifying pressure from the shadow creature. The giant entity's stark white eyes flashed menacingly. Overwhelmed by the power, Xiong Jihan knelt to the ground. Using his spear and hands to brace himself, he gritted his teeth, his eyes full of defiance at being underestimated. However, he secretly admitted that he couldn't deal with such a massive opponent. Jihan realized his situation was extremely dire. He understood that if he kept dodging, he would die, because not only the shadow entity but also other players were targeting him. Jihan recalled that defeating Baron Williams had drawn too much unwanted attention to him. He knew that the number of players wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him would only increase. Realizing he couldn't keep dodging, Xiong Jihan decided he had to act. He sighed, accepting that there was no other choice. His eyes glowed red as he activated the special stat force. He roared, unleashing a surge of demonic force enhancement, and declared he would face everything head-on. The shadow entity showed surprise at Jihan's burst of power. Enveloped in fiery energy, Xiong Jihan stood firm, ready to fight. He began to chant, "If you envelop me in great darkness." His eyes turned brilliant gold as he activated nameless divine arts, limitless tri-talent, the heaven tech. Xiong Jihan declared he would purify everything with an even greater light. He channeled his power into his spear, unleashing the Great Mountain Crown Press technique. After the devastating attack, he stood amidst the lingering flames, the magic circle beneath his feet fading. He exhaled, regaining his strength after unleashing the powerful technique. Looking up, Jihan assessed the battle's outcome with determined eyes. He believed that was enough to clear the battlefield. But then, he suddenly realized and wondered about the other players. It turned out that all the opponents had fled in panic to save their lives. Now, only Xiong Jihan stood alone in the desolate arena. The shadow entity, with glowing eyes, reappeared. It was the Shadow Queen. Dark energy surged from the ground, engulfing Jihan, surprising him that it was still there. He showed annoyance, realizing that the attacks would repeat endlessly as long as her true form existed. Clutching his weapon, Jihan was determined to deliver a finishing blow. He exerted his strength, causing the 3 chi centers in his body to begin shaking violently. Jihan recalled how he once performed limitless tri-talent without needing nameless divine arts. He realized he could unleash a high-level martial arts technique right now. Although he knew it wouldn't be perfect at his current level, he remained confident. He decided to use the power of the Phoenix Arrow. The system appeared, explaining that throwing the arrow would activate Phoenix Flame, a skill powerful enough to compensate for his shortcomings. In the past, lightning was once considered the wrath of the gods. When the world plunged into chaos, the gods would unleash their punishment, a light that brought purification to those who prayed. Now, Xiong Jihan summoned that divine lightning to strike directly onto the Phoenix Arrow. The brilliant golden lightning energy violently clashed with the enemy's purple darkness. The system warned that he had exceeded his limits and his life was in danger. Xiong Jihan screamed in extreme pain as his body bore the immense power. To purify all evil, he employed the Heavenly Thunder God's formula. This was one of the ultimate techniques of nameless divine art. He unleashed the skill Heavenly Thunder God's formula, powerful wall of thunder. The entire arena was enveloped by a destructive wall of thunder. This martial arts technique was on a completely different level. He used the Phoenix Arrow to compensate for his lacking power. Xiong Jihan successfully unleashed another extraordinary technique. Even so, he realized he had only achieved 80% of the technique's full power. His lightning streams couldn't fully merge and keep up with the speed of the Phoenix Arrow. The incomplete technique surged forward. It created a terrifying explosion of light upon impact with the target. Yet, the Shadow Queen stood calmly with a smug smile, seemingly unharmed. The lightning attack merely reflected harmlessly in the Shadow Queen's eyes. The Phoenix arrow was blocked by dark energy right in front of her. The flames on the spearhead quickly died out. The weapon fell to the ground, and the Shadow Queen stood there, completely unharmed. The previous attack was only enough to reveal her true face, but at that very moment, a lightning seal suddenly appeared on her cheek. The Shadow Queen's eyes widened in surprise. On the opposite side, Xiong Jihan stood panting from exhaustion. Even with his hand charred black, he smirked with satisfaction. The Phoenix arrow glowed red and flew back into his hand. Xiong Jihan secretly thought he was lucky that the imperfect technique had created an unexpected delayed attack. The Shadow Queen also realized that the immaturity of his technique had created an unpredictable variable. Xiong Jihan raised his weapon, preparing for the final strike. He wondered if he had provoked her enough. In response to the provocation, the Shadow Queen offered a meaningful smile. A system notification appeared, congratulating him on completing the quest to provoke the Shadow Queen. Xiong Jihan was completely stunned by the unexpected outcome. Immediately, a massive surge of dark energy erupted from the Shadow Queen. Xiong Jihan was blasted backward by that terrifying power. Submerged in darkness, Xiong Jihan mustered his strength to resist. He continuously swung his spear, shattering the incoming dark attack. His hand was charred black, showing the price paid for his previous attack. He gritted his teeth, enduring, wondering if he was overexerting himself. He realized that with his hand in this condition, he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Moreover, the Shadow Queen's attacks were becoming more relentless and faster. A dark blade unexpectedly grazed him, causing him pain. He watched in astonishment as the other players screamed, bound tightly by the darkness. All three of them were completely restrained, their faces contorted in agony. Xiong Jihan wondered why she only captured them instead of killing them, pondering her true plan. He suddenly froze, as a thought flashed through his mind. Dark energy began to rise from the ground, coiling around his legs. He smirked bitterly, realizing he was the main target who needed to be eliminated first. In the sky, a colossal dark structure was forming with the Shadow Queen atop it. He prepared to channel his strength to unleash footwork heavenly thunder steps to escape, but the dark chains were faster, binding his body tightly. He roared, realizing he couldn't move an inch. The massive wall of darkness slowly began to descend. He could only helplessly watch as that destructive mass of energy descended upon him. Bound by dark energy, Xiong Jihan smirked and asked, "Are you trying to kill me slowly and painfully?" The Shadow Queen smiled back. What a terrible hobby. Jihan suddenly worried, realizing that if things continued like this, he would lose his first-place ranking. He decided he had to eliminate the others first. Seeing their smug expressions, Jihan secretly wondered if they truly believed he would be the first to die. Although almost his entire body was restrained, his eyes suddenly glowed red. He could still move his fingers. Meanwhile, the other players remained tightly bound, completely unaware. One person spoke up, "Perfect. She's only targeting Xiong Jihan." Suddenly, the smug expressions of the other two players turned into extreme astonishment. One of them screamed in pain, not understanding what was happening. He felt his body disintegrating from within. Both of the other players vanished into data, and the system announced that only one survivor remained. The Shadow Queen was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Jihan provoked, "Oh no, I've already beaten you, haven't I?" While the notification board congratulated him on taking first place. As the system began the logout countdown, the Shadow Queen gritted her teeth in anger, unable to accept defeat. Jihan felt the final surge of killing intent, muttering that no matter what, this would be a bit. A colossal wall of dark energy descended from the sky towards him. A little painful, he finished speaking as he was completely swallowed by the wave of destruction. A massive surge of dark energy ravaged the arena ground. It revealed itself as a colossal demonic entity, plummeting straight into the center. From above, the Shadow Queen observed the devastation she had wrought. The dark-skinned, platinum-haired elf woman looked down with absolute authority. She coldly uttered, "What a pity." Below, Xiong Jihan gasped for breath, his left arm disintegrating into pixels, thinking, "I barely dodged that." He smirked. Once the game ends, BattleNet's influence will wane. Then he stepped onto the pool of shadows, challenging, "As will your shadow." The Shadow Queen frowned, repeating in an annoyed tone, "What a pity. But I'm satisfied that I only lost my left arm this time." Xiong Jihan replied as he was flung into the air. A notification appeared, confirming the match end and his logout. Xiong Jihan calmly said, "Well then, see you next time." He bid farewell to the furious Shadow Queen. Unexpectedly, an error notification appeared, stating that the shadow of the sun had fallen into his left hand. The scene shifted to a skyscraper, signaling his return to the real world. Xiong Jihan lay sprawled on the floor, the last streaks of blue light fading away. Exhausted, he thought, this match was truly difficult. Recalling having to face Lim Ga Young, Baron, and the Shadow Queen, I still can't calm down. he silently admitted the recent battle was too intense. He reminisced about the life-or-death moment. If he had reacted even a little slower, it would have been over. He remembered that just before the Shadow Queen's sword touched him, the other opponents had been bound. He had concentrated all his force into his finger, using it to finish off the remaining enemies from afar. His heart pounded fiercely as he recalled the life-or-death moment. He had worried that his opponent was too strong and would thwart his plan. But fortunately, the Shadow Queen hadn't realized his intentions at all. Lying prostrate from exhaustion, Xiong Jihan breathed a sigh of relief that he only had to pay with his left arm. He had almost endured the physical pain of being crushed and exploding. A life-or-death gamble like this was more than enough. Regardless, he brushed off his fatigue and turned his attention to the reward notification board. Indeed, the reward for the top 100 was on another level. He received 1 million GP, and even leveled up. Suddenly, another notification appeared, granting him the title King Among Kings, Bronze. This was the victory reward, increasing all stats by 5 points, and granting 50% more experience in the Silver League. It was finally time to replace his old title. He believed he would grow faster in the Silver League. He continued to check the special achievement rewards, first receiving 10,000 points for winning in the top 100. He was astonished to receive an additional 50,000 points for achieving first place without a talent, totaling 60,000 points. Xiong Jihan smiled, realizing that losing the martial god had turned out to be a blessing. Suddenly, his smile vanished as he felt something was wrong. He looked down at his hand in confusion, realizing his left sleeve was torn. Xiong Jihan sprang to his feet, utterly bewildered by the state of his clothes. My left sleeve is torn? It was clearly intact before, wasn't it? A terrifying conjecture flashed through his mind. He horrifyingly recalled his arm disintegrating in the game and realized, could BattleNet have directly affected me? Xiong Jihan wondered if this could happen even during the tutorial phase. Or was it because a constellation was an entity on an entirely different level? Just after logging out, he was confused to see his arm completely intact, just as Seiya joyfully ran into the room. Seiya rushed over, explaining that she had been very worried because the broadcast was suddenly cut. Jihan was surprised to learn the broadcast had stopped the moment he broke through the arena's barrier. His niece said that from online communities to news agencies, everyone was buzzing about the incident. While Seiya explained that everyone was shocked, Jihan noticed his phone was flooded with messages. She curiously asked if that elf woman was the Shadow Queen, and he casually confirmed it. Hearing Jihan say that thanks to her, he had completed the mission, Seiya happily breathed a sigh of relief. But then, her expression suddenly stiffened, as she discovered something abnormal. She frantically asked about her uncle's arm, but he only thought she was referring to the torn shirt. Seiya screamed in fear that his arm was turning black. Jihan looked down in astonishment, a cold sweat trickling down his cheek. His arm was enveloped by a dark aura, and a system notification appeared. A curse has been detected. Meanwhile, at the Reason Guild headquarters in Gangnam District, Seoul, Lee Ha-yeon was reviewing the match, remarking that Xiong Jihan's movements were unbelievable. She mused that his victory over Baron was already astonishing, but destroying the barrier was even more shocking. Lee Ha-yeon felt pressured as foreign media was also abuzz about this unprecedented event. She resolved that she must recruit Xiong Jihan, who was growing stronger by the day, at all costs. However, she realized a difficult problem. After this incident, he had become too famous. In a meeting room, the American First Guild's leadership concluded that Xiong Jihan was entirely worthy of their recruitment. At the Guild's tower in Manhattan, New York, the order was given, contact him immediately. At the same time, in Tokyo, Japan, another discussion was taking place. In a room, Takeda Kazuo reported to his superiors, confirming that all information about Xiong Jihan was true, and that they must recruit him at all costs. A young official raised the dilemma, stating that Jihan could not be persuaded by money or sincerity. The older official suggested using a special team, but the other was concerned because it involved the Sword King and a woman who could control him. The leader confidently asserted that they had a way to both acquire Xiong Jihan and retain the Sword King. After reconfirmation, the young official bowed in compliance. On a helipad, the woman they mentioned seemed to be on her way. Yoon Sejin stood waiting with a pensive expression. He asked the woman accompanying him where she intended to go alone without telling him. She gently reassured him, calling him Ryuhei, and telling him not to worry too much. Enveloped in a pink energy current, she asked him to wait quietly. She ordered him to continue loving her as usual. Yoon Sejin's eyes flashed pink, as he obediently agreed. The woman turned back, smiling as she told him to take care. Her name was revealed to be Ito Shizuru. A bodyguard approached, called her goddess, and invited her to depart. As she walked, Shizuru remarked that the night sky was very clear tonight. She said, it was a good day to look for someone, and her eyes gleamed with a meaningful pink light. While Xiong Jihan stood stunned with his left arm engulfed by darkness, Seiya watched in horror from behind as a voice echoed. You think so too, don't you? Shizuru's voice continued to pierce his mind, calling out Xiong Jihan. The symbol of the shadow of the sun ominously flashed in the darkness. The scene abruptly shifted. An angry voice rang out. You should be grateful for being given a chance to apologize. But what is this attitude? As a glass of juice was flung, the orange juice poured directly onto an elderly man's head, making him exclaim in astonishment, Huh? From Xiong Jihan's perspective, his hand glowed with fiery red energy as he watched the man opposite him drenched. The man gnashed his teeth, hissing Xiong Jihan with resentment. He roared furiously. You bastard, have you lost your mind? But Xiong Jihan maintained a cold expression. 10 minutes earlier, outside a skyscraper, a phone call was taking place. The man was revealed to be Kim Nam-tae, the BattleNet department head, cheerfully reporting that he had just arrived. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Kim Nam-tae stepped out of the elevator and said into the phone, Oh, it's nothing. He continued the call, saying that he should be the one to handle this after all the other party had done. With a sinister smile, he added, To repay all your effort, I will make sure to relay your message to the 2 who caused trouble with Taewon Daily. He concluded the call as Xiong Jihan and Seiya opened the door. Xiong Jihan expressed surprise at the BattleNet department head's visit. Kim Nam-tae feigned concern, asking after the 2, and Seiya replied cautiously. Jihan got straight to the point, asking the reason for this unexpected visit. Kim Nam-tae fabricated that the department had decided to award Jihan, but he remained skeptical. But before that, Kim Nam-tae said, placing the glass of water on the table, he finally revealed his true purpose. You and Seiya need to formally apologize to Taewon Daily. Jihan was stunned by the demand for an apology, while Kim Nam-tae reiterated the accusation that he had assaulted the family member of Taewon Daily's CEO. Kim Nam-tae explained that if Jihan signed an advertising model contract and publicly apologized, they would drop everything. Faced with the condescending offer, Jihan flatly replied, I refuse. As Jihan stood up and demanded he leave, Kim Nam-tae was utterly stunned by his attitude. Hey Xiong Jihan, Kim Nam-tae yelled. Unable to believe that he, a department head, was being treated this way, he played his trump card, threatening that Taewon Daily was preparing an article about Jihan's deceased sister. Kim Nam-tae emphasized the power of the press, warning that they could ruin anyone's future. He continued his attack, saying that no matter how much Jihan donated, people still looked down on him because of his association with the Sword King. As the insults reached their peak, a glass of water on the table began to glow with red energy and floated in the air. You will regret. Kim Nam-tae hadn't finished his sentence when the entire glass of water poured down onto his head. Jihan's hand glowed with red light, and he coldly said, You and all the others, all use Seiya to try and threaten me. He finished, making Kim Nam-tae exclaim his name in horror. Humiliated, Kim Nam-tae roared, You bastard, are you crazy? He slammed the table, yelling at Jihan that he didn't understand the gravity of daring to treat a BattleNet department head like that. You just turned both the Korean government and the press into your enemies. Nam-tae frantically pointed. The article about Seiya, I'll have it released immediately. After Kim Nam-tae angrily stormed off, Jihan and Seiya remained calmly standing there. The door slammed shut angrily, but the atmosphere in the room was completely silent. Jihan turned to his niece and smiled, asking, Do you mind? Seiya smiled back, replying, Not at all. At the same time, at Taewon Daily's headquarters, it was already evening. Kim Nam-tae, his face still wet, used a handkerchief to wipe away his humiliation, gnashing his teeth and cursing. Arrogant brats. In the Taewon Daily office, Kim Nam-tae angrily complained that the victories had made Xiong Jihan arrogant. Kim Hyun-chul, the COO of Taewon Daily, calmly replied that Kim Nam-tae had been through a lot. Suddenly, Hyun-chul's daughter ran over, calling, Dad, look. She excitedly held up her phone, showing off that the article about Yoon Se-ah's talent was being widely discussed. On the screen were malicious comments mocking Se-ah's F-rank talent, and Hyun-chul's daughter gloated, thinking Se-ah deserved it. Kim Hyun-chul calmly stated that no matter how arrogant Jihan and Se-ah were, they would have to humble themselves once they saw how this affected them. Kim Nam-tae was smiling triumphantly when an employee rushed into the room and called out loudly. Kim Hyun-chul was annoyed at being disturbed, but the employee urgently said that there was something important that needed to be seen immediately. The employee stammered out news about player Xiong Jihan. He was live streaming, exposing Taewon Daily and the BattleNet Bureau. Jihan let the whole world hear the recording of Kim Nam-tae's threats. He declared that this was what Taewon Daily and the BattleNet Bureau had done to the uncle and niece. Jihan recounted that the family members of Taewon Daily's COO had attacked him, and the BattleNet manager had colluded to exert pressure. He explained that when they failed, Their last resort was to release an article slandering Sea's talent. Jihan thought to himself that he had analyzed Sea's talent, and once its true nature was revealed, everyone would see it too. Hearing Jihan prepare to reveal Sea's talent, all three people in the office stared at the screen in shock. A system window appeared, revealing Sea's talent as F-rank late bloomer, a talent with upgrade potential. Hyunchol's daughter and he himself were stunned, unable to believe their eyes when they realized it was an upgradable talent. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded, everyone astonished by the tremendous potential of this talent. Xiong Jihan calmly concluded that Sea's talent was not useless, and hoped all misunderstandings had been cleared. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that this outcome was good, even though he wanted to make his enemies suffer even more. Suddenly, a 100,000 GP donation notification from user R.E. Gates appeared, surprising him slightly. This person introduced himself as Robert Gates, a recruiter from the American First Guild, which caught Jihan's attention. Gates expressed his impression and offered a contract, making Jihan realize this was an opportunity to strike an even harder blow against his enemies. Jihan immediately responded, proposing to reveal the contract live on stream. Gates agreed and revealed the upfront payment of 300 million, causing the entire chat to explode in astonishment. With a triumphant smile, Jihan knew that everything was going according to his plan. He began to speak, thanking Gates for the offer and talking about his small dream of establishing a guild in Korea. Meanwhile, manager Kim Namtae furiously cursed Xiong Jihan for being called out live on stream. Jihan continued, placing his hand on his chest and declaring that despite the difficult circumstances, he still loved his country. He called on everyone to help him stay in Korea, stirring the audience's patriotism. The chat was flooded with calls for Jihan not to leave, and the live stream ended with enthusiastic public support. After ending the broadcast, Sea anxiously asked her uncle about his next plan. Sea looked at her uncle with a puzzled expression upon hearing his reassuring answer. Jihan turned back with a confident smile, saying he needed to take care of a few things. He immediately made a call to Lee Ha-yeon, also known as Zero. Elsewhere, Lee Ha-yeon was clutching her head and groaning from stress. She was panicking in her closet, unsure what to wear for the impromptu meeting, while Lim Ga-young watched with a puzzled expression. Lee Ha-yeon flusteredly asked Ga-young for advice on an outfit that was natural, professional, and alluring all at once. She smiled, wondering what urgent matter Jihan had that he wanted to meet her. Xiong Jihan maintained a calm expression as he looked at his phone. Suddenly, a group of 5 people dressed in black blocked his path in the parking lot. He sarcastically asked if they were just a group of ninja cosplayers passing by. When one of them summoned fire, Jihan bluntly questioned, "Sent by the manager, or Taiwan Daily?" He quickly concluded that both sides were involved. Realizing this was a good opportunity, Jihan thought to himself about using that thing. He softly called a name, Ariel. Immediately, dark energy began to pour out from beneath his feet. The attackers were stunned, as they were enveloped by darkness. A colossal entity appeared behind Jihan, its arrogant voice echoing, "Arrogant human, you summoned me just to deal with these lowly parasites?" Jihan calmly replied, considering them perfect opponents for a warm-up and skill test. He smirked, remarking that the underground parking lot was dark enough for this power. As darkness enveloped his left arm, with his hand completely transformed, he declared the battle had begun. In just a moment, all the attackers collapsed, writhing in black smoke. Jihan stood amidst the motionless bodies, without a single scratch. He looked at his hand and remarked simply, "Not bad." The entity's voice immediately retorted, Not bad, it's magnificent." Purple eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. The voice full of self-importance, "You should be grateful, human." A small spirit with dark skin and white hair materialized, petulantly declaring, "Dark spirit is a special stat I mercifully bestowed upon you." She clung to Jihan's hand to continue her speech, but he merely ignored her and checked his phone. While Xiong Jihan was on the phone, Ariel was angry at being ignored by him. On the other end of the line, Lee Ha-yeon asked where he was, making Jihan momentarily flustered. She was deeply shocked when Jihan suddenly apologized and cancelled their appointment. Although she accepted, Lee Ha-yeon couldn't hide her disappointment, making Lim Ga-young worriedly ask what was wrong. She turned to her bodyguard and called out, "Ga-young." Lee Ha-yeon sadly confessed that she had just been rejected, leaving Lim Ga-young stunned. At the same time, elsewhere, Kim Hyun-chol was struck by a devastating punch to the face. He collapsed, begging his father for forgiveness, while being held firmly by a bodyguard. His father, Kim Tae-won, ignored his pleas and continued to beat his son with a cane. Hyunchol's daughter tried to intervene with her grandfather, blaming others, but she also received a furious slap from Kim Tae-won. He coldly stated that he had raised her like a precious gem. Kim Tae-won, CEO of Taiwan Daily, growled, asking why she had caused such a grave matter. He roared, threatening to disown both father and daughter for causing the company's stock to plummet. Faced with her grandfather's wrath, the girl could only tremble in fear. Her fear quickly turned into intense resentment. She secretly cursed Yoon Se-ah for ruining her plans. That hatred seemed to reach the arena where Yoon Se-ah was standing. She looked around, confused, wondering if the match had already begun. Yoon Se-ah awkwardly reviewed the rules, feeling she should wait. She looked up and was surprised to see Xiong Jihan standing not far away. A man named Do Hyung-gyun looked disdainfully at Yoon Se-ah, seeing her as a weak rookie. He was the cousin of an anomaly guild member and possessed the A-rank talent agility. Confident in his strength, Do Hyung-gyun declared he would make it into the top 50. He decided to choose Yoon Se-ah as his first sacrifice. With a cruel smile, Do Hyung-gyun charged forward, swinging his sword to attack. However, his attack was suddenly blocked, leaving him completely stunned. Xiong Jihan had appeared, blocking the blade with his bare hand and thinking to himself, "So that's how it is." Yoon Se-ah exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle?" Immediately after, she struck Do Hyung-gyun's hand with a palm strike, sending his sword flying into the air. Do Hyung-gyun clutched his numb hand, not understanding what had just happened. Yoon Se-ah gently caught the falling sword and thanked him. She smiled and said thank you for giving her the first kill. After defeating her opponent, Yoon Se-ah stood proudly with the glowing sword in her hand. From his home, Xiong Jihan watched the match on a screen and muttered thoughtfully. He remarked with satisfaction that for a newcomer, she wasn't doing badly at all. The dark spirit Ariel appeared on his shoulder, pouting and remarking that there was nothing interesting about a lowly species. Xiong Jihan sarcastically retorted that she was also serving a lowly species, making Ariel angrily shout, "Silence!" Ariel hovered, declaring her grand mission and demanding that he be grateful. While Jihan ignored her, Ariel continued to ask if he recognized the great power he possessed. Memories flooded back. Yoon Se-ah cried out in panic as she saw Xiong Jihan's left arm being consumed by darkness. In the flashback, a system notification appeared, describing a curse that was draining Xiong Jihan's GP and EXP. Yoon Se-ah frantically asked her uncle about the situation. While Jihan realized it was a curse, he pondered, noting that the curse's formula was similar to sealing a demon. Jihan decided that he had to perform an emergency recovery. He activated the skill, and the system announced that the recovery process for Shadow of the Sun had begun. The system warned that only partial recovery was possible due to the extremely severe condition, astonishing Jihan. He writhed in pain as the recovery process unfolded, continuously receiving warnings from the system. After the process concluded, Jihan gasped for breath, exhausted. A system notification confirmed that the curse had been dispelled. The system further announced that the true function of the curse had been unlocked. A new status window appeared, revealing Shadow of the Sun as an SS rank item, a terminal for the Shadow Queen, leaving Jihan perplexed. Back in the present, Yoon Se-ah worriedly asked about Jihan's arm, but he reassured her that he was fine. A mysterious voice echoed, commenting on Jihan's dramatic flair. Suddenly, a vortex of purple dark energy appeared on the ceiling. Jihan immediately became alert, shouted, and pulled Yoon Se-ah behind him to protect her. He shielded Yoon Se-ah as the dark vortex grew larger and more intense. From the center of the vortex, a small spirit with dark skin and white hair appeared. Both Jihan and Se-ah were stunned by the sudden appearance of the strange creature. The spirit landed and introduced herself as a clone of the constellation Shadow Queen. She looked directly at Jihan and declared that her original self found him interesting and had sent her to assist him. Ariel pointed forward, boldly declaring that she would henceforth serve Xiong Jihan as her master. Jihan was utterly bewildered by this sudden situation, wondering what the hell was going on. A system notification appeared, stating that the clone of the Shadow Queen, Ariel, had bestowed upon him the Dark Spirit stat. He looked at his hand, muttering the name of the new stat in confusion. Jihan suddenly recalled that he also possessed a power that dominated shadows, a useful ability he had never used in BattleNet. While he was pondering, Ariel flew around his ear, urging him to upgrade the new stat, annoying him so much that he likened her to a bothersome mosquito. Later, at home, a lavish meal was laid out on the table. During dinner, Se-ah happily recounted how difficult the tutorial was, and Jihan praised his niece for doing very well on her first try. She smiled happily as she enjoyed the meal with her uncle. Suddenly, Se-ah asked Jihan about his plans regarding the offer from the American First Guild. Jihan flatly replied that he would refuse, believing he could earn that amount of money himself later. He looked at his niece and began to explain his reasons further. At the same time, an elegant woman stepped out of a car, while Jihan asserted that he wanted to establish a guild himself. Lee Ha-yeon and Lim Ga-young stood before a skyscraper, and Jihan revealed that he knew a cheat key for this plan. He implied that Lee Ha-yeon, an expert in supporting such projects, was that key. Lee Hyun was utterly stunned by what she had just heard, stammering as she asked what he meant. It turned out Jihan was sitting opposite her and Lim Ga-young, calmly reiterating his offer. He smiled and officially invited Lee Hyun to become the guildmaster of the guild he was about to establish. Lee Hyun shot up in protest, not understanding why he had suddenly changed his mind about recruiting her, while Jihan secretly thought he only needed to borrow her reputation. She shouted that she belonged to the Reason Guild, but Jihan immediately retorted that she was there as a manager, not a player. Lee Hyun sighed wearily, still believing that Xiong Jihan should be the guildmaster. Jihan calmly explained that the guild needed someone with special skills like hers, while he was only suited for management. He put down his teacup and directly asked about her support talent. Jihan accurately described the limitations of that talent, leaving Hyun stunned while Lim Ga-young looked worried. He confidently asserted that if she became the guildmaster, the true value of that talent would be revealed. Lee Hyun secretly doubted, wondering if he truly knew something others didn't. She recalled her A-rank nurturing talent, which every expert considered useless. Though tempted, she still hesitated, and Jihan promised a worthy compensation. He delivered the decisive blow, promising to give her advanced knowledge of BattleNet match results. The offer hit Hyun's weak spot, making her blush in embarrassment, much to Lim Ga-young's astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyun immediately agreed, much to Lim Ga-young's bewilderment, as Jihan presented the contract. With a sly smile, Hyun ignored the dissuasion and prepared to accept the invitation to become guildmaster. She pressed the agree button, her mind solely focused on acquiring valuable betting information. The contract immediately emitted a brilliant blue light. Lee Hyun was overwhelmed by the sudden light and power. A notification panel appeared, showing that her talent had been greatly upgraded, applying to the entire guild. The scene shifted to a bustling street, where news of Jihan's new guild began to spread. At a cafe, Lee Hyun was startled when the announcement for their live broadcast began. On the street, a passerby stopped to check their phone, as news of Xiong Jihan forming a guild caused a stir online. Lee Hyun appeared on air, cheerfully greeting the audience to officially announce the new guild. Live on air, Lee Hyun introduced herself as the guildmaster of the Daegi Guild that Xiong Jihan was establishing. Xiong Jihan explained that he had appointed her to the most important role in the guild. He snapped his fingers, declaring that he would immediately reveal the concept of the Daegi Guild to everyone. The information panel appeared, showing extremely powerful guild effects such as a 200% increase in stat growth rate, astonishing the viewers. Lee Hyun announced the guild's concept as nurturing, promising an exceptional growth rate for its members. She continued to introduce the members, starting with the founder and guild member, Xiong Jihan. Next was herself, Guildmaster Lee Hyun, along with players Diego Macid and Yoon Se-ah, who had just awakened. Finally, she introduced the person who had signed an employment contract with the Reason Guild, that was Lim Ga-young, who was utterly stunned and didn't understand what was happening. Lee Hyun concluded the introduction of the 5 core members. To the audience's astonishment, she waved goodbye and invited anyone interested in joining to contact her, ending the broadcast. After going off air, Yoon Se-ah curiously asked her uncle about the meaning behind the name Daegi Guild. Xiong Jihan began to explain, while Yoon Se-ah smiled proudly. He revealed that the name originated from an idiom about great talents needing time to mature. Jihan concluded, Daegi means great vessels, symbolizing great talents. The scene abruptly shifted to an arena, where a fierce explosion had just occurred. Amidst the smoke and dust, Baron Williams appeared with a smug smile, his eyes glowing with disdain. He looked at Xiong Jihan standing in the distance and remarked that this battle was too boring. Xiong Jihan faced Baron Williams, his gaze firm and unwavering. Baron Williams sneered, his hands erupting in flames, ready to end the match. Baron Williams unleashed a fierce fire attack towards Xiong Jihan. A terrifying explosion engulfed Jihan's position. As the smoke cleared, Williams smugly asked, "Is that all you've got?" Suddenly, Jihan burst out from the smoke, his face obscured by shadow, and landed a direct punch on Williams. Jihan's eyes flashed with a determined blue light. Williams counterattacked, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity that sent Jihan flying. Jihan collapsed onto the arena floor, his body still twitching from the electricity. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Training session ended, revealing it was just a simulated match. Williams smirked, satisfied with the outcome. A researcher approached, praising Williams while suggesting Jihan's previous victory was merely luck. When the researcher suggested increasing the simulation intensity, Williams snapped angrily, "Shut up." Another staff member arrived to report that the guildmaster was summoning Baron Williams. The headquarters of the American First Guild appeared, full of grandeur. Williams gritted his teeth in astonishment upon hearing the news. "What? Hired?" He angrily questioned the guildmaster. "To join a guild created by Xiong Jihan? Are you insane?" The guildmaster, Robert Gates, calmly explained that Xiong Jihan was extremely valuable. Williams glared at Jihan's image on the screen, his face filled with resentment. He couldn't accept the truth, his eyes wide with fury. A terrifying red energy began to emanate from Williams, making the entire room tremble. He glared at Robert Gates and declared, "You've lost your edge too, guildmaster." Baron Williams roared, claiming Xiong Jihan was a fraud, and that he didn't need help because he was already the strongest. He yelled, forbidding Robert Gates from mentioning it again, causing the entire office to shake. Gates sighed, thinking to himself that he knew Williams had an inferiority complex regarding Jihan, but he didn't expect him to be so unprofessional. He mused, if he couldn't send Baron, then he would have to send another girl. In the American First training room, a blonde woman smiled as she looked at a holographic screen. She exclaimed in admiration that Xiong Jihan was truly amazing, as the title Saintess Sophia of the American First Guild appeared. Meanwhile, Lim Ga-young looked tired. She reported to Li Ha-yun that both American First and China had made lucrative offers to acquire the guild's secrets. Ha-yun was astonished by the unexpected power of her own talent. In her mind echoed the words of a man from the past, who had sown doubt that Jihan only approached her out of romantic interest. That person had ordered her to stay by Xiong Jihan's side and seduce him. He had also scornfully remarked that she wouldn't be able to do much in the guild anyway. Shaking off the memories, Ha-yun firmly told Jihan that she wanted to run the guild seriously. She resolutely rejected the initial plan of merely lending her name and then disbanding the guild. She slammed her hand on the table to emphasize her determination. Ha-yun passionately explained that becoming a guildmaster was her dream, then turned to seek agreement from a bewildered Lim Ga-young. She confidently declared that she would dedicate all her efforts to developing Guild Daiji. Jihan could only listen in silence as Ha-yun began assigning tasks, making him feel awkward as he couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth. Her plan had begun, with an interview room for a BattleTube editor position already prepared. Li Ha-yun began the interview with a friendly smile, welcoming the candidates. She invited each person to introduce themselves in turn. The first candidate, Ju Eunji, timidly stated that she was applying for a video editor position. Hearing about her experience, Li Ha-yun secretly judged it to be a rather impressive resume. Lim Ga-young thanked Ju Eunji and invited the next person, someone with a rather unique name. That person was Lee Goombit, also known by the nickname BJ Golden Light. He greeted them enthusiastically and expressed his admiration for Xiong Jihan. He confidently declared himself an all-around talent and a loyal fan of Jihan from the very beginning. Lee Goombit promised to dedicate himself entirely to Guild Daegi if accepted. The entire interview room fell silent at his dramatic introduction. Lim Ga-young awkwardly invited him to sit down, while Li Ha-yun secretly regretted approving such an enthusiastic candidate's application. The third candidate, Kim Gun-woo, introduced himself professionally, emphasizing his 4 years of experience at a renowned guild. Li Ha-yun asked why he wanted to transfer to a new guild like Daegi, and Kim Gun-woo replied that he saw potential for growth thanks to Xiong Jihan's reputation. Hearing that his competitor had superior experience, Lee Goombit couldn't help but feel anxious. Li Ha-yun was very satisfied with the answer and asked if Kim Gun-woo had any questions. He immediately asked if the guildmaster, Xiong Jihan, would be participating in the interview. Upon learning that only Li Ha-yun was in charge, Kim Gun-woo seemed to understand, making her secretly think he was just another fan. But then he abruptly asked an unrelated question. So, which floor does Guildmaster Xiong Jihan live on in this building? The private question stunned both Li Ha-yun and Lim Ga-young, and they began to grow suspicious. Just then, Lee Goombit sprang to his feet, declaring that he had felt something was off. He suddenly grabbed Kim Gun-woo's shoulder, making the atmosphere in the room tense. Lee Goombit angrily yelled at Kim Gun-woo, questioning why he dared to ask for Xiong Jihan's private information. As Lee Goombit placed his hand on Kim Gun-woo's shoulder, a newspaper-wrapped object fell out of his jacket. Lee Goombit and Ju Eunji were both surprised, wondering what had just fallen to the floor. Everyone was shocked to realize it was a kitchen knife. Kim Gun-woo's professional demeanor vanished, replaced by extreme rage. He quickly picked up the knife and tore off the newspaper wrapping. Kim Gun-woo screamed curses at Xiong Jihan, claiming he had ruined the Sword King's image. He declared himself a member of the Sword King clan and lunged towards Li Ha-yun and Lim Ga-young. With the knife raised high, he threatened to take their lives as an example. Just before the knife swung down, Lee Goombit grabbed Kim Gun-woo by the collar from behind. Lee Goombit easily slammed Kim Gun-woo to the floor. Thrown forcefully, Kim Gun-woo muttered curses at Lee Goombit for interfering. Lee Goombit stood there, his eyes glowing with a menacing golden hue. Kim Gun-woo got up and swung the knife to attack, but Lee Goombit coldly asked if he wanted to die first. Lee Goombit dodged the attack and swiftly grabbed Kim Gun-woo's face. He slammed Kim Gun-woo's head against the wall, making the knife fly out. Kim Gun-woo collapsed, unconscious after the lightning-fast attack. He lay sprawled on the floor, completely incapacitated. Looking at the defeated attacker, Lee Gyum-bit suddenly remembered something about this person. He suddenly recalled that Kim Gun-woo used to be a gold-rank player, but had intentionally demoted himself to specialize in mocking other players. After taking down the attacker, Lee Gyum-bit smugly ran a hand through his hair. Basking in how cool he had just been, he deeply regretted not live-streaming it, and even asked the attacker to reenact it for filming. Ignoring the rambling, Lee Ha-yun coldly ordered Lim Ga-young to call the police. The scene then shifted to an office building under the sunset. There, Yoon Se-ah angrily claimed she was the target, but Xiong Jihan reassured her that everything had been resolved. Xiong Jihan called to rearrange security and recruit new personnel, but Yoon Se-ah interrupted, saying it wasn't necessary. She revealed that she had sent an acceptance notification to a suitable candidate, while at home, Lee Gyum-bit was anxiously biting his nails. Even though less than a day had passed, he was restless, waiting for the interview result. He started to panic, fearing he had overacted and should have taken down the attacker more coolly. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated with a notification. Lee Gyum-bit focused on the screen with a serious expression. At the same time, another candidate named Ju Eun-ji was delighted to receive an immediate acceptance notification. An older man standing behind her praised her as a goddess, truly amazing. He worried about her infiltrating as an editor, but Ju Eun-ji confidently brushed it off. She pushed up her glasses, thinking to herself about the two words edit. Ju Eun-ji asserted that it was her specialty, and her image began to glitch strangely. Returning to Lee Gyum-bit, one of his fan accounts was donating 10,000 GP to Xiong Jihan's channel. Immediately after, a flood of viewers on his channel announced they were leaving to watch Xiong Jihan's livestream. Lee Gyum-bit desperately screamed, begging everyone not to abandon him. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a fiery, desolate land where a giant scythe-like weapon stood towering. Xiong Jihan logged into the game, making viewers who saw this map for the first time curious. The system announced that he had arrived in the Gangnam area for a Silver League mission. The game mode was revealed to be Invasion, taking place in a ruined city landscape. Looking at a familiar structure, Xiong Jihan thought to himself that it had been a long time since he was last here. Lim Ga-young was surprised, asking why. He said that since this was supposed to be his first invasion mission, the two had formed a party to complete this mission smoothly together. In a flashback, Lee Ha-yun had instructed Lim Ga-young to accompany Xiong Jihan to promote content for the guild. Lim Ga-young tried to strike up a conversation, saying she felt it was refreshing to participate in this map with a party. Xiong Jihan smiled and extended his hand, saying he was looking forward to playing with her for this second time. Lim Ga-young was a little flustered by his friendly gesture. She shook his hand, and thought to herself about the irony of being recruited by the very person she intended to recruit. As other players began to appear, Lim Ga-young told herself she would do her best. Xiong Jihan noticed Lim Ga-young's tense expression as she stared at the newcomer. A party from the Reason Guild appeared, and one of its members recognized Lim Ga-young. Lim Ga-young was stunned to recognize her former teammates, while Xiong Jihan smiled at the unexpected reunion. The Reason Guild members happily greeted Lim Ga-young, and one of them was startled to recognize Xiong Jihan. The mage in the group hastily asked about Lim Ga-young's situation and pleaded with her to return to the guild soon. Faced with her former teammates' enthusiasm, Lim Ga-young could only blush in embarrassment. The mage knelt down, internally monologuing that he had been very lonely since she left. He was lost in fantasies of being her mentor and even marrying Lim Ga-young. Lim Ga-young thought to herself. The mage's behavior suddenly sent shivers down her spine. The Reason Guild mage furiously yelled at Xiong Jihan, blaming him for Lim Ga-young leaving the guild. The female archer quickly changed the subject, asking Jihan if he needed an explanation about his first invasion mission, and Lim Ga-young politely agreed. She explained that this was a 5v5 team battle, where the angel and demon factions faced off against each other. The objective was to push minions through 3 lanes and destroy the enemy's main outpost to win. Besides the 3 main lanes, there were also interspersed jungle areas. Xiong Jihan asked if their team had a jungler, knowing that defeating monsters there would grant buffs. The swordsman scoffed, explaining that the jungle monsters were at least level 65, too strong for them. However, the mage smirked confidently, believing they could handle high-tier silver opponents. He cleared his throat condescendingly to get Xiong Jihan's attention. He told Jihan that since he was new, he just needed to stay silent and follow their instructions. The mage then assigned Xiong Jihan and Lim Ga-young to the bottom lane, and Jihan calmly accepted. While the mage secretly planned to undermine Jihan to impress Ga-young, Jihan simply asked if they could start. The mage began his lecture by pointing at an approaching wave of enemy minions. He meticulously explained about the minions, warning them not to fight carelessly even though they could respawn after death. With a smug smile, He pushed up his glasses and concluded that the mission was very easy. Xiong Jihan summarized the lengthy explanation. In short, just don't die while fighting. Right. As dark energy began to gather in his left hand, the mage was stunned to see Jihan casually walk past him, his left hand completely enveloped in darkness. A giant shadow hand emerged from the ground, reaching towards the enemy minions. Xiong Jihan calmly observed, thinking to himself that this was his first time using Sword Shadow in BattleNet, and he was very curious about its effectiveness. An army of robotic guards advanced menacingly. Xiong Jihan thought to himself, the power of the Shadow Queen he had once witnessed probably couldn't compare to this. He stood alone, facing the entire army of guards charging towards him. He wondered what would happen if he used this power against such opponents. Dark energy from his left hand immediately reached out, devouring a guard. Immediately after, countless shadow blades rained down from the sky onto the enemy minions. With a calm expression, Xiong Jihan controlled the destructive energy flow. The entire army of guards was pierced and crushed by the shadow blade. In just a moment, they all shattered into fragments. Lim Ga-young and the mage stood frozen, aghast at such terrifying power. Lim Ga-young suggested they could continue advancing, while the still trembling mage agreed. A notification appeared, confirming that Xiong Jihan had eliminated 50 minions and received a 20% increase to all stats, which gave him the idea to go into the jungle alone. He turned back and called Lim Ga-young. He announced he would leave in 10 minutes, surprising her, and she asked where he was going. Xiong Jihan confidently beckoned with his finger. He smiled and declared, "I'm going to level up by myself." With that, he immediately rushed into the jungle, ignoring Lim Ga-young's frantic calls. The mage panicked, wondering what would happen to them if Xiong Jihan left. The mage's glasses glinted, concealing his fearful eyes. In a panic, he reached out and grabbed Lim Ga-young's shoulder. Lim Ga-young flinched, quickly getting into a defensive stance at the unexpected situation. She gasped in surprise as the mage erected an energy barrier, protecting her from the lightning-fast attack that had taken down their two remaining teammates. She stared in shock at the reflection of the panicked mage on the shield. The scene flashed back to 5 minutes earlier, when the mage was seething with resentment towards Xiong Jihan. He was annoyed that Jihan had ruined his plan to show off in front of Lim Ga-young. Suddenly, he paused as a thought flashed through his mind. He envisioned a different strategy. He and Ga-young should have gone to the top lane and pushed Jihan to the mid lane alone. Deeming himself a genius, he decided to run to Ga-young, believing that leaving Jihan alone was the right thing to do. As soon as he arrived, he was horrified to witness his teammates being ambushed. Fear surged within him as he realized Lim Ga-young was in danger. Back in the present, the mage strained to maintain the barrier, while two other teammates were taken down. Lim Ga-young began to speculate if the mage had foreseen the ambush and rushed over to save her. He turned back, trying to appear brave, and reassure Ga-young that he would protect her at all costs. Immediately after, he was struck by an attack from behind, spitting blood and making Lim Ga-young scream in terror. A lightning-charged hand pierced through both the barrier and his body, sending him flying backward. Lim Ga-young desperately called his name as he collapsed to the ground. She rushed to his side as his body began to dissipate, and he whispered an apology for not being able to protect her. With a fading hand, he raised it and said that it was probably too late to say this. He smiled, taking his last breath along with a belated confession. Lim Ga-young stared blankly into the empty space where the mage had just vanished after his confession. Two enemies looked at Lim Ga-young in confusion, wondering about her reaction when her teammate would revive in a minute anyway. Another man appeared, ordering his teammates to act, and warning them not to underestimate Lim Ga-young, the rising star of the Reason Guild. Lim Ga-young was furious, wondering why Xiong Jihan was acting alone in a team match. Suddenly, she felt a massive surge of dark energy erupt from afar, astonishing her. The scene shifted to a dense, quiet forest. Elsewhere, Xiong Jihan stood, his eyes focused and calm. He faced a gigantic and ferocious two-headed wolf. The monster, identified as a two-headed wolf, let out a savage roar. Jihan easily blocked its massive jaws, thinking to himself that this was just the most common monster in the forest. He recalled its characteristics: a colossal body, a 3-meter-long head, and jaws that could instantly crush a skull. With a confident humph, Xiong Jihan prepared to strike. He mused that if this monster was still the same as in the past, it would normally take at least 3 silver-ranked players to defeat it. However, the wolf suddenly stopped, and Jihan mocked it for being scared. The monster furiously swung its claws and attacked. Jihan deftly dodged, easily leaping onto its back. Dark energy began to gather around his left hand. He unleashed 2 streams of energy that pierced through both of the wolf's heads. As the beast fell, countless dark spikes erupted from the ground, tearing its body apart. Jihan calmly turned away as the monster's fragments scattered behind him. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that the shadow sword in his hand wasn't bad either. He realized this was Eclipse, the SS rank weapon once used by the Shadow Queen. Though difficult to control, its power was undeniable. Soon after, a system notification appeared, granting him 1,000 achievement points for earning the title Silver-ranked Forest Ranger. Jihan stood amidst the monster corpses, knowing he could earn more points by eliminating them. But he also realized he needed to take down other players as well. Suddenly, another notification appeared, stating that the demon team had achieved the first kill and he received 100 points. Elsewhere, a swordsman in Lim Ga-young's team fell, pierced by a shadow sword. His mage teammate watched in horror as his body disintegrated. Lim Ga-young stared in shock at the small spirit, Ariel, hovering amidst the shadow sword. The mage hastily urged her to focus on the remaining enemy. Suddenly, the mage screamed in pain as he was struck by another attack. In desperation, he roared, "Die!" and unleashed a massive fireball. After casting the spell, he stood firm with a determined expression. However, a dark-haired man dashed through the flames, astonishing him. The attacker swiftly delivered a pink slash, finishing off the mage. Lim Ga-young narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as cherry blossom petals began to appear around her. She turned to Ariel and reluctantly thanked her for the help. Ariel tossed her head, haughtily replying that she didn't need gratitude from an inferior being, prompting Lim Ga-young to ask for her identity. Ariel explained that Xiong Jihan had summoned her as a replacement, while grumbling about his arrogance, which made Lim Ga-young realize in shock that it was Jihan's summoned beast. Lim Ga-young breathed a sigh of relief knowing Xiong Jihan had a countermeasure, but Ariel remarked that she looked injured. Worried, Lim Ga-young asked when Jihan would return, but Ariel replied that her summoning time was almost up, and he was still nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiong Jihan knelt on the ground, wondering if he was about to die. He was kneeling before the corpse of a recently defeated gigantic two-headed wolf, its body dissolving into pickles. Suddenly, Jihan felt a sharp pain and coughed dryly. He suddenly felt dizzy, and a gigantic monster's silhouette with glowing eyes appeared behind him amidst a cloud of green poisonous smoke. Realizing the danger, Jihan wondered when the enemy had approached. A gigantic toad lunged forward, flicking its long purple tongue towards him. Jihan nimbly dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He looked at the stain on his hand, and then smiled, seemingly recognizing this familiar opponent. It was a venomous toad, its entire body emitting deadly poisonous gas. The info panel explained that venomous toads were high-grade monsters rarely seen in silver-rank tournaments. Jihan pondered, confirming that the monster's presence here was unusual. A notification appeared, stating he had been poisoned, with all stats reduced by 50%, making Jihan realize it had used a complex skill. The venomous toad puffed up its gills, preparing for another attack to the astonishment of the livestream viewers. Jihan focused intently, his sharp eyes tracking its every movement, thinking to himself, "Here it comes." He sprang into the air, dodging a volley of poison projectiles spat out by the toad. After landing safely, the poison corroded the stone wall behind him. Without stopping, the venomous toad opened its mouth wide, accumulating a surge of dark purple energy. Xiong Jihan immediately channeled his dark power, creating tentacles to counter the attack to the viewer's admiration. Xiong Jihan noted that the toad's ranged attacks were very fast, and its liquid was poisonous. Immediately, the monster's purple tongue shot out, and he quickly used dark energy to block it. Pushed back by the tongue's power, Xiong Jihan still bravely used his shadow sword to defend himself. He braced himself, the dark energy in his hand beginning to waver under the pressure. With a swing of his hand, Xiong Jihan redirected the attack and counterattacked with sharp shadow claws. Struck by the attack, the venomous toad let out a pathetic shriek. Xiong Jihan gasped, realizing his hand had been stained by the monster's poisonous blood and was smoking. The venomous toad quickly recovered, its eyes becoming more furious than ever. Despite being poisoned, Xiong Jihan maintained a highly focused expression, sweat streaming down his cheek. The toad opened its mouth wide, accumulating a giant green poisonous energy orb. It unleashed all its energy, firing a destructive beam of light. Xiong Jihan stood firm, his shadow sword ready to meet the attack. The poisonous energy explosion enveloped the entire area, making a viewer worry that he might die. After the attack, small horns began to sprout on the venomous toad's head. It told itself that it had narrowly escaped death. However, Xiong Jihan was unharmed inside a red energy vortex. He smirked, explaining that he had survived thanks to the 30% stat boost effect after defeating the two-headed wolf. The venomous toad was utterly terrified as a giant shadow hand appeared directly above its head. The wrath of shadows descended, ready to crush the monster. Xiong Jihan swung his shadow sword, but the venomous toad remained unfazed after the attack. He was secretly astonished by its extraordinary defense, unable to believe it wasn't dead yet. Noticing strange signs from the monster, he decided he had to finish it off immediately. However, the venomous toad's body began to swell abnormally, confusing the livestream viewers. Xiong Jihan was stunned as he realized the monster's intention. Wait, this is... The venomous toad's eyes flashed, signaling a final, desperate act. It self-destructed, unleashing a wave of green, poisonous energy throughout the forest. The entire area was engulfed in the toxic aftermath, causing the watching audience to exclaim in astonishment. Caught in the explosion, Xiong Jihan knelt, leaning on his sword and gasping for breath amidst the poisonous smoke. Damn it, he muttered, feeling the poison spread throughout his body. A system notification appeared, confirming he had been hit by a deadly poison, reducing all his stats by 90% for 5 minutes. He stood up, deciding to hide and wait until the weakening effect ended, but he suddenly noticed something unusual. No achievement window appeared after defeating the monster. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a blue creature emerged from beneath the earth. The strange sound made Xiong Jihan turn back cautiously. Another giant toad, this time green and horned, appeared before him, startling the viewers. He was acutely aware of the danger of facing a new enemy in his weakened state. If he died, all beneficial effects would be lost. Nevertheless, he didn't want to give up, considering that he needed to find more achievements and power-up effects elsewhere. Suddenly, another sound echoed, drawing his attention. What's that noise? Xiong Jihan was startled to realize he was in an unfamiliar place, wondering where he was. He quickly composed himself after a moment of bewilderment. Realizing the situation, a confident smile subtly formed on his lips. He looked at the tactical map, determining it was time for him to head to the bottom lane. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a female archer unexpectedly launched an attack from within the dense forest. A player from Reason Guild cried out in panic as his female warrior teammate was shot in the head by an arrow. Ambushed unexpectedly, the archer from Reason Guild could only helplessly watch the enemy. The attacking group triumphantly declared that Reason Guild was not formidable and urged each other to push the lane. At the same time, another player was monitoring the map, noticing fierce combat in the mid lane and deciding to seize the opportunity in the top lane. Suddenly, the two attackers were startled by a loud noise rushing towards them. Xiong Jihan suddenly appeared, stopping a minion that was rolling towards them. He landed firmly, using his bare hands to completely halt the monster's advance. The two other players froze, unable to believe the sight before their eyes. Xiong Jihan turned to look at them with sharp eyes, whispering, "Found them." He smirked, considering the two of them to be the additional power-up effects he was looking for. A flashback revealed that 5 minutes earlier, Xiong Jihan was facing the giant horned green toad. His plan was to lure this monster to the bottom lane, then defeat it as soon as he received the effects from defeating players. However, he was confused when the giant toad just stood still without any reaction. It turned out that the horned green toad was blushing shyly, completely captivated by Xiong Jihan's appearance. Xiong Jihan froze at the toad's reaction, while the viewers were also bewildered. He recalled the past moment when his shadow sword had struck the monster. At that time, he had accidentally attacked, not realizing it had no intention of fighting. Back in the present, a group of allied players were stunned to see the jungle monster appear before them. Immediately, the horned green toad roared, spewing a cloud of green poison. 2 players in the allied group were hit by the poison gas, and a mage coughed up blood from severe poisoning. The system announced the detection of toxins as the players collapsed, while Xiong Jihan merely observed from a distance. The mage angrily questioned why Xiong Jihan was crazy enough to lure the monster to them. Before he could finish speaking, he was astonished to see Xiong Jihan's shadow blade appear right before him. Xiong Jihan smiled and apologized, declaring that he would be the one to finish them off. The toad could only stare blankly as his attack flew straight towards the other players. A notification appeared, stating that Xiong Jihan's poisoned status had been neutralized, making him sigh in relief. Standing before the corpses of the 2 fallen players, he thanked them for helping him gain a power-up. Now with only 2 left, the horned green toad growled, its eyes full of killing intent directed at Xiong Jihan. Without hesitation, Xiong Jihan soared into the air, piercing through the poisonous mist for a direct assault. He concentrated intensely, preparing to unleash his limitless tri-talent skill. A colossal surge of dark energy named Mount Tai Peak King's Seal was summoned, striking directly down upon the monster. The enemy team's archer could only scream in horror, witnessing that destructive power. Xiong Jihan calmly landed, sword in hand, and looked at the system screen, feigning surprise as he asked what had just happened. The system announced that Xiong Jihan had defeated the venomous toad, completed a hidden quest, and received 10,000 points. He thought with satisfaction that this was a bountiful hunt, entirely worth the effort. Suddenly, a system sound rang out, surprising Xiong Jihan. He wondered about a new quest as the notification panel displayed the message, "Quest related to, is less than Apostle's Trace, is greater than has been removed." An allied archer cautiously approached and called out to Xiong Jihan. The archer reported the situation, stating that Lim Ga-young was pushing the top lane while they had just been saved by Xiong Jihan in the bottom lane. He pointed towards a group of approaching enemy minions and said that they would gain the upper hand if they dealt with them. Xiong Jihan replied curtly while observing the moving minions. With the shadow blade in hand, he coldly told the archer to continue as planned. Elsewhere on the map, a mage from the Reason Guild was screaming in pain. He was hit by the enemy's defense turret and flung far away. The mage angrily yelled at the enemy swordsman, who was provoking him from a safe position. He thought to himself that he was in trouble because he couldn't lure the opponent out of the turret's range. Suddenly, the mage screamed Xiong Jihan's name in horror as he saw an enemy archer abruptly appear right behind him. The enemy swordsman also turned around, stunned by his teammate's sudden appearance. The mage desperately reached forward, realizing he had been ambushed. Through his glasses, he saw the blue light from the defense turret aiming directly at him. A massive energy blast shot out, knocking down the mage amidst his desperate screams. Lying on the ground, he angrily cursed the one who had tricked him, before admitting that he couldn't manage alone. An enemy swordsman stood over the fallen mage, scoffing. "You held out well, now get lost." Immediately, his defense turret fired a blinding energy blast. The mage looked up, exclaiming, "Huh?" in surprise. The enemy smirked as he saw Lim Ga-young charging forward, sneering. "Miss Ga-young? Trying to trick me a second time, you fool?" Lim Ga-young took the full force of the turret's attack, her eyes gleaming with determination. She unleashed her Plum Blossom swordsman skill, energy rose petals swirling as she charged to destroy the turret. The swordsman turned back, his face filled with extreme astonishment at the sudden attack. With a powerful slash, Lim Ga-young shattered the enemy's defense turret. She gave a decisive command. "Now." Following the call of Mr. Mage, a hand reached out, engulfing the swordsman in flames. The mage from the Reason Guild concentrated his power, unleashing a blazing fireball. The fierce explosion engulfed the enemy swordsman in a sea of fire. Lim Ga-young approached her struggling teammate and asked, "Are you all right?" The mage looked at her with admiration, while Lim Ga-young declared they would push the bottom lane, with Ariel hovering beside her. Just then, Xiong Jihan arrived with another teammate, making the mage secretly think in annoyance, "How dare you interfere?" Xiong Jihan apologized for being late, but Lim Ga-young said that she had fought well with the summon he left behind, which angered Ariel. He announced that the enemy team had surrendered and retreated to defense, and all that was left was to destroy their main base. Lim Ga-young listened and nodded, agreeing with his plan. Xiong Jihan then commanded, "Miss Ga-young, finish it," making her stunned as she asked, "What?" A teammate realized Xiong Jihan was advancing towards them. The entire team was dejectedly resting at the sanctuary, their faction's safe respawn zone. A recently respawned player cursed angrily, while a teammate advised him to give up and rest. They were surprised to see Xiong Jihan heading straight for the sanctuary, and tried to stop him. Ignoring the warning, Xiong Jihan summoned his shadow blade, causing the others to mock the actions of a rookie. They believed that if he attacked, the barrier would protect the sanctuary, but Xiong Jihan still swung his sword down. The entire team was shaken by the power of the attack. One person yelled that he was not allowed to attack here. Xiong Jihan merely smiled mysteriously at their panic. He casually replied that he didn't know because he was just a new player. In reality, he was undertaking the Apostles' Trace's quest chain, which required damaging holy relics in the enemy base to receive 20,000 achievement points. Xiong Jihan realized this quest was related to the Flesh Golem quest he had previously completed. However, the biggest problem was its difficulty. The Archangel's sword and the Scythe of Death were both located in the respawn area, protected by indestructible barriers, but that was just a normal rule, and Xiong Jihan unleashed a slash filled with magic power. His teammates were utterly terrified as they saw the surrounding space begin to crack. "It's going to break," one person yelled, but his teammate helplessly replied, "How can I stop someone who can break the respawn barrier?" That player was stunned as the cracks grew larger. Xiong Jihan stood firm, awaiting the results of his action. When the barrier shattered, a system notification rang out and a colossal archangel appeared before everyone. The archangel's eyes opened, emitting a powerful blue light. A system notification rang out, stating that the archangel was enraged by the player's action. Colossal lightning bolts struck the arena, surrounding Xiong Jihan and the Reason Guild members. The Reason Guild's mage cried out in terror, not understanding what was happening. As soon as Lim Ga-young appeared, she immediately ordered the remaining teammates to attack the main camp. She looked worriedly towards Xiong Jihan, wondering what terrible thing he had done. The archangel raised its hand, accumulating divine energy to intervene. A Reason Guild player was astonished to receive a notification that the sanctuary's blessing had been enhanced. He burst out laughing when he saw the barrier repairing itself, while Xiong Jihan calmly asked everyone to retreat. The audience on the channel buzzed with discussion, calling Xiong Jihan the barrier destroyer. Ariel appeared beside Xiong Jihan, who was silently accumulating dark energy. Xiong Jihan arrogantly mocked the archangel, remarking that its power wasn't bad for a low-level creature. Ariel admitted to him that the situation was indeed not easy. Deciding to go all out, Xiong Jihan utilized the nameless divine art, a martial art based on 3 different gods. The narration explained the 3 branches of techniques: Godslayer, Thunder God, and Shadow Secret. Among them, there was a Shadow Secret technique capable of enveloping the entire world in darkness. Xiong Jihan unleashed the Soul Shadow Vortex technique, creating a colossal vortex of dark energy. The vortex violently collided with the divine barrier, causing a terrifying explosion. Caught in the vortex's pull, the Reason Guild members screamed in panic and tried to hold on. Ariel was astonished, sensing the terrifying power emanating from Xiong Jihan. The dark vortex violently collided with the divine barrier, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Xiong Jihan gritted his teeth, poured all his strength, and roared. Just a little more. A system notification appeared, stating that the Archangel was enraged because the sanctuary had been breached. In response, the Archangel raised its hand, declaring it would punish the arrogant player. The divine entity's eyes flashed with furious blue light from beneath its hood. Caught in the aftershocks, the Reason Guild members screamed in despair. However, Xiong Jihan's Soul Shadow Vortex completely overwhelmed and shattered the divine energy. The final attack finally reached the sanctuary, leveling the entire area in a destructive explosion. Amidst the desolate scene, Xiong Jihan stood alone while the data fragments of other players vanished. The system announced, "Player Xiong Jihan has achieved a pentakill." He let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and admitted it was a close victory. Immediately after, the final notification confirmed that the demon faction had won and the match was over. Respawning at the ruined base, Lim Ga-young and her teammates could only stare in shock at the result. Meanwhile, the livestream channel exploded with astonished and excited comments from the audience. In an office, Ju Eunji intently watched the screen, reading the discussions about Xiong Jihan's value. She murmured his name, her eyes filled with contemplation and calculation. Ju Eunji mused about his incredible feats. From dominating the forest to shattering the sanctuary's barrier, she came to an astonishing conclusion. If he continued like this, Xiong Jihan could truly surpass even the Sword King. In the office, Ju Eunji was determined to recruit Xiong Jihan, but she realized that approaching him as a regular employee would be very difficult. She pondered deeply, searching for the most natural way to get acquainted with him. In her thoughts, the image of employees cheerfully greeting a female guild leader appeared. That female guild leader smiled confidently, an ideal model of a leader. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind, and Ju Eunji smirked meaningfully. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Xiong Jihan had just finished the match. A series of notifications appeared, confirming that he had completed hidden quests, ranked first, and received generous rewards. Sitting on his bed, he remarked with satisfaction that the rewards were even better than expected. He reviewed the quest details, seeing that he had obtained a fragment of the Archangel's sword, and that the next objective was to destroy the demon faction's divine artifact. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, making Xiong Jihan wary. The dark spirit Ariel appeared, and Jihan praised her for being very useful, hoping for her help in the future. However, Ariel unexpectedly asked an unrelated question. "Who are you?" Jihan was surprised, and Ariel clarified. She wanted to know about the power he used to destroy the barrier. He awkwardly tried to answer, secretly thinking that he couldn't reveal that he was a regressor. Jihan vaguely replied that it was power related to his talent, but Ariel remained silent, listening. Just as Ariel was about to ask more, a surge of dark energy suddenly erupted from her, engulfing Xiong Jihan. The dark energy condensed into the form of a giant, shattered sword above Ariel, exuding terrifying pressure. Overwhelmed by the power, Xiong Jihan dazedly asked what she was doing. With sharp, cold eyes, Ariel reached out to him, calling him a lowly creature and ordering him to explain in detail the origin of that power. Ariel, the dark spirit, reached out to Xiong Jihan and threatened him, demanding an explanation for the origin of the power he had just used. Xiong Jihan was bewildered by Ariel's sudden action. He wondered if she was willing to threaten him just because she craved this skill so much. Ariel asserted that the power he had just activated belonged to the Shadow Queen, which greatly surprised Jihan. She explained that it was dark magic capable of purifying shadows, and there was only one way to mimic the power of a constellation. Ariel's face was shrouded in shadow, as she silently awaited his answer. "So tell me, how did you obtain that power?" Ariel hovered in the air, continuing to interrogate Xiong Jihan, who was sitting on the bed. Jihan secretly recalled that it was dark soul transference, one of the techniques from the nameless divine art he possessed in his previous life. Meanwhile, Ariel was also pondering the strange similarities between the techniques of the wandering martial god and the Shadow Queen. Jihan decided to lie, replying that he wanted to explain but had nothing to say. Ariel interrupted, asserting that his talent had already disappeared. He continued his fabricated story, saying that the constellation he was about to sign a contract with had stolen his talent. To add credibility, Jihan offered to show her his status window, but Ariel remained silently suspicious. She pressed him for the name of the lost talent, and Jihan decided that revealing it would be fine. He calmly replied, "Wanderer's Eye." Ariel was stunned by the name but still muttered that everything remained highly suspicious. However, she decided to temporarily let it go and retracted all the dark energy surrounding Jihan. Xiong Jihan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had just escaped the risk of his house being destroyed. Just then, his phone rang with a call from Mr. President. On the other end of the line, Lee Ha-yun frantically asked about what had just happened during the live broadcast. Lee Ha-yun said over the phone that news outlets were flooded with stories about Xiong Jihan. He casually replied that thanks to that, the guild's channel had new content. Lee Ha-yun excitedly talked about having diverse content and even mentioned his fan cafe. Hearing fan cafe, Xiong Jihan was surprised, while Lee Ha-yun happily said she had something to report. She offered to ask him for a favor, and the scene shifted to a deserted factory district at night. There, Lee Ha-yun had been captured and tied to a chair. A bald leader and his two subordinates approached, mocking that it had taken effort to bring them there. He confirmed Lee Ha-yun's identity, asking if she was the owner of Guild Daegi. A subordinate reported that other guilds were pouring money into her, delighting the leader with his plan to get rich. Lee Ha-yun angrily shouted, asserting that they would not get away with it. She declared she would never cooperate, but the leader merely scoffed at her resistance. Without fear, Lee Ha-yun continued to insult the leader, calling him an ugly bald man. A subordinate, unable to bear it, hastily shouted to defend his boss that it wasn't baldness but a scalp. They were confident that no one could come to rescue her in this abandoned building. But just as one of them was making a threat, he suddenly froze, seeing a figure on the roof and whispering, "Found you." Both the kidnappers and Lee Ha-yun looked up in shock. Xiong Jihan appeared in a stylish suit, his eyes sharp, while Lee Ha-yun joyfully called his name. The leader, startled, recognized Xiong Jihan, and yelled for his subordinates to open fire. Immediately, a volley of bullets was fired towards Xiong Jihan. However, a bullet stopped right before his eyes, blocked by a surge of blazing red energy. With a flick of his hand, Xiong Jihan easily blocked the entire volley of bullets with red energy. A subordinate, terrified, dropped his gun and stammered, calling him a monster. The bald leader roared, deciding to go all in with a grenade launcher. He shouted that he would blow up the entire building as the rocket flew straight towards Xiong Jihan. However, the rocket suddenly changed direction, flying back towards them, astonishing the kidnapper. Amidst the fiery explosion, Xiong Jihan calmly untied Lee Ha-yun and asked how she was. While she was bewildered, wondering how he had found her, he simply replied, "Well," then flipped open a new model flip phone. He smiled and explained that, thanks to Space 23 with its precise positioning system, he could find her anywhere, astonishing Lee Ha-yun. Xiong Jihan continued to advertise the phone's durability and smooth performance, urging everyone to order now. It turned out that the entire dramatic rescue scene was just a television commercial. In the living room, Lee Ha-yun applauded Xiong Jihan's acting skills, while Se-ah laughed so hard she slumped in her chair. Se-ah wiped away tears and praised her uncle for his talent in front of the camera, suggesting he should become an actor. Xiong Jihan worriedly asked Lee Ha-yun if the commercial was too over the top and would affect the guild's reputation, but she completely dismissed his concerns. Lee Ha-yun picked up the phone, revealing a shocking secret. They had used an Akashic page to create it. An information panel appeared, explaining that an Akashic page was an extremely rare SS-grade item used to enhance electronic devices. The spirit Ariel suddenly appeared beside Xiong Jihan, whispering disdainfully that it was a waste to use such an item on trash. Lee Ha-yun was bewildered by Jihan's reaction, while he realized Ariel was continuing to criticize humanity's wastefulness. He immediately asked if there were other uses for the Akashic page, and Ariel, of course, confirmed it. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Lee Ha-yun announced that the film crew had arrived. A girl wearing glasses named Ju Eun-ji eagerly ran to open the door. Xiong Jihan asked Lee Ha-yun about today's filming schedule. Lee Ha-yun suddenly remembered and said she forgot to tell him something. She introduced the editing team from Guild Daegi, who had arrived to assist with the filming. Immediately, Xiong Jihan felt a strange surge of energy as a voice greeted him. The person was Ju Eun-ji, a member of the editing team, who cheerfully expressed her desire to cooperate. Xiong Jihan silently observed, his sharp gaze analyzing the woman who had just arrived. Lee Ha-yun roused him from his thoughts, making him respond with a slight start. He turned and quietly asked if the editing team's presence was truly necessary. Another female member of the team quickly explained that they were all fans and had asked to come along. Ju Eun-ji stepped forward, extended her hand, and offered to shake Xiong Jihan's hand. He remained silent for a moment, looking at the hand extended before him. Finally, Xiong Jihan agreed, and took Zhu Unji's hand. The moment their hands touched, a pink light flashed from Zhu Unji's eyes. Her energy suddenly became chaotic, astonishing her greatly. A red system notification appeared right before her, access denied for this target. Zhu Unji was completely stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Meanwhile, Li Hayan, oblivious, cheerfully suggested everyone go to the training room. As he led the way, Xiong Jihan secretly pondered the unusual sensation from earlier. Zhu Unji, in shock, told herself that her ability had never failed, not even against the Sword King. She watched Xiong Jihan's retreating back, the question echoing in her mind, "Who exactly are you, Xiong Jihan?" In the middle of the training room, Seah screamed in extreme pain. She was performing heavy weight training under Xiong Jihan's relentless urging, stammering that she couldn't continue. Meanwhile, Li Hayan excitedly commented on Seah's muscles for the live audience. She turned to ask Xiong Jihan about the purpose of this rigorous training session. Jihan explained that Seah was trying to raise her spirit stat, which left his niece bewildered. He revealed that this was a rare stat capable of doubling power, obtainable only by reaching 10 strength points. Li Hayan looked astonished, while Jihan added that the condition to acquire it had to be completed within 100 days. She confidently asserted that Seah would succeed, thanks to Guild Daegis effect, and most of all, thanks to a passionate teacher, which made Seah just want to scream, "Kill me." The audience commented that this training session was nothing short of torture or preparation for a life or death battle. Li Hayan also joked that it was indeed torture, but then reassured Seah that she wouldn't die. Afterward, she suggested Jihan show them his own training regimen, and he indifferently agreed. Jihan announced that he would show them his personal training room, making Li Hayan and the audience extremely excited. However, when the door opened, Li Hayan and the entire film crew were astonished. The room was completely empty, and Jihan explained that he didn't need any equipment. He called Ariel's name, and a surge of dark energy began to gather. Jihan calmly ordered the newly appeared dark spirit to attack him with its strongest skill. Challenged, Ariel angrily called him an arrogant human. She unleashed her full power, launching a destructive attack with countless dark spears towards Jihan. Xiong Jihan simply stomped his foot on the floor, steadily awaiting the incoming attack. With terrifying speed, Xiong Jihan easily dodged Ariel's rain of dark magic. The dark spirit spun in the air, preparing for another attack. With a confident growl, Ariel poured her strength into the next move. A wave of sharp spikes erupted from the ground, rushing straight towards Xiong Jihan. However, the attack suddenly stopped right in front of him. Jihan casually blocked the dark spikes with his bare hand, crimson energy flaring around his fist. He swung his fist down, aiming directly at the stunned Ariel's head. But instead of a blow, he gently placed a heart-shaped sticker on her forehead. Witnessing the scene, Li Hayan sighed in relief, while Ariel was seething with rage at her master's arrogance. When Li Hayan asked if the training session was over, Xiong Jihan simply confirmed that it was enough. She complained that everything happened too fast, leaving her unable to see anything, while Ariel secretly mocked human perception. However, Zhu Unji was stunned. She realized the extraordinary event that had just occurred. She couldn't believe that Xiong Jihan had used force to perfectly block an attack in an instant. She secretly thought she was right to be curious and decide to come here, because she had brought the Akashic page. Her hand tightly gripped the glowing yellow scroll in her handbag. Zhu Unji called out to Xiong Jihan, drawing his attention. She feigned needing to adjust her microphone to get closer to him. Xiong Jihan agreed, and she quickly approached, asking him to stand still for a moment. The moment her hand touched the microphone on his shirt, a mysterious pink energy emanated. Zhu Unji unleashed the full power of her talent, emitting a brilliant pink aura. This ability was a support-type talent capable of manipulating others at will, similar to Li Hayan's fostering talent. Furthermore, the Akashic page item in her pocket could amplify the effects of the support talent to the maximum. The pink energy from Zhu Unji's hand enveloped Xiong Jihan. However, Zhu Unji was astonished to realize, "What? Did I fail even after using the Akashic page?" She thought in shock. Even the Sword King couldn't resist this. What on earth was happening? Zhu Unji flinched and stepped back, stammering, "Excuse me." Suddenly, she realized something and flashed a mysterious smile. Xiong Jihan, with flushed cheeks and an awkward smile, gently asked, What's your name again?" Zhu Unji merely smiled silently at his unexpected reaction. He repeated the question once more, seemingly completely captivated by her. From behind the door, Seah happened to witness the entire scene. She couldn't believe her eyes. "No way!" Seah screamed in her mind. "Uncle, are you asking a girl for her number?" She was utterly stunned by an expression she had never seen on her uncle, who hadn't even spared a glance for someone like Li Hayan. Unbelievable. I thought he had no interest in dating. Just then, Lee Ha-yeon appeared with a murderous aura, scoffing. Oh, so you times know how to ask a girl for her number? You told me you didn't even know your own. Ju Eun-ji cheerfully held out her phone. Here you go, she gracefully replied. Thank you. You must have been flustered, but feel free to contact me anytime. I'm a fan of yours, Guildmaster. Ju Eun-ji thought to herself. Xiong Jihan was indeed not an easy opponent. She recalled how her ability couldn't subdue the Sword King, and now Jihan was proving equally troublesome. Nevertheless, she believed she only needed one more decisive blow to control him. That night, in a luxurious building, Xiong Jihan adjusted his tie, donning an elegant suit. Say asked in surprise. Uncle, what's going on? She wondered, as it was the first time she'd seen her uncle in a suit, and asked if he was going to meet the editor from the other day. Xiong Jihan didn't answer the question directly. He just called her name seriously. Say today. Then he abruptly stopped, told her not to wait for dinner and to take care of herself, before walking away. Say stood frozen, watching her uncle's figure disappear. She was bewildered, wondering what was happening. Looking at the Sword King's shattered family photo on the wall, she felt Jihan's words were as if he would never return. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan was outside, on his way to the meeting point. He received a message from Ju Eun-ji asking where he was, and replied that he was almost there. In a high-end office, Ju Eun-ji was waiting with an older man. The man nervously called her goddess. He wondered if it was too hasty to reveal their identities like this. Ju Eun-ji explained that with a player of Xiong Jihan's caliber, they didn't know how long the charm effect would last, and even the Sword King needed regular checkups. The man still hesitated, but Ju Eun-ji cut him off, confident that the use of the Akashic page wouldn't be easily forgotten. Ju Eun-ji asserted, "Don't worry needlessly, and just proceed with the plan." She confidently added that if anything went wrong, their shadow would intervene. Just then, footsteps approached the luxurious dining table where she and Takeda Kazuo were seated. Xiong Jihan appeared in his elegant suit, greeting them and apologizing for being late. However, as he was about to ask further, he suddenly froze, recognizing the person with her. "Takeda?" Xiong Jihan exclaimed, making Takeda Kazuo, who was forcing a smile, jump. He immediately questioned what Takeda was doing there, but the man merely stammered. Ju Eun-ji then spoke up, telling Xiong Jihan not to worry about Takeda's presence. She smiled, and explained that he was just there to help her with work. "Help you?" Xiong Jihan asked back, full of suspicion, as Ju Eun-ji stood up. Immediately, Ju Eun-ji's eyes flashed with pink light, and she revealed, "That's right. Bringing you to Japan is my job." Hearing the command, Takeda Kazuo immediately responded decisively. He quickly pulled a golden scroll from his vest. "Exchange emotions with me," Takeda shouted, releasing a stream of green energy. The strange energy quickly enveloped Xiong Jihan. Ju Eun-ji thought to herself, Takeda's talent, though useless in combat, created a formidable synergy when combined with hers. Takeda's exchange emotion ability, when amplified by the Akashic page, would make Xiong Jihan completely submit. "It's over, Xiong Jihan," she confidently declared in her mind. But suddenly, Takeda Kazuo was stunned as the Akashic page scroll flew out of his hand. "Why is the Akashic page?" he panicked, seeing Xiong Jihan's hand emitting red energy, easily controlling the item. Takeda Kazuo watched in horror as the Akashic page scroll burned in his hand. Xiong Jihan smiled, thinking to himself that he had wondered why such an ordinary person could recruit so many players. With glowing red eyes, he questioned them about the interesting scheme they were enacting, mentioning the name Ito Shizuru. Ju Eun-ji froze, her eyes wide with extreme astonishment. She was stunned to realize that her brainwashing ability had absolutely no effect on her. She frantically wondered if he had been acting from the start, and realized the dangerous situation now that he knew her identity. "Who knows? Am I obligated to satisfy your curiosity?" Xiong Jihan asked with a smirk. He stepped forward, asserting that the important thing was that her abilities were useless before him. "I don't want to cause a scene in the restaurant, so it's best if you quietly follow me," he threatened. Ju Eun-ji fell silent, her face shrouded in shadow. She bowed her head, admitting it was her mistake to act without thoroughly researching. "But Mr. Jihan, do you know?" she asked, raising her head. "That I still have," she said as a dark shadow began to form behind Xiong Jihan. "One more trump card," she finished, the shadow transforming into a masked assassin who lunged to attack. Outside the building, the night remained silent. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan and the assassin broke through the window, launching into the air. He used his left arm, enveloped in dark energy, to block the attacker's pair of daggers. Xiong Jihan gritted his teeth, straining against the powerful attack. Both fell onto a nearby rooftop, creating a terrifying impact. In the dust cloud, Xiong Jihan knelt, trying to catch his breath after the shock. Xiong Jihan's jacket lay discarded on the rooftop after the impact. He struggled to his feet, his face smudged but his eyes sharp, questioning the attacker. "Who are you?" The mysterious hooded figure raised their head from the shadows. A female assassin was revealed, clutching a pair of twin blades radiating crimson energy, prompting Jihan to ask, "An assassin?" From the balcony of a nearby building, Ju Eunji and the man accompanying her were observing everything. Ju Eunji thought to herself, smug about her plan. Bringing Akari along was indeed a wise decision. She recalled Akari's talent, an expert in ambushes and assassinations, with an unparalleled ability to discreetly eliminate targets. Facing the new opponent, Xiong Jihan assessed that the situation had become complicated. He analyzed Akari's movements, astonished to realize her skills could rival gold-ranked players, even diamond. Jihan directed his gaze towards Ju Eunji. But in his mind he knew the true mastermind was someone else. "I didn't expect you to prepare such a terrifying woman so thoroughly, Ito Shizuru." However, he merely smirked, his eyes glowing red, confidently thinking, "But I'm also prepared." Suddenly, the man next to Ju Eunji looked at his phone and screamed in horror. He frantically announced that Xiong Jihan was live-streaming the entire incident on BattleTube from his own perspective. Hearing this, Ju Eunji's smug expression instantly shattered, replaced by extreme shock. Jihan recalled their first meeting, when Lee Ha-yun introduced the editing team from Daegi Guild to assist with filming. At that very moment, the dark spirit Ariel whispered a warning to him that something was amiss. When Jihan questioned her, Ariel pointed out the woman named Ju Eunji. The dark spirit revealed that the woman was hiding an akashic page in her pocket. Ariel explained that the true purpose of this valuable item was to enhance support-type talents, making its presence extremely suspicious. With the glowing pink eyes of a manipulator, Ju Eunji had been marked by Ariel as a danger to be wary of. During the filming session, Lee Ha-yun announced that everyone would take a short break. Sitting alone, Xiong Jihan pondered Ju Eunji's suspicious nature and the valuable item she carried. Ju Eunji cheerfully approached, calling her guild master's name. She used the excuse of adjusting the microphone to get close to Xiong Jihan, and he agreed. Suddenly, a surge of pink energy enveloped Xiong Jihan. Ju Eunji, with glowing eyes, was attempting to impose detrimental statuses on him using Ito Shizuru's power. Xiong Jihan was astonished to see the name Ito Shizuru appear on the system panel. He immediately remembered that she was the woman who had charmed Sword King Yoon Sejin. Unaware, Ju Eunji innocently called out to him, believing her plan had succeeded. Xiong Jihan had to struggle against the dizziness caused by the mental attack. He told himself to keep his mind steady, or he would lose complete control. To retaliate, Xiong Jihan activated the mental art of the nameless divine skill. The mind-reading domain skill was created, forming an absolute mental defense space. After neutralizing the opponent's ability, Xiong Jihan murmured the name Ito Shizuru again. Returning to the present, he realized that exposing Ju Eunji's false identity would not be easy. In the flashback, Ju Eunji intended to leave after executing her move, but Xiong Jihan decided to pretend to be affected, asking her name again to deceive her. He secretly resolved, waiting for the moment she would reveal her true fangs. He wouldn't let himself be defeated, because he had already prepared the live perspective sharing feature. Meanwhile, Ju Eunji confidently admitted to her subordinate that she had been worried Jihan might discover something. Xiong Jihan secretly thought his act had succeeded, while his live broadcast caused a stir among the viewers. Through the live stream, he directly provoked Ito Shizuru, who was standing silently elsewhere. On the rooftop, Jihan sarcastically remarked that brainwashing the Sword King wasn't enough, while Ariel was proud of his linguistic abilities. Witnessing the event, Takeda Kazuo frantically called Ju Eunji goddess, while she coldly called out her assassin's name, Akari. Ju Eunji ordered Akari to proceed with the plan, and the female assassin immediately obeyed. Akari appeared before Xiong Jihan, and Ariel immediately recognized her presence. The female assassin declared she would break Jihan's limbs on her master's orders. Jihan remained calm, while Ariel wondered about the enemy's words. He casually opened an interface, saying he needed a translator. Immediately, Xiong Jihan charged forward with astonishing speed. He used his shadow sword to block the lightning-fast attack from Akari's pair of daggers. The two faced each other for a moment, weapons clashing and sparking. Akari was stunned to see the shadow sword easily parry her attack. Jihan used shadow power, creating illusions that briefly confused Akari. The illusions dissolved into a puddle of shadow at her feet. Suddenly, Jihan was pulled into a subspace created by a network of red light. Standing in the strange space, he confidently declared himself an undefeated assassin at night. He asserted that darkness was always on his side. But immediately after, a surprise slash from Akari struck Jihan. He was caught in a fierce storm of attacks, forced to swing his sword in defense. Inside the shadow space, Akari noticed Xiong Jihan was still holding on, and decided she had to end the fight. Suddenly, another surge of dark energy rose, sweeping across the battlefield. Akari was stunned, not understanding what was happening. From within the shadows, Ariel was trying to break free to reach Xiong Jihan's side. Xiong Jihan smirked, asking Akari in return, "Is darkness on your side?" He swung his colossal shadow sword, charging straight towards the female assassin. The two streams of power collided violently, creating an energy explosion. "Coincidentally, so am I," Jihan confidently declared as he overwhelmed his opponent. A notification window appeared, revealing his SS rank talent Moon Shadow, which could steal and absorb the enemy's shadow. With his new power, Jihan easily sent Akari flying backward. The female assassin struggled to land, maintaining her defensive stance. "What's wrong? Are you surprised?" Jihan taunted. He casually stated that he had prepared a lot for this confrontation. The story flashed back 2 hours earlier. When Jihan was deep in thought, he received a notification that the achievement shop had been upgraded, adding the item, Monthly Random Box. Standing in the room, Jihan was curious about the box, wondering if it would help in dealing with Ito Shizuru. His eyes suddenly gleamed with the light of a thirsty gambler. Despite Ariel's dissuasion, Jihan couldn't resist and decided to buy the box immediately. A notification appeared, stating that he had successfully purchased it, and also received the privilege of an increased chance to acquire a talent. Jihan was delighted to realize the chance to obtain a talent from the random box, exclaiming that it was amazing. The random box opened, revealing an A-rank agility talent. Xiong Jihan secretly thought this gift was useless to him. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The constellation Shadow Queen had intervened and replaced the item. The A-rank agility talent was replaced with Moon Shadow. Ariel frantically grabbed Jihan, yelling that the Shadow Queen had lost her mind. She angrily claimed that granting a human the power of Moon Shadow would disrupt the world's balance. Jihan read the description and realized it was an SS rank talent, an attempt by the Shadow Queen to recruit him. He suddenly realized this was the foundational skill needed to become a constellation. He turned to ask Ariel about becoming a constellation. While Jihan wondered if he could become a constellation, Ariel grumbled that he didn't need to know. Ignoring Ariel's grumbling, Jihan adjusted his tie. He opened the room door, ending the flashback. Se-ah was astonished to see her uncle in a dapper suit. She curiously asked if he was going to meet the editor. Jihan hesitated, unsure whether to tell Se-ah that the person who harmed her father was in Korea. He feared that if he failed and was brainwashed, Se-ah would be left alone. He intended to say something to Se-ah, but then stopped. Jihan silently watched his niece, who was waiting in confusion. Finally, he just told her not to wait for dinner and turned to leave. Se-ah stood silently in the living room, watching her uncle's figure disappear behind the door, next to the Sword King's shattered family photo. Standing alone in the darkness, Xiong Jihan thought about Ito Shizuru's scheme, who not only targeted the Sword King but also wanted him. He clenched his fist, his eyes sharp as he silently called Ito Shizuru's name, and swore he wouldn't let her succeed. Immediately after, at another location, Jihan dashed with terrifying speed, enveloped in dark energy, astonishing the live viewers. He smirked, realizing he could wield this power in an entirely new way. From the shadows, Jihan created a massive spiked mace and swung it powerfully towards his enemy. The assassin Akari was repelled by a sudden energy explosion. Undeterred, she immediately counterattacked with a volley of blazing red shuriken. Akari quickly took a stance, gripping sharp shurikens between her fingers, ready for the next attack. "Try absorbing this," she yelled, unleashing a storm of shurikens at Jihan. Jihan calmly faced the deadly barrage, his shadow sword ready in hand. His hand transformed into pure shadow, effortlessly devouring all the shurikens into his weapon. With incredible speed, Jihan closed in, giving Akari no time to react to his relentless attack. A powerful slash sent Akari flying, eliciting only a cry of pain from her. "No way," she whispered, her eyes revealing extreme horror. While Jihan stood firm, Akari couldn't comprehend how a silver-rank player could overwhelm a diamond-rank player like her. Elsewhere, Ju Eunji watched in stunned silence as her subordinate was defeated on screen. She sank into the darkness of defeat, bitterly admitting that all her predictions had been wrong. Even after using the Akashic page for brainwashing, Jihan was unharmed, even gradually pushing back a diamond-rank assassin. Ju Eunji's face contorted with rage, unable to believe her perfect plan had crumbled. Her eyes glowed with an eerie pink light as she snarled a venomous vow. "I will definitely have you, Xiong Jihan." A voice rang out, introducing the assassin's identity. Player Gato Akari. From afar, Ju Eunji smirked, declaring she would remove Akari's seal. Akari's eyes flared with an eerie pink light, signaling that her suppressed power had been unleashed. A massive surge of energy erupted from her body, completely stunning Xiong Jihan. "What?" he exclaimed in utter astonishment. The system explained the seal, a mechanism that downgrades a player's abilities during the tutorial phase. This seal was put in place to prevent the abuse of real-world power, and Ito Shizuru had the ability to temporarily remove it. Unleashed, Akari stood in the shadows, ready for battle. Shall we begin then? Xiong Jihan realized the atmosphere around her had completely changed. Ariel appeared and warned him that the lowly human's power had been unleashed, making Jihan wonder how a seal could be removed at this stage. He realized this was Ito Shizura's ability, as she was observing from a nearby building. Yet, a confident smile unexpectedly appeared on Xiong Jihan's lips. He suddenly understood that her ability wasn't merely brainwashing. While Jihan calmly pondered, his livestream viewers panicked at the broken seal. Elsewhere, Li Haoyun screamed in horror upon hearing the news. She furiously urged Lim Gayoung to drive faster, feeling resentful for having been deceived by Zhu Enji. Li Haoyun was extremely worried, because even though Xiong Jihan was strong, his stats were still inferior to a diamond rank player. She knew that if the opponent's seal was removed, a true tragedy could occur. Akari confidently warned, "You'll have a hard time blocking this attack." She unleashed her technique, Illusion Shuriken. Xiong Jihan faced Akari's rain of energy shuriken. He braced himself against the incoming Illusion Shuriken attack. Despite his defense, he couldn't avoid injury, blood splattering everywhere. He thought to himself that even with force, he couldn't block it completely, and the situation would become dangerous if it continued. Akari watched silently, not expecting Xiong Jihan to be able to withstand that attack. She realized she only had about 3 minutes before the power seal returned, and she had to finish him immediately. Akari analyzed that the shadow sword seemed to be summoned from Xiong Jihan's left arm. Xiong Jihan also focused on his left arm, where dark power was converging. "Sorry, but I'll have to cut it off," Akari declared, as she swung her blazing red sword. She lunged forward, unleashing her ghost slash technique with a brilliant sword stroke. The sword blade grazed Xiong Jihan's shoulder by a hair's breadth, leaving him stunned. His left arm was severed, flying into the air amidst a terrifying explosion that destroyed the building behind him. Akari confidently thought that even though Xiong Jihan was quite strong for a silver rank player, this outcome was not unexpected. Amidst the devastation, she stood observing her handiwork. Xiong Jihan knelt, clutching his severed shoulder stump, as dark energy began to pour from the wound. Just then, a system notification appeared before Akari, stating that the seal had been restored. She thought to herself that she had severed his arm, and the battle had ended just in time. Suddenly, Akari heard Xiong Jihan's voice commanding, "Xiong Jihan, obey." Her eyes widened in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. Dark chains suddenly erupted from the ground, binding Akari tightly and rendering her immobile. Xiong Jihan scoffed, saying she should have aimed for his legs, as he couldn't regenerate them with shadow. He continued, since she had attacked seriously, he would respond in kind, simultaneously summoning a blazing golden arrow in his hand. "It would be rude if I didn't return the favor, wouldn't it?" Xiong Jihan declared, holding weapons in both hands, one of shadow, one of light. Immediately, he hurled the phoenix arrow at terrifying speed towards Akari. The assassin could only look up in horror as the destructive arrow plunged straight towards her head. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away everything around, and leaving a deep crater on the rooftop. Amidst the smoke and dust, Xiong Jihan calmly observed the result of his attack. Astonishingly, Akari still stood firm after the blow, leaving the livestream viewers in awe. She gasped for breath, exhausted after fending off the attack, while the audience couldn't believe a restricted silver rank player could overwhelm a diamond rank player. Xiong Jihan stood still, not at all surprised by his opponent's resistance. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared, demanding player Gato Akari surrender for kidnapping and terrorism. Seeing that the authorities had arrived, Xiong Jihan muttered that his work here was done. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Takeda Kazuo frantically urged Zhu Enji to flee quickly. But before they could act, a sudden surge of electricity struck, engulfing Zhu Enji. Xiong Jihan had instantly teleported right in front of them, his overwhelming aura sending Takeda Kazuo flying. He flashed a cold smile, telling Zhu Enji that they had a lot to talk about. Completely shocked, Zhu Enji stammered Xiong Jihan's name, unable to believe her eyes. Xiong Jihan merely let out a ha, his gaze as sharp as a knife, fixed on the mastermind. Finally, Zhu Enji admitted defeat, saying that he had discovered her identity despite her having used many Akashic pages to falsify. Zhu Enji, her face cracking, commanded telepathically, "Akari, retreat." Akari, though unwilling, still obeyed her master's command. She immediately activated the soul transformation skill, her body dissolving into a wisp of black smoke to escape. A special forces team was already waiting. They shouted and simultaneously opened fire upon seeing the target flee. However, the barrage of bullets only tore up the ground where Akari had just vanished. Xiong Jihan turned back in surprise, realizing the enemy was escaping right before his eyes. He showed regret, saying he still wanted to talk a little more. Zhu Enji smiled confidently, thinking to herself that there would be many more opportunities later. Xiong Jihan, until next time, she said goodbye, then dissolved into particles of golden light. Xiong Jihan stood watching her disappear, while the Special Forces team shouted that they had lost track of the target. His gaze coldly shifted to Takeda Kazuo, the remaining accomplice. Emitting a dark killing intent, Xiong Jihan growled, demanding an explanation. Takeda Kazuo was so terrified he could only stammer in agreement. At the same time, at Ito Shizuru's mansion elsewhere, someone had just returned, taking heavy steps across the floor. It was Yoon Se-jin, the Sword King, who looked tired after a long day. He entered the living room and called out to Shizuru, who was sitting in an armchair. Shizuru looked up with a meaningful smile, welcoming him back with the name Se-jin. Enveloped in her purple aura, Yoon Se-jin bowed his head, admitting he owed her an explanation. Yoon Se-jin questioned Shizuru, asking if everything Xiong Jihan said on the livestream was true. He asked if it was because he wasn't good enough that she had gone to seduce another man, and even used her charm skill on him. Shizuru interrupted, asking back, "Are you doubting my love?" She justified herself by saying she was only trying to recruit an outstanding talent, and Xiong Jihan was merely a candidate for a slave. Moving closer, Shizuru affirmed that there was only one person she truly loved. Yoon Se-jin was once again captivated by her gaze, and couldn't utter a word. He desperately realized that even though he knew something was wrong, he couldn't resist her. Memories of their first meeting flooded his mind. At that time, Yoon Se-jin was sitting alone, drinking at a bar. He felt particularly troubled because it was Jia's Memorial Day, and told himself to stop drinking. A memory surfaced of someone reminding him that Se-ah hated the smell of alcohol. Yoon Se-jin could only manage a sad smile. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You seem quite troubled." He turned around and saw Shizuru sitting right beside him. Yoon Se-jin was astonished, wondering when this woman had gotten there. Shizuru placed her hand on his and asked, "Are you drinking alone?" She seemed understanding, but also warned that drinking too much wasn't good. With eyes emitting a mesmerizing glow, Shizuru suggested, "Instead, why don't you try getting drunk on something else?" A wave of mesmerizing purple energy enveloped Yoon Se-jin as Shizuru touched him. She reached out, intending to use her power to control him. But Yoon Se-jin reacted instantly, drawing his sword and holding it to Shizuru's neck. He asked in surprise about the identity of this strange woman. Yoon Se-jin growled, demanding to know what she had just done to him, while the system announced that the submission and fanaticism effects had been nullified. Shizuru was stunned to realize that her opponent possessed a unique innate ability. It turned out that the Sword Kings, twin swords, Ganjang and Makia, possessed the trait the disobedient, making their user immune to abnormal statuses. Instead of fear, Shizuru smirked, deeming him a complicated man. She feigned innocence, asking Yoon Se-jin what he meant. Shizuru said that she was just a longtime fan of his. While claiming to want to show her support, she placed her hand on the sword blade and attempted to cast the dependence skill. Immediately after, she continued to try using obsession on Yoon Se-jin, causing his eyes to glow pink. His sword vibrated violently, resisting the manipulative power. Finally, Yoon Se-jin seemed to have succumbed, vaguely asking for her name. Shizuru monologued that because Yoon Se-jin was a Sung family member, the submission and fanaticism skills had no effect, so he occasionally still rebelled. She revealed that her true self was there, so the hypnosis didn't disappear, and Ju Eunji was just an incomplete alter ego that was exposed because she couldn't charm Xiong Jihan. Therefore, Shizuru decided she needed to put in more effort to create a new alter ego, with the image of Akari in chains. Meanwhile, at the BattleNet Bureau headquarters, Xiong Jihan was shocked to learn the truth that Ju Eunji was just another alter ego. Xiong Jihan slammed the table, questioning Takeda Kazuo about the possibility of dozens of Ito Shizurus in the world, which terrified him. Takeda hastily explained that this was the first time he had been recruited by an alter ego of Shizuru, as her true self could not leave the Sword King. He earnestly pleaded with Xiong Jihan to believe that he didn't know how many alter egos Shizuru could create. Xiong Jihan pondered, realizing that the real Ito Shizuru wouldn't disappear so easily. That very night, information about Ito Shizuru's identity spread, leading to images of her being surrounded by police. The Japanese government issued a statement saying they knew nothing about this player and were investigating, also suspecting the Sword King's involvement. Upon leaving the bureau, Xiong Jihan concluded that with such power, Shizuru could not be defeated by conventional methods. He stepped outside and asked the person waiting for him why they were so late. Se-ah stood with her arms crossed next to the car, grumbling that she was almost dead from boredom waiting. Xiong Jihan explained that he needed to confirm a few things himself after the interrogation. Se-ah puffed out her cheeks, openly pouting at her uncle. She angrily questioned why he hadn't told her about losing an arm, forcing her to hear the news from others. Xiong Jihan quickly apologized, but Se-ah continued to grumble, asking him not to treat her like a child anymore. Suddenly, her voice softened, and with teary eyes, she asked him what she would do if he also disappeared. Xiong Jihan was stunned to see his niece start crying. Just as he was about to ask, Se-ah suddenly punched him directly in the chest. She cried out through her tears that she knew she couldn't help at all. Se-ah firmly declared that she would become strong enough to help, and asked him not to struggle alone anymore. Xiong Jihan looked down at his chest in surprise, then looked up with warm eyes at his niece's concern. Xiong Jihan praised Se-ah's punch, believing she would get stronger soon, but she remained humble. He secretly smiled, proud to have raised a tiger. Se-ah's expression turned serious, as she called her uncle. She anxiously asked if it was true that her father had been brainwashed by the woman from the broadcast. She continued to ask, hoping there was a way to undo it. Xiong Jihan understood that no matter how much people hated Yoon Se-jin, he was still Se-ah's precious father. Just as Xiong Jihan was about to say he couldn't, Ariel suddenly appeared and asserted that it was possible. Both Xiong Jihan and Se-ah were stunned, and he asked Ariel again about what she had just said. Ariel explained that the hypnosis could be undone by the sole deity of the most cunning tribe. Se-ah confusedly asked about the most arrogant race Ariel had just mentioned. With a meaningful expression, Ariel prepared to reveal the answer. She revealed that it was the elf race, astonishing both of them. Xiong Jihan wondered, pointing out that Ariel herself was an elf. Ariel distinguished herself as a dark elf, while Xiong Jihan recalled the cruelty of the World Tree Elf Alliance in his past life. She explained that they were only kind to their own kind, unlike in movies. Ariel continued to describe the cruelty and injustice of the elf race towards other races. Se-ah returned to the main question about the sole deity who could save her father. Ariel revealed that the deity was the World Tree, the source of life for the elf race. She concluded that, to break the curse, Yoon Se-jin needed to eat a leaf from the World Tree. Ariel explained that Yoon Se-jin's brainwashing would be undone if he touched a branch of the World Tree. Se-ah joyfully asked if her father could return to normal. Ariel confirmed but warned that it would be very difficult. Xiong Jihan suddenly realized this was the reason for Yoon Se-jin's strange behavior before he regressed. Nevertheless, Se-ah felt relieved that there was at least still hope. The girl turned to look at Xiong Jihan with a questioning expression. The scene shifted to a skyscraper, where a cheerful voice rang out, greeting everyone. Lee Ha-yeon began her live broadcast, introducing herself as the owner of the Great Whale Guild. She reassured the audience that Xiong Jihan was fine after the recent attack. She then announced that she would fulfill her promise during today's broadcast. Lee Ha-yeon excitedly declared that she would reveal Xiong Jihan's status window to celebrate the channel reaching 1 million subscribers. She stated that Jihan was in the match queue, while her assistant complained about having to clean up confetti. Lee Ha-yeon cheered, seeing that the time had come. On screen, Xiong Jihan appeared in the waiting room with 4 other players. She happily announced that this was an invasion dungeon, and Jihan was on the Angel faction. However, the audience quickly realized that he had already displayed his status window. Lee Ha-yeon angrily jumped up, shouting that she had told him to wait for more viewers before revealing it. While she was still complaining, Jihan's teammates were stunned as they looked at his status window. They continuously asked questions, unable to comprehend the third-rate martial artist class, his multiple roles at once, and both of his nickname. In response to their panic, Xiong Jihan merely replied with a calm and mysterious smile. After the broadcast exposing Shizuru, Xiong Jihan stood amidst the chaotic scene of the police. He received a flurry of notifications, accumulating a total of 100,000 achievement points thanks to the massive viewership and subscription. While considering how to use these points, a question popped into Xiong Jihan's mind. He wondered what would happen if he possessed all 4 classes: support, mage, archer, and warrior. Back in the dungeon, Jihan cheerfully explained to his teammates that he had just chosen the third-rate martial artist subclass from the warrior system, leaving them dumbfounded. Watching the broadcast, Lee Ha-yeon was speechless at the audience's bewildered comments, who were demanding an explanation from her. Unable to remain calm, she yelled at the screen, desperately asking Jihan about those confusing stats and classes. Jihan politely thanked her for the donation but skillfully refused to answer, citing that he was in a match. Immediately after, he declared that the match was about to begin and charged forward alone, leaving his teammates calling out after him. Meanwhile, at the enemy's base, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. The enemy team was horrified to realize Xiong Jihan was on the opposing side, calling him an invader disrupting the silver rank ecosystem. An enemy swordsman remarked that even though Jihan already had 10 kills after 5 minutes, it was still too early to accept defeat. Xiong Jihan faced his opponent, who declared that he had heard of him for a long time. The swordsman unleashed a powerful dark dragon energy from his sword, showing his excitement at facing Jihan. He shouted a challenge, determined to contend for the title of the best swordsman in silver rank. Jihan merely replied coldly, "Too much talk," then charged and defeated his opponent in a single blow. A system notification appeared, stating that the Reaper was wary of an aura threatening the demon's sanctuary. Immediately, a colossal, terrifying Reaper entity manifested directly on the battlefield. Standing amidst the dark energy, Xiong Jihan told himself it was time to complete this mission. Ariel flew beside Xiong Jihan and warned him to be careful. She explained that this demon possessed dark attributes, so it would be very difficult to fight it with Eclipse or the power of the dark spirit. Xiong Jihan confidently replied that he knew exactly what he had to do, leaving Ariel bewildered. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Xiong Jihan, forcing Ariel to cover her eye. Xiong Jihan, now enveloped in brilliant golden lightning, declared that darkness was inherently weak against light. He gathered his strength, preparing to unleash the Thunder God formula, wondering if the opponent's hellfire could burn through it. The Reaper swung its dark arm in retaliation. Xiong Jihan roared, unleashing his full lightning power. A dazzling bolt of lightning named Lightning Flash struck the Reaper directly. After the attack, the divine relic shattered, and the system announced that Xiong Jihan had received a fragment of the Reaper's scythe. He smiled contentedly upon receiving the notification that he had completed Phase 1 of the Disciples' Traces quest. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that it was time to move on to Phase 2, and the system immediately activated the next quest. Meanwhile, someone was watching his live stream, with the chat window exploding with excitement. The viewer was revealed to be Sophia of the American First Guild, who had just arrived in Korea. Standing on the runway, she worried about making a good impression, and couldn't hide her excitement about meeting Xiong Jihan. Suddenly, Sophia sensed something unusual and turned to look. Her private jet was suddenly enveloped by a surge of dark red aura, astonishing her and her bodyguard. A burning airplane wheel plummeted to the ground, creating an explosion that flung Sophia far away. When she regained her senses, a familiar blonde man, Baron Williams, was walking with a red aura surrounding him, declaring that he would seek out Xiong Jihan. Baron Williams, exuding a menacing aura, declared that he would show his true power after arriving in Korea with Sophia. Meanwhile, at the guild building, Xiong Jihan asked Lee Ha-yun if she now believed what she had seen. Lee Ha-yun admitted that the status window was real, but secretly doubted his choice of the mediocre third-rate martial artist class. Jihan explained that even without bonus stats, this class increased the rate of improvement and the amount of experience gained. He confidently added that he also possessed another type of buff that only he had. Jihan recalled the moment he had the opportunity to access all character classes. He explained that he had faced two choices: all-rounder to improve all classes, or one-for-all to focus on a single class. Thanks to the one-for-all choice, the effects of the third-rate martial artist class were multiplied fourfold, making him confident he would soon reach gold rank. However, Jihan decided he had to complete the current quest first, and began reviewing the condition. Seeing him deep in thought, Lee Ha-yun curiously asked what was wrong. Jihan confirmed that Se-ah and Diego Macid were the only bronze rank members in their guild. He revealed that he had something he wanted them to witness and would need Lee Ha-yun's skills. Lee Ha-yun sighed but still agreed to his plan. Jihan signaled that it was time to go welcome the distant guest. The scene shifted to the waiting room, where Baron Williams slammed his coffee cup onto the table in a fit of rage. He loudly complained about the coffee's quality, while Sophia just sat tiredly beside him. Sophia exposed that Baron didn't even drink coffee, and that he was the one who insisted on coming here. As Baron was trying to make excuses, Se-ah walked in and calmly asked why a hired member was complaining about the coffee. Diego Macid also spoke up, reminding Baron that it was rude to criticize the food as a guest. Se-ah sarcastically asked if Diego was defending his guild, while Sophia tried to intervene with Baron. Baron scoffed that Se-ah was only lucky to be here because she was Xiong Jihan's cousin. He turned to provoke Diego, asking about the rumor that he had to restart from level 1 as a mage. Baron smugly declared that someone who only knew how to throw balls would be a burden, then sarcastically added that Diego would be the strongest mage in silver rank. Seeing Diego silent, Baron smugly thought that his opponent had nothing left to say. Diego unexpectedly retorted that the ball Baron was holding had been dropped into the toilet by him this morning. Baron screamed in disgust and threw the ball back, while Diego casually said it was just a joke. Just then, Lee Ha-yun walked in and greeted them, saying they had a tough journey getting here. Together with Xiong Jihan, she officially welcomed Baron and Sophia to their guild. Sophia was extremely excited to recognize the famous player Xiong Jihan, while Baron maintained his grumpy expression. Sophia enthusiastically expressed her admiration, but Baron gruffly interrupted, demanding to proceed with the registration immediately. Xiong Jihan calmly replied that there was no need to rush. He looked at Sophia, and secretly thought it had been a while since he last saw her. Jihan recalled that the last time he met Sophia was before his regression, and he didn't expect to meet her under these circumstances. He stood before the group and announced that he had an offer for Baron and Sophia before they began. Baron showed interest, raising an eyebrow and asking, "An offer?" An image of a gigantic, hideous monster with glowing red eyes appeared. Standing before the screen displaying the monster, Xiong Jihan asked directly, "Do you two want to defeat Count Nesid with me?" Everyone in the room, from Sophia, Baron, Saya, to Diego, was stunned by this sudden proposal. The narration introduced Count Nesid, a powerful boss monster that only appeared from platinum rank and above. Defeating Nesid was also the objective of Xiong Jihan's linked quest, with a reward of 50,000 points. Faced with this insane proposal, Baron Williams was the first to shout in protest. Absurd. He pointed out that the monster was far beyond their level and didn't even appear in silver rank, but Xiong Jihan calmly replied that he had found a way to summon it. Jihan revealed his plan to bring Saya and Diego Macid along, astonishing both of them at the intention to confront such an enemy. Sophia also expressed skepticism, thinking that even if it were possible, it was still too risky. She raised a practical issue. They couldn't form a party due to different nationalities and only having temporary contracts. When Xiong Jihan confidently dismissed that concern, Sophia couldn't help but be surprised. He revealed that there were always ways to solve problems, hinting at a special guild effect. Li Haiyun stepped forward to explain that it was their guild's exclusive effect, allowing them to form a party regardless of nationality or rank. She affirmed that despite a few limitations, this was entirely feasible for their group. Li Haiyun secretly thought about the Akashic page that Jihan had given her, the item that granted this unique effect. Baron still wouldn't give up, pointing out that there were 2 bronze rank players in the group, deeming the lineup too weak. Xiong Jihan responded decisively, telling Baron he didn't have to participate if he didn't want to. He revealed that he had invited other top players like Wang Lin from China, Michael from Russia, and Scarlet, and they were all waiting for an open slot. Hearing that, Baron immediately changed his attitude, hastily correcting that he never said he didn't want to participate. He smugly declared that his presence was necessary to balance the 2 bronze rank players on the team. Xiong Jihan finalized the 5-person lineup, while Sophia remained silent, overwhelmed by how quickly things were unfolding. However, deep down, Baron still disdained Jihan, and was determined to teach the arrogant one a lesson during this collaboration. A terrifying explosion rocked the battlefield, signaling that a defensive structure had been destroyed. After just 15 minutes, an enemy swordsman looked at Xiong Jihan's team from afar, and desperately exclaimed, "Damn it!" He frantically reported to his teammates that all the towers had fallen, and they were being pushed back too quickly. The swordsman couldn't understand how the opponents managed to assemble a team composed entirely of top players. A mage on his team looked at Baron Williams hovering in the air, and sarcastically remarked that silver rank players were only good for a warm-up. The mage continued to speak condescendingly, praising the opponents for enduring well despite being mere parasites. However, Baron Williams smirked smugly and unexpectedly declared surrender. The entire enemy team froze, not understanding what was happening. Even Diego Macid and Saya looked bewildered by this sudden decision. Xiong Jihan also cheerfully raised his hand, confirming that his entire team would surrender, further confusing everyone. The scene flashed back to 5 minutes earlier in the top lane, where Diego Macid was preparing to unleash a fiery shot. The opponents recognized him and wondered in astonishment why a player famous for game-breaking like Diego was present in silver rank. Diego launched a thunderous kick. The ball shot straight towards the enemy swordsman. The ball soared through the air, leaving a long trail of destructive energy. Before the swordsman could react, the ball struck him directly in the face. He only managed a pained scream before being engulfed in the explosion. Diego breathed a sigh of relief after defeating his opponent, while the livestream audience buzzed excitedly about his power. Standing behind him, Sophia was astonished to realize Diego's power far exceeded a bronze-tier skill, even after she had buffed him. She stared blankly towards the forest, where the aftershocks from the kick were still spreading. Sophia looked towards the forest and wondered about that direction. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Xiong Jihan was radiating dark energy. He and Saya easily swept away the enemies, noting that this time was much easier than before. Jihan casually told Saya to finish off the remaining enemies, and she happily complied. He glanced at the mid lane, where Baron Williams was slaughtering opponents, and noticed things were also going smoothly. However, Saya anxiously pointed to the remaining time in the match. Jihan explained that their goal wasn't a normal victory, but to defeat the final boss, Count Nesid. He reassured his niece that he knew exactly what he was doing. Returning to the present, Jihan raised his hand, facing Baron Williams, who was hovering in the air. His teammates, from Sophia and Saya to Diego Macid, were all stunned by his act of surrender when they had the upper hand. Jihan calmly asked everyone, both teammates and opponents, to remain calm. An enemy swordsman announced that this surrender came with a condition. Jihan made a shocking proposal. He wanted both teams to cooperate to defeat Count Nesid. Immediately, Baron Williams angrily grabbed Jihan's collar and yelled. Baron questioned Jihan, reminding him of his past words that his team alone was enough, and now he wanted to rely on his opponents. Jihan began to explain that defeating Nessid wasn't the end. He pointed out that if they focused on the boss, the enemy team would respawn and push straight into their base. Sophia immediately understood the problem, and Diego also reluctantly accepted the logic. Completely convinced, Baron Williams could only click his tongue in annoyance and turn away. Xiong Jihan confidently declared that he would make Count Nessid appear and asked everyone to follow his plan. He presented a condition to the enemy team. His team would surrender if they helped defeat Count Nessid. The enemy captain asked again in confusion, while Jihan's entire group had moved to an area with a purple energy lake. Jihan and Sophia were astonished by the enormous size of the summoning area. He determined that this was where Count Nessid would appear. Jihan declared he would summon the boss immediately, startling Sophia. Sophia quickly stopped him, asking to buff him first. Enveloped in golden light, Jihan thanked Sophia for her support. He secretly admired Sophia's SS-tier Trinity talent, which allowed her to stack 3 types of buffs simultaneously. After being buffed, Jihan turned to instruct Seiya. He asked Seiya to retreat far away because the upcoming battle would be very dangerous, promising to call her when the boss was nearly defeated. Jihan decisively stated that he would truly begin the summoning. He held up 2 spirit stones, 1 blue and 1 red, which were necessary items for the ritual. Standing on the rocky ledge, he threw both spirit stones into the energy lake. As soon as they touched the water, a colossal pillar of dark energy erupted violently. The ground shook violently, leaving Jihan's entire team dazed. An ancient character on a nearby rock glowed with a fiery red light. With an earth-shattering roar, the colossal monster Count Nessid emerged from the lake. Diego Macide and Sophia could only remain silent, horrified by the presence of the giant boss. Count Nessid roared, declaring its moment of ascension had arrived as it rose from the vortex of dark energy. While Diego Macide was disgusted by the monster's appearance, Xiong Jihan calmly declared it was time to execute the plan. He explained that the marked rocks around the lake were Count Nessid's power source, and they had to be destroyed. Jihan instructed everyone to split into 2-person teams to continuously destroy the rocks that would regenerate over time, surprising Sophia. Sophia confusedly pointed out that they had 9 people, and Jihan calmly confirmed he would face Count Nessid alone. Baron Williams immediately protested vehemently. He confronted Xiong Jihan, accusing him of wanting to hog all the attention. Baron argued that having a talented person like him just destroy rocks was a waste of resources. As Baron was warning Jihan not to beg for help, a colossal surge of dark energy from Count Nessid suddenly struck. Sophia screamed a warning as the boss launched its attack straight towards Baron and Xiong Jihan. Baron could only curse in terror as he faced the destructive attack. The dark energy violently impacted the ground. Baron braced himself, resisting within a fiery red aura, trying to survive the attack. However, Xiong Jihan stood calmly on a colossal energy shield, completely unharmed, and asked Baron what he was doing. With a hand glowing with red energy, Xiong Jihan coldly ordered Baron to simply follow orders instead of complaining. Baron Williams froze, breaking out in a cold sweat as he realized the unimaginable power disparity. Sophia happily thanked Xiong Jihan for saving their lives. She turned to advise Baron to listen to Jihan. Humiliated, Baron gritted his teeth, enduring the image of Jihan mocking him in his mind, and cursed bitterly to himself. Xiong Jihan's left arm transformed into a grotesque mouth, accumulating a sphere of dark energy. He threw a punch, unleashing a massive surge of energy forward. Suddenly, the spirit Ariel appeared on his shoulder and spoke. "Hey, you lowly human." Ariel explained that the monster before them possessed an enormous amount of dark magic power, and merely fighting it would be enough to increase his dark spirit stats, piquing Jihan's interest. With a confident smile, Xiong Jihan declared he would grind this monster to dust. He lunged to attack Count Nessid with terrifying speed, leaving a black blur. Jihan's image was reflected in one of the monster's countless glowing red eyes. He skillfully dodged an attack from Count Nessid's colossal shadow. After landing, Jihan secretly thought that he had been a bit worried. He realized that the other players were destroying the surrounding stone pillars, suppressing the monster's power, making the battle easier than expected. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mage in a purple robe was observing the battle alongside Baron Williams. The mage commented on Xiong Jihan's power, suggesting the battle would end in less than 5 minutes. He continued to provoke Baron, saying that he would have to give up his future first-place title. Asked if he agreed, Baron Williams turned back in shock to look at his teammate. The mage continued to analyze that Xiong Jihan was now no less than Baron in terms of brute strength, while the viewer chat was filled with mockery. He concluded with a sarcastic consolation, saying that Baron would still be #1 in America. Unable to endure it any longer, Baron Williams suddenly reached out and grabbed his teammate's face. His hand emitted a scorching red energy, causing the mage's body to disintegrate into specks of light. From Baron's perspective, He looked towards his other teammates who were fighting, seemingly shocked by his own action. With eyes blazing, Baron Williams gritted his teeth and ordered, "Shut up." Sophia and Diego Macid screamed in shock, not understanding what was happening to Baron. Another of Baron's teammates also shouted questions at him just before being attacked. Without a word of explanation, Baron Williams unleashed a destructive bolt of lightning at his own teammate. From afar, Xiong Jihan witnessed the opposing team's self-destruction in astonishment. With a crazed expression, Baron declared that he should have done this from the start. After taking down the entire team and receiving a pentakill notification, he was confident that he could defeat the monster by himself if his power was boosted. The broadcast chat exploded with comments full of confusion and ridicule. Xiong Jihan calmly called Baron's name, his eyes filled with seriousness. Baron angrily yelled at Xiong Jihan, accusing him of sidelining him, but Jihan coldly retorted that he had known his plan all along. Amidst that, Count Nesid let out an angry roar. Baron turned to the monster, asking if it was tired of fighting Xiong Jihan. He began to gather a massive stream of red dark energy. "I'll finish you in one blow," Baron roared, unleashing his full power. The entire monster, Count Nesid, was engulfed in a vortex of dark energy. However, the attack merely grazed Xiong Jihan, causing no damage whatsoever. Baron smirked smugly, believing he had succeeded. His eyes gleamed with triumph. Xiong Jihan stood firm, explaining Baron's first mistake. Area of effect attacks were ineffective against Count Nesid. Furthermore, Baron killing his teammates had inadvertently helped the stone pillars recover, restoring the monster's power. Baron was horrified to realize his fatal mistake as Count Nesid had fully recovered and appeared right behind him. Sophia and Diego were horrified as the system announced that player Baron had died. At the same time, Count Nesid had fully recovered its power and growled at Xiong Jihan. Its glowing red eyes flashed, activating the abnormal status paralysis on all enemies. Sophia and Diego were immediately bound by electric currents, collapsing to the ground in pain. Xiong Jihan was no exception, and Ariel on his shoulder anxiously asked if he was okay. Paralyzed, Jihan could only grit his teeth and curse Baron for ruining a near victory. He realized that because of Baron's actions, the remaining team would no longer cooperate, and he might have to try again next time. As Jihan was resigning himself, 2 arrows suddenly whizzed through the air. One arrow struck Count Nesid directly in the head. Xiong Jihan and Ariel looked up in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. From his perspective, a figure holding a bow stood on the cliff. He was stunned to realize it was his niece, Saya. Saya stood facing the colossal monster, which was groaning from the attack. But immediately after, she screamed in panic as Count Nesid lunged towards her. At the same time, Xiong Jihan felt the paralysis effect on him weakening. He yelled in despair, asking why Saya was here even though he had told her to stay away. Despite her uncle's warning, Saya was determined to handle everything herself. Xiong Jihan angrily snapped at her to shut up. Saya explained while running that she had seen the chat and realized the entire team was on the verge of being wiped out. She resentfully said that she hated being considered a useless teammate just because she was his niece, and that was also why Baron looked down on her. In a flashback, Saya expressed her resentment at always living in the shadow of others, and was determined to prove herself through continuous effort. Xiong Jihan listened to his niece's confession with a serious expression. Back in reality, Saya stopped, standing firm on the ground. She looked straight at her uncle and resolutely asked, "Tell me how I can help." Xiong Jihan maintained his focused expression at her determination. She was ready to fight. "Tell me how I can help," she repeated. Powerless and paralyzed, Xiong Jihan could only anxiously call her name, Saya. Immediately, Count Nesid charged straight towards Saya like a purple storm. The giant monster crashed to the ground, making Xiong Jihan scream in horror. He silently calculated, realizing Sophia and Diego Macid were down, and he would need another minute before he could move. That meant Saya would have to face the boss alone. "Saya!" Xiong Jihan cried out in despair. He shouted a cryptic instruction. "From now on you're an autumn mosquito." Saya was completely bewildered by her uncle's words, while Count Nesid was right behind her. There's a saying that autumn mosquitoes are always far more determined. Their numbers are much smaller than in summer, but just when you think they've vanished, they suddenly reappear, and pour all their strength into a single bite. And just like that, 3 arrows unexpectedly struck Count Nesid's weak points. Provoked, Count Nesid roared in anger, calling Saya a troublesome fruit fly. The monster shrieked in pain, astonishing Sophia and Diego with Saya's evasion skills. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan lay on the ground, channeling his strength into the shadow sword to get back up. He silently thanked Saya for buying time, helping him regain movement sooner. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan felt an unusual change in the dark energy. He wondered in surprise what was happening to the Eclipse sword. The spirit Ariel appeared and confirmed that the sword had become stronger. Xiong Jihan realized his dark spirit stat had skyrocketed, proving his confrontation with Baron was not in vain. He ignored Ariel's advice, engrossed in contemplating how this power could unlock a new dark arts skill. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoed, startling Xiong Jihan. Count Nesid had recovered and charged, unleashing an attack with energy spikes. The monster roared, calling Seiya a lowly human. It declared the game of hide-and-seek was over and charged straight at her. Taken by surprise, Seiya stumbled and screamed as she retreated. Having just gotten up, Xiong Jihan screamed his niece's name in horror. Seiya lay sprawled on the ground, feeling she had reached her limit. From afar, Diego and Sophia could only helplessly witness the scene in shock. But in Seiya's mind, she knew the only way to help her uncle right now was to get up. Despite her exhaustion, Seiya forced herself up, once again bravely facing the giant monster. Thanks to her tenacious will, Seiya achieved a stamina stat of 10 and unlocked the rare endurance stat. Meanwhile, Count Nesid roared at the annoying commotion. It yelled, demanding Seiya stop bothering it. Then it fired a massive destructive energy blast, shouting, "Just die already." After the attack ended, the monster smugly said, "Finally, silence." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "Where are you looking?" Count Nesid turned around in astonishment and saw Xiong Jihan had fully recovered. Jihan, carrying Seiya in his arms, landed safely and said, "That was a close call." He praised his niece. "Seiya, you truly are resilient." Seiya was surprised to realize she had the endurance stat. While Xiong Jihan told her to step back, she anxiously asked if her uncle was okay, now that their numbers were halved. "Don't worry," Xiong Jihan reassured, dark energy beginning to pour from his hand. He confidently declared, "I have my ways." A pitch-black sword emerged from the ground before Count Nesid. The monster looked confusedly at a bubbling dark portal. In the midst of the tension, Xiong Jihan smiled, raised both hands, and said, "I surrender." Lying on the ground, Sophia and Diego Masid exclaimed in unison, "Not again." Seiya stammered, "Uncle, what kind of joke is this?" While Count Nesid burst into delighted laughter, the monster asked condescendingly, "All right, are those your last words?" It scoffed, "Not bad for a mortal," while Xiong Jihan maintained his mysterious smile, and Seiya was utterly bewildered. Count Nesid roared, deciding he would devour Xiong Jihan. A massive surge of dark energy poured down, engulfing Jihan and Seiya. However, the monster was stunned when it saw its attack blocked by another orb of darkness. Jihan smirked. "That's what I was about to say too," he declared. "That darkness won't stop until you're dead." He prepared to unleash the second move of the Shadow Divine formula. An absurd power, capable of devouring even darkness, was unleashed under the name Dark Shadow Ascension. At the same time, elsewhere, Baron Williams was irritably waiting for his teammates. He was astonished when he felt the aftershocks from Jihan's pillar of dark energy in the distance. "What?" Baron exclaimed, startled, as he looked at the system window. The notification appeared. "The Angel team has defeated Count Nesid." He yelled in disbelief, unable to believe Jihan had won without his help. Just then, Baron's teammates appeared and called his name. They angrily questioned him, believing Baron had betrayed them and revived himself. The swordsman lunged to punish the coward, but the female warrior realized something was wrong with Baron. Baron Williams, in a fit of rage from being humiliated by Jihan, unleashed his full power upon his own teammates. He furiously massacred them, continuously screaming Xiong Jihan's name. With a savage smile, Baron declared himself the strongest player, ending the match by killing his own teammate. Back in the present, in a skyscraper, Seiya happily showed her uncle, "Uncle, I've reached level 20. Seiya was astonished to learn she had gained 15 levels after just one match, while Xiong Jihan praised her for acquiring the resilience stat early. His niece began to ponder her first-class choice, surprising Jihan that she still hadn't decided. He suggested the archer class, seeing that she used a bow and arrow quite well, and Seiya agreed it was a reasonable choice. However, she showed great ambition, wanting to become the top player, but was hesitant because the country had too many skilled archers. Jihan secretly thought his niece was truly ambitious, but still advised her to choose archer, making Seiya curious about the reason. He smugly declared that he would claim the #1 spot for the warrior class, making Seiya laugh and tease her uncle's arrogance. Just then, a phone on the table rang, interrupting their cheerful conversation. Jihan suddenly coughed up blood, his expression turning serious, as he said he had to take this call. While Seiya walked away to answer the phone, Jihan quietly checked his status window. He was satisfied to see that defeating Count Nesid had helped him reach level 50 and qualify for the promotion match. Additionally, he received a lot of AP from the quest rewards, but what caught his attention was an S-rank item called Void Cloak. Jihan became wary as he read about the cloak's suspicious side effect, which could isolate the user from the world. To learn more, he decided to summon his dark spirit. "Ariel, come out." Ariel immediately appeared, but with a scowling and extremely annoyed expression, making Jihan pause before he could even ask. He was surprised by her attitude, not understanding what he had done wrong. Ariel ignored Jihan's question, instead, questioning him about the skill he had used to defeat the monster earlier. He confirmed it was the Dark Shadow Ascension move, and she affirmed that was precisely what bothered her. Ariel explained that the skill looked exactly like the ultimate power of her original self, the Shadow Queen. When Jihan pressed her about the connection between the nameless divine art and the Shadow Queen, Ariel irritably brushed him off, saying she knew nothing. With a serious expression, Ariel began to speak. She told Xiong Jihan directly that the problem concerned the constellation who had taken his talent. Jihan confirmed it was the wandering martial god, and Ariel revealed she knew that. He was secretly astonished, but Ariel warned him not to try to deny it. She explained that her original self, the Shadow Queen, had sent her because she sensed the martial god's energy from him. Xiong Jihan was utterly stunned by this revelation. He mumbled that he just thought he suited the queen's eccentric taste, making Ariel irritably tell him to shut up. Admitting that it wasn't a big secret, Jihan agreed with her. He wondered if the wandering martial god was so great that the Shadow Queen had to send her clone to monitor him. Ariel began to explain the martial gods standing among the other constellations. She called him a living disaster. As Ariel explained that constellations usually protected the stars where they were born, Jihan interrupted her. He asked about the concept of being born, and Ariel clarified that constellations were beings who had transcended the limits of their species to become gods. She revealed that players could become constellations if they reached level 777 inches BattleNet. Jihan was stunned because he always thought level 500 was the limit, but Ariel said she would explain later. Returning to the main topic, Jihan listened intently. Ariel said that the martial god was different. He had created a star for himself. He hunted other constellations and imprisoned them on that star. The captured constellations would have their power drained, trapped between life and death, which was why he was feared. Ariel concluded that because the Shadow Queen was wary of that energy within Jihan, she had sent her to monitor him. Ariel explained that it was not strange for Xiong Jihan to use power received from the wandering martial god. It could be a skill he had stolen from another constellation. However, she asserted that the Shadow Queen had never been a victim of the wandering martial god. Ariel wondered how he could use her power, while Xiong Jihan was bewildered, unsure how to react. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan snapped awake as a memory flashed in his mind. He recalled learning Shadow Divine Art in the Diamond rank in his previous life, deducing that the wandering martial god must have absorbed the Shadow Queen's power back then. That also meant the Shadow Queen would soon become the wandering martial god's next target. Ariel sighed in relief and asked if that was the strongest skill Xiong Jihan had received from the wandering martial god. He replied that no, he had something even stronger, which utterly astonished Ariel. She eagerly wanted to see it, but Xiong Jihan refused, stating his current level was too low. Ariel secretly thought that if she could see that skill, her original self might be able to solidify her ultimate authority. Just then, Yoon Se-ah happily ran in and called out to her uncle. She excitedly asked if Xiong Jihan was free for dinner. Yoon Se-ah revealed that his fans wanted to meet him. Xiong Jihan was dumbfounded, unable to understand why he had fans. In a cafe, Sophia sat alone, sighing with worry. She fidgeted, wondering if she had sprayed too much perfume, and if she should order a drink first. Sophia sprang up in a panic. She realized she had forgotten her lipstick, while elsewhere, Lee Ha-yeon was calmly applying makeup. At a luxurious restaurant, Lee Ha-yeon also let out a sigh. She nervously rechecked her makeup, secretly admitting she was very nervous. When Xiong Jihan arrived, he asked, "Have you been waiting long?" He appeared in a dashing outfit, entering the restaurant. Sophia startled and jumped up, stammering, "No." Then she flashed a radiant smile, asserting that she hadn't waited at all. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-yeon sat nearby with a somewhat bored expression. She secretly compared it to her terrible blind dates, wondering why she always encountered ridiculous people. Back at the table, Xiong Jihan began cutting his steak. He spoke first, assuming they must have been surprised by the sudden invitation to meet. Sophia happily replied that she was his fan and was delighted to dine with the temporary guild member. She recalled her conversation with Yoon Se-ah when they exchanged phone numbers after the meeting about Count Nesid. Sophia explained that she had asked Yoon Se-ah to arrange this meeting. Xiong Jihan reassured her not to be nervous, as they were guildmates after all. Hearing that, Sophia immediately looked hopeful and began twirling a lock of her hair. She shyly asked if she could call him Appa as Korean women often do. Xiong Jihan was taken aback by her boldness, secretly thinking she was much livelier than in his memory. He realized that Sophia in the past was somewhat more mature, whereas now she was younger and more like a little girl. To be sure, Xiong Jihan directly asked Sophia's current age. Sophia proudly declared she was 20 years old, the same age as Yoon Se-ah. After a moment of thought, Jihan smiled and suggested she could just call him by his name. He also said he would pay for the meal and told her to eat a lot since she was still growing, which left Sophia dumbfounded at being treated like a child. In the luxurious setting of the restaurant, the meal was almost over. Sophia curiously asked Xiong Jihan about his current level. She explained that since the silver rank promotion match was approaching, she wanted to know if he would participate. Sophia secretly thought, suddenly realizing that if both of them participated, they would have to face each other. Xiong Jihan decided to check the information immediately, opening a system window. He received a notification confirming he had topped the silver rank and earned the title Ruler of Silver. But then another unexpected notification appeared, stating that his level had already surpassed this tournament. The system presented an unprecedented choice: participate in the silver rank promotion match with a significant disadvantage, or directly advance to the gold rank. Xiong Jihan was stunned by this possibility, while Sophia was curious, not understanding what was happening. He quickly analyzed, realizing that if he cleared the gold rank match, he would advance directly to platinum, a speed no one had ever achieved. Faced with two paths, Xiong Jihan fell into deep thought to make a decision. Meanwhile, in another office, Li Haiyun was yelling in frustration. She complained to Lim Gaoyang about a horrifying blind date where the other party proposed on their first meeting. Haiyun explained that going on blind dates was still easier than listening to nagging if she refused. To relieve stress, she turned to her pleasure, the BattleNet betting page, ignoring Lim Gaoyang's teasing. Suddenly, Li Haiyun noticed an urgent announcement that had just appeared on the website. Lim Gaoyang asked worriedly when she saw her stunned expression. The announcement clearly stated, due to player Xiong Jihan's choice, the rules of the promotion match had changed and all bets were cancelled. Back with Xiong Jihan, he sat at home, smiling at his phone while Li Haiyun wondered what he was doing. With a confident expression, he had decided, I will accept the penalty and win. Xiong Jihan considered that if he skipped the Gold League to go straight to Platinum, he would miss important achievement quests. Furthermore, he needed to control his promotion speed, which already far surpassed that of normal players. He thought about the future. The promotion match would take place at the end of September, and just 3 months later, Earth would join the Space League. He had to prevent the terrible catastrophe that would occur on that fated day. Memories of a man screaming in a sea of fire flooded his mind. The image of countless innocent civilians being burned to ashes and desperately crying for help appeared vividly. That further solidified his resolve. He had to stay in the Platinum League at all costs. Sitting on his bed, he quietly pondered the path ahead. But then, a confident smile suddenly appeared on his lips as he looked at the screen. He examined the harsh penalties, altered maps, changed team ratios, having to face the top 91 to 100 players and stronger monsters. Meanwhile, other players, like a blonde guy, were confused because they weren't subjected to similar penalties. Another long-haired swordsman simply observed the situation quietly with curiosity. At the office, Li Haiyun, with a sly smile, decided to bet on Xiong Jihan losing this match. The announcement of this special match sent shockwaves through the community, attracting a large amount of attention and betting. As time passed, the day of the promotion match finally arrived. Xiong Jihan stood on a desert fortress, facing a colossal army advancing from afar. The system announced the start of the Silver League Top 100 promotion match, which surprised him slightly. The ground shook violently beneath his feet as the enemies gradually closed in. The player's mission was revealed. They were the king and had to fight against those who sought to depose them. Jihan was horrified to realize that the enemies were the Undead Association, an army of zombies roaring the slogan, "Kill the King." A colossal army of zombies from the Undead Association was gathering in the shadows. Their leader, a hooded entity with a sinister smile, declared that he had found his target, Xiong Jihan. The battle took place on a special defense map called the Conquistador's Ambushed Tomb. Unlike normal rules, this time players had to defend the tomb from invaders. Due to the special penalty, the North Gate, where Xiong Jihan was stationed, only had 10 defenders, while the South Gate was protected by the remaining 90 players. At the South Gate, Baron Williams reviewed the rules and found them unnecessarily complicated. He explained that rankings would be based on defensive contributions, and any team that let enemies through would be eliminated. Another player confidently asserted that since Xiong Jihan's side only had 10 people, their side was sure to win. A voice spoke up, asking Baron if he truly thought so. It was Wang Lin from the Beijing League, who revealed himself to be the #1 candidate for the top spot. Baron irritably brushed him off, claiming that bettors knew nothing. Wang Lin continued to provoke, reminding Baron that he was only predicted to come in second after a terrible performance. He sarcastically blamed BattleNet's translation system for making his words sound like an insult. Wang Lin seriously warned Baron to listen carefully. He challenged that if America's rising star continued to play like this, Beijing would soon rise to the #1 spot in the world. Unable to control his anger, Baron grabbed Wang Lin's collar. Just then, a system announcement rang out, declaring the game officially started. The mission was revealed: Prevent the undead association's ambush on the conquistador's soul. The army of zombies roared the slogan, "Kill the king," as they surged towards the fortress. Baron Williams was stunned. He had never seen monsters like these before. Xiong Jihan recalled that one of the main causes of Earth's collapse before his regression was the dungeon gate. Initially, they only appeared in the weakest nations, but then spread everywhere, devastating cities. The entire world, except for 10 nations, was eventually conquered by the dungeons. And at that time, the monsters that emerged from South Korea's dungeon gate were the Undead Legion, a skeletal army roaring the slogan, "Depose the conquistador, kill the king." Back in the present, Xiong Jihan stood alone on the North Gate's rampart, the area designated for 10 defenders. He thought to himself that he never expected to encounter these monsters in a promotion match, predicting it would be a difficult fight. Suddenly, he heard someone complaining from behind him. His teammates were despairing, realizing that being on Xiong Jihan's team meant they had low ranks and believed this match was destined for failure. Jihan realized their attitude wouldn't help. Just as he was about to act alone, a familiar voice called his name. It was Sophia, who joyfully exclaimed upon realizing they were on the same team and wouldn't have to face each other. Jihan was surprised, thinking to himself that Sophia's rank must be much lower than he had imagined. Suddenly, a colossal enemy battering ram charged forward. Both were startled by the violent impact. The undead army below roared, determined to breach the city gate. Jihan turned to Sophia, suggesting she cast enhancement spells and they would talk later. He observed the enemies, realizing they weren't like ordinary monsters but acted like a disciplined army, each one as strong as a player. Nevertheless, Xiong Jihan decided to step forward, then leaped straight from the rampart into the heart of the enemy. Mid-air, he summoned a staff of brilliant golden light, ready for battle. In mid-air, Xiong Jihan confidently declared that they were nothing more than undead. He unleashed the Mount Tai King's seal technique, slamming his staff into the ground with all his might. A brilliant golden wave of energy spread out, causing the skeletal horde to scream in agony as they disintegrated. After the attack, Xiong Jihan landed firmly on the ground. He silently thanked Sophia's buff, and was confident that the Phoenix Arrow's element would completely counter the undead. However, the other skeletal warriors remained unfazed, continuing to advance with glowing red eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the army, identifying Xiong Jihan as the king. The entire legion repeated in unison, their gazes fixed on him, their sole target. With the resounding cry of "Kill the king," the battle truly began. Unexpectedly, a colossal stone hand with a grotesque mouth in its palm emerged from the ground. At the south gate, Baron Williams and Wang Lin watched in horror as the monster's silhouette appeared in the distance. Xiong Jihan was stunned, recognizing the appearance of this enemy. He wondered in astonishment why the Disciple of Destruction from the defense map was here. The colossal monster roared, towering before him. The giant stone hand swung up, preparing to crush Xiong Jihan. Thanks to his lightning step, he swiftly dodged the devastating attack. Jihan realized the situation was vastly different from his previous life, as this time the monster itself was attacking instead of just summoning flesh golems. He was suddenly thrown back by a powerful force, taken by surprise. Looking up, he saw that the stone hand had shattered a large section of the city wall behind him. The system announced that 20% of the city wall had been destroyed, shocking his teammates on the wall. Sophia screamed in horror. The wall. Xiong Jihan was stunned as he read the system notification. If the north gate was breached, all defending players here would be eliminated. He cursed under his breath and hastily retreated from the Disciple of Destruction. The monster let out a gruesome laugh, putting Xiong Jihan on alert. "Indeed, I see you have the potential to surpass this king," it spoke. Its colossal, tooth-filled mouth gaped open, ready to devour everything. "I will swallow you whole and make you mine." The Disciple of Destruction roared and lunged forward. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-yeon was watching the battle on her large screen. She turned to Lim Ga-young, who was standing behind her, and asked what was happening. Surprised that the wall was broken in a single blow, Lee Ha-yeon asked if Lim Ga-young had ever seen this monster, and the bodyguard replied that it resembled a boss Jihan had faced in the bronze rank. Lim Ga-young sighed, thinking that with such a monster, Xiong Jihan couldn't win, but Lee Ha-yeon reassured her that he would definitely succeed. Lim Ga-young was surprised to hear Lee Ha-yeon's laughter. Lee Ha-yeon flashed a triumphant smile, thinking to herself that she had finally won a bet after so many losses, as she had wagered everything on Wang Lin's victory. At the same time, at the south gate, another player was desperately slashing at a zombie. The players there were overwhelmed, shouting that the zombies were too numerous and kept pouring in. Back at the north gate, Sophia watched in despair as her teammates were devoured by the undead legion. She worried that at this rate, they would be overrun. Sophia screamed, trying to encourage everyone to hold on a little longer, believing Jihan would arrive soon. but the ground beneath her suddenly cracked open. After the tremor, she turned around in a panic. The Disciple of Destruction's hand emerged right behind her, chuckling as Sophia screamed Jihan's name in terror. The Disciple of Destruction was surprised that its prey didn't dodge. It was confused to see Xiong Jihan standing unharmed in the middle of the deep pit. With glowing red eyes, Xiong Jihan raised his hand, ready to counterattack. The Disciple of Destruction laughed, thinking this king had many tricks and would make a delicious meal. Xiong Jihan silently assessed the monster before him. He realized it was targeting him directly, and could even speak, an anomaly that broke the game's rules. The colossal hand plunged down, determined to crush him. Xiong Jihan stood firm, staff gripped tightly, with no intention of retreating. He looked up coldly, acknowledging the enemy's resolve. Noticing the wall was in danger, he knew he couldn't waste time. He decided he had to deal with the monster quickly, channeling brilliant golden lightning energy into his weapon. Xiong Jihan thrust his staff directly into the monster's mouth, catching it off guard for a moment. A blinding surge of lightning erupted violently. He activated a technique that allowed his body to absorb lightning. His entire body transformed, merging with the pure electrical current. The Disciple of Destruction screamed in pain as it was incinerated by the electrical current. In his new form, Xiong Jihan told himself he didn't have much time left. He unleashed the full power of the nameless divine art, Thunder God's formula, myriad thunderbolts. The Disciple of Destruction sensed the deadly danger emanating from him. It panicked, realizing the situation had turned dire. Obeying the command, the black-robed subordinates charged towards Xiong Jihan. He raised his staff high, gathering a brilliant golden lightning energy. Immediately, Xiong Jihan slammed his staff into the ground, unleashing a destructive lightning storm. The shimmering golden lightning bolts struck the subordinates, making them scream and vanish. The Disciple of Destruction was also caught in the lightning's fury, letting out a terrifying roar. It groaned in extreme pain as the electric current coursed through its body. Admitting its recklessness, the disciple looked at Xiong Jihan, who was exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. It muttered that it couldn't devour him in this state. Deciding to retreat, it declared it would return soon, and began to dissipate, making Jihan realize the enemy's intention. "I won't let you escape," Xiong Jihan roared, and unleashed another lightning strike. He maintained his attacking stance, determined to stop the enemy, but it was too late. The Disciple of Destruction had vanished without a trace. Jihan was stunned, wondering how it could have disappeared so quickly. He deduced that it had teleported to another dimension. As his power gradually faded, Xiong Jihan suddenly recognized this familiar sensation. The monster's skill was identical to the effect of the Void Cloak item. Without hesitation, he resolved not to lose track of it this time, and summoned a blue energy cloak. With sharp eyes, Xiong Jihan focused his mind to pursue. He successfully entered another dimension, where a dark blue-robed figure was waiting with a sinister laugh. Before him was not only that figure, but also a glowing blonde man complaining about almost being roasted, which surprised Jihan to see a human here. Xiong Jihan wondered if the robed figure was the true form of the Black Hand. The Disciple of Destruction was also observing, silently acknowledging the power of this king and glancing at its companion. The glowing blonde man spoke, suggesting that Jihan was even stronger than his own comrades, which confused the robed figure, who wondered if it was the conqueror from the tomb. The robed figure grew even more perplexed by the blonde man's presence, then turned to Jihan, angrily asking why he was ignoring him. Meanwhile, Jihan assessed that the robed figure was no ordinary NPC, and sensed a deadly danger. He decided to stake everything on the Phoenix Arrow's last remaining attack. Suddenly, a black shadow with glowing red eyes appeared right behind Jihan, astonishing him. The robed figure struck like lightning, delivering a powerful blow to Jihan. Its hand clamped tightly around Jihan's throat. With bloodshot eyes, the robed figure growled, asking how Jihan got in here. Choking, Jihan was horrified by his opponent's unimaginable power. The robed figure raised its hand, summoning a blue energy cloak. Stealth energy began to envelop its hand. However, looking back, the robed figure was surprised to see Jihan had vanished from its grasp. Jihan was thrown violently to the ground, as his own stealth effect was broken. A system message appeared, confirming that his movement had nullified the stealth effect. Jihan gasped, realizing that very skill had narrowly saved his life. Just then, an army of skeletons charged forward, roaring that they had found the king. A skeleton warrior rushed ahead, shouting the command, "Kill the king!" Xiong Jihan immediately counterattacked, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that swept away the horde of skeleton monsters. Having just returned to the battlefield, Xiong Jihan heard Sophia's anxious call. Standing on the city wall, Sophia questioned him frantically, thinking he was dead, but Jihan calmly reassured her that he was fine. However, the situation at the North Gate was dire. Sophia and her comrades were completely overwhelmed by the undead legion. Realizing the urgency, Jihan declared he would arrive immediately, his body beginning to gather lightning energy. A fierce burst of electrical energy erupted from the ground beneath his feet. Using lightning step, Xiong Jihan dashed with terrifying speed, sweeping across the battlefield like a flash of lightning. A skeleton warrior turned back in terror as its comrades were annihilated, while the players at the south gate looked on, bewildered. They were shocked to realize that the entire undead army was turning and fleeing from their position. A player stood dumbfounded, trying to comprehend the strange events unfolding. Immediately after, that person screamed as they realized Xiong Jihan had returned and was single-handedly sweeping through the entire enemy army. Jihan's eyes flashed with white light as he channeled power for a destructive attack. A colossal energy explosion engulfed the entire area, blowing away everything within its range. The players at the south gate struggled to shield themselves from the aftershocks of the earth-shattering attack. Countless skeleton warriors were crushed and completely disintegrated in the pure energy surge. Jihan stood amidst a sea of blue souls, gently waving his hand to complete his skill. He knew they would return soon, but at least he had bought some time. The real problem still lay ahead. Jihan turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on an invisible enemy. The disciple of destruction materialized right behind him, offering a sarcastic greeting, and Jihan coldly replied that it had finally shown itself. The monster mocked Jihan's silence, wondering why he wasn't attacking immediately this time. It continued to provoke, suggesting that even if it attacked, Jihan would only land a few blows before fleeing again. The Apostle of Doom sneered, asking if Xiong Jihan intended to meekly let himself be devoured. In response, Xiong Jihan merely said, "No," his hand gripping his staff tightly as golden lightning bolts began to flash. The mouth on the monster's palm gaped in astonishment at the sudden surge of energy. With his hair turning brilliant gold, Xiong Jihan declared that this time, he would finish it in one blow so it couldn't escape. He told himself that he only had one use left of the Phoenix Arrow, meaning this was his only chance. With a determined expression, he concentrated all his power into the decisive attack. He combined the flames of the Phoenix Arrow, Sophia's buffs, and the power of the Thunder God body. Along with the Thunder God formula, he vowed to unleash divine punishment. The monster roared in pain as the surge of light energy struck it. It let out a gasp of surprise, as the aftershocks of the attack still lingered. It scoffed that Xiong Jihan had missed his only chance to kill it. But it was close, it said, completely unaware of the true danger. Suddenly, a blinding point of light appeared in the gloomy sky above it. Huh? The monster was confused as the skill judgment of the Heavenly Lord activated. A colossal pillar of light descended from the sky, signaling that Judgment Day had arrived. Overwhelmed by the blinding light, Sophia screamed and had to cover her eyes. Amidst the desolate landscape, Xiong Jihan stood alone, the afterglow of lightning still swirling around him. Panting from exhaustion, his hair returned to black, and he whispered that it was all over. He knelt as a notification panel appeared, stating that the Phoenix Arrow had run out of uses. The system confirmed the weapon had disappeared, and he calmly accepted it, thinking he had made good use of it. Xiong Jihan clutched his heavily injured right arm, admitting that using Judgment Day was still too much for him. But he quickly regained his composure, confident that he could handle the remaining remnants, and decided to return. Suddenly, an eerie and powerful laugh echoed through the space, making him stop. In the distance, Sophia also flinched in horror upon hearing that chilling laugh. She looked up in terror as a colossal vortex of energy, filled with lightning, formed in the sky. Xiong Jihan was also thrown by a violent surge of power from the ground, causing him to stumble. The vortex of energy swept across the battlefield, sucking in and tearing apart the remaining undead soldiers amidst their screams. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out with delight, declaring it had been a long time since such fun. A colossal shadowy entity with a wide grin appeared, saying that Xiong Jihan was worth more than a king. It declared that he had the right to become its leader. Xiong Jihan could only stand and watch, as the mysterious entity let out a triumphant laugh. Just then, an urgent system notification appeared, signaling that a critical error had been detected. The system determined that the constellation of Dead Star had illegally infiltrated the match, and the silhouette of the wandering martial god faintly appeared. Xiong Jihan was stunned, unable to believe that a constellation had appeared. The system announced that the match map had been altered, and an unprecedented penalty would be applied, forcing Xiong Jihan's team to face a much stronger enemy. The narration recounted the moment Xiong Jihan overturned all predictions and incinerated the Black Hand. At the same time, the hopes of countless viewers turned to ashes. In an office, employees who had bet all their money on Xiong Jihan's defeat collapsed in despair. On the streets, public reaction was divided. Some celebrated his victory, while others wept for having bet on Baron Williams. Meanwhile, Lim Gayong anxiously called Li Haiyun, who had completely broken down and buried her face in her desk. Elsewhere, two observers expressed astonishment that Xiong Jihan had won again. One of them clicked his tongue, regretting that excellent players like Wang Lin and Baron Williams had been completely overshadowed. The other person thought the promotion match was essentially over, but their screen suddenly became distorted. The broadcast was abruptly cut with a video unavailable message. On the battlefield, Xiong Jihan looked up at the sky as a colossal, shadowy entity began to form from the storm cloud. He was speechless at the sight. Standing alone amidst the desolate space, Xiong Jihan couldn't believe his eyes. He realized it was a constellation, an existence he couldn't possibly fight against. Yet, instead of attacking, the entity seemed to merely be observing. It subtly curled its lips into a mysterious smile. Suddenly, the space around Xiong Jihan began to transform, with digital structures appearing everywhere. The entire battlefield map was being completely rewritten by the system. Jihan guessed that the system was trying to fix the error caused by the constellation's interference, but a voice emanated from the entity, expressing annoyance at the system's action. It declared that there wasn't much time left. The voice commanded Xiong Jihan to stop running. The colossal, shadowy entity of the wandering martial god revealed its full form, hovering directly above him. It roared its intention. "Let us become one." Xiong Jihan was utterly stunned by that insane proposition. He realized he couldn't possibly evade as the constellation's colossal shadow bore down. The system began its forced expulsion, using punitive energy streams to pierce through the wandering martial god's arm. The colossal shadow entity staggered in pain, astonished by the unexpected intervention. It was completely surrounded and restrained by countless energy orbs from the system. From a distance, Xiong Jihan watched the constellation being punished and screaming in agony. A system notification appeared, declaring that the constellation of Dead Star had no right to access the promotion map. The expulsion process continued, making the wandering martial god scream that the attack was very painful. It desperately called Xiong Jihan its dear friend and begged him to stop the system, but Jihan coldly refused. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that the system was doing its job very well, and everything would soon be resolved. In its final moments, the wandering martial god pleaded to wait a moment. It offered a bargaining chip, a soul radiating brilliant golden light. The constellation promised to return this soul, in exchange for just a brief conversation with Xiong Jihan. Jihan was astonished to realize it was the soul of the conqueror. Immediately, a system window appeared before him. The notification presented the constellation's offer, promising great rewards from the conqueror's soul and protection from mental attack. Xiong Jihan noticed that the system seemed to be encouraging him to accept, indicating the importance of freeing this soul. He narrowed his eyes, making his final decision. The wandering martial god held its breath, waiting as Xiong Jihan spoke his agreement. He decisively declared that he would accept the offer. The constellation laughed gleefully at Jihan's lack of hesitation, but he merely coldly told it to get straight to the point. After clearing its throat, the wandering martial god began to explain its purpose. The wandering martial god made a bizarre offer. "I want you to become my head. Will you take me?" Xiong Jihan flatly refused with a look of disgust. Rejected, the constellation roared, asking why. But Jihan merely replied that he didn't want to be part of such a repulsive creature. It tried to persuade him with the prospect of becoming a great constellation, but Xiong Jihan remained silently uninterested. Looking closer, Jihan was horrified to realize that the martial god's true form was made of countless souls screaming in agony. He became even more determined to have nothing to do with it, knowing that becoming its head would certainly not end well. Angered by the disrespect, the wandering martial god boasted that it was one of the strongest constellations in the universe, but Jihan coldly replied that he had never heard of a constellation with such a form. Pressed for an answer, the constellation was confused about how to introduce itself. After a moment of hesitation, it compared itself to Karl Marx and Lenin, then declared its name to be Karl Marx Lenin. It even nicknamed itself Karlin, and acted familiar, completely baffling Xiong Jihan. Fed up with the ridiculous charade, Xiong Jihan turned away and directly asked the system how much longer he had to endure this. Immediately, the energy orbs around the martial god shot out punitive beams, making it shriek in pain. Xiong Jihan indifferently waved goodbye, while the constellation desperately screamed that it was a great offer. As it was being expelled, it roared a final threat, vowing to return no matter the cost. A massive pink energy explosion engulfed everything, marking the disappearance of the wandering martial god. As the light faded, Xiong Jihan stood alone amidst the dust and smoke, brushing off the remnants of the confrontation. He calmed down, his face expressionless after dealing with the nuisance. Returning to the desolate battlefield, Xiong Jihan announced his return. He realized that thanks to the constellation's chaotic intervention, the entire undead legion had been wiped out, leaving nothing for him to do. Xiong Jihan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking towards the now safe city gate, the soul of the conqueror appeared behind Xiong Jihan, whispering that it was exhausted. A brilliant golden streak of light shot past Xiong Jihan. The light streak landed on the ground before him, creating a powerful shockwave. The golden energy swirled and then solidified into a form. The conqueror thanked its otherworldly savior. To repay the life debt, the conqueror decided to bestow upon him the empire's phoenix flag. Xiong Jihan was surprised, wondering why it was the phoenix flag and not the phoenix arrow. A notification appeared, stating that the phoenix flag was an SSS rank item capable of increasing teammates' stats by 25% and granting 4 optional guild levels. He was stunned to realize this was an SSS rank item. Xiong Jihan thought to himself that this was the reward the system had mentioned, and it was better than he could have imagined. He thanked the conqueror for the valuable item, promising that he would make good use of this gift. Jihan's words made the conqueror confused and ask again, while he was bewildered. Jihan reiterated that the conqueror had previously given him the phoenix arrow at the tomb. The conqueror explained that the one he had met before must have been a clone of him. He revealed that the clone had guarded a fake tomb while his true self was imprisoned with the dead star. The conqueror deemed it unimportant and began to depart, startling Jihan. As he faded, the conqueror thanked him once more, saying that without Jihan, he would have forever been a slave to that constellation. He gave a final warning, advising Jihan never to get involved with it. The admonition echoed as his soul dissolved into countless particles of light. No matter what it says to tempt you, Jihan resolutely replied into the void that even without the warning, he would never do such a thing. Xiong Jihan stood firm as the conqueror's soul dissolved into light. The phoenix flag plunged into the ground, and the system announced that he had defeated the special boss Black Hand. Meanwhile, other strong opponents like Wang Lin and Baron Williams were stunned to learn that the winner had already been decided. Amidst the ruined fortress, the final announcement rang out. Player Xiong Jihan had won. The match was over. The scene shifted back to the real world, to a luxurious apartment building at night. Having just logged out, Xiong Jihan sighed in relief on his bed, muttering that everything was finally over. A series of rewards appeared: 5 million GP, 5 level-ups, and the new title, King Among Kings, Silver Rank. He was surprised to see that he also received an additional 1,200,000 AP for completing the special achievement of confronting and attacking a constellation. Jihan thought to himself, with the system's intervention, the confrontation with the wandering martial god probably wasn't broadcast. He walked out of the room, calling out to his niece. Say, did you watch my broadcast? But all that answered him was the silence of the large, empty living room. Xiong Jihan suddenly paused, remembering something. He remembered that Saya was also in her own promotion match in the bronze rank arena. In the match, with only 3 people remaining, Saya dodged a fiery attack. Her opponent, a swordsman, panted after missing his attack. Saya swiftly glided past the exhausted enemy. She maintained a highly focused expression, drawing her bow and aiming. The arrow was fired with terrifying force, soaring straight towards its target. She landed steadily after finishing her attack. Amazing, Saya cheered happily. Now there's only one person left. The last opponent charged down, swinging a massive greatsword towards Saya. With glowing eyes full of killing intent, he unleashed his decisive attack. Saya flinched but managed to duck and narrowly dodge the sword. The attacker was stunned to realize his strike had missed its target. Saya seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful uppercut. The punch landed squarely on the chin, making the opponent cry out in pain. He was sent flying into the air, completely losing his balance. Saya quickly drew her bow, fired the finishing arrow, and bid farewell. After defeating her opponent, she stood panting, as a system notification appeared. The notification window confirmed that the winner of the bronze rank promotion match had been decided. The system declared player Yoon Se-ah victorious, and the match officially ended. Se-ah jumped for joy, cheering that she had finally been promoted to silver rank. Immediately after, another notification appeared, stating that her talent had been upgraded. She happily wondered if her talent had been upgraded to E rank. However, upon closer inspection of the screen, Se-ah looked confused. She read the tricky upgrade condition for the late bloomer talent. She had to be the first to reach gold rank. Meanwhile, in a bustling city at night, Shizuru was watching Se-ah's victory celebration through a screen. In front of her, 2 bound men knelt, groaning under the guard of bodyguards. In a gloomy warehouse, 2 bound men knelt, desperately begging for their lives. A woman sitting in a chair coldly questioned, "Do you still dare to beg for your lives after betraying me?" She indifferently ordered her subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Gag them." Blood splattered as the 2 traitors were executed, while the woman calmly watched an information screen. A subordinate approached and reported, "Do you know about the Korean who received the late bloomer talent? Her name is Yoon Se-ah, isn't it?" She confirmed and examined the talent's highly competitive upgrade condition. Her eyes flashed with a deadly light, deciding that she had to eliminate her opponent in Korea, and her identity was revealed. Jin Yu Hua, a player from the Hong Kong League. Meanwhile, in a bright office, Xiong Jihan, Lee Ha-yeon, and Se-ah were examining that very issue together. Lee Ha-yun explained that after Se-ah's talent reached E rank, the upgrade condition had changed. Jihan pointed out that this new condition was essentially a life-or-death competition, forcing Se-ah to either become the sole possessor of the talent or the first to reach the gold league. Se-ah was surprised to learn that another player also possessed the same talent as her. Lee Ha-yun wondered why that person wasn't famous, while Se-ah naively hoped her opponent would be weaker. Hearing that, Xiong Jihan suddenly froze, as a memory from his past life flooded back. He recalled Xin Yuhua, the formidable player who ranked second globally before he regressed. Jihan also remembered the terrifying rumors about her involvement with the triads. Worried for his niece's safety, he secretly decided to be extremely careful. He instructed Se-ah to focus on the gold rank promotion match in October and avoid going out. Se-ah looked sad, thinking about her cancelled plans to hang out with Sophia. Xiong Jihan gently patted his disappointed niece's head to comfort her. Lee Ha-yun cheerfully suggested they celebrate both Xiong Jihan's and Se-ah's victory. She congratulated them both, then teased that she wondered when Ga Young would win, to which Jihan coldly replied that she was already in the top 100. Xiong Jihan secretly thought something was wrong, and Lee Ha-yun's expression became slightly worried. He directly asked Lee Ha-yun if she had bet on the recent promotion match. Xiong Jihan analyzed that if she had bet, she must have lost all her money, so why was she unusually happy? Lee Ha-yun frantically denied it, but Lim Ga Young, standing behind her, calmly revealed that she had lost the bet, but the money had been returned. Exposed, Lee Ha-yun cried out in embarrassment, while Xiong Jihan smiled and explained that BattleNet had apologized for a system error and refunded everyone. The group sat down, and Lee Ha-yun curiously asked Xiong Jihan about the system error that occurred during his match. She humorously recounted the audience's chaos when the broadcast was suddenly cut, then asked Xiong Jihan if he possessed a talent that caused interference. Xiong Jihan casually replied that it was nothing major. He recalled the haunting message from a strange force that had interfered with his match. He briefly explained that an extremely powerful opponent had appeared due to a system error, but he still won and received generous rewards. Xiong Jihan confirmed that the phoenix flag from the conqueror was one of the reasons for the guild's level increase. He smirked, hinting that that wasn't all. A faint white symbol glowed on the back of his hand, revealing that he had received another reward. Xiong Jihan stood up and told Yun Se-ah to go home with him. As they were about to leave, Lee Ha-yun called out to him, asking if he was free next week. She happily announced that the Blooming Guild had received an award for raising South Korea's status, and they wanted Xiong Jihan to accept it as their representative. Xiong Jihan wondered if he had to go himself, but Lee Ha-yun asserted that he was the face of the entire guild. Lee Ha-yun said that Xiong Jihan had achieved many accomplishments on his own. She continued to persuade him, emphasizing that his reputation was growing, and accepting the award would benefit the guild's promotion. Hearing that, Xiong Jihan reluctantly agreed to make time, making Lee Ha-yun happily promise to text him the specific date and time. However, he still had a question and asked who would be presenting the award. The answer was the BattleNet Management Office. There, the new director of the office, Oh Gyu-sung, warmly welcomed Xiong Jihan. The director enthusiastically shook Xiong Jihan's hand, praised and thanked the group for taking the time to attend. When Xiong Jihan showed politeness, Oh Gyu-sung insisted that he couldn't help but personally welcome someone as important as him. Lee Ha-yun whispered to Xiong Jihan that the director seemed a bit too enthusiastic, and he had only been elected after his predecessor was fired. She further explained that the office was doing its best to restore its image after the Taewon Daily scandal, making Xiong Jihan horrified at the prospect of them erecting a statue of him. Meanwhile, Yun Se-ah admired her uncle's popularity, while Diego Masad joked that Xiong Jihan shouldn't ignore him just because he was famous. Xiong Jihan cut them off, and the group proceeded inside together. As they entered the building, a mysterious figure watched them from afar. The stranger wore a baseball cap pulled low, their eyes radiating resentment. Inside the hall, the ceremony was about to begin. Once everyone was seated, the award ceremony officially began. On stage, Xiong Jihan received the award from director Oh Gyu-sung. In the audience, Lee Ha-yun and Yun Se-ah applauded. Yun Se-ah proudly said that her uncle looked very cool today, while Lee Ha-yun whispered that she hoped he would dress so handsomely more often. Yun Se-ah and Lee Ha-yun discussed Xiong Jihan's improved fashion sense. As Yun Se-ah was speaking, Ju Eunji, sitting next to her, deliberately bumped her arm. The coffee cup in Yun Se-ah's hand spilled all over her. Ju Eunji hastily apologized, while Lee Ha-yun turned to check on Yun Se-ah. Meanwhile, on stage, Xiong Jihan stood amidst the audience's murmurs. He was surprised when director Oh Gyu-sung handed him a certificate of commendation. Yun Se-ah stood up and told Lee Ha-yun that she would go to the restroom to clean the stain. She declined Lee Ha-yun's offer to accompany her, while Diego Macide, sitting nearby, warned her to be careful. As Yoon Se-ah and Ju Eun-ji left, a suspicious man in black silently followed them. Diego Macide sat in the audience, his eyes following the suspicious person who had just left. He turned back with a look full of questions and worry. In the restroom, Yoon Se-ah sadly looked at the stain on her newly bought dress. Ju Eun-ji profusely apologized once again, but Yoon Se-ah just said it was fine. She offered Yoon Se-ah a handkerchief to wipe the stain. As Yoon Se-ah turned away, Ju Eun-ji's expression immediately became cold and malicious. She pretended to notice a coffee stain on the back of Yoon Se-ah's neck. Following her suggestion, Yoon Se-ah bent down to be helped with the cleaning. Ju Eun-ji reached into her bag, feigning annoyance that so much of the stain had splattered. Pulling out a syringe, she clearly revealed her intention to attack Yoon Se-ah from behind. Lim Ga-young walked down the hallway with a bad feeling. A security guard sitting next to her in the auditorium reported that a strange man had been watching Se-ah. The security guard explained that he seemed to be waiting for Se-ah to get up, which made him feel uneasy. Lim Ga-young tried to reassure herself that nothing could happen in such a short time. Immediately after, she was horrified to see Se-ah being held by a stranger at the end of the hallway. Lim Ga-young called Se-ah's name in shock as she realized the situation. The stranger turned back with sharp eyes when discovered. Without hesitation, Lim Ga-young screamed and rushed forward to intervene. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her head mid-motion. She was ambushed by a second attacker, who slammed her face hard onto the floor. The attacker held her head tightly, muttering in Chinese that he thought he had cleared the area. He looked at Lim Ga-young, ordering her to stay still to avoid making more noise. With glowing yellow eyes, he activated a skill and declared she wouldn't be able to move. His curse echoed as light enveloped Lim Ga-young. Until I leave this place. Lim Ga-young's entire body stiffened. She realized in horror that she couldn't move. She desperately watched the attackers leave, fearing they would escape with Se-ah. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan also felt something was wrong, and rushed to find his niece. He looked around the nearly empty auditorium in bewilderment. He called out for Se-ah, but only saw another audience member cheerfully waving. Xiong Jihan froze, realizing Se-ah had truly disappeared. Lim Ga-young burst in, breathless. With a panicked expression, she loudly called Xiong Jihan's name. She stammered that Se-ah had been kidnapped. In a dark, dilapidated warehouse, Yoon Se-ah slowly regained consciousness. She was shocked to find her hands tied and wondered when she had fallen asleep. The shock hit her as she fully grasped the situation. Before her were two strangers. A woman spoke up, asking if she was awake. The woman, with glowing yellow eyes and a knife in hand, greeted Yoon Se-ah. Se-ah fearfully asked for the kidnapper's identity. The woman admitted that Se-ah didn't know who she was. She introduced herself as Shin Yuhua. Shin Yuhua revealed that she also possessed the late bloomer talent. Se-ah was stunned by the information she had just heard. She suddenly understood. This woman was the rival she had to compete with to keep her talent. Shin Yuhua approached with the knife, suggesting they get straight to the point. She pointed the knife directly at Se-ah and ordered, "Yoon Se-ah, give up your talent." Se-ah replied, stating that she had also received the message that the slower one to rank up would lose their talent. Shin Yuhua declared that she would not give up her talent at any cost, and demanded Se-ah cease all activities on BattleNet until she reached gold rank. Shin Yuhua's eyes gleamed with absolute confidence. Shin Yuhua held the knife closer, warning Yoon Se-ah that nothing good would happen if she refused. Yoon Se-ah was horrified by the cruel threat. She thought to herself that those who kidnapped her in broad daylight must be very accustomed to committing crimes. Se-ah told herself that lying about giving up her talent would be useless, because if it were that simple, they wouldn't have kidnapped her. In despair, she wondered what her uncle, Xiong Jihan, would do in this situation. Regaining her composure, Se-ah looked at her tied hands and said that currently, Shin Yuhua couldn't do anything to her either. She deduced that being kidnapped instead of immediately killed indicated the opponent wanted to avoid a murder charge. Shin Yuhua remained silent at Se-ah's sharp analysis. She admitted, "You're quite smart," which surprised Se-ah a little. Shin Yuhua explained that cleaning up the aftermath when the target was a celebrity was very troublesome, which Se-ah didn't understand. Yoon Se-ah remained silent, trying to understand the kidnapper's implication. Shin Yuhua concluded that Se-ah clearly had no intention of giving up her talent. "Well, you leave me no other choice," Shin Yuhua said, as another subordinate unexpectedly appeared behind Se-ah. The subordinate stood tall behind her, and Shin Yuhua coldly ordered, "Then die." He brutally yanked Se-ah's hair back, making her cry out in pain. Shin Yuhua revealed her subordinate's talent was suggestion. She explained that this ability could force Se-ah to write a suicide note and then kill herself, while the subordinate's eyes began to glow. The subordinate said that although it was a bit troublesome, they would handle the aftermath, and yellow energy began to envelop Se-ah. "Goodbye, Yoon Se-ah," he said as his glowing yellow eyes stared directly at her. The suggestion energy completely submerged Yoon Se-ah under the villain's control. Jin Yu-hua watched Yoon Se-ah being restrained and made a dismissive remark. She discussed with her subordinate that they should take Se-ah closer to her home before acting to avoid suspicion. Another subordinate prepared to act, but golden energy began to pour out from Se-ah. Suddenly, Se-ah broke free from the restraint and unleashed a lightning punch to the enemy's face. The subordinate collapsed to the ground after the unexpected attack. Jin Yuhua realized she couldn't give up on a precious talent like Se-ah's. With tear-filled but determined eyes, Se-ah roared that she would never give up. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan and Lim Ga-young quickly arrived at the scene. They stood before an abandoned warehouse. Xiong Jihan asked if this was the place they were looking for. Along with the spirit Ariel, he confirmed that they had arrived at the correct location. Xiong Jihan focused his senses and was relieved to know that Se-ah was still safe. He hastily grabbed Lim Ga-young, demanding to be led immediately. Lim Ga-young tried to persuade him to call the police first, but Xiong Jihan flatly refused. He explained that they couldn't waste time waiting when Se-ah was in danger. Suddenly, a group of armed bodyguards appeared, blocking their way. Lim Ga-young and the accompanying security personnel immediately took a defensive stance, suspecting them to be accomplices of the kidnapper. Lim Ga-young spoke up, trying to confront those blocking their path. Xiong Jihan, radiating powerful electricity, said he would leave these people for the two of them to handle. Back inside, the subordinate had recovered, and Yoon Se-ah had completely broken free from the restraint. Jin Yu-hua and her accomplices were astonished, unable to comprehend the type of power Se-ah had just used. Se-ah thought to herself that thanks to her uncle's seal, she had temporarily overcome the crisis. She looked at the back of her hand, where a faint mark appeared, and wondered what it was. In a flashback, Xiong Jihan explained that he had received a special stat called Lightning Seal and could bestow it upon others. At that time, Se-ah had been skeptical, thinking it was nothing special and asking if it had any effect. Jihan smiled, created a small lightning bolt on his finger, and explained that it allowed the wielder to use the power of lightning. Back in the present, Se-ah was stunned as she recalled her uncle's important explanation. The seal also helped increase resistance to mental corruption. In her memory, Jihan said it was an amazing ability, but he also warned that it would be best if she never had to use it, an ominous remark foreshadowing Se-ah's current predicament. The subordinate who had been knocked down staggered to his feet, facing Se-ah, who was in a battle-ready stance. All three kidnappers, including Jin Yu-hua, looked at her with astonishment and anger. Se-ah realized that these subordinates were real players, and fighting them alone would be very difficult. Nevertheless, she decided to seize the opportunity and charged forward to find an escape route. The gray-haired subordinate immediately reacted, drawing a sharp dagger hidden in his sleeve. As she charged, Se-ah suddenly screamed in pain from an unexpected attack. She collapsed to the floor, clutching her injured leg. The hoodie-clad subordinate quickly moved in, grabbing Se-ah's hair as she lay on the ground. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan descended from above, unleashing a lightning kick that swept away all enemies. The subordinate holding Se-ah took the full force of the kick to the face, spitting blood from the horrific impact. He was sent flying, while Jin Yu-hua and the remaining accomplices watched the scene in stunned silence. Injured and exhausted, Yoon Se-ah's consciousness slowly faded into darkness. Jin Yu-hua's subordinate was surprised that his suggestion ability had no effect on Yoon Se-ah. He began to consider eliminating her and faking a disappearance. Suddenly, a flash of blue and gold lightning tore through the space. Amidst the electrical sparks, Xiong Jihan appeared, interrupting the man's murderous intent. Jin Yu-hua and the remaining subordinate turned around, astonished by the sudden presence. With his back to them, Xiong Jihan stood there, lightning swirling around his arm. Jin Yu-hua stammered, speechless. Recognizing the newcomer, she fearfully uttered Xiong Jihan's name in her mind. Xiong Jihan's eyes gleamed with a cold, deadly gaze. He saw the sight of his niece lying unconscious on the ground, at the feet of an enemy. Rage erupted, distorting Xiong Jihan's face. The gray-haired subordinate hastily ordered Jin Yu-hua to retreat. He threw a smoke grenade towards Xiong Jihan to create an opportunity to attack. Amidst the hazy smoke, Xiong Jihan remained calmly still. The subordinate lunged out from the smoke, swinging his dagger straight at Xiong Jihan. Without moving a hand, a surge of blazing red energy erupted from Xiong Jihan, sending the attacker flying. The subordinate could only stare in shock before being engulfed by the terrifying power. He was mercilessly thrown backward. In agony, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Finally, the subordinate collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. With a swift, indistinct movement, Xiong Jihan tightly gripped the throat of one of the attackers. The subordinate strained himself, his eyes glowing bright yellow as he tried to resist. However, his strength was completely useless against the terrifying pressure. Xiong Jihan's hand tightened like a vice, choking off all resistance. The attacker desperately clawed, but could do nothing more. Without a word of warning, Xiong Jihan delivered a brutal headbutt. Blood splattered. The subordinate's eyes rolled back from the horrific impact. Standing in the distance, Jin Yohua was stunned as her subordinate's blood splattered onto her face. Xiong Jihan trembled with rage, blood from his forehead running down to obscure one eye. Unable to endure any longer, the subordinate collapsed to his knees. Finally, he fell, unconscious in his own pool of blood. Xiong Jihan stood there coldly, while Jin Yohua watched in horror. Jin Yohua's golden eyes widened, filled with terror. Xiong Jihan turned, his sharp gaze questioning. "Was it you?" Just then, a faint voice called out from the ground. "Uncle." Hearing his niece's voice, Xiong Jihan immediately turned back. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining subordinate roared and lunged from behind. But he was immediately struck by an invisible force and sent flying. The man sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Without wasting a second, Xiong Jihan grabbed the collar of the man who had just attacked him. Xiong Jihan cried out in horror seeing his niece's dangerous situation. Jin Yohua held a knife to Yun Sea's throat, ordering, "Don't move, Xiong Jihan." She snarled, her eyes fixed on her sworn enemy. "If you lay a finger on me, I'll tear that bastard Yun Sejin to shreds." Inwardly, Jin Yohua gripped the knife tighter, determined to escape at all costs. She frantically thought of her sole objective, by killing Yun Sejin. The story shifts to 15 years ago, at the mansion of the Hong Kong Red Tiger Society's chairman. A few days later, the scene shifts again to a skyscraper. A young Yun Sejin stood in the kitchen, gazing thoughtfully at his hands. A memory of a hand stained with fresh blood flashed through his mind. Then that image was replaced by his clean hands in the present. Yun Sejin tried to push away the past. "I had no other choice. Don't think about it anymore." From that day on, Jin Yohua's gang completely vanished from the underworld. Back in the present, the incident was naturally not reported by the media as it took place in an abandoned building. Furthermore, the organization behind Jin Yohua also didn't want to attract attention. Even if her backers were angry about this incident, just seeing the brutal scene Xiong Jihan left behind, they would never dare touch Yun Sea. But after that day, Yun Sea became extremely quiet. Seeing his niece sitting blankly, Xiong Jihan approached and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yun Sea flinched and turned away, evading. "No, it's nothing." Xiong Jihan quietly observed, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought. This must be a huge shock for Yun Sea." While Xiong Jihan was worried about the harsh future and wondered if Yun Sea could endure it, the doorbell suddenly rang in the quiet apartment. Yun Sea looked up, wondering who was coming. A radiant blonde girl appeared at the door, cheerfully greeting Yun Sea. The girl named Sophia was surprised to see Yun Sea had lost weight and asked with concern. While Yun Sea was still bewildered, Xiong Jihan spoke up, admitting that he had called Sophia. He explained that since Yun Sea hadn't been going out lately, he wanted her to go out and clear her head. Sophia excitedly invited Xiong Jihan to come along, while Yun Sea was still confused. Xiong Jihan refused, but Sophia insisted that she had planned a whole date. She confidently promised to ensure everyone had a fun day. Xiong Jihan whispered, asking Sophia to help cheer Yun Sea up, trusting that only she could do it. Hearing the request, Sophia was so delighted that her eyes turned into hearts, and she immediately agreed. Nevertheless, Yun Sea still hesitated, telling her uncle that she didn't really want to go. Not letting Yun Sea refuse, Sophia immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her along at a dizzying speed. Standing at the door, Xiong Jihan could only remark that Sophia was indeed a strong woman. The two girls began their outing in a bustling downtown area. Sophia enthusiastically pulled Yun Sea everywhere, trying to make her happy again. They enjoyed sausages together at a roadside stall. Afterward, they both stopped in front of a claw machine, Sophia looking very focused. Finally, Yun Sea cheered happily, holding the plush dog Sophia had won for her. Sophia, holding a stuffed dog, happily said that she always wanted to try playing claw machine. She turned to suggest Sea play basketball, and playfully gave her a 5-point head start. Sea was about to reply that she was also quite good, but suddenly froze. The sharp sound of gunfire from a nearby shooting game machine rang out, drawing the attention of the two girls. One player irritably blamed the machine, while their companion teased that it was due to poor skill. The image of a zombie being shot in the head appeared on the game screen. Immediately after, another character fell in a pool of blood. Those violent images brought back painful memories, terrifying Sea. She suddenly felt nauseous, quickly raising a hand to cover her mouth. To Sophia's surprise, without a word, Sea turned and ran straight out of the arcade, leaving Sophia calling after her in a panic. Once outside, the young girl had to stop, gasping for breath from the sudden dizziness. Sophia quickly caught up, anxiously asking about Sea's condition. Sea tried to reassure her that she was fine, just feeling a little unwell, but Sophia looked unconvinced. Sophia pressed, asking if something had happened. Say tried to force a smile to brush it off, but Sophia realized her expression said otherwise. Sophia gently encouraged her, reminding her that they came here to cheer her up, so she shouldn't hesitate to share. Comforted, Saya finally decided to open up, calling Sophia's name. She hesitantly asked Sophia how she would feel if someone important to her did something bad. To Sophia's confusion, Saya clarified, hypothesizing that the person had killed someone. Saya confessed that even though the act was to protect her, she still felt guilty for turning her uncle into a bad person. Sophia, with sparkling eyes, secretly thought that she was also confused about how to treat such a person. She romanticized the situation, thinking that having someone willing to get their hands dirty for her was like a dream, while Saya just found it really strange. Back in reality, Sophia smiled reassuringly, asking Saya if, above all, they still cared about each other, right? On the way home, Saya pondered the advice, wondering what she would do if it were her. Arriving at the apartment, she tiredly announced her return. Xiong Jihan was already waiting, and asked if she had fun playing, to which Saya only replied hesitantly. With a serious expression, Jihan told her to sit down so they could talk. Sensing something bad, Saya broke out in a cold sweat. She timidly sat down in the opposite chair, secretly wondering about this sudden conversation. Jihan began, making Saya realize this was the first time her uncle had deliberately created such a formal atmosphere. He looked directly at his niece and began to speak slowly. Jihan suddenly asked Saya what she thought about giving up the path of becoming a player. Saya was completely stunned by the unexpected question. Jihan continued to look at her, preparing to explain his decision. He repeated the question once more, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. Saya's eyes widened, still reeling from her uncle's suggestion. Jihan said there was a truth she might not know yet. He revealed that when the tutorial phase ends, BattleNet will become reality, and if a player dies in the game without GP, they will also die in real life. That also meant that those she killed in the game could truly die. Hearing this, Saya froze, horrified by the brutal prospect she was about to face. Saya, stunned, asked how her uncle knew these things, and Xiong Jihan secretly thought he couldn't tell the truth, so he blamed Ariel. He turned, summoned Ariel, and asked her to confirm, but the dark spirit remained silent. Ariel flew in front of Saya, warning that when the Space League opens, everything will be more brutal than imagined, and advised her to give up now. After a moment of silence, a determined smile unexpectedly appeared on Saya's lips. Xiong Jihan and Ariel intently observed her reaction from across from her. When Jihan advised his niece not to force herself, Saya firmly replied, no. She explained that precisely because a terrible future was approaching, she had even more reason not to give up. Jihan was completely surprised by Saya's resolute answer. Saya's face darkened as she realized everything was just as her uncle had said. She recalled the terrifying nightmare of being kidnapped and having a gun pointed at her head, a memory that still haunted her. Saya realized that if the game became reality, she would have to face even worse nightmares. At that moment, Sophia's advice echoed in her mind. If it were her, she would help that person so they wouldn't have to go through it again. The image of Sophia gently asserting that she wouldn't want someone important to bear all the burdens alone. Returning to reality, Saya raised her head, her eyes resolute. I don't want to leave you alone in that world. She stood up and declared firmly to Jihan, I will protect you. Xiong Jihan silently watched his niece, deeply moved. He secretly thought that Saya was truly a strong person. The image of the schoolgirl she once was appearing alongside her resilient current self. Jihan smiled in relief, reassuring her that he was just a little down and needed time to stabilize his emotions. Ariel suddenly broke the atmosphere, playfully revealing that Jihan had once flipped a dining table out of worry when Saya skipped a meal, leaving the girl astonished. Caught off guard, Jihan quickly changed the subject by opening a system screen, deflecting his embarrassment. Xiong Jihan gave Saya an item and told her to take it in case of unforeseen circumstances. It was the Void Veil, an S-rank cloak, which Xiong Jihan explained would keep her safe, though it was a bit suspicious. He advised her to use it if a situation similar to last time occurred again, but Saya was still skeptical about its necessity. Xiong Jihan suggested another option, always going out with her uncle, which made Saya laugh and joke that he was no different from a stalker. Saya's smile faded as she realized her joke might have hit close to home. Xiong Jihan admitted he just wanted to make sure she was happy, which stunned Saya because her uncle had actually been secretly following her. The scene shifted to a gold-rank defense map called Single Plank Bridge. A group of players gathered there, excited to experience the map for the first time, while another recognized it as the Battle of Chongping map. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, scolding the group for their noise. A foot stomped heavily on the ground, showing the anger of the newcomer. That person was Bijong, a gatekeeper NPC, who angrily questioned the group for daring to chat when the battle was about to begin. Bijong continued to scold them, saying their attitude was unworthy of Cloud Empire soldiers, making the players cover their ears and complain. Suddenly, Bijong narrowed his eyes, sensing an approaching threat. He turned to look at the bridge, where a dark aura was spreading from afar. An army of skeletons in black cloaks growled and charged across the bridge. Bijong immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. He roared, calling them wretched beasts, as the guandao in his hand began to gather brilliant blue lightning. With a loud shout, Bijong unleashed a powerful electric current, sweeping away the advancing skeletons. The remaining players also quickly plunged into the fight, confronting the enemies head-on. The swordsman leading the group delivered a powerful blow, shattering a skeleton soldier's shield. Bijong valiantly swung his weapon, smashing the last skeleton soldier. He stood proudly amidst the battlefield filled with enemy corpses, shrouded in smoke and dust. Hearing his comrades' calls, Bijong turned back with resolute eyes. However, at the other end of the bridge, a new enemy appeared, leading a formidable army. He smiled arrogantly, and his info panel appeared, confirming his identity. Hojo, the enemy commander. Hojo called out, inviting Bijong to join the Wind Empire, but only received an angry retort. Bijong boldly declared that the Cloud Empire would never surrender and that he would fight to the end. Hearing soldiers, Hojo sneered with utter contempt. He scoffed, pointing at the players dissolving into data and calling them a bunch of useless nobody. A cold notification appeared, stating that more than half of the players had died, causing Bijong's face to darken. With no other choice, Bijong poured all his strength into the long-bladed spear, making it glow brilliantly. He roared at Hoho that this place would be both their graves, then charged forward. A destructive bolt of lightning was unleashed, sweeping away everything in its path. Hojo was utterly stunned by the unimaginable power of the attack. The skeleton army was engulfed by the energy and disintegrated into dust. Immediately after, a cold notification appeared. Game over. Viewer comments appeared, discussing yet another failure in the first phase of the map. But then, the words "Game Start" reappeared, and Bijong's eyes shone with renewed determination. The scene returned to the moment Hojo had just appeared, signaling that a new loop had begun. The exchange between the two generals repeated, this time under the observation and commentary of other viewers. Hojo laughed arrogantly, mocking Bijong about his meager soldiers. Just as he was about to utter an insult, a dazzling golden energy beam suddenly cut across. Hojo was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Xiong Jihan had quickly gripped Bijong's weapon handle, asking sarcastically, "Are you blind or something?" The system announced that over 50% of players had survived, and Phase 2 of the battle began. "Who's useless now?" Xiong Jihan growled, as a hidden quest appeared, requiring him to save Bijong. A cutscene began, recounting the ancient tale of the Wind and Cloud Empire. The Emperor of the Wind Empire had resurrected from the dead and declared war on the Cloud Empire. His goal was to steal the divine beast, the symbol of the nation's power. In that war, Bijong, the commander of the Cloud Empire, along with 10 soldiers, repelled 3 invasions. Returning to the present, Xiong Jihan explained that this single-plank bridge game mode required players to fight alongside Bijong. He secretly calculated that the monsters were high level, and if more than half of the players died, Bijong would destroy the bridge, ending the match. In the middle of the battle, an exhausted Yun Se-ah called for Sophia's support, but she was also helpless. Realizing the situation, Xiong Jihan decided it was time to act. He forcefully planted the phoenix flag into the ground. A gigantic, blazing golden phoenix roared and rose from the ground. The system announced that the battlefield had received the Phoenix Blessing, astonishing Sophia and Yun Se-ah. All stats of team members and allies were increased by 25%. Hojo froze, looking up at the divine creature that had just appeared in the sky. Standing amidst his skeleton army, he stammered, "Could that be?" Hojo stammered in horror. "A phoenix. That's the divine beast, Phoenix." Empowered by the seal, Yun Se-ah's arrows easily pierced through the skeletons. The other teammates also cheered excitedly at the astonishing surge of power. No one dared to call Xiong Jihan a fake support anymore. Xiong Jihan turned to his niece. "Say, how's the enhancement effect?" Yun Se-ah looked displeased, saying she wanted to leave the party because she felt she was only leveling up without learning anything. But Jihan quickly stopped her. He seriously reminded her, "No. Do you remember the conditions for upgrading your talent this time?" She recalled that to upgrade Late Bloomer, she had to win the top 100 promotion match or maintain a 60% win rate. Nevertheless, Se-ah regretfully told Sophia that she wanted to party with them a few more times. Sophia unexpectedly grabbed Se-ah's hand, pleading with her to stay and promising to buff her exclusively. Xiong Jihan was speechless at the sight of Sophia enthusiastically clinging to his niece. Meanwhile, Bijong looked up at the blazing golden phoenix in the sky, unable to believe his eyes. He turned to Jihan with astonishment, asking if he was from the Imperial Guard, as only their captain possessed such power. Xiong Jihan had no idea what was happening. He was about to give a vague explanation when a notification appeared. Bijong was curious about it. Immediately, a hidden quest was activated. Gain Bijong's recognition and prevent his death. Realizing this was a great opportunity, Xiong Jihan's eyes flashed with light. He immediately got into character, bowing formally. Yes, General. A subordinate of the Imperial Guard greets General Bijong. Yunsea was bewildered by her uncle's actions, while Bijong fully believed him, and Jihan declared he would handle the enemy. Bijong cleared his throat, looking pleased but still a little hesitant. He warned that Hojo was not an easy opponent, then suggested Jihan fight alongside his soldiers. Xiong Jihan continued to persuade, asking Bijong about his sworn brotherhood with the Emperor. He declared himself the Emperor's incarnation, ready to sacrifice himself to protect the general, causing Bijong's trust to skyrocket. Bijong was moved to tears, recalling the day he and the Emperor became sworn brothers under the peach tree. Xiong Jihan calmly accepted the trust he had just earned. With burning resolve, Bijong transferred power from his cloud spear to Xiong Jihan to defeat Hojo. A powerful surge of lightning from the spear transferred directly into Jihan's phoenix flag. The system announced that the lightning power had been amplified, and his lightning stat increased, an unexpected result. On the opposite side, Hojo spoke mockingly, asking if their emotional play was over. He admitted he hadn't expected to meet a phoenix controller here, standing before his army of skeletons. Hojo roared, ordering his entire army to charge and seize the phoenix power. Xiong Jihan quickly assigned tasks, telling Seiya to take a high position, and Sophia to provide rear support. Then, he stood alone on the bridge, facing the entire charging undead army. He declared he would personally decapitate the enemy general, preparing to unleash limitless tri-talent. With the skill Heaven's Wrath, he swept away the enemy's entire vanguard. The skeleton warriors shattered into pieces, leaving Hojo stunned in amazement. Before Hojo could regain his composure, a surge of combined fire and lightning energy shot straight towards him. He hastily raised his greatsword to block the fierce attack. A massive explosion engulfed Hojo in blinding light. Pushed back but not defeated, Hojo glared furiously at Xiong Jihan. Xiong Jihan provoked him, inviting Hojo to a duel instead of hiding behind his paltry soldiers. Provoked, Hojo swung his greatsword powerfully. He let out a roar and brought his weapon down on Xiong Jihan. The NPC roared, "Hiding? Should I, the great Hojo, hide from a mere wretch like you?" Xiong Jihan calmly raised his staff to prepare to block the attack. He easily blocked the colossal blade with the shaft of the phoenix flag. Hojo gritted his teeth and challenged, "Block this if you can, you rat." Xiong Jihan merely smirked. Rat? Meanwhile, another dark force was rising in the distance. A skeleton warrior stood amidst the rubble, signaling a new attack. It opened its bony maw, declaring, "It's coming. Darkness is falling." From her high vantage point, Yunsea was startled to spot the enemy. She drew her bowstring taut, shouting to reassure herself, "It's coming this way again, I see it." Xiong Jihan looked up, realizing the situation had changed. Meanwhile, Seiya worriedly wondered if her uncle could manage alone. Without hesitation, Xiong Jihan used his staff as a lever, leaping over Hojo's head. He let out a shout as he soared past his bewildered opponent. As soon as he landed, he immediately gathered a terrifying surge of lightning in his right hand. A blinding electric explosion was unleashed, engulfing the entire battlefield. Caught in the attack, Hojo could only roar in pain as his body was incinerated by the lightning. Hojo glared after taking the lightning attack. He stood firm, challenging, "Is that all you've got?" Xiong Jihan realized, "Is this guy absorbing lightning power?" He thought to himself that even the lightning god formula only dealt a little damage, truly befitting a final boss. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan felt a surge of killing intent approaching. Hojo tensed, his eyes glowing, preparing for a powerful attack. He roared and swung his blade, unleashing a series of fierce slashes. Xiong Jihan's eyes widened in surprise at the speed of the attack. Hojo's attack was so powerful, it created a whirlwind that obscured even his own vision. Unexpectedly, Hojo lunged out from the dust cloud, reaching for Xiong Jihan. With his hair turned white, Xiong Jihan raised his staff in defense. He used the staff as a pivot, lightly leaping over his opponent's head. Xiong Jihan landed safely behind Hojo. Hojo turned around in surprise, not expecting Jihan's move. With a scratch on his cheek, Hojo admitted, "That was dangerous." Xiong Jihan said, "I aimed straight for your head, but you dodged it. Truly not ordinary." Hojo was about to surrender when suddenly, dark energy surged from Xiong Jihan's left hand. Hojo was completely stunned by the unfamiliar dark power. Xiong Jihan smirked. "Looks like lightning has no effect. Then let's try a fire arrow," he thought to himself as he summoned a brilliant fire phoenix. Hojo easily blocked Xiong Jihan's lightning attack, but immediately after, a brilliant phoenix flame was summoned. Engulfed in flames, Hojo roared in pain. He was struck down to the ground without any resistance. Xiong Jihan was surprised by the overly easy victory. He thought to himself, I used phoenix power because lightning was useless, but I didn't expect to defeat him in one blow. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan sensed something and turned around. Bijang stood there, exclaiming in shock. No way! He approached, praising Xiong Jihan for handling Hojo himself without his intervention. Bijang laughed heartily at his modesty, while Jihan realized that Phase 2 had ended. As Jihan was trying to recall who the final boss was, Hojo's body began to convulse. He trembled violently on the ground. Dark energy and countless black feathers burst from Hojo's body amidst piercing screams. Xiong Jihan smirked. Now I remember. A swarm of shadow crows, phoenix hatchlings, soared from the corpse, confirmed by the system as the final boss. Bijang was dumbfounded by the sight, unable to believe his eyes. Xiong Jihan calmly looked up at the sky, muttering that it was time for that being to appear. He glanced at the remaining skeleton soldier, who was clutching its head in pain. As Bijang was surprised that an enemy still survived, Xiong Jihan signaled him to be silent. He smiled confidently. This one seems a bit different. It's here. The skeleton soldier, an NPC freed from brainwashing, clutched its head and screamed that the darkness had finally arrived. The audience was surprised that a monster could speak, while others realized this was an NPC giving hints for Phase 3. Staggering to its feet, the soldier revealed that because of the Dark Phoenix, their Phoenix altar was still controlled even after death. Suddenly, it grabbed Xiong Jihan's shirt. It screamed an important clue. Among the 5 hatchlings, only one was real, and the true darkness must be destroyed to win. Xiong Jihan immediately understood, thinking to himself that it meant destroying the main body to end the game. While Bijang was confused about how to find the real one, the skeleton soldier turned to him and promised to do its best. General. However, it muttered to itself, trying to recall what the strategy was. Struggling to speak, it looked at Xiong Jihan. Finally, it gave a strange warning. The powers of lightning and phoenix must not be used together. Xiong Jihan was stunned, realizing this dialogue was completely absent from the NPC's original script. He was astonished as a distortion effect appeared before his eyes. A system message popped up, confirming an anomaly detected in the NPC's dialogue. Immediately after, the system warned that the terminal of an unauthorized constellation had infiltrated the game. Jihan stared at the entity possessing the skeleton soldier and coldly asked, "What are you?" The skeleton soldier slowly raised its head, a sinister smile evident on its bony face. The reflection in Jihan's eyes showed the possessor, dramatically expressing annoyance, uttering complaints. With glowing red eyes, it looked directly at Jihan and said, "So I've been discovered, huh?" Xiong Jihan was stunned, sweat pouring down as he realized the situation was out of control. The strange entity scoffed, theatrically asking the system if it could speak with Jihan for a bit. Xiong Jihan froze, completely stunned by the sudden event. The entity possessing the skeleton mockingly greeted him with the familiar name, Miori. As the system began the expulsion process, it frantically cried out that it understood. Before disappearing, it left an enigmatic warning, telling Jihan to be careful of the pigeons. It cheerfully waved goodbye as it was dragged out of the game world. The red light in the skeleton's eye sockets faded, marking the end of the possession. Returning to a normal NPC state, the skeleton looked around in bewilderment. It mumbled incomprehensibly, while Xiong Jihan wondered if the possession had truly ended. Suddenly, Bijang grabbed Jihan's shoulder as a piercing scream echoed. A bird-like shadow creature swooped down to attack a player. The player screamed in panic, trying to ward off the monster. Standing next to Jihan, Bijang loudly warned everyone that the phoenix flock was on the move. Jihan secretly regretted not being able to use his most effective counterskills due to the constellation's warning. He hesitated, not daring to ignore the advice of such a powerful entity, when Ariel suddenly appeared. The tiny spirit perched on the staff, urging its master to use Sword Shadow, surprising Jihan. With a hateful expression, Ariel revealed that the phoenixes were the enemies who had destroyed her clan. She added that they were also colluding with the World Tree Alliance. Xiong Jihan was completely bewildered by this information. While Ariel was eager for revenge, Jihan managed to pause and consider. He pointed out the contradiction in Ariel's account, that the World Tree Alliance was an ally of the elves, so it was unlikely they would slaughter each other. Ariel suddenly appeared behind Xiong Jihan. A shadow phoenix hatchling unexpectedly lunged to attack, startling Jihan. Ariel flew past, hastily urging him that she would explain later. She yelled, telling him to activate Eclipse immediately. The bird-shaped shadow monster shrieked piercingly. Following her words, Xiong Jihan concentrated dark energy into his left arm. He unleashed a sharp, dark slash towards the monster. The attack hit its mark, tearing apart the screaming shadow creature. Jihan was surprised the attack was effective, but Ariel scolded him for underestimating the power of sword shadow. The phoenix hatchling disintegrated into data fragments as it hit a shield. Elsewhere, the teammates were struggling to defend, their shields on the verge of shattering under the claws of another phoenix. Sophia panicked, hastily casting a spell for support. An archer in the group yelled at the monster to stay away from his people. The phoenix hatchling paused only for a moment before resuming its attack. Meanwhile, the monster Xiong Jihan had just destroyed was slowly regenerating from the shadows. Bijong was astonished to realize it had revived, and concluded that it wasn't the true body. Jihan deduced that the key to victory was to quickly find and destroy the main body. But the problem was, while he was analyzing, the desperate scream of another player echoed. A young teammate was seized by shadows, desperately crying for help. Immediately after, that player was mercilessly torn apart. Xiong Jihan thought to himself, this was the limit for gold-rank players. Only he and Bijong could harm the phoenixes. Sophia's staff slammed desperately against the ground. Bijong yelled loudly, telling everyone to gather around him for defense. He bravely stood in front of his teammates, roaring, "Get lost, you bastards! I won't let you harm these soldiers." Xiong Jihan was slightly surprised by Bijong's action. He realized that Bijong gathering everyone also caused the phoenix hatchlings to converge in one spot. Then, Xiong Jihan whispered, his left hand transforming into a dark sword. Bijong was astonished to see Xiong Jihan suddenly appear right in front of him. Without a word, Xiong Jihan stepped onto Bijong's shoulder, using him as a springboard. He shot into the air, leaving behind Bijong's astonished shout. From above, Xiong Jihan observed the densely gathered phoenix hatchlings below. He thought to himself, it was troublesome not being able to distinguish their true bodies. A violent vortex of dark energy began to form. Then it'll swallow all of you at once, Xiong Jihan decided. He prepared to unleash the nameless divine art. A dark shadow, divine art technique was unleashed, creating a massive, dark vortex that plunged downward. The phoenix hatchlings were swept in, screaming desperately as they were crushed. All the monsters vanished in the energy storm. As the vortex dissipated, all the dark energy condensed back into Xiong Jihan's hand. He gave a meaningful smile. Oh, but, after the jump, Xiong Jihan lost his balance and fell freely. Thinking to himself that he had landed incorrectly, he crashed into something incredibly hard. Surprisingly, a firm hand caught him in midair. Jihan looked up with an incredulous expression. The one who saved him was Bijong, who asked in astonishment what kind of person he was when the system announced that Jihan's skill had been recognized. The scene shifted to a skyscraper, signaling a return to the real world. Inside a training facility, Xiong Jihan tested his new weapon, creating a vortex of electric light. He slammed the spear into the ground with all his might, shattering the floor. Jihan was stunned by the destructive power beyond his control. He realized he had tried to hold back but couldn't. While the information panel displayed details about the SS rank cloud spear, Thunderstorm. When the mission ended, countless rewards were bestowed upon him. Among them, the most valuable gift was the lightning spear given by Bijong. Jihan pondered its unique combination potential, wondering if it could be merged with Eclipse. He turned to ask Ariel, his dark spirit, for her opinion. Ariel advised against it, as their compatibility was completely opposite and would weaken Eclipse's power. She explained that Eclipse was already strong enough and would become even stronger with support from her main body. Then, Ariel abruptly changed the subject, saying there was something more important. Jihan looked over and was astonished to see that Ariel was no longer a tiny spirit. Ariel looked back at him with a puzzled gaze. He pointed out that she had grown from the size of a pea to a normal person. But Ariel casually asked if there was a problem with this form. Ariel explained that this human form was her true self, which she couldn't maintain before because Xiong Jihan's sword shadow was too weak. She added that, thanks to absorbing energy from the phoenixes, her power was overflowing, and she would be able to use even more. Xiong Jihan admitted that the increase in sword shadow stats was good, but he still had some reservations. He confessed that Ariel's new form reminded him of the Shadow Queen and gave him chills, causing Ariel to angrily shout. She scolded him for becoming arrogant just because he received attention from her main body, but Jihan calmly replied that he had never asked for. Sighing exasperatedly, Jihan remarked, "Here we go again," while Ariel, now shrunken, suggested they finish their unfinished conversation. When Jihan didn't understand, Ariel asked him what he was talking about. Jihan sat down, recalling their conversation at One Line Bridge. He got straight to the point, asking why the Shadow Elves opposed other elves. Ariel replied with a loaded question. "Why do you think we are the same kind of elf?" Xiong Jihan fell silent, confused by her answer. Ariel began to explain that all elves are born from the world tree, but only about 1/10 have a perfect form. She revealed that she was one of the defective products discarded for not having the desired appearance. In her despair, her soul was saved. That person was none other than her main body, the Shadow Queen. The Queen gathered the souls of the outcast elves and reincarnated them as shadow elves. Under the queen's leadership, they rebelled and declared a planet as the homeland of the shadow elves. Ariel asserted that even though the World Tree Alliance was very powerful, one day they would wipe out their enemies. Xiong Jihan quietly listened to the entire story of their origin and feud. He thought about that deep-seated animosity and recalled that, even in his previous life, the elves were incredibly cruel, almost destroying Earth. As he entered the training room, Xiong Jihan saw Yoon Se-ah staring at her phone in shock. He approached to ask what was wrong, and Se-ah anxiously urged her uncle to look at a news report. On the screen was an article about the Korean national team's continued failure in the BattleNet tournament. Se-ah was bewildered, not knowing how many times this had happened, fearing that dungeons would appear due to this failure. Jihan looked at the news, thinking to himself that he might have to act sooner than planned. Se-ah asked blankly what her uncle meant, when Jihan's phone suddenly rang. On the other end of the line, a man introduced himself as Director Park Yoon-sik. Jihan listened, as Director Park explained that the situation had become urgent. From his office, Director Park looked at the article about the team's failure, and reiterated his previous offer. He formally asked Jihan about joining the national team. Afterward, at the BattleNet Bureau headquarters, a meeting was arranged. Director Park thanked Jihan for accepting the invitation. Jihan calmly replied that joining the team had always been part of his plan. He told himself that he couldn't let Korea's ranking fall any further, and would clean up this mess. Director Park led the way, saying that first they would go greet the national players. The door to the team's waiting room slowly opened. Upon entering, both Jihan and Director Park were stunned by the scene inside. A blood-stained hand gripped a baseball bat tightly, and angry curses echoed. Captain Lee Jin-wook stood over a fallen teammate, growling if they were intentionally trying to make him lose face. He furiously swung the bat down, shouting that they had to fight as if their lives depended on it. Lee Jin-wook growled his teammate's name, Kim Dong-woo. When manager Park Yoon-sik and Xiong Jihan entered, they witnessed a horrifying scene. Lee Jin-wook casually stated that he was merely disciplining his teammates, who lay sprawled on the floor. Manager Park cried out in horror, unable to believe this was a form of discipline. Lee Jin-wook turned, a smirk on his face, and asked if Xiong Jihan was the national team's new candidate. He extended his blood-stained hand and greeted Jihan. With a disdainful smile, he expressed doubt that a gold-ranked player could truly make it onto the team. Nevertheless, he said he looked forward to working with him. Xiong Jihan calmly replied, and reached out to grasp Lee Jin-wook's blood-soaked hand. At that very moment, Lee Jin-wook flashed a sinister smile. His outstretched hand suddenly clenched into a fist. He unexpectedly threw a punch straight at Xiong Jihan's face. Manager Park was stunned by the unforeseen act of violence. A flashback to a few days prior appeared, when Manager Park proposed recruiting Xiong Jihan. Lee Jin-wook, in a meeting, slammed the table in fierce protest. He couldn't believe his ears. While Manager Park explained that they would conduct an official test if Jihan agreed, Manager Park remained calm in the face of Lee Jin-wook's anger. Lee Jin-wook roared that recruiting a gold-ranked player just for popularity was absurd and could ruin the entire team. Manager Park began to explain that the team's performance had plummeted disastrously since the Sword King left. He cited numerous public opinions, all showing disappointment and demanding a change, with Xiong Jihan's name constantly being mentioned. He concluded that this was the entire nation's public opinion regarding the team, leaving Lee Jin-wook speechless. In a fit of rage, Lee Jin-wook gritted his teeth and snarled Yoon Se-jin's name. He reminisced about the past, when the Sword King Yoon Se-jin was surrounded by the press like a hero. A young reporter wondered why they weren't interviewing other players. His older colleague brushed it off, saying that apart from the Sword King, everyone else was trapped. That bitter memory resurfaced, and Lee Jin-wook resentfully thought of Yoon Se-jin, and now his brother-in-law, Xiong Jihan. He secretly swore that if Xiong Jihan dared to even think about joining the national team, he would crush him into pieces. Suddenly, Lee Jin-wook was startled back to reality. At this very moment, his wrist was firmly held by Xiong Jihan. "What did you just do?" Xiong Jihan asked coldly. After a moment of surprise, Lee Jin-wook smirked. He burst out laughing and pulled his hand back. As expected, Xiong Jihan, "You're not easy to deal with at all," Lee Jin-wook said. Manager Park quickly interjected, explaining that it was just a simple test. Xiong Jihan indifferently asked if the skill verification was over. Manager Park replied that since Jihan was a special case, there would be a separate test. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Lee Jin-wook immediately spoke up, suggesting that Jihan's abilities must be thoroughly verified so that no one could complain. He believed that if a professional player acknowledged Jihan's true strength, everything would be settled. Lee Jin-wook looked directly at Xiong Jihan and issued a challenge. "Let's have a one-on-one match, Xiong Jihan." Lee Jin-wook looked directly at Xiong Jihan and proposed. "In front of everyone, let's make things clear. What do you say?" Manager Park Yoon-sik frantically tried to intervene, stammering about Kim Dong-woo, who had just been assaulted. But Xiong Jihan merely smirked and calmly replied, "Sounds good." He confidently accepted the challenge, believing it was the best way to quell all disputes. Meanwhile, at the Daegi Guild office, Li Haiyun was on an important phone call. Public opinion was boiling with conflicting views regarding Xiong Jihan being considered for the national team. With a worried expression, Li Haiyun asked into the phone, "Will this be okay?" She explained to Xiong Jihan that a gold-ranked player being considered was already a big deal, let alone a public match broadcast on television. Jihan calmly asked about the timing, and Li Haiyun stated the match was scheduled for a week later, suggesting they postpone it. Jihan decisively refused, asserting that the timing was perfect, and asked her to confirm the schedule. Li Haiyun hesitantly called him master. She firmly stated that she would once again believe in his victory. Xiong Jihan listened in silence on the other end of the line. They both ended the call, Li Haiyun promising to contact him again if any issues arose. After hanging up, Jihan realized their intention. A live televised match solely aimed at humiliating him. He deduced that even through a brief encounter, they had realized he hadn't reached the national team's level. But, he thought to himself while activating his status window. The information panel appeared, showing he was level 72 inches the Gold League. A system notification popped up. His strength stat had reached 99 points, asking if he wanted to invest one more point. Looking at the status window, Xiong Jihan confidently thought to himself, "Will things still be the same a week from now?" A system notification confirmed that both strength and force stats had reached 100 points. A powerful surge of energy enveloped Xiong Jihan as he completed the allocation. Immediately, he felt a profound change occurring within his body. Looking at his glowing hands, he realized that just one difference had elevated his power to a new level. He believed that at this very moment, he could execute the plan he had long harbored. His plan was to circulate his internal energy and stimulate it with external force. The goal was to break through the invisible wall separating his dantian. The system notified him that he was attempting to merge his 3 dantian. Horrific pain surged, feeling as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. Despite the agony, he was determined not to stop halfway and to endure until the end. He braced himself, enduring as the meridians separating his dantian began to crack. With a shout, he unleashed all his energy to shatter the barrier. After the energy explosion, Xiong Jihan staggered, exhausted. Collapsing to the floor, he received a notification that he had successfully merged his 3 dantian. The 2 stats, strength and force, had merged, restructuring into a new stat, and granting him the star-grade ability, Martial Soul. He wondered in astonishment if star-grade ability was a rank even higher than unique stats. Regardless, he breathed a sigh of relief as the plan had succeeded. A strange new power radiating from his body. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power of the Martial Soul. A dark aura escaped, signaling another change. Suddenly, an urgent notification appeared. As the owner of the Martial Soul, the wandering martial god was summoning him. Xiong Jihan staggered, wondering about the power of the constellation, and if it was even higher than unique stats. Anyway, he breathed a sigh of relief seeing it had worked, as a massive surge of dark aura erupted from his body. The dark energy fiercely converged behind him. Then the aura vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that the owner of the nameless martial soul was being summoned by the wandering martial god. Xiong Jihan was stunned to find himself teleported to an unfamiliar land. He looked around in a daze, at a desolate space with a deep purple sky, where countless glowing weapons floated. He wondered in astonishment where this place was. Recalling the notification, Xiong Jihan realized that the wandering martial god hadn't just reclaimed a portion of his talent like last time, but had directly summoned him. A voice echoed from behind, remarking that it had been a long time since a guest had arrived. Xiong Jihan startled and turned around, facing a tall, dark silhouette. He asked if that was the wandering martial god. The dark silhouette merely smirked in silence. The entity explained that Xiong Jihan's level was too low to directly face the martial god, so it had come on his behalf. The dark silhouette gradually transformed, revealing the figure of an old man in ancient attire, who introduced himself as a servant of the martial god, one who had lived for 3,000 lifetimes. The old man fully revealed himself and stated his name was Dongfang Sak. Xiong Jihan was stunned as a system window displayed information about Dongfang Sak's brush, confirming the other person's identity. Dongfang Sak guessed Xiong Jihan's confusion about the reason for his summoning. He got straight to the point, demanding that Xiong Jihan abandon the nameless martial soul to become a servant of the martial god. Xiong Jihan asked again in surprise, and Dongfang Sak explained that the nameless martial soul was a power that only one person per planet could possess. Dongfang Sak raised his index finger in warning. If you continue to cling to that power, countless purple energy swords immediately shot forth with a whoosh. Xiong Jihan stood at the epicenter, enduring the pressure from the surges of power. Dongfang Sak declared from above, "The moment your power is fully unleashed, you will be killed by the martial god." He offered a choice. "But if you abandon the nameless martial soul and submit to him, you can live an eternal, immortal life as his servant. What will you choose?" His question hung in the air amidst the blades pointed at Xiong Jihan. Xiong Jihan wondered. Only one person per planet can possess the nameless martial soul. Does that mean the martial god is from Earth? He quickly dismissed it, concluding that the only choices were death or slavery, and they wouldn't kill him immediately if he refused. Dongfang Sak smiled smugly. "I can clearly see what you're thinking." He began to advise, "If I may offer some counsel, for your young life is very precious. The countless weapons floating around here all belong to constellations, who challenged the martial god and failed." Dongfang Sak continued to warn, "Do not risk your life for a hopeless cause, chosen one. What good is refusing to be a dragon's tail to be a snake's head if you lose your life?" Xiong Jihan fell silent, his face obscured by shadow. Finally, he spoke. "You have a point." Before Dongfang Sak could rejoice, Xiong Jihan declared firmly, "All right. But I will not become a slave." He raised his head and faced him. "I will use the power of the nameless martial soul, and in the future, I will defeat the martial god." Images of his ruined family and homeland flashed, strengthening his resolve. "To protect my planet, I cannot merely be a dragon's tail." Dongfang Sak silently observed that bold declaration. He looked down and admitted, "I see. Though a rookie, you are still a human bearing the nameless martial soul. I like that." Dongfang Sak smiled in approval. "Indeed. A man must at least possess such spirit," Dongfang Sak said. But, then unexpectedly lunged to attack Xiong Jihan. With glowing eyes, he unleashed a purple energy palm strike. The attack struck Xiong Jihan, sending him flying backward. Xiong Jihan struggled to stay upright, his feet scraping hard against the ground. As he struggled to get up, Dongfang Sak spoke of the law of the strong. He continued to explain that spirit alone was not enough to survive. "If you wish to challenge the martial god," Dongfang Sak said, summoning a sword of light, "you must first entertain me." He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash. Xiong Jihan didn't flinch, his gaze firm as he faced the attack. Dongfang Sak increased his power, creating a massive vortex of energy. "Let's see how you block this attack, chosen one," he smirked. Xiong Jihan was stunned by the scale of the technique. He desperately wondered how he could block this destructive attack. Suddenly, a powerful voice commanded, "Stop," and a colossal dark silhouette appeared, nullifying the attack. Dongfang Sak was forced to his knees, exclaiming in terror, "Martial God." Xiong Jihan looked up at the colossal dark silhouette engulfing the space. He realized in shock that it was indeed the wandering martial god. The entity scoffed. "A mere mortal who hasn't even become a constellation thinks they can defeat me? How amusing." After a moment of silence, the martial god declared, "Very well, I shall wait." Immediately, a surge of dark energy and lightning erupted from Xiong Jihan's body. In his private space, the wandering martial god smiled meaningfully, setting a date for his reunion with Xiong Jihan. He declared that he greatly looked forward to that meeting, as Xiong Jihan was sucked into an energy vortex. Immediately, Xiong Jihan was thrown back into the real world, collapsing onto the sidewalk. He propped himself up, gasping for breath on the street, causing passers-by to turn and stare in surprise. Xiong Jihan clutched his head in pain, thinking that just a glimpse of the martial god's true form was enough to make his head feel like it would explode. He was stunned to realize the enormous power gap between himself and that entity, then suddenly startled by a call. A group of young fans recognized him and cheered excitedly, surrounding him and asking questions rapidly. Xiong Jihan was completely bewildered when asked where he had been, and if he had given up on the national team tryouts. Before he could even understand what was happening, a black car pulled up and stopped right beside him. Yunsea stepped out of the car, calling her uncle's name in astonishment. She rushed over and grabbed his hand, anxiously asking where he had been all this time. While Xiong Jihan was still wondering why everyone was acting strangely, Yunsea screamed in disbelief at his bewilderment. She revealed a shocking truth. "You've been gone for a whole week," Sea repeated the question urgently. While Xiong Jihan was still reeling from shock, she questioned him with an incredulous look, not understanding why her uncle was asking, as if he knew nothing. Xiong Jihan was dumbfounded when he heard his niece confirm again that he had been missing for a whole week. Just then, Li Hayon also appeared and loudly called her guild master's name. She hastily urged both of them to get into the car quickly to leave. The car door slammed shut as soon as they were inside. The car sped away, leaving behind the crowd of fans trying to chase after it in vain. Inside the speeding car, Li Hayon immediately questioned Xiong Jihan about his disappearance. She explained that everything had been chaotic for a week, the police searched in vain, and Yunsea had been extremely worried. Jihan was astonished to realize how quickly time had passed while he met Dongfang Sak and the wandering martial god. He was suddenly startled as an important memory rushed back to him. With a panicked expression, Jihan grabbed Li Haiyun's shoulder and asked about the national team tryout. He anxiously asked if the public match was supposed to happen today, and if it had been cancelled. Jihan silently thought about the match schedule with a determined expression. Li Haiyun confirmed that the match had not been cancelled. While at the venue, Kim Dong-woo was standing before the press. Reporters surrounded Kim Dong-woo, asking rapidly if the match would proceed as planned. Kim Dong-woo confidently replied that the match would continue as long as Jihan returned, while a reporter questioned the rumors of Jihan's intentional disappearance. Kim Dong-woo recalled the words he had said to Xiong Jihan when they first met. In his flashback, he had arrogantly challenged that he would crush Jihan in front of everyone. Back in the present, Kim Dong-woo secretly told himself that he didn't care where Jihan had been. He thought maliciously that if Jihan was a man, he should take responsibility for his words. Kim Dong-woo smugly believed he would get what he wanted without effort, but still hoped Jihan would return soon to be humiliated by him. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared from the sky in a flash of light, stunning Kim Dong-woo and the reporters. Amidst the lingering energy, Xiong Jihan calmly answered his phone. "Yes, sir, I've just arrived." The reporters froze for a moment, then screamed in astonishment as they realized it was Xiong Jihan. They immediately rushed forward, continuously asking questions about his return and whether he had given up on the tryout. Witnessing the scene, Kim Dong-woo broke out in a cold sweat, astonished by his heaven-sent appearance and Jihan's terrifying star power. Director Park Yoon-sik breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiong Jihan appear, glad that he was safe. Kim Dong-woo smiled in welcome, saying it was lucky Jihan had arrived just in time. He put his arm around Jihan's shoulder, declaring they would enter the match together, while the crowd of reporters tried to shout questions. Xiong Jihan walked silently. Kim Dong-woo secretly thought that he had assumed Jihan was scared and gave up, wondering why he was only appearing now. However, upon closer inspection, Dong-woo noticed something. He saw that Jihan's face looked terrible, wondering if he had truly been hiding due to illness. Meanwhile, Jihan was enduring the after-effects of his confrontation with Dongfang Sak and the martial god. Additionally, he had gained a new ability, Martial Soul, but had no idea how to use it. Looking at his opponent, Jihan secretly admitted that this battle might be difficult. The scene shifted to a vast Roman arena, where the match was about to begin. A commentator greeted the eagerly awaiting audience. In the observation room, Oh Gyu-sung and Kim Nam-tae also sighed in relief that the match could finally take place, even though Jihan's last-minute appearance had worried them. In the middle of the arena, Kim Dong-woo stood confidently, ready for the official tryouts to select new national representatives. Facing him was Xiong Jihan, in a public exhibition match between a national player and a gold-ranked player. The announcement rang out, and the match officially began. The live chat exploded with astonished comments about Jihan's return and bets on the match. Kim Dong-woo asked with feigned concern if Jihan was alright. Jihan replied that there was no need to worry, causing Dong-woo to sneer that he didn't care anyway. He declared that whether Jihan was sick or not was none of his business, then charged forward. Kim Dong-woo shouted, challenging Xiong Jihan not to make excuses after losing, then charged forward. Xiong Jihan easily dodged his opponent's charge, causing Kim Dong-woo's attack to hit nothing but air. He silently acknowledged that he was indeed worthy of being a national player. However, Jihan noticed that Kim Dong-woo's skill and speed were lacking, and if he kept charging in so crudely, he would easily expose openings, and Jihan immediately launched an attack covered in lightning. Kim Dong-woo gritted his teeth in astonishment at the lightning-fast counterattack. Xiong Jihan roared, asking his opponent where he thought he was going as a lightning blade shot towards Dong-woo. However, Kim Dong-woo suddenly vanished from the attack's trajectory, leaving Jihan stunned. Immediately after, Dong-woo reappeared and landed a punch on the back of Jihan's head. Xiong Jihan was completely taken aback by the unpredictable counterattack. Kim Dong-woo grabbed Jihan's fist, smirked confidently, and said that his movements were too easy to predict. Kim Dong-woo's S-rank talent, Future Prediction, allowed him to foresee his opponent's next move. Theoretically, as long as his physical body could keep up, he could dodge any attack. Thanks to that ability, Kim Dong-woo easily dodged all of Xiong Jihan's furious attack. Xiong Jihan looked tense as all his attack attempts proved futile. Kim Dong-woo seized the opportunity to counterattack with a powerful kick. Jihan struggled to raise his arm to block the blow, realizing his absolute domain wasn't activating as before. Seeing this, Kim Dong-woo laughed loudly, mocking Jihan as a fool for daring to fight him barehanded. The Future Prediction ability once again showed Dong-woo Jihan's attacks in advance. He confidently declared that Jihan wouldn't be able to touch him, then subtly tilted his body to dodge the punch. A loud explosion echoed, sending dust flying everywhere in the arena. Amidst the smoke, Kim Dong-woo wore a smug smile, confident in his victory. However, Xiong Jihan resiliently rose from the dust. Fresh blood began to drip onto the ground from a wound on his body. In the observation room, Kim Namtae and Oh Gyu-sung sprang from their seats in horror. Kim Namtae panicked as the match monitoring screen suddenly became heavily distorted. When the dust cleared, the sight that appeared stunned everyone. Xiong Jihan was holding Kim Dong-woo up. Kim Dong-woo hastily drew his sword in shock. He looked down in horror at his right arm, now severely wounded and covered in blood. The pain hit, and Kim Dong-woo screamed miserably, while Xiong Jihan stood silently. Ignoring the screams, Xiong Jihan calmly looked straight ahead. He looked at his fist, now flaring with a brilliant red aura, and wondered, so this is how it's used? Kim Dong-woo clutched his injured arm, roaring in anger and confusion as to why he was the one hit. Xiong Jihan, enveloped in the red aura, coldly thanked his opponent. He declared that thanks to Dong-woo, scurrying around like a mouse, he had finally grasped the feeling of his new power. Despite his fear, Kim Dong-woo still tried to summon a blue energy sword for defense. He concentrated intensely, trying to calm himself and reactivate his future prediction talent. His vision foretold the next attack would target his upper front. But before he could react, Xiong Jihan's blazing fist was already right in front of him. A devastating punch was unleashed, creating an energy explosion, and sending Kim Dong-woo flying. An extremely powerful shockwave erupted, sending Kim Dong-woo soaring far across the arena. He slid across the ground, his body bruised, looking up with a face full of utter astonishment. No way, Kim Dong-woo thought, his face both pained and disbelieving. He recalled that moment and wondered, I clearly dodged it. How is this possible? A notification appeared, introducing Xiong Jihan's new stat, Nameless Martial Soul. This was an ability combining two stats, strength and force. The strength energy enhanced the body, and force, which created the ability to control objects, were merged and enveloped his person. If one could master this ability proficiently, Xiong Jihan easily used his forearm, enveloped in red energy, to block Kim Dong-woo's sword strike. Then it could be considered an all-around offensive and defensive ability, and he unleashed a devastating punch at his opponent. Kim Dong-woo coughed up blood, his entire body racked with pain from the unimaginably powerful attack. Xiong Jihan continued his assault, each strike creating a terrifying energy explosion. The match commentator screamed, "What in the world is happening here?" Player Xiong Jihan has completely overwhelming player Kim Dong-woo, the voice echoed throughout the arena. Collapsed by a broken wall, Kim Dong-woo could only groan in pain. Xiong Jihan looked down and admitted, "Still standing? I have to admit, he's tough, like a true warrior." Surprisingly, Kim Dong-woo let out a weak laugh. He smirked and said, "You've exceeded my expectations. Not bad for a gold rank player." "All right, I concede," Kim Dong-woo continued, leaving Xiong Jihan perplexed. Then, with a wide grin, he pointed forward and shouted, "You've passed, Xiong Jihan." Jihan stood over his fallen opponent, questioning Kim Dong-woo's strange declaration. Meanwhile, at the management office, Director Oh Gyu-sung received a notification about the match results. The arena's loudspeakers blared, announcing that Kim Dong-woo could no longer continue the match. The winner of the public match was announced to be Xiong Jihan, as enthusiastic comments from the audience began to flood in. Fans expressed extreme excitement, with some even declaring they wanted to become Xiong Jihan in their next life. Elsewhere, Shizuru muttered to herself as she watched Jihan's victory on screen. She pondered the fact that Jihan had truly defeated a national player, and the possibility of him participating in the World Championship. Turning to the man sitting opposite her, Shizuru asked Yoon Sejin for his opinion. Sejin coldly replied that he wasn't sure, his expression completely indifferent. He stood up and declared that Jihan was no longer related to him, asserting that he would take Jihan down without hesitation if they faced off, prompting Shizuru to comment on his coldness. A waiter approached, politely offering to pour wine for Shizuru. However, the wine unexpectedly overflowed from the glass, startling her. The waiter quickly apologized and moved to clean up the spill. Shizuru unexpectedly grabbed his wrist, stopping him. With a mysterious smile, she looked at the shimmering wine glass. She deliberately spilled the remaining wine onto the floor. To the waiter's astonishment, enveloped in a pink energy aura, Shizuru provocatively asked if she should lick up the spilled wine and serve it back to him. Under the effect of her manipulation ability, the waiter blushed and stammered his agreement. He obediently knelt on the floor, preparing to lick up the spilled wine at Shizuru's command. Shizuru smiled and called out to Yoon Sejin, who was turning to look at her from a distance. Shizuru asked Yoon Sejin if he could guarantee victory if he faced Xiong Jihan, causing him to ponder in silence. Yoon Sejin admitted that he could win currently, but with Jihan's rate of growth, next year would be an unknown. Shizuru was secretly astonished, realizing that Jihan must now be many times stronger than when he fought Akari not long ago. Meanwhile, both watched an interview on screen, where a reporter asked Xiong Jihan how he felt about being selected as a national player. On air, Jihan humbly replied that it was a position he had always aimed for, and, with a bit of luck, achieved earlier than expected, making the reporter laugh. Two Japanese officials also watched intently as the reporter continued to ask about Jihan's determination. Jihan suddenly fell silent, secretly wondering if that bastard Yoon Se-jin was watching. In a car, Lee Ha-yun and Yoon Se-ah were also watching the broadcast, where Jihan promised all the citizens that Korea would no longer lose. Yoon Se-jin stared at the screen, as Jihan declared that even as a newcomer, he would fulfill his promise. Jihan's eyes turned cold as he openly challenged, saying that if he met the Sword King in the upcoming Korea-Japan match, he would cut off that traitor's head and offer it to the entire nation, leaving Yoon Se-jin stunned with shock and rage. At the same time, in another space, a brutal death game was unfolding as players were mercilessly eliminated. Amidst the chaotic arena, Xiong Jihan, with his glowing white hair, was unleashing dark power, slaughtering other players. A young player with curly hair looked up in horror, unable to believe the destructive power before his eyes. He screamed a curse in despair as the scythe of death, made of dark energy, descended. That player only managed a final scream as he was engulfed by Jihan's attack. His face froze in his final moments before dissipating. Amidst the devastated battlefield, Xiong Jihan stood alone, wondering if it was over. He irritably looked at the notification board, annoyed that there were still 54 survivors, and he couldn't move to another area to hunt them down. Suddenly, Ariel appeared above, delivering a serious warning, making Xiong Jihan look up in surprise. Xiong Jihan secretly thought that this place looked familiar. Ariel confirmed that this was a laboratory of the World Tree Alliance. She explained that planets invaded by elves always had abandoned laboratories, and some of her kin had died due to the remaining traps. Jihan reflected that he had never entered a laboratory like this as a game map. He found it strange that an elf facility would appear as a survival map. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out, startling Jihan. The system announced that all test subjects had been eliminated, and an anomalous subject was detected. Immediately after, the full incineration protocol was initiated, and a network of red lasers enveloped the entire room. Jihan turned to look, completely bewildered by what was happening. Other viewers commented that he hadn't read the instructions and shouldn't underestimate newcomers. He angrily shouted, deeming it absurd to die without being able to evade. Ariel suddenly appeared, urgently telling him to rush through the central door. She explained that it was a spatial rift that would open when the trap activated, but Jihan only saw a wall. Ariel yelled, warning that the rift wouldn't stay open for long. Jihan gritted his teeth, deciding to bet on her words. He rushed forward at terrifying speed, secretly threatening Ariel if she was wrong. His hand touched the metal wall and began to pass through it. His entire body successfully passed through the rift just before the incinerating energy swept through. He landed safely on the other side, sweat pouring down. Opening his eyes, Jihan was astonished to find himself in a completely different place, bathed in light. Xiong Jihan wondered in astonishment where he was as he looked out at a beautiful garden. Bright sunlight shone through the foliage, creating a breathtaking scene. The gurgling sound of water from a stone fountain further enhanced the peaceful atmosphere. He turned to ask Ariel, but she confessed she knew nothing about such a space. Just then, a system notification appeared, confirming he had completed the hidden quest Escape from the Red Zone. Immediately after, a new epic quest was unlocked. Confront the owner of the trial zone to receive a reward of 1 million achievement points. Jihan felt there was something unusual about this quest, and wondered if it was real. He suddenly turned around when he sensed another presence. A blonde woman stood in the distance, asking who he was. She was an elf, and she secretly thought, could a test subject have escaped? Xiong Jihan was stunned to realize he was facing an elf. Ariel cried out in alarm, warning him to be careful because it was a real elf. But Jihan remained calm. He deduced that this might be the owner of the trial zone, belonging to the World Tree Alliance. The female elf smiled meaningfully, remarking that no test subject had ever made it this far. She gracefully invited him for tea, saying it was just in time for afternoon tea. Jihan secretly calculated. He wanted to take her down immediately, but couldn't risk it without knowing the opponent's true strength. Therefore, he decided to play along for now, responding to the invitation politely. The female elf began pouring tea from an exquisite porcelain teapot. They both sat opposite each other at a table in the gazebo amidst the garden. She handed him a teacup and invited him to drink. Xiong Jihan thought cautiously, this is really suspicious. She wouldn't put poison in the tea, would she? Meanwhile, Ariel urged, she's very suspicious. Why don't you deal with her right away? But Jihan decided to wait. Trying to act natural, Jihan thought that since this was still the tutorial, it wouldn't be too dangerous. then thanked her for the tea. The blonde elf silently observed him with calm eyes. After taking a sip, Jihan got straight to the point. So, where is this, and what's happening? She smiled back. You don't look like an ordinary player either. What are you? What have you been doing in the trial zone map? Seeing Jihan's surprise, the elf continued in a teasing tone. You're quite curious, aren't you? She explained. You can ask one question at a time. This is just my beloved garden, and of course, I'm not here to participate in a tutorial like you. Her eyes suddenly flashed with blue light as she revealed. I'm just observing all of you from here. Jihan secretly thought that she was surprisingly cooperative. Perhaps getting information would be easier than expected. He immediately followed up. So, what's your reason for observing us? It's simple, the elf replied, gently placing her teacup on the table. Her smile turned sinister. When an unusual test subject like you appears, I'll capture them and make them my slave. Xiong Jihan was completely stunned by that sudden declaration. Immediately, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, and his vision began to blur. The teacup in his hand fell, shattering into pieces on the ground. His body lost all strength, and Jihan knelt, bracing himself with his hands on the floor. He realized in panic. What? My body? While the elf calmly watched, her voice echoed. It's hard to move your body as you wish, isn't it? She leaned down to look at the collapsing Jihan and said calmly, Don't worry. Your breathing and heart rate will stabilize soon. The blonde elf grabbed Xiong Jihan's hair, declaring she would make him her slave. Completely paralyzed, Xiong Jihan could only stare as a stream of green energy enveloped him. The scene suddenly shifted to a live broadcast, where the audience was shocked by Jihan's condition. Other viewers also expressed extreme concern, realizing he was in real danger. The elf showed annoyance, grumbling that her actions were being watched by others. A system notification rang out, stating that only 50 survivors remained in the game. In the green zone, another player with a scar on his cheek stood watching, while the number of survivors was updated to 26. Elsewhere, the sole remaining player of the red zone looked at a holographic figure, as the system reported 23 people left in the yellow zone. Returning to Xiong Jihan, another notification appeared, stating that the game would soon end. The elf sighed, disappointed that the game ended too quickly for the weak ones. However, Jihan secretly thought that he had planted the leaf and just needed to wait for the next opportunity. A hand gestured, giving an order to her slave. The blonde elf, with glowing eyes, ordered Jihan to find her in the next game. Having said that, she turned and stepped into a blue spatial gate to leave. The game scene vanished, returning to the image of a skyscraper in the real world. Xiong Jihan startled awake in his office chair. He fell to the floor, and Ariel immediately appeared, calling his name in a panic. The shadow spirit blamed herself for not being able to prevent it, not expecting the elf to act before the tutorial ended. Ariel suddenly noticed a strange pattern glowing on Jihan's chest. It was the world tree leaf, a legendary item he had just planted on himself. Ariel tried to shake Xiong Jihan awake, shouting, Wake up, Xiong Jihan, don't let that evil guy trick you. She grew increasingly frantic, yelling, Wake up, you damn master. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed her wrist, stopping all her movement. Ariel stared down in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Xiong Jihan looked up, his voice calm. Who would fall for a pointy-eared one's trap? Ariel burst into tears of relief upon seeing that he was fully conscious. Just then, Yun Se-ah burst into the room, shouting, Uncle, did an elf make you drink herbal tea and enslave you again? From Se-ah's perspective, the sight of Ariel holding Jihan tightly looked extremely suspicious. The girl fearfully wondered if Ariel was the master, but the shadow spirit quickly denied it. After all, misunderstandings were resolved. The three of them looked at the image of the golden-haired elf on the screen. Jihan asked directly, So this elf implanted a world tree leaf in me? And Ariel confirmed it. Ariel explained that the world tree leaf could both neutralize abnormal statuses and be used to control others' wills. Xiong Jihan couldn't help but be astonished to learn that a single leaf had such terrifying uses. Ariel looked at him, full of questions. But why do you still look fine? Se-ah suggested that it might be similar to how Shizura's charm was useless against him, but Jihan thought the world tree's power was on a different level. He guessed that the martial soul he had just acquired helped him resist the control. Jihan explained that he initially lost control of his body, but then mastered the new energy source and regained control. Se-ah turned to ask Ariel if she understood, and the girl bluntly concluded, It means your uncle is a cheater. Jihan felt uneasy, wondering if he would have to cut himself open to retrieve the leaf, causing Se-ah to cry out in alarm. Ariel stated that the leaf had merged with his body, and Jihan concluded that he had to find that elf again. Both Xiong Jihan and Yun Se-ah looked at the image of the golden-haired elf on the screen. Yun Se-ah worriedly asked if, since the leaf wasn't causing any problems, he could just leave it as it was. Jihan reassured his niece, affirming that he was fine, and asking her to trust him. He gently apologized for making Yoon-se-ah worry. Placing his hand on his chest, where the leaf's green light emanated, Jihan asserted that it was necessary for his plan. A few days later, at the BattleNet Bureau building, Xiong Jihan confidently walked inside. Escorted by 2 staff members, he walked while talking on the phone with Yoon-se-ah, confirming his arrival. When asked about famous players, Jihan smugly joked that he might be the most famous one there. He recalled the meeting after the duel, where he was summoned to the national team and received a training program. Although the thought of training with Kim Dong-woo, whom he had defeated before the entire nation, was a bit bothersome, Jihan accepted it as it was a mandatory schedule. He explained to Yoon-se-ah that he had to move in with them, even though he found it troublesome himself. On a bustling street, Yoon-se-ah listened as her uncle said he would officially move in next week. She complained that she would have to look after the house alone and would be very bored. Jihan then suggested that Yoon-se-ah should also move in with him, which made her laugh in surprise. The young girl reassured him that she didn't need excessive protection from her uncle and was currently out shopping, so she wouldn't go hungry. As soon as Yoon-se-ah hung up, a pair of sinister eyes emerged from the shadows. She was unaware that a figure in black, with their face completely covered, was secretly watching her from a nearby staircase. The stalker thought to himself, confirming that Xiong Jihan was not nearby, and Yoon-se-ah was alone. He decided he couldn't waste time, had to finish this when no one was paying attention, and began to follow her. From the shadows, Ariel noticed a suspicious figure following Yoon-se-ah. The shadow spirit immediately materialized, using energy blades to block the stranger's path and question his identity. Surrounded, the hooded figure was stunned by Ariel's power. He quickly realized this was Xiong Jihan's summoned spirit and wondered how he had been detected. Seeing Yoon-se-ah calling Ariel's name, the figure intended to seize the opportunity to flee. But Se-ah had also noticed him and wondered who he was, while Ariel remained close, not allowing him to escape. Ariel turned to warn Yoon-se-ah that this man had been following her for a long time, which greatly astonished her. The stranger pretended not to understand what was happening. Ariel then grabbed his arm, preventing his attempt to escape. With sharp eyes, she growled, asking where he intended to go. Taking advantage of a moment of carelessness, the figure broke free and dashed away at an astonishing speed. Ariel scoffed, confident that her prey couldn't escape her grasp. Suddenly, the figure's body dissolved into a puff of black smoke. Ariel was stunned to realize that he could also use shadow power. Her eyes widened, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. In a flash, the figure's shadow closed in behind Yoon-se-ah, silently screaming a warning. At the same time, another hand reached out, intending to use its power on Se-ah, but a brilliant golden lightning bolt struck down, knocking out the second attacker with a cry of pain. The mysterious protector was also taken aback by this unexpected intervention. Amidst the encirclement of shadow blades, he stood still, trying to comprehend the chaotic situation that had just unfolded. The mysterious guardian was knocked back after being struck by a sudden lightning bolt, barely escaping death. That person secretly thought it would be very dangerous to get caught up in it again. Ariel coldly declared that she had caught the stranger. Immediately, a prison of shadow swords surrounded and tightly bound that person. Meanwhile, another explosion rang out from the position of the attacker, who had been struck by lightning. Yoon-se-ah called out Ariel's name in shock amidst the chaotic scene. She anxiously asked if the enemy was dead, but Ariel confidently reassured her that everything was under control. Imprisoned, the mysterious guardian gasped for breath, struggling to get up amidst the shadow swords. Ariel gleefully pointed at the captive and told Se-ah that he was still alive. The shadow spirit decided to unmask the stranger, using energy to tear off their hood and mask. Both Yoon-se-ah and Ariel were stunned as they recognized the identity of the person who had just been revealed. It was Akari, the female ninja who had once confronted Xiong Jihan. Se-ah was astonished to realize it was the one who had kidnapped her uncle, while Ariel also understood why she had felt a sense of familiarity. Ariel angrily questioned Akari, while Se-ah immediately suspected Ito Shizuru was behind everything. The shadow spirit threatened Akari, scolding her for their faction's stubbornness. The scene shifted to Akari, kneeling and sincerely apologizing to Ito Shizuru. She shamefully confessed that she had not anticipated the strength of a silver-ranked player. Ito Shizuru listened thoughtfully, twirling a lock of her hair. She casually dismissed Akari's failure, saying she had another way to bring Xiong Jihan here. Suddenly, Ito Shizuru looked towards the door and gestured for someone to enter. Ito Shizuru widened her eyes. A new plan had formed. She smiled and said, "I hear you have a very cute little sister." Akari. Held hostage, the little girl fearfully called out her sister's name. Akari was stunned to realize her younger sister, Hiyori, was being threatened. Ito Shizuru casually stepped forward, asking if families should help each other. Shouldn't they? She placed her hand on Hiyori's shoulder and asked for her name to confirm. With a malicious smile, Ito Shizuru said that her plan had failed due to Akari's incompetence. Then she suggested Akari lend her body for a while to resolve everything. The flashback ended with Akari kneeling and explaining that she was also just force. She clarified that she only wanted to lure Xiong Jihan and had no intention of harming Yunsea. Hearing that, Seiya replied that she somewhat understood Akari's situation, but for her own safety and her uncle's, she couldn't just let Akari go. Seiya picked up her phone, saying that calling her uncle would be better than calling the police. Akari began to exert her power, and a surge of crimson energy enveloped her bound hands. Seiya connected the call. "Hello, uncle, are you busy?" While Seiya was talking, Akari broke her restraints and lunged to attack. She swung a crimson energy sword towards Ariel. The shadow spirit was sliced in half in astonishment. Seiya frantically screamed, "Ariel," causing Xiong Jihan on the other end of the line to anxiously ask what was happening. Akari sneered. "Ha. I thought you'd let me go if I played pitiful. You're colder than I imagined, Seiya." In another scene, Akari knelt, desperately pleading with Ito Shizuru and vowing to offer herself. Her face drenched in sweat, she screamed that she would use her body as a substitute. To save her sister, Akari agreed to transfer control of her body, and Ito Shizuru smiled with satisfaction at the system's notification. The system confirmed that once the clone was created, Akari's ego would completely disappear. Back in the present, Akari's body, possessed by Ito Shizuru, mocked Seiya, saying that she was truly cruel to her future mother. Yunsea was stunned to recognize the familiar face flickering on the attacker. She screamed in horror, "Ito Shizuru," recalling the editor who had approached her uncle. Amidst the panic, Seiya tried to tell Xiong Jihan over the phone that something bad was happening. But before she could finish her sentence, Ito Shizuru acted, smashing the phone. "Seiya, we were still talking." Ito Shizuru sneered as she lunged forward. Immediately, Ito Shizuru grabbed Seiya's throat, lifting her into the air. "How about we have a little chat?" Ito Shizuru whispered, activating her submission skill. Seiya gasped for air, feeling a strange energy invading her mind. The shattered phone lay on the ground, cutting off all communication. On the other end of the line, Xiong Jihan froze, looking at the screen that indicated the call had ended. His face darkened, realizing Seiya was in extreme danger. Meanwhile, Seiya realized this was the very skill that her uncle had almost been controlled by. Her mind began to spiral, fighting against the strange feeling that she had to cherish the one who had taken her father from. Seiya's eyes gradually turned pink, a sign that she was slowly being subdued. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from her neck, resisting the control. A brilliant golden lightning bolt erupted from Yunsea, flinging Shizuru far away. Shizuru was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. A system notification appeared. Lightning seal resisted the control. Submission skill failed. Shizuru exclaimed in shock. "What? Someone else can resist my power?" Yunsea looked at her hands, surprised by the flowing energy. Immediately after, her eyes became sharp and full of determination. She challenged, "Hey, old hag, don't lay your hands on me without permission." Shizuru smirked maliciously. Upon hearing the words, "old hag," she furiously roared, "How dare you call me that?" Then lunged to attack. Yunsea panicked at the incoming surge of pink energy. The girl immediately counterattacked, unleashing a blue energy orb from her palm. The attack repelled Shizuru, sending her flying backward. Shizuru looked at her hands in confusion, not understanding why she was knocked back. When she looked up, she realized Yunsea had vanished, and wondered if it was an invisibility skill. She frantically screamed, demanding Yunsea to appear. Shizuru muttered angrily, not understanding how Seiya could resist submission, just like Xiong Jihan did back then. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind. "What are you?" The spirit Ariel emerged from the shadows, questioning, "Did you possess that ninja's body?" Shizuru turned around, completely surprised by Ariel's appearance. She looked at Ariel in her adult form and remarked, "You've suddenly grown bigger. Or is this your original size?" Shizuru smiled confidently, assuming Ariel must know a lot about Xiong Jihan. She reached out to touch Ariel's face, demanding the spirit tell her everything about her master. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that her talent had failed due to a stat difference. Shizuru was stunned, disbelieving her eyes, and thought to herself how ridiculous it was. Ariel scoffed, asking how she dared to think of brainwashing a superior being. Shizuru was startled as she felt a terrifying surge of power emanating from Ariel. She realized in horror that this was a kind of pressure she had never felt before, far exceeding racial differences. A giant shadow hand descended from above onto Shizuru. Her eyes widened, filled with extreme terror. The shadow hand slammed down, pinning Shizuru to the ground. Ariel remarked that her movements were much slower than last time. The spirit speculated that it was because she had forcibly taken Akari's body, and simultaneously summoned countless shadow swords. The shadow hand tightened its grip, increasing pressure on Shizuru. Suddenly, a blue light barrier exploded, shattering Ariel's attack. The spirit was slightly surprised by this unexpected defense. Shizuru sighed in relief. Holding a glowing blue talisman, she grumbled that she didn't want to use this rare item in such a situation. The item was identified as an S-rank absolute defense talisman, single use. Ariel merely snorted, completely unimpressed. The spirit mocked Shizuru for having to use items to compensate for her skills, but she confidently retorted that she still had many gifts from those who adored her. Shizuru muttered that her plan had failed, unexpectedly thwarted by Xiong Jihan's summoned creature. She was furious because she needed to capture Yun Se-ah and escape, but couldn't find her anywhere. Meanwhile, Yun Se-ah was enveloped in a shimmering blue cloak. From her invisible state, she observed Shizuru and Ariel, wondering if her hiding plan was successful. Se-ah realized neither of them was looking her way, feeling as if she was watching them from another dimension. She silently thanked her uncle for the gift, and decided to remain hidden until safe. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that she had entered the void domain. A colossal and chaotic vortex of energy began to form around her. Se-ah's eyes widened in horror as she was drawn into the center of the fierce storm. The system warned her to be careful not to be swallowed by the void. Outside, Shizuru unleashed a series of attacks with blazing red energy. Ariel calmly swung her shadow sword to block the attack. The spirit easily sliced through Shizuru's energy blades. Shizuru laughed arrogantly, declaring that Ariel's attacks were useless against her. But then she was stunned when a massive blue energy surge appeared right in front of her. Ariel unleashed a destructive attack, completely engulfing Shizuru. After the explosion, Shizuru was confused to see Ariel still standing calmly. Her gaze darted down, and she was astonished to find Yun Se-ah lying on the ground. Se-ah was dazed, thinking to herself that without the cloak, she would have been swallowed by the storm. Shizuru stared at Se-ah, who was trying to get up, not understanding why she had suddenly appeared. Shizuru secretly thought this was an opportunity to deal with the newly summoned spirit. Ariel looked up, sensing the opponent's intentions. The shadow spirit merely smirked confidently. Instantly, Ariel appeared right in front of Shizuru and said, "There you are." Shizuru was startled and astonished, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Xiong Jihan lunged like lightning, declaring, "The Grim Reaper has come to take you away." A brilliant golden lightning attack struck Shizuru directly, creating a massive explosion. She screamed in extreme pain as the powerful electric current incinerated her. Struck down to the ground, Shizuru could only groan while Xiong Jihan watched coldly. Xiong Jihan turned to check on Yun Se-ah, who was sitting on the ground, and she replied that she was fine. He exhaled, looking at Shizuru collapsed beside the shattered window. He sarcastically remarked that the previous beating seemed insufficient, as she had come to kill him once again. Ariel appeared in her small form, reminding Xiong Jihan that this wasn't the girl from last time. When Ariel revealed that this was Ito Shizuru possessing Akari's body, she smirked sinisterly. Xiong Jihan could only sigh at her defiant demeanor. Shizuru secretly calculated that her plan had failed, and she needed to at least preserve Akari's precious body. She openly admitted that she couldn't deal with Xiong Jihan. With a confident smile, Shizuru declared she had to leave, and began to dissolve into shadows. But just as she said goodbye, a fiery hand clamped tightly around her throat. Xiong Jihan growled in rage, asking if she thought he would let her go so easily. Xiong Jihan delivered a devastating punch to Shizuru's face. She was terrified, not understanding how he could approach her just as she was spiritualized. Knowing she couldn't escape, Shizuru was furious that the clone she had painstakingly prepared was about to be destroyed. Xiong Jihan unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, engulfing her body. As she disintegrated, Shizuru still smiled defiantly and called out Xiong Jihan's name. She threatened that next time, things wouldn't end like this. Xiong Jihan merely smirked coldly. He retorted that, of course not, because he would find her true body and kill her. Shizuru's clone completely disintegrated into ash before Jihan. Done with the task, he turned to Yun Se-ah and said they should go. Yun Se-ah looked up at her uncle with eyes full of surprise. Xiong Jihan was slightly flustered by his niece's reaction. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa at sunset. Inside, Shizuru, in her true body, was sitting on the sofa, looking tired. She let out a sigh of relief, her hand unconsciously touching her neck. A voice spoke up, remarking that she didn't look too well. Shizuru looked up, realizing it was Yun Sejin. He sat down next to her and asked what was bothering her, but she denied it. Yun Sejin persisted, saying he was worried about her and hoped she would share. Shizuru remained silent, resting her head on Yun Sejin's shoulder. Yun Sejin secretly thought his plan had failed once again. He regretted not being able to recruit Xiong Jihan to Japan and help Shizuru's family reunite. Yun Sejin felt annoyed that no one understood his true feelings. He turned to comfort Shizuru, saying she was a good person, while she gave a meaningful smile. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out, catching Shizuru's attention. She looked confusedly at the notification screen about a channel she had subscribed to. Both were surprised to see it was Xiong Jihan's channel. He had suddenly started a live broadcast. Shizuru secretly scoffed, thinking Xiong Jihan intended to talk about today's events but surely had no proof. She turned to ask Yoon Sejin for permission to watch the broadcast, and he agreed. Shizuru touched the screen, telling herself to see what Xiong Jihan was going to say. She squinted at the screen with a puzzled expression. A person appeared, claiming to be a player once manipulated by Ito Shizuru and a survivor. Hearing that, Shizuru was completely stunned, her face changing color in astonishment. The person on screen revealed her name was Gato Akari, declaring she would expose all of Shizuru's crimes to the entire world. Shizuru was utterly horrified, unable to believe why Akari was still alive. The story flashed back to a few hours earlier. Xiong Jihan sensed a strange energy flow and looked confused. Nearby, Akari clutched her head, writhing and screaming in extreme pain. The system panel announced that Shizuru's soul had left the body, activating the destruction process, but Akari's will was resisting. The destruction process was cancelled, but Akari continued to scream in intense pain. Xiong Jihan turned around as Yunsea was surprised by someone's appearance. Yunsea anxiously asked Ariel about the condition of the person who had just collapsed. Ariel confirmed that the unconscious person was the real Akari, not a clone, through her distinct energy signature. The shadow spirit warned that Akari's condition was very bad, and she wouldn't survive without treatment. Xiong Jihan immediately acted, catching the fading Akari. He decided he had to keep Akari alive for questioning, so he used the grand healing skill on her. Afterwards, they moved to a safe high-rise building. Akari slowly regained consciousness after being treated. She sat up, still weak, upon hearing Xiong Jihan's voice. Xiong Jihan stood with his arms crossed, sternly looking at the now fully conscious Akari. He got straight to the point, asking her to tell him everything she knew about Ito Shizuru. Jihan questioned why someone as close to her would accept becoming Shizuru's puppet. He continued to press, asking if she had been abandoned or received some other order. Akari bowed her head, stammering as painful memories flooded back. In a flashback, a system window appeared, announcing that Akari's body was being used as material to create a puppet. Shizuru smiled with satisfaction as the puppet in Akari's form was completed. A horrified voice rang out, calling Akari's name in a panic. Akari's younger sister, Hiyori, was held tightly by two bodyguards, desperately screaming as she witnessed her sister's transformation. The puppet Akari merely flinched lifelessly at her sister's call, while Shizuru remained silent. Shizuru remarked that Akari's will still lingered within the puppet, and that would cause trouble for her. In the flashback, Shizuru decided to test the Akari puppet by making her confront her younger sister, Hiyori. Forced, Akari screamed in pain as her lingering consciousness resisted. She reached out and choked her own younger sister. Hiyori struggled in despair under the hand of her controlled sister. Witnessing the scene, Shizuru flashed a wicked and satisfied smile. Akari could only cry helplessly in pain, as she was completely subdued. Back in the present, Akari recounted that she herself had been forced to do those things in her own body. Xiong Jihan listened, realizing Shizuru was even worse than he had imagined. Akari staggered to her feet, her heart filled with resentment. She gritted her teeth, determined to kill Shizuru with her own hands. In a fit of rage, Akari grabbed Xiong Jihan's shirt and screamed that she would tear her to shreds. She turned to leave, intending to fulfill her vow of revenge. Xiong Jihan coldly called her back. He asked who had given her permission to leave on her own. He pointed out that if she could kill Shizuru by herself, she wouldn't be here, and going alone would only lead to death. He stated bluntly that if her body were stolen again, it would only benefit the enemy. Akari gritted her teeth helplessly as she realized the harsh truth in his words. She desperately asked what she should do now. Akari collapsed, screaming that Shizuru had stolen everything from her body to her family. She sank to the floor, completely broken. In despair, Akari knelt on the floor, sobbing, and calling her younger sister's name, Hiyori. Xiong Jihan watched silently, his face devoid of expression. He spoke, saying there was still one thing she could do. Xiong Jihan extended his hand, offering Akari a partnership if she had lost everything. Looking up at his hand, Akari sobbed that she also needed to get revenge. Immediately after, on a building rooftop, Xiong Jihan began his plan. First, tell your story to the whole world. Before the camera, Akari regained her composure and began her testimony. She boldly declared, "This is what Ito Shizuru did after taking over my body." Akari continued to list her crimes, from brainwashing and body snatching to even murder. She exposed how Shizuru had seduced countless politicians in Japan to manipulate and cover up her actions. With a pained expression, Akari confessed that she herself was one of those who had been forced to do those dirty deeds for her. Seeing Akari couldn't continue, Xiong Jihan placed a hand on her shoulder and said he would speak the rest. He turned towards the camera, expressing regret at having to reveal this just before the Northeast Asian League tournament. His warning spread everywhere that Ito Shizuru was someone the whole world needed to be wary of. In a dark room, Sword King Yoon Se-jin watched in shock as Xiong Jihan specifically emphasized the warning to the players. Other powerful figures around the world also listened intently to his appeal. Xiong Jihan looked directly into the camera, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He enunciated each word, saying he did this so that people wouldn't betray their homeland as the Sword King had. Hearing the accusation, Yoon Se-jin froze, while Shizuru turned to look at him with a tense expression. Shizuru gritted her teeth in anger, while Yoon Se-jin screamed Akari's name in a fit of rage. Shizuru thought angrily, not understanding why Akari was still alive after she had left that body. Yoon Se-jin placed a hand on Shizuru's shoulder, trying to calm her. He looked at her worriedly as he heard her growl, asking if he thought she could be calm. Shizuru turned and yelled that Akari had slandered her as a criminal, when all she did was for the nation. Her phone vibrated continuously with a barrage of missed calls and messages, demanding an explanation, causing her to panic as she was about to lose all her allies. Yoon Se-jin suddenly pulled Shizuru into his embrace, holding her tightly. He gently advised her not to be swayed by dirty tricks. Yoon Se-jin swore that he would be by her side, even if the whole world turned its back on her. Shizuru silently closed her eyes in his arms. The two of them stood embracing in the luxurious room. Reassured, Shizuru looked up and said that she had something to ask of him. With sharp eyes, she whispered about the upcoming confrontation between him and Xiong Jihan at the tournament. She asked him to crush Xiong Jihan. As the scene shifted to a mysterious laboratory, there, a blonde elf held a teacup and softly called Xiong Jihan's name. She sat casually amidst glass cages containing humanoid creatures being cultivated. With a smug smile, the elf declared that she would wait for him. Her teacup reflected Xiong Jihan's image along with a floating green leaf. She called him a precious experiment, and a similar leaf was glowing on Xiong Jihan. A chaotic street scene appeared, where Xiong Jihan stood amidst the rubble, next to an unconscious Yoon Se-ah and Lim Ga-young. He stepped forward, looking down at Yoon Se-ah, kneeling on the ground, with resolute eyes. Two black-clad assassins suddenly lunged to attack Yoon Se-ah, who was in a defensive stance. Yoon Se-jin, who was observing, narrowed his eyes with intense focus. Immediately, he plunged into battle, easily blocking the swords of both attackers. Yoon Se-ah trembled, stunned by the terrifying speed of the skirmish that had just unfolded before her eyes. Yoon Se-jin moved agilely, deflecting all attacks aimed at him with one hand. One of the two assassins roared, "Die," and lunged forward with the intent to finish her. But Yoon Se-jin remained completely in control, his sword strikes forming arcs of light that repelled the enemies. He blocked the female assassin's twin daggers, his sword beginning to emit a blue energy stream. Suddenly, Yoon Se-jin collapsed to the ground, while Yoon Se-ah from behind drew her bow, a purple lightning arrow forming. With resolute eyes, she focused all her power into the magic arrow. Yoon Se-jin looked up, his face clearly showing surprise at her attack. The arrow was fired, creating a fierce purple energy explosion. Lee Ha-yun cheered happily. It worked. It turned out to be just a training session. Lee Ha-yun excitedly announced that the team had successfully captured the simulated Sword King. Xiong Jihan had just returned, and he praised their performance, which Yoon Se-ah happily welcomed. He walked in, remarking that everyone had improved a lot. Jihan explained that the simulation machine had 80% of the real Sword King's power, and their ability to fight against it was truly astonishing. Yoon Se-ah gratefully thanked Lee Ha-yun for buying the equipment, and Lee Ha-yun replied that they needed to get stronger to earn more money. With a wry smile, Lee Ha-yun confessed that half of the guild's assets had been used to purchase this simulation machine. Xiong Jihan stood dumbfounded by the information, while the other members also had various reactions. Xiong Jihan thought about Akari. After the broadcast exposing Shizuru, she had become more cooperative. He declared that Shizuru's matter would be put aside for now. Jihan called Akari aside to talk privately. He said he had something to ask of her. Jihan explained that he couldn't let Ariel accompany Yoon Se-ah in the national team match, so he wanted Akari to protect. Akari was stunned by this unexpected offer. To persuade her, Jihan promised to do his best to help her get revenge on Shizuru. He also coldly warned that if she tried anything, he would kill her even before Shizuru. Akari silently pondered, clenching her fists. Finally, she accepted the agreement. Yoon Se-ah awkwardly thanked Akari, while Jihan quietly thought that time would heal the awkwardness between them. Jihan turned to ask about his niece's new class, Void Archer. Yoon Se-ah proudly boasted that even though she only had one unique skill, it was extremely powerful. It was the Void Arrow, a powerful purple energy arrow. This skill allowed her to fire an invisible arrow in the real world, striking directly at the opponent's inner world and ignoring distance. Additionally, it enhanced her reaction capabilities to danger thanks to the empty cloak, a seemingly simple skill, yet it possessed superior power. However, it still had a weakness. It could be blocked if the target managed to erect a defensive barrier in time. Jihan remarked that she had been very fierce when facing her father's AI, and Yunsea began to reply with a meaningful expression. Yunsea smiled, saying she wanted to fight her father, as it might help him come to his senses. Xiong Jihan secretly vowed to do everything to help her, a glowing green leaf symbol appearing on his chest. He patted her head, telling his niece to always be careful and report to him if anything bad happened. In a vast arena, a sudden explosion occurred amidst the crowd of players. Kim Dong-woo, a national player, was frantically slaughtering everyone, screaming that he could defeat anyone with his bare hands. Two other players recognized him and discussed that Dong-woo was venting his anger on a private server after being suspended for misconduct. Despite having defeated countless people, Kim Dong-woo still gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as his rage had not subsided. In a flashback, Dong-woo held a baseball bat, yelling to gather everyone in the locker room. He questioned his national team teammates about who was in charge of his equipment. Captain Lee Jin-wook silently observed, thinking to himself that the situation was truly chaotic. Lee Jin-wook calmly told Dong-woo to stop, leaving him stunned. The captain continued to provoke, calling Dong-woo a tiger without fangs. Insulted, Kim Dong-woo roared in anger. He swung the baseball bat, intending to attack Lee Jin-wook to prove he was not to be underestimated. Just then, director Park Yoon-sik appeared, and called Kim Dong-woo's name, stopping the brawl. He announced news from the management and requested to speak privately. Back in the present, Kim Dong-woo screamed in the arena, furious about only being suspended for 2 matches. Suddenly, a blue energy arm appeared, and a challenging voice rang out. A burly blonde man stepped forward, saying he came after hearing rumors about Dong-woo. Kim Dong-woo angrily shouted that he was only on probation, not expelled, but the stranger merely scoffed that being kicked off the team so easily showed he was nothing. Kim Dong-woo lost all patience, roared, and lunged to attack. His punch landed squarely on the blonde man's face. Blasted away, the stranger landed on the ground while Kim Dong-woo mocked his weakness. Kim Dong-woo realized in horror that his opponent was using the skill, red gigantification. The blonde man was enveloped in a massive red energy flow, his body transforming. With his superior physique, he looked down at Kim Dong-woo and sarcastically remarked on the skill level of Korean players. His name was Vladimir Puentino, the 6th-ranked warrior of the Russian national team. Meanwhile, Xiong Jihan mused that the upcoming match against Russia would be easy. News spread that Kim Dong-woo had been miserably defeated by Vladimir. The Korean national team began their training session amidst public anxiety. The media questioned whether Xiong Jihan could turn the tide after Kim Dong-woo's defeat. His first training session at the BattleNet bureau quickly became the center of attention. Xiong Jihan entered the building, silently blaming Kim Dong-woo for not controlling himself. He scrolled through his phone, reading the expectations people placed on him with a skeptical expression. But then he reminded himself of his greater goal, to defeat the Sword King. A woman unexpectedly approached, recognizing him as the player who had declared war on the Sword King. Xiong Jihan realized it was player Ha Yeonju. She introduced herself as the national team's archer captain, possessing an SS-rank talent. Inside the training room, Ha Yeonju displayed a determined expression. She ordered the entire team, telling them to imagine Xiong Jihan was Vladimir to begin the training session. Immediately, Ha Yeonju and another teammate unleashed a barrage of archer skills. Xiong Jihan looked up at the rain of arrows descending with a calm expression. He activated Lightning Step, easily dodging the entire volley of attack. 2 other national team members immediately charged forward, one using a fiery punch, the other a shield bat. Xiong Jihan smiled, deciding it was time to test how much his martial soul had improved. He swung his staff, creating a horizontal sweep with absolute destructive power. His face shone with intense concentration as he unleashed the attack. All the team members were sent flying by the powerful energy surge. Undeterred, Ha Yeonju poured all her strength into her bow, preparing for a decisive strike. She unleashed Impact Arrow, a colossal energy arrow that shot straight towards Xiong Jihan. However, Xiong Jihan simply extended his hand, using the red energy of his martial soul to block the arrow. He realized his martial soul used Absolute Domain, which had a smaller attack range than Force but was far more effective. Ha Yeonju was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Xiong Jihan shot into the air, preparing to end the training session. He brought his staff down right in front of Ha Yeonju. The staff stopped just above her head, merely brushing it lightly. The entire national team lay scattered on the floor, one member bitterly admitting, "We lost." Xiong Jihan sighed softly. He thought to himself that the team was still too weak, and at this rate, he wouldn't be able to proceed with his plan. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, making Xiong Jihan turn around in surprise. A passionate pink-haired girl shouted words of affection for Xiong Jihan. She screamed that Xiong Jihan was the best. Nearby, Ha Yeonju was scolding a little girl for not waiting outside, which made Xiong Jihan curious. He suddenly realized the pink-haired girl was a famous idol and wondered why she was there. As Xiong Jihan was about to leave, the pink-haired girl quickly called out to him. She introduced herself as Ha Yuri, a singer and his fan club's vice manager. Xiong Jihan was surprised to learn she was his fan, and Ha Yuri shyly confirmed it. Overjoyed, Ha Yuri explained that she had to use her connections to meet him, while Ha Yeonju urged her to take the photo quickly. Mid-sentence, Ha Yuri suddenly staggered, startling Xiong Jihan. She was dazed in ecstasy, and a red aura began to emanate from her body. Seeing this, Xiong Jihan worriedly asked if she was okay. Ha Yeonju thought her sister was just tired, but Ha Yuri sensed that it was Xiong Jihan's force. Ha Yuri excitedly asked her sister if she could join the guild to see Jihan every day, but was harshly rejected due to her C-rank talent. Xiong Jihan seriously advised Ha Yuri to focus on the career she had worked hard to build. While he was engrossed in thinking about tactics, the two sisters whispered about joining the guild. Their argument continued, unaware that director Park Yoon-sik and a group of fans had appeared behind them. Xiong Jihan was annoyed by everyone's distraction, while the group of fans whispered as they recognized Ha Yuri. He suddenly froze when he heard Ha Yuri shout about her emotion talent. Xiong Jihan turned around, astonished to learn of the existence of such a talent. Ha Yeonju continued to mock her sister's C-rank talent, making Ha Yuri angrily retort about her own sister's SS-rank talent. Xiong Jihan asked Ha Yuri to confirm her emotion talent. Ha Yuri awkwardly admitted it was a C-rank talent. Jihan offered to see her status window, and Yuri happily accepted immediately. The information panel appeared, revealing the emotion talent's ability to appraise players and items. Jihan thought to himself, he hadn't expected a player with this talent to be in the country. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He realized her presence could be a morale booster for his teammates. From Ha Yuri's perspective, Xiong Jihan shone brightly as he asked her for a favor. Overjoyed, Yuri imagined joining his guild and was ready to do anything. After receiving her agreement, Jihan suddenly announced that he would begin the attack. He assigned the team a task: protect Ha Yuri from himself. A few minutes earlier, Xiong Jihan sighed after appraising his teammate. He was disappointed that their stats were too low, with the only bright spot being their growth potential. He worried that with their current strength, they couldn't guarantee victory against Russia's Vladimir. Jihan pondered his only option to improve the situation. Back in the present, he thanked everyone and proposed starting his training plan. He specifically invited Ha Yuri to participate, which thrilled her. Yuri's joy quickly turned to bewilderment when she found herself locked behind an iron gate. Xiong Jihan declared the training session was very simple. He raised his staff, ordering the entire team to protect Ha Yuri at all costs. The Korean national team members confusedly asked, "Protect her from what?" Xiong Jihan coldly pointed his staff at them and declared, "From me." He stipulated that the training wouldn't end until they could hold out against him for 5 minutes, causing one member to immediately charge forward and attack. Meanwhile, the day of the Northeast Asian BattleNet tournament arrived, featuring a showdown between South Korea, the lowest-ranked team, and Russia, one of the 3 strongest teams. In a colossal arena, the World Tournament officially commenced to the anticipation of the audience. The Russian national team, aiming for the top spot, entered the arena, led by the 6th-ranked warrior Vladimir Puentino. Vladimir Puentino looked at his opponent and smirked. "Finally, we meet." Xiong Jihan. In response, the South Korean national team also entered, symbolized by a mighty tiger, to the cheers of their fans. The match officially began, and Xiong Jihan declared he would attack first, as planned. The Russian national team, with the aura of a red bear, charged forward in unison. Xiong Jihan calmly raised his staff, deciding to test his opponent first. He unleashed Heavenly Army Thunder Sweep, creating a brilliant golden energy wave that swept across the arena floor. Xiong Jihan noticed that the Russian team could withstand the attack, acknowledging that they were on a completely different level from the Korean players. Unexpectedly, Vladimir Puentino pierced through the energy wave and closed in, growling, "So you are Xiong Jihan." He swung his colossal battle axe down, roaring, "Now then, let's see what your blood tastes like." Xiong Jihan easily parried the blow with his staff and sneered, "Aren't you the one who needs to shed blood to grow stronger?" Vladimir Puentino broke into a crazed and delighted smile. The 2 weapons clashed violently, creating a powerful shockwave. Xiong Jihan's counterattack created cuts on Vladimir Puentino, making him bleed. The system announced that the berserker had smelled blood, activating the Blood Ridge trait, which increased Vladimir's speed and attack power. Empowered by Blood Ridge, Vladimir Puentino swung his colossal battle axe down. Xiong Jihan quickly raised his staff to block, and a deafening clang of metal echoed. He strained against his opponent's terrifying power. Nevertheless, the immense force of the attack still pushed Xiong Jihan backward. Vladimir thought in surprise, He was being pushed back, despite activating his berserker skill. He gritted his teeth, deciding he had to use his trump card right now. Vladimir roared, summoning his teammates. Comrades, lend me your strength. Hearing the command, the members of the Russian team immediately acted, one of them drawing a special item. They chanted in unison, "For victory! For the homeland!" Preparing to perform the ritual, a notification appeared, revealing the effect of the Nail of Sacrifice item, sacrificing oneself to empower a teammate. Xiong Jihan immediately realized their intention. "So, you're going to play that game," he shouted loudly, attacking to keep Vladimir occupied. "We must stop the Russian team from using that item." Turning to his teammates, Xiong Jihan gave a decisive order. "Now." Ha Yeonju immediately replied, "Understood," then quickly drew her bow. She activated her Arrow's chain strike skill, firing chained arrows towards the Russian team. The energy chains immediately bound the Russian players, preventing their action. Witnessing this, Vladimir roared in fury. These bastards! He realized they were trying to stop his team's Nail of Sacrifice strategy. Despite being injured, a Russian player still yelled, "You can't stop our warriors with this." The system continuously notified as the Russian team members fell, completing their self-sacrifice. The system announced that the Nail of Sacrifice item had been used, transferring power to Vladimir Puentino. Xiong Jihan silently admitted that his opponent was even stronger than rumored. Vladimir charged with terrifying speed, leaving Jihan only enough time to exclaim in surprise in his thoughts. With fiery eyes, Vladimir roared that his comrade's sacrifice would not be in vain. He unleashed a terrifying aerial axe chop aimed directly at Xiong Jihan. Pushed back by the attack's might, Jihan thought to himself that this was what he had worried about most. He recalled that in his previous life, the Russian team had also used this sacrifice strategy to pressure the Sword King. Jihan quickly analyzed Vladimir's current combat power after receiving all the enhancement effects. Empowered to the level of a world-class warrior, Vladimir mocked Jihan for being unable to prevent this. "Too bad for you," Vladimir roared, completely immersed in his new power. Contrary to his opponent's excitement, Xiong Jihan merely smirked inwardly at the strategy of sacrificing teammates to turn the tide. "I was thinking the same thing," he thought to himself, preparing for his own plan. Vladimir swung his axe to attack, but Xiong Jihan narrowly dodged the strike. Nevertheless, Jihan admitted that in his current state, he could only struggle to evade. Vladimir continued to press his attack while the other members of the Korean team observed from a distance. "Can you only dodge?" Vladimir roared, calling Jihan a coward. Xiong Jihan calmly assessed that the plan to suppress Vladimir before Phase 2 had failed. "It's time," he said as he summoned the Shadow Sword Eclipse beside his golden staff. Receiving the signal, the entire Korean team prepared to switch to Plan B.